committee's public hearing. And I will ask if any of my chair or any of the rankings have anything they'd like to say before we get started. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Representative Porter, my wonderful co-chair. I look forward to a day of public hearing. There are a lot of bills, important bills on our agenda today, and I'm anxious to hear them all. But I also want to just say one shout out, one word of support for Aplastic Anemia Awareness Week. And I am wearing red in honor of that, and thought I would mention that so that if anyone is interested in finding out more about this, you can go to the website, you can go to Facebook. But it's a serious issue, and we have a family in our district who founded Julia's Wings in honor of a young girl in our community who died of aplastic anemia. So I want to give a shout out to Julia's Wings and everything they're doing for our community and for raising awareness about this, very difficult disease. So thanks for giving me a moment to share that.
You're welcome, Senator Kushner. Thank you for sharing that with us this morning. Senator Sampson, would you like to say a few words before we get started? Is Senator Sampson with us? I don't believe so. So we will go on to Ranking Member in the House, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to all members of the public. And thank you also to all my co-members in the committee. I look forward to this public hearing. I think we have some very important matters here and some very thoughtful, insightful testimonies. So I do look forward to the hearing today. As all of you know, most of us have to be multitasking because we are in 3 or and in times more meetings and hearings at the same time. But I'll be most attentive. This is my most important meeting. But nevertheless, you might find me looking this way, being stepping out in another hearing. But nevertheless, my focus is here. Thank you once again, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the hearing today.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Our Vice Chair, I see Senator Cabrera. Would you like to share a few words this morning before we get started?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to a good hearing. This is such an important part of the process, hearing from the public on the variety of bills that we're considering. So I'm looking forward to it very much. Thank you again, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And Representative Sanchez, are you with us, Vice Chair for the House? I don't believe so. I'm sure he'll be joining. As it's been stated, we are all in and out of meetings, different committee meetings and public hearings. So I'm sure he'll be joining us later, as well as Senator Sampson. So I will just welcome everyone, especially those joining us from the public. Looking forward to hearing from you today. This is a very important part of the process, as Senator Cabrera said, and we welcome you today. And with that being said, we will get started with our first person, which will be Representative Brandon Chafee, representing the 33rd District. Representative Chafee, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chair Porter, Madam Chair Kushner, ranking members Aurora and Sampson, and distinguished members of the Labor Public Employees Committee. My name is Brandon Chafee. I represent the 33rd District of Middletown, and I am testifying today, urging you to support HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. Many states have successfully created centers for employee ownership. These centers act as an educational resource for businesses. They help to convert existing businesses, create business succession plans, or start new businesses in the form of an employee stock ownership plan, ESOP, or a cooperative co-op business model. Both of these business models center on the fact that the workers have an ownership stake in the businesses where they work. Connecticut's economy and workforce face numerous challenges, including retaining and attracting new businesses, wage stagnation, and income inequality. These are some of the major issues that are weighing on our state. There are no easy solutions to these problems and no silver bullet policy that will solve them all. However, there is one way we can help address each of these issues simultaneously, and that is by fostering the creation of worker-owned businesses. All too often, when the owner of a small or medium-sized business decides to retire, the future of that company and its workforce are in jeopardy. Companies are often bought up by competitors and either closed or moved out of state. According to a study by Project Equity, there are nearly 28,000 businesses owned by people nearing retirement age in Connecticut, with over 250,000 employees. The Center for Worker Ownership would help business owners create succession plans to sell these companies to their existing workforce, keeping businesses, jobs, and money in our state. Wage stagnation and the lack of high-paying jobs are a major issue across the country, specifically in Connecticut. Numerous studies have shown that workers at employee-owned firms make substantially more in wages and have much more retirement security than the national averages. A Washington State study found that ESOP participants made between 5 and 12% more in wages and had almost 3 times the retirement assets as did workers in comparable non-ESOP companies. Worker cooperatives and employee stock ownership plans have been proven to increase wages, increase retirement security, and increase wealth. This policy will help retain businesses in our state while also giving workers more secure retirements and fair wages. For these reasons, I urge you to support House Bill 6120. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Chafee. Are there any comments or questions from committee members? Let me just see if I see any hands up. Yes, Representative Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Chafee, my only question is, and this all sounds like a good idea, why do we need a government agency for this? If it didn't exist, what would employees do if they wanted to acquire the business? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So currently in Connecticut, there is a group that does this on a voluntary basis, but it's just not sufficient to meet the needs. And there will be speakers later today that could testify on that better than I can. I think that many people I've talked to, even while discussing this proposal, I don't think many people are aware of what an employee stock ownership plan is. So there is greatly a need to educate people that this is an option for them in terms of business succession planning.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Right, and I don't see any other hands. So again, I thank you for your testimony this morning, Representative Chafee. And thank you for joining us and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. All right, next up we have Representative Kristen McCarty-Vahey, representing, I believe, the 133rd district, is it? I believe that's correct. Representative McCarty-Vahey, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's such a pleasure to be with you, Chairwomen Kushner and Porter, and Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, and to all the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. It's a pleasure, like I said, to be here. I'm joined today by the person who actually got me into this ESOP conversation, my husband, Brian Vahey. We are here in support of the same bill you heard from Representative Chafee, House Bill 6120, an act establishing the Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. I think Rep. Chafee framed the conversation very well in terms of worker ownership in the form of co-ops and ESOPs. ESOPs mainly used for larger companies and co-ops for smaller businesses. The bill, which has been before the Commerce Committee in the past, as Rep. Anderson noted, would create a structure here in our state that would support and educate shifts to the co-op and ESOP model. And as Rep. Chafee spoke about some of the benefits, and Brian will talk about that in just a moment, The idea is to leverage some of the same kind of economic development resources that we invest in a lot of our businesses to help retain them in Connecticut, to help increase wealth, and to deal with a number of other issues. I have Brian here with me today because it was actually him as a constituent who brought this issue to my attention originally. And later today, during the hearing, you will be hearing from a number of folks who have been working in this space to try and leverage resources. Many states throughout the country have worker ownership cooperatives or groups, whether they're invested in as a nonprofit and the state invests. We are fortunate to have those volunteers, but for now, I'm going to turn it over briefly to Brian and then happy to take your questions.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today or allowing me to speak. Just a brief background on myself. I've spent over 20 something years in finance, everything from lending to institutional investing. So I definitely come from a business background. And I got involved in this through my efforts with some nonprofits in Bridgeport, where I was trying to do worker cooperatives, I guess starting about 6 or 7 years ago, and started testifying then. I just want to keep I think Representative Chafee really hit all the high points. So I just wanted to leave what I think three main benefits are, and hopefully some of that sticks with you. As Representative Chafee said, income equality is something that gets thrown around a ton today. I also, I hedge to the wealth inequality that we see, and ESOPs and co-ops both can address it for hundreds and thousands of people. So there's only two real ways to sort of correct an imbalance, and it's been shown it's either home ownership or business ownership. So this is one of those ways to help share in business ownership on a large scale and quickly. The second thing I'd like to point out, which was Representative Chafee also hit this, but you get a stronger workforce, stronger, more stable and happier workforce, actually. You look at the ESOPs, and we have some very large ones in Connecticut already that are actually, they're vintage, they've been around a while. Incredibly high retention rates. I'm sure you're going to hear about them later today. Low employee turnover, very high retirement income sort of stuff. And they had great founders back in the day who actually transitioned those corporations to their workers. So it was a win for them. That businesses didn't get sold to like a conglomerate or to a foreign entity. They stayed here in Connecticut, and those residents don't move, and you've increased your tax base and your wealth across the state. Lastly, and this was the question from Representative Anderson. I thought it was a very good question. Why do we need this? Why should the government be involved? From my finance perspective, the easiest and quickest way is for an investment bank to take somebody's business and sell it. It makes you get a commission right away. The investment bank or any investment bank tell you that they'd love to do that because they're in and out. While that's great from that side of the equation, it's certainly not. It causes a big tax event for the owner, and many times it's not such a great thing for the employees here in Connecticut. So I think that having this education about something that takes a little bit more work, certainly on the legal side, has immense benefits for our communities and our residents. And that's what we see the big center in Vermont that does so much nationally. And I think we should be doing that here for our residents too.
And thank you very much for having us. As you can see, Brian comes from a finance background. I come from a social work background. And from both of those perspectives, we really think that this is an important tool for the state of Connecticut to be able to offer businesses. Workers form the management in these kinds of arrangements. So thank you very much, and happy to take questions.
Thank you both for your testimony this morning, and I couldn't agree more. I think you both and Representative Chafee have done a wonderful job presenting why this is so critical to not just the businesses, but the employees that help to make those businesses successful. And I don't see any hands, but I'll just ask for a last time if there's anyone that would like to ask questions. Please raise your hand. All right, look like you guys are free to go. Thank you again and have a wonderful day.
You too. Good luck today and thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, next up we have, actually, I know Representative Ferrara is not in the room right now. So we will move on to Patrick Cullen from the Governor's Office, Associate Policy Director. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, members of the committee. It's great to see you all this morning. My name is Patrick Hewlin. I'm the Governor's Associate Policy Director, and I'm here with two national experts in support of Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements. Before I hand it over to them, I just want to flag that a number of national experts have filed written testimony in support of the bill, and I encourage the committee to read that testimony. I'm here with Terry Gerstein and Evan Starr, and I don't see Terry in the room quite yet, so I will hand it over to Professor Starr to introduce himself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick, and thank you, Senator Kushner and Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representative Aurora, and the other members of the committee. I'd like to provide some testimony on SB 906 to restrict the use of non-compete agreements in Connecticut. As a way of background, I'm an economist at the University of Maryland, and over the last several years, I've conducted several research studies to examine the use of non-compete agreements, how they impact workers, how they impact firms, and what sort of effects different policies have when it comes to regulating non-compete agreements. When it comes to non-competes, employers may have some justified economic rationales in some settings, but the costs of non-compete agreements can be severe for workers, even if the non-compete is entirely unenforceable or wouldn't hold up in court. And that's because non-competes can exert significant chilling effects on workers, which prevent them from taking jobs that they would otherwise take and improve their own livelihood. And so, I know I don't have much time, but there is quite a bit that we've learned in the last few years about the use of non-compete agreements, and I'll just briefly summarize some of the key takeaways. The first point that's important is that non-competes are basically everywhere. Doggy daycare sitters, unpaid volunteers, janitors, hairstylists. Between 15 and 28% of US workers are bound by non-competes, with at least 40% of workers being bound by one at some point in their career. And they're frequently used in low-wage jobs. In fact, hourly workers actually make up the majority of non-compete signers in the United States. In addition, most of the research suggests that the use and the enforceability of non-compete agreements reduces wages, it reduces entrepreneurship, it reduces job mobility, it makes it harder for firms to hire. And so by reducing the use of non-compete agreements and by making them prohibited, this bill would go a long way towards helping workers and firms in Connecticut. And the last thing I just want to say is that other tools can often do the job that non-competes are trying to do, but in less restrictive ways. Like non-disclosure agreements can prohibit workers from disclosing information. Non-solicitation agreements can prohibit workers from soliciting clients. And neither of those dictate where workers can move to. And so the efficacy of non-compete agreements should be judged based on the relative value to these less restrictive alternatives. And lastly, I'd just like to say that this is definitely not a worker or firm issue, even though sometimes it is cast that way. And that's because firms are on both sides of this issue. It may be the case that a firm doesn't want to lose a worker to a competitor, but that same firm would like to hire from other competitors in their industry. And so these constraints can hurt firms as well. So thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
And Terry, do you want to introduce yourself quickly as well? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Terry Gerstein, and I'm the director of the State and Local Enforcement Project at the Harvard Labor and Work-Life Program, and I'm also a senior fellow at the Economic Policy Institute. Previously, I worked for over 17 years in New York State government enforcing workplace laws, including for 4 years as a deputy commissioner in the New York State Department of Labor, overseeing wage and hour enforcement, as well as almost 6 years as the Labor Bureau Chief in the New York Attorney General's office. And it was in my work as the Labor Bureau chief that I first learned about and got involved in non-competes. And I've been studying and writing about them since then as well, since leaving government. And in the AG's office, we handled several cases involving non-competes. The office has continued that work after my departure. And those cases really convinced me of the harm that non-competes bring to workers. Professor Starr has talked about some of the economic impact, but there's also really a sort of human impact on people's lives as well. I'll be happy to answer questions about our cases and our experience, but I do want to make it clear that I think this bill really would go a long way toward addressing non-competes and would be, compared to other laws in other states, one of the strongest in the country in curbing the inappropriate use of non-competes.
Thank you, Ms. Gerstein. I do see we have a question from Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, and thank you both for being here today. I remember hearing about this in 2019 for the first time. I had heard of these non-compete agreements, but never heard that they were applied to low-wage workers. I remember when I was given the example, I thought, is McDonald's really afraid that someone's going to take the special sauce recipe and go to a Burger King with it? But that was sort of humorous. But at the same time, when we learned more about it, it became clear it was a very serious issue. So I appreciate you both being here. I have a few questions. I wondered, starting with Evan Starr, if you could talk a little bit about how many workers, do you know, is there a figure of how many workers are subjected to non-compete agreements at this time?
Yeah, so the most recent data comes from 2017. It suggests that approximately 22% of workers in the US are bound by non-compete agreements. That's coming from a survey of approximately 30,000 workers in the United States. And we find that that number does vary by income. It is true that the higher income workers are more likely to be bound by a non-compete, but lower income workers are still quite likely to be bound by non-compete agreements in approximately 1 in 5 of them.
And you mentioned that non-competes reduce wages, and could you elaborate on that and how that happens?
Yeah, so a non-compete agreement prohibits a worker from taking a job at a competitor. And so if a worker was to get an outside offer from another firm in their chosen industry, the worker may forego taking that outside offer. And so what we would see then is that workers are less mobile and that their wages are being held down. And that's what we see in some of the data. So for example, when Oregon banned non-competes in 2008 for hourly paid workers, what we find after that is when you compare hourly workers in Oregon to its neighboring states that didn't have this policy change, hourly workers' wages went up by about 6% over 5 years, and job-to-job mobility rose by about 17%. And most of that increase in job-to-job mobility was driven by increases in moves within the same industry.
That's amazing. And have you done any research on the impact of non-competes on entrepreneurship? I'm not sure if I said that correctly. You know what I mean? On
yeah.
more entrepreneurs.
That's right. Yeah, I have. Yeah. So not only do non-compete agreements reduce the ability of workers to take jobs, but there are also limits on their ability to start new firms. So a typical non-compete will say you cannot join a competitor or start a competitor. And so we find similar evidence that when you look at across states, the states that more vigorously enforce non-compete agreements, we see fewer new firms that are started by employees who are departing their parent firm and going to start a new firm in the same industry. We find this both nationally and in the context of physicians, where there have been several states that have banned physicians for physician non-compete agreements.
Thank you for that information. And I have a question for Terry. First of all, I'm sure our paths crossed in New York when you were doing this work as labor chief. I know a lot of those folks in the labor department there when I worked there, but I do want to ask you if you can talk a little more. You mentioned you have done that you had worked on cases in New York, and I think it would be helpful to hear about those cases.
Sure. So there are a couple of the cases that really stand out the most in my mind. One of the ones that got a lot of press coverage involved Jimmy John's, which is sort of the low-wage worker situation that you mentioned. But a couple of the ones that stand out a little more in my mind, Jimmy John's, we got involved in, we actually read about the media coverage and contacted the company and got involved without having had direct worker complaints at that point, because we were just concerned about the situation. But there were a couple of others. One was with Law 360, the legal news site, and they had non-competes basically for all of their editorial staff, for reporters, for journalists, for news assistants, kids who were like a year or two out of college or just out of college in their first jobs, and they had a non-compete that they couldn't work for a period of a year for, I think it was any media outlet that provides legal news, which is like quite broad and obviously has no geographic limitations. And we found out about that case when a journalist who'd been there for 2 years got a job at Thomson Reuters, and that job ended up being rescinded because of a non-compete. And the workers there signed it on their first day of work, along with all of the paperwork. Didn't really, you get a pile of paperwork from HR. It was not negotiable. There was no option. And there was really no argument for these, rank and file people that there were trade secrets or anything like that involved. And then we had another case, Examination Medical Services, Inc., EMSI, which was a Texas company that provides services. The worker who came to our office was she was a phlebotomist, and she traveled throughout upstate New York and collected blood and, did blood draws and physical exams for insurance companies. And she got offered a job by a lab that required much less travel, had more secure hours and higher pay. And again, her non-compete was a problem. And in both of those cases, our office was able to get a settlement in which the companies agreed to stop using the non-compete, except for very high level executives, the more appropriate use of non-competes, and also to notify their current employees and the recently departed employees that the former non-competes were no longer in effect. But these cases really, like, some of my takeaways and understanding about non-competes were really well illustrated by these cases, because for one thing, these workers were not low wage workers. They weren't minimum wage workers. They were just ordinary people living paycheck to paycheck. They actually had some skills. The starting journalist had been to college. The phlebotomist had some clinical skills. But they still a non-compete for them was completely inappropriate. The business did not need to protect, to have it to protect its interests. And then the impact of the non-competes on these workers, again, even though they weren't minimum wage, was really severe. They weren't people who could not work for a year or who were able to just change fields or move hundreds of miles away. So that was one of my takeaways. Another was just the need to make non-competes prohibited instead of just unenforceable. And that's a mistake that I think a number of other states have made in their legislation, because these non-competes under New York case law were unenforceable, but employers included them anyway. Because what's the worst thing that will happen? The worst thing that will happen is a court will say, okay, your non-compete has no effect, right? But they've still benefited from that chilling effect that Professor Starr described of workers not turning over, of workers not being able to ask for higher wages or get a different job. And so it's really important, in order to have deterrence, that they be prohibited and not just unenforceable. And then you also need penalties for deterrence for that same reason. You need to have some potential disincentivizing of employers to overreach and just include these provisions in inappropriate situations, because why not try? And the other thing I would say too that is really good about this bill is that it has enforcement mechanisms. The workers in those cases, they're not people who could afford to pay a lawyer. And so you really need to have the ability to have, first of all, intervention by the Attorney General, as is present in this bill, and also a private right of action with reasonable attorneys' fees and costs, so that private sector lawyers can actually afford to do these cases and not take a loss on it. And so those were some of my lessons from those cases in particular.
Thank you for sharing all that information to both of you. And thank you, Chairman Porter, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Senator Kushner. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to discuss this very important subject. And I think Terry and Patrick and Evan, Mr. Starr, Mr. Hewlin, and Ms. Gersten for being here. You know, and I really like the way this legislation is written, because it has its protections for everyone in some sense. And I'm very aware of the nuance or the nuisance of these non-compete, because in the prime of my career, I was subject to a couple, although I wouldn't be subject, this wouldn't solve my problem because I was a little over the 3 times minimum wage. But I want to ask a few things because, I'm very conscious of small businesses. 30% of small businesses go bankrupt within the first 2 years. And typically, I'm not talking about McDonald's. I understand of that argument very well. It is just that we have to give some room for, a second-year restaurant, which is a low barriers to entry, as they call it in economics, a very highly hyper-competitive business, which is going to go out of, as they say, every restaurant is going to go out of business in 10 years. That's normal life, right? But many go out in 1 year, and it's important that they have some stability. So the question here is, we all agree in the general idea that the low-wage workers or minimum wage workers should not be subject to it. The cost on them is too high. They need to move up the ladder. It's not even questionable. But how do we protect the small business owners? Why are we so anti-small business in that sense? One of the points in this legislation is that if due consideration or some consideration is given, then and they're not overly restricted and done for a reason which is not in line with protecting your business, then these non-competes should be okay, even if it is 3 times minimum wage will be closer to $100,000 a year. So, we're not talking about minimum wage workers anyways right now. We're talking about $100,000 a year managers in some sense. So would you think that'll be okay? And that is a reasonable thing to exclude here, that if due consideration is given, because we do have to, and I would love to hear some experiences about small businesses, because I know more small business stories and how they really go bankrupt and destroys their families. And these are entrepreneurs. So can I have your opinion on that provision to exclude anybody who has due consideration being given?
I'll let either Terry or Evan handle that one.
I can start. So first, Harry, I think your points are really well taken, and fostering small businesses and the entry and the survival of small businesses is, especially high growth small businesses, is a really important policy objective. And so let me first say that this bill does encourage entrepreneurship especially for those making less than 3 times the minimum wage. It now frees them up to even start those small businesses. And I'll further say that a really important part of starting a small business is finding the right people to hire. And there was a recent study of what happened in Florida in 1996, when Florida really expanded the enforceability of non-compete agreements. And the key finding of that study is that it disproportionately hurt small businesses relative to large companies. And so I think that this bill on its face alone, it gives small businesses a boost, not only because it's easier for them to enter, but also because it makes it easier for them to hire, especially even from those large businesses in the same industry. The second thing you highlighted is the threshold level. And, does it matter that it's near $100,000, or should it be higher or lower? I think was the gist of your question. And I think this is an issue that every state that I've talked to is dealing with. What is the right threshold? And I live near DC, and they just adopted a very broad, basically no limit except for a few exceptions. Other states have gone as low as $13 an hour, and then many states are in the middle. My take from the evidence, what we know is that there is evidence that even high wage workers can be harmed by these things in the same ways that low wage workers are. So, for example, Hawaii banned non-competes in 2015 only for the high tech industry. right? And what we see in that, when you compare those workers in the tech industry in Hawaii relative to either other workers in Hawaii or other workers in high tech in other states, we see that both the job mobility of those high tech workers and the wages of those high tech workers rise, just like in the case of low wage workers. And so, in my view, it's not, from the literature, it's not totally clear where to draw the line. There is some countervailing evidence that non-competes may be okay for executives, but below that, it's honestly not clear. And in fact, the evidence I think suggests that you can raise that threshold higher. So, my take is that there's no right answer here on the wage limit, but I think there is a risk of going too low, and I think the downside of going too high is at this point potentially overstated.
I do appreciate that your points. And Ms. Kirstein, would you like to add something? I want to make sure that, since both of you are here, I would like to solicit thoughts and insights from both of you.
I guess what I would say is, first of all, just to refer back to the cases that I talked about and numerous other situations where, although those cases dealt with larger businesses, where still you have people who are not necessarily minimum wage, but who are still deeply, deeply harmed by being subject to non-competes. You also have situations, there's very high rates of discrimination and harassment and sexual harassment in the workplace, wage theft, which can affect higher wage workers who are misclassified as either independent contractors or who are misclassified as being overtime exempt. And so you can have situations where people aren't getting overtime. And you might have situations where people, again, even though they're relatively higher wage, are facing violations in their workplace and are bound by non-competes and are really unable to leave for fear of being subject to a lawsuit. The other thing that I would add as well is that, as Professor Starr mentioned, there are other tools that can be used to protect trade secrets or confidential information. Just the mere fact of turnover, turnover is a hassle. Turnover costs money, turnover is difficult, but the mere fact that an employer, big or small, is going to have to deal with turnover isn't really a sufficient reason to so deeply impact a worker's life. And so, one of the things that I think was in some of the written testimony is if employers want to reduce turnover, the best way to do that is to have really good working conditions, which, wages are one part of that, but there are other aspects of that as well. And so, I do think it's a question of assessing sort of the balancing the interests of, preventing someone from being able to make a livelihood is really a severe act and should only be undertaken, should only be permitted in like very, very limited circumstances where it's really, truly necessary.
Thank you, Professor Starr. Thank you, Kirsten. I just want to reemphasize here that the small business survivorship rates, right? So when you calculate these numbers and this data, there's a survivorship bias. The people who are no longer there cannot be counted. Businesses which go out of business cannot be counted. And I really do want to press here that, being a small businessman myself and having dealing with a lot of small businesses, if you are maitre d' or your a marketing list, for example, somebody who runs your marketing list goes out, in many businesses, that's it. That's your barrier to entry. Now, you can say you can have a non-disclosure of the 30 customers who have done the most business. But, typically those non-disclosure agreements are worth nothing in business. And I'm talking about real small business world. I'm not talking academic stuff here. Those, and this is millions and millions of businesses. And what we are trying to do, or what I'm hearing from you, is existing business versus new businesses who encroach them, who challenge them. And so my follow-up to you is, can you give me cases of small businesses being harmed, or you have never seen one? Because I personally know many businesses, or are we getting testimony from someone who has not really seen how small businesses, and I'm talking about marketing businesses, maitre d's, recipe lists, and these are nothing you can intellectually, these are not IP in any sense. These are just, trade secrets, very, very general. So my last question is, can you make a case, or do you see any case, and especially when consideration is given? No employer is going to use it lightly. Hey, listen, I'm going to pay you 6 month wages while you sit home. Most employees, I wanted my employer to really take me up on that. He took the month, which was free, and then let me go, And so can you please comment on that? What is the impact on small businesses? And secondly, don't we reduce most of the harm by providing consideration?
I'm gonna jump in really quick before anyone responds to that question, just to say that we've been really patient here. And we've actually ran over the time that has been allotted in the rules that were set at the onset of public hearing. So I'm going to let you, if you can, succinctly answer that question and advise that this conversation be taken off board after this, because we do need to move on. And up next, we will have Commissioner Westby. So if you could please prepare yourself, Commissioner, you will be up next.
I can answer very briefly, Representative Aurora, that there is, I understand your point that if in a small business, if a worker leaves and takes some information, it could kill the business, right? That's what you're saying. The thing is that in the actual evidence, in data looking at the entire population of new firms in the United States, the opposite is true. In states that more vigorously enforce non-compete agreements, new firms start smaller and are less likely to survive. And part of the story is because it is hard for those businesses to hire the right people. And so you're probably going to find examples on either side, but that's what the aggregate results show.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Starr, and thank you, Mr. Holland, and Mrs. Get it right, Gerstein, for your testimonies this morning. We do appreciate your time and your patience. So have a great day, and we look forward to continuing this conversation offline with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Commissioner Westby with the Department of Labor. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, and all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Just so you know, we have a few experts. I have a few experts with us just in case we get into the details. Dante Bartolomeo, Deputy Commissioner, is available. Heidi Lane from our legal department, as well as Steve Latanzio, Tom Wydra from our wage and hour division, Todd Birch from apprenticeship, and Ken Tucker from OSHA. And before I start, I would like to remind everyone that it's the first labor secretary, federal labor secretary, was Frances Perkins, and she ruled from 1933 to 1945. She established unemployment insurance, the entire system, as well as she established minimum wage, as well as overtime, all of which we work on here at the Department of Labor. She was also the first federal cabinet member, a female cabinet member in the entire federal system. She ruled longer than any other labor secretary at the Department of Labor. So being Women's History Month in March, I want to celebrate Frances Perkins. So thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding 5 bills. House Bill 905, which has to do with the Neutral Arbitrator Selection Committee. House Bill 904 regarding the executive director. 906 non-compete agreements. 6447 volunteer fire departments, and 903 our tech bill. Chairwoman Porter, I could give you a very brief synopsis of each of those, or just go right to questions, however you want to do it.
I think in all fairness, for the people that don't know what those bills are regarding, if you could just give a brief summary, and then we will open the floor for questions, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the Neutral Arbitrator Selection Committee, there are two provisions. The Neutral Arbitrator Selection Committee is the group that selects interest arbitrators to be arbitrators for interest arbitrations. That's mainly municipal arbitrations. There are two provisions we're asking for, which would require them to be a resident, meaning the Neutral Arbitrator Selection Committee members would have to be a resident, just as the arbitrators themselves have to be a resident, as well as another provision which would require 7/10 of a vote of the committee itself, which consists of 10 people, 5 managers, employer managers, and 5 union representatives, to make those appointments versus unanimity, which is required now. Second, the executive director position, we would like that to be codified as a classified position. Even before the unprecedented claims that hit us as a result of the COVID-19, we had a need for a classified executive director, just an executive director in general. I've been arguing for that for years. The benefits, the IT, the tax division, the appeals division, all need a massive amount of coordination in general to move forward, not to mention with the modernization project, which we now have scheduled to come to fruition in June of 2022, needs tremendous amount of coordination and leadership on the UI side. So I'm very strongly in favor of that change for the executive director and having a classified executive director. The non-competes, you just heard a lot of discussion about non-compete, so I'm not going to talk about that too much, other than emphasize this is particularly beneficial and particularly urgent for low-wage workers. And I think the thresholds that are identified in the bill make sense. If you're making less than 3 times the minimum wage, you should, across the board, not be subject to such agreements. I believe for other people and folks that don't fall under the thresholds, the proprietary interests of the employers are reasonably protected. So the DOL does support that bill as well. In terms of the volunteer fire department bill, DOL obviously supports that bill. We're asserting Connecticut OSHA jurisdiction over volunteer fire departments and ambulance companies. Right now, there's basically a cutout, if you will, as a result of a case called Goshen a bunch of years ago, that leaves volunteer fire departments and ambulance companies outside of federal as well as state jurisdiction for safety checks. And we think that that's a bad idea and a bad precedent, and subjects workers in those companies to potentially unsafe working conditions. And I will tell you also that most volunteer fire departments do work with the Connecticut OSHA very constructively. It's only, I think, a handful that don't. We'd like to codify that to require them all to do that. And lastly, our tech bill memorializes a bunch of things that basically are already practices that we do, or are federal requirements, or are just items that need to be stricken because they've been fulfilled. If you want, I can get into those, but they're pretty minor. It's up to you. Madam
I believe that that suffices. Thank you so much for providing those summaries for those who may not have, realize what those bills entail. I think that is suffice. So I will take a look here. I see we have a hand from Senator Kushner. You have the floor, madam.
I don't want to take up too much time. I appreciate your review of each one of those bills, and I think it suffices to provide enough information for us to move forward. But I did want to take the opportunity to recognize DOL and all of your leadership and all of the people who work there, who have worked night and day to get relief to the people, the working people of Connecticut. And we had many conversations over the last 10, 11 months. I know how difficult that was. I know you worked under with a really skeleton staff and a lack of modernization in the programs that you were using, and being thrown a million different new programs from the federal government, good programs you wanted to get out there in the hands of people. But I know how difficult it was for you. And so it would be horrible to allow you all to be here and not thank you for your service under these very difficult times. And I know you got criticized a great deal from a great many legislators. We were stressed out just like you were, and we were eager to get problems resolved. But we recognize you did your very best, and you really performed a great service to the state. And so I wanted to tell you how much we appreciate your work, and we value the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will absolutely agree with all that has been stated. Representative Aurora, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Commissioner, for being here. I just like what Senator Kushner did. I do want to start by echoing those same sentiments, and I have some numbers. I'm just a numbers guy. The DOL has helped 1.1 million workers with dispersing over $6 billion over the 4 key programs. And these are your numbers, so I know I'm not mentioning anything to you, but I do want to congratulate you that perhaps this is the single most important technique and the methodology we have used to fight COVID economically. The single most important. There are other programs which have had their roles, and obviously the health programs are important, but I congratulate and thank you and your department for 6. I don't think there has been a larger disbursement of funds in the history of Connecticut, ever. So thank you, sir. Thank you for doing all you've done. And we have been harsh on you at some points, or our very esteemed colleagues at the agency. But I hope you understand that was our constituents really who were really hurting. Now, my question to you, and we really appreciate it, and in advance, any of the pushy behavior from our legislators was to help our constituents, and please do take it in that stride. My question is on SB 904 about the executive director, because one of the things, and we are obviously supportive of providing resources to the agency, but the question here is that will this really help with the response time? Because even now, some of the PUA claimants are saying that it's taking 4 weeks for a call back. And I know you have done a lot, but is this something which we need? Do we need more management? Do we need more outsourcing? Do we need more, what do we need to get a 24-hour turnaround for our constituents, or 48-hour turnaround? Because especially now, these unemployment timeframes are reducing, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. And so if someone doesn't get a claim approved for a few weeks, a harm is done. So would you like to please let us know whether this position would help us solve the challenge which our constituents really face?
There's a bunch of pieces in there, and I'll first of all thank you for your kind words in regards to the workload we have been doing, and I do understand the stress that the representatives and claimants have been under. And I will echo that we've, considering the system that we have and the monstrous amount of claims that have to morph through the system. It's not just filing a claim. It's potentially filing an adjudication, an appeal. There are a lot of processes throughout the entire system, anti-fraud and double checking and checking and running queries on claimants to be sure that they're not fraudulent claims. So it's, even if we turn around a claim in a day or two, and by the way, in our claims department, our turnaround is less than 3 days. That's a monumental achievement for the Department of Labor. So each claim is different, and as these claims move through the system becomes manual more and more as we get into appeals, and a lot of these claims cannot be determined in 1 or 2 days or even a week or two, just by definition. Otherwise, if that were to be the case, we'd be throwing money out the window to malicious scammers. So always keep that in mind when you're, if you're calling up on behalf of a constituent, or you look at some statistics, that we're always bridging expediency in getting out the money. And I think, by the way, we've been doing a great job with that. The number's over 7 billion now, not even 6 billion, by the way. And I think that is the expenditure of those monies into the pockets of the working people of Connecticut has kept Connecticut out of a depression, quite frankly. So we're very, very proud of that. Back to the executive director. The executive director would not be an additional position. It would be a consolidation to an individual of all those departments that I talked about a little while ago. And it is extremely important as we move forward, dealing with all the challenges that we have in terms of integrating each of our sub-departments, whether it's benefits, tax, or appeals, which when I came in 2016 as a deputy commissioner, they were completely independent operations. They did not really talk to each other than in a staff meeting. So there was discoordination, and as far as I'm concerned, a structural deficiency within the organization to deal with problems even back then when we were dealing with reorganization. So we dealt with it, and we put the right people in place to be able to coordinate all these departments into one. And I think we've done a very good job of that. This is more codifying in place what we've already done at DOL to be able to think and operate as a department and not disparate sub-departments. So it's really crucial to be able to meet the demands, and the demands to the department are hitting us on a daily basis. If we can't coordinate from the top on the UI side, which is 2/3 of the organization, we're going to be slower. We're not going to meet the demands that are put upon us. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to jump in really quick, Representative Aurora, because I do see Deputy Commissioner Dante has her hand up, so I'm going to allow you to, I'm not sure if you're responding in conjunction with this, but I do want to give you an opportunity if that is the case.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I appreciate that. I just want to add to what our commissioners said. Our commissioners and deputy commissioners come in as appointments of the governor, and that's certainly how we came here. But the challenge with that model and that concept is that often you just don't have continuity. You don't have continuity of operations from administration to administration, or even sometimes sooner. The reality in an agency like Department of Labor is I came in on handling the workforce side of the house. But during this pandemic, I needed to transfer to learn the unemployment part of the house. That is very, very different. I will tell you that I have spent almost a year diving deep into trying to understand the UI side of the house. And my partner deputy, Daryl Dudinsky, has been at this agency for over 25 years. He knows this stuff inside and out. And the reason that I needed to take over kind of the public hierarching pieces of this is because he needed to go deep into the development, the design, work alongside of IT, things that an appointed official just does not have the background to do. So I would say that this executive director position is essential for our agency because we need to retain continuity of operations. We need to retain historical context and experience in this agency, especially now that starting in March of 2022, our agency will have up to 27% of our folks who will be able to be ready for retirement if they so choose. So it's really a critical position for continuity of operations, especially given what we've just seen through this pandemic and how important Department of Labor is as a safety net for our residents and in Connecticut. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. And Representative Aurora, I'm going to turn it back over to you. If you have another question or comment, you can make in like the next 30 seconds. You have the floor, then we must move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I do ask for a little more because this is a very important conversation, and I do think it's very important for all of our community and constituents as well. And thank you, Commissioner Vespi, Commissioner Dante, for those insights. Would something like this also help be in conjunction with? And we are very supportive of resources to be able to enable you to do this historic safety net administration. But, you know, there's some elements, for example, improving the web user interface, or even our website is open only 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the DOL, which many of my constituents point out really make really fun of me as the government. Even, you know, there's no website which closes down at night. And so I am at loss to answer that. I'm saying, well, they need to update data and this and that. But can you really see if something like this, Commissioner Vespi or Commissioner Dante, can help us at least improving the overall experience, and either with this, as you said, continuity with this resource or other elements in terms of having a website which works 24 hours, you know, some kind of interface which is better, you know, because some of the interface, if you go, you know, where you file for extended weeks, for missed weeks, says, you know, appropriation, an error, or you have a missing person error. So, you know, there are things which need to be done. And I understand that there's so much going on, but can I have your comments as to, can we fix some of these issues, which are very important? And perhaps it's this solution which you're asking, but they are very clear. We can give you input on the side as to these are the 5 issues which we really need to fix so that, you know, the experience is much tighter and better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm going to jump in because, for one thing, that is not germane to what you're testifying to. We have gone past the time. We have 116 people that we have to be considerate of. So I'm trying to set the tone in a very polite and professional way that it's time for us to move on. So if this is something that the good representative needs to know, I will ask that you all take this conversation offline so that we can continue with hearing from the people that are here to testify on bills that they feel we need to hear from them on. So I'm gonna, yeah.
All due respect, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
You asking relevant questions.
You have to be recognized, first of all, Representative Tigliano, before you can speak. And I have not recognized you. So let's not start this today, please.
Representative Porter, I truly object. This is a very important conversation and very germane. And our constituents are at a big loss that you are cutting off these important conversations. It is germane to the fact that we are asking for more, we are authorizing and discussing more resources for, and it's a—
Representative Aurora, I did not recognize you to speak. I'm going to recognize Senator Kushner. You have the floor right now, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that the issues around unemployment benefits are really important to the citizens of Connecticut, and perhaps we should have a hearing someday on the implementation of unemployment benefits and how it went under this COVID pandemic and changes that we might want to see. However, I don't believe there is a proposal to change the unemployment system or the websites. So I agree and support our chair in saying this is not germane. It does not mean it's not an important topic, but it's not on our agenda for today. And I think that we really have so many bills and so many people that are prepared to testify today. I hope Representative Aurora and Representative Riccigliano will allow us to continue in an orderly fashion so we can get to all the people who are signed up today to testify.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I will recognize Representative Vitigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my only point is that we are the committee that has direct oversight of the Department of Labor. And these are the people who are the Department of Labor. I think the representatives' questions were thoughtful, polite, and sort of relevant to the world that we live in now. Also, quite frankly, Madam Chair, we have 17 bills on the agenda today. If the meetings are going too long, it may be because the agenda is a little long. So I would hope that the chairs would take that into consideration the next time we have a public hearing, because I do find that I am gaining information through some of the questions asked by other representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vitigliano. And I do agree with you that, you know, we all are getting information from the answers being given to these questions. But I will state again for the record that when people come before us, we need to keep our question in line with germane questions to what they are testifying on, the bills they are testifying on. And with that, I would like to move on. And up next, and I thank you, Commissioner, and your partners at DOL for being with us today. We appreciate that. And I know that you are definitely open to continuing this conversation offline. So I thank you for that as well. And up next, we have Chairman Stephen Morelli.
Thank you.
Who is the chairman with Workers' Comp. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Chairs Kushner and Porter, Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Morelli, and I am the chairman of the Workers' Compensation Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of Senate Bill 907, an act concerning minor and technical changes to the Workers' Compensation Act. The Commission greatly appreciates you raising this legislation and believes the proposed changes will codify current administrative practices and remove outdated statutory language. I have submitted more detailed testimony for your review, and I will briefly summarize what this legislation will accomplish. Senate Bill 907 is identical to the minor and technical legislation that was passed out of this committee unanimously last session and continues to have the support of the Connecticut Bar Association. It was also passed unanimously out of both this committee and the House in 2019. Section 1 of this bill would change the title of Workers' Compensation Commissioner to Administrative Law Judge. This will more accurately reflect the adjudicative and judicial functions of our present Workers' Compensation Commissioners. The title of Commissioner is often a misnomer, as it is associated with administrative and policy-oriented responsibilities and can be confusing for parties involved in the workers' compensation process. Section 2 will reduce the number of times the advisory board of the commission is required to meet. In 2018, the advisory board voted unanimously to have the commission seek a legislative change regarding the amount of times that they were statutorily required to meet. Section 3 would remove having a statistical director of the Workers' Compensation Commission. This will codify the current administrative practice of the Workers' Compensation Commission, which for some time has not employed a director for the statistical division. Section 4 would remove the word cassette from the requirement that the commission provide audio cassette recordings of any formal hearings. The commission has purchased digital recorders, and most, if not all, parties would prefer to receive a digital copy of a recording at no cost. Sections 5, 6, and 7 would remove outdated statutory language to more accurately reflect the role of the Second Injury Fund as it exists today and has for some time. Section 8 would remove the commission's administrative purposes only connection to the Department of Labor. The commission does not have a dependent administrative relationship with the Department of Labor, but rather, like other state agencies, utilizes the services of the Department of Administrative Services. Section 8 would also remove outdated statutory language that creates a medical panel for use in occupational disease cases and allows a Superior Court judge to order the destruction of 10-year-old workers' compensation agreements filed in the Superior Court. These minor and technical changes will align statutory language with modern administrative practices and promote a framework that more accurately reflects current law. I thank you again for providing me with the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 907, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions or comments for the good chairman of Workers' Comp? Seeing none, I will thank you for your testimony and your time with us today. Have a great day.
You as well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, up next, we have Tanya Hughes, Executive Director, Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Mrs. Hughes, you have the floor.
Good morning, Representative Porter. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, and members of the Labor Committee. I'm Tanya Hughes, the Executive Director of CHRO, and with me is Deputy Director Cheryl Sharp, and we thank you for this opportunity to testify today on a number of important bills, but in the interest of time, I'd like to focus on HB 6476, an act concerning a disparity study, and I'll refer you to our written testimony for our comments on other bills. The Commission appreciates the Labor Committee's continued willingness to work with us on a bill to authorize a disparity study. We continue to work with DAS to ensure that the procurement process envisioned by the bill is structured in the best way possible. And through our contract compliance unit, we enforce the state's anti-discrimination contract compliance laws, and they include a set-aside plan compliance, which guarantees that competitive bidding and other contracting processes will give qualified but underutilized small businesses within the state the opportunity to get state contracts. These set-asides currently 25% for small businesses and then 25% of those small businesses for enterprises owned by women, ethnic minorities, and individuals with disabilities are designed to create greater inclusion of historically disadvantaged persons in state-funded public works contracts. This program in turn contributes to the state's economic development by allowing dollars to be turned over within the state and keeping state dollars in local small businesses. For these reasons, set-asides must be grounded in specific, strong evidence that shows past or present discrimination against each of the protected classes in the set-aside program. The last time Connecticut conducted a disparity study was in 1992. Certainly, the diversity and economy of Connecticut has changed substantially over the last 30 years. A disparity study would provide an accurate picture of the availability pool of small contractors owned by women, ethnic minorities, and individuals with disabilities, and ensure equity and equality in state contracting by affirmatively addressing underutilization. And then with respect to HB 6474, an act concerning collateral employment consequences of a criminal record, we'd like to express our strong support and stress that under current law, the state must use a balancing test when considering an applicant who has a prior criminal conviction. This act expands Section 46A-80 of the statutes to private employers as well. The Commission is fully supportive of legislative efforts to address the barriers faced by individuals with a criminal record as they re-enter the community following their release from incarceration. We support prohibiting all employers, both public and private, landlords and institutions of higher education, from discriminating based on criminal history record information. Finally, the Commission also supports HB 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. Our thoughts on that bill, as well as information regarding HB 6475, an act concerning forced arbitration agreements, can be found in our submitted testimony, and we thank you again for the opportunity to speak before you today. Again, with me is Cheryl Sharp, expert witness, to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that, Executive Director Hughes. And Ms. Sharp, I will give you an opportunity to make a statement now if you'd like. And if not, we'll go ahead and open it up for questions.
We invite you to open it up for questions. We know that you have a lot of people who want to testify, and there are over 100 and something people on your list to testify. So we just want to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that, and thank you for understanding. Representative Ritigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, ladies. How are you today?
Great, thank you.
Great. I just have a quick question on the on 6474, the consequences of a criminal record. I'm sympathetic to the overall issue. You know, I think people, once they've paid their debts to society, things should open up for them. They should be able to live their life and make money and do whatever it needs. But are there any limitations on this bill that you would support? Does this apply to people that are on parole that are still active in their sentence? Would you support any limitation to it whatsoever?
Yeah, the
Well, I
commission.
think it speaks to that when it calls for a balancing test. Those are the considerations that must be taken into place when you're considering an employee. Cheryl, you wanted to add?
Yeah, so if you look at 46A80, which has been around for a long time, that's what we use in the state for state employment and in state agencies. And we found it to be really effective because of that balancing test, looking at the crime that was committed and the length of time since the crime has been committed, what type of rehabilitation the person has engaged in, and the opportunity that they're seeking. So the balancing test is actually built right into the statute already.
So a private employer could use that same balancing test?
Yeah, if the language is used in 46A80, the same balancing test that the state currently uses is what is being proposed to be used for private employers. And we think that that is the best way to be able to utilize and balance everyone's interests. So you're offering the opportunity for people to reintegrate into society while balancing the needs of landlords and employers to not have a debacle in their environment.
So last question. So this applies to people who have fully completed their sentences. That includes either time incarcerated plus whatever probation or you know, whatever that is. These are people that are done with their involvement with the justice system, or does it include everybody?
So someone may not be done with their involvement with the criminal justice system, and the balancing test would still apply. So currently, when a case is filed against a private employer now, the EEOC, which is our sister agency, has issued guidance to indicate that there's a disproportionate impact on Black and Hispanic and Brown people as it relates to their criminal history because of, for various reasons, including the over policing in their communities. And so the guidance issued by the EEOC explained that, you know, a balancing test is important and that these individuals should be given an opportunity to not lose, you know, housing or employment. Really, with the EEOC guidance, it's the employment based on a prior criminal conviction.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for those responses. I do get where the good representative was going, and I think it's very important to make the point that we have people that should have access to this balancing test, right, whether they're on parole, probation, specifically because of what we have in this state called special parole. You can have people serve their time and still have an exorbitant amount of time hanging over their heads. And when we're sending them home and demanding that they have to have housing and employment, we must reduce any and all barriers possible, right? Taking into consideration public safety, but also taking into consideration the safety of people to be able to go to work and make a living so that they don't have to revert back to the things that actually put them behind bars to start with. So thank you for that question, Representative Ritigliano. And thank you, Ms. Sharp, for your response. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I thank you both for your time today.
Thank you.
For the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Anthony Salvatore, Town Manager for the Town of Cromwell. Mr. Salvatore, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Anthony Salvatore. I'm the town manager for the town of Cromwell. And just a little background information, I did 41 years with the Cromwell Police Department, 23 and a half as chief of police. I started the Cromwell Police Union back in 1977 and as the president until up until the time that I made rank, was a union officer. So I have familiar on both sides of the street when it comes to these types of matters. And I'm here this morning to talk in opposition to Senate Bill 908, and that concerning the right of a public employee to join or support a union. The proposed changes outlined in this bill represent a fundamental shift in functions and operations that have traditionally been the responsibility of management. They would infringe on the autonomy of municipal employers to efficiently manage their operations and employees. Additionally, these proposals would place municipal employers in precautious and potentially compromising positions. Since the Janus Supreme Court decision was made, CCM has not seen an issue between labor and management, and these changes are totally unnecessary. To us, on behalf of CCM, it is a solution looking for a problem. CCM supports Open Committee 908 reporting requirement on our towns and cities. It would create a new administrative burden and impose an unfunded mandate on municipal employers. Additionally, municipal employers may not secure a new hire until shortly before the agreed upon start date in new employee orientation, which often takes place on the first day of employment, which would be negatively impacted. The notice and access requirements mandated by SB 908 would likely cause unnecessary delays in the municipal hiring process. Additionally, CCM has concerns that these bills may violate HIPAA as well as ADA and other laws because employees make confidential decisions and disclose personal information during the orientation process. SB 908 would give union representatives virtually unrestricted access to municipal facilities, buildings, and electronic communication systems. Municipalities are neutral when it comes to employee choice to whether or not to join a union. These requirements harm the relationship between management and labor. Particularly troubling is that this bill would delegate certain payroll functions to the union rather than the employee. It would allow the union to withhold information from municipal employers concerning employee payroll deduction authorizations. Payroll deductions should not be made without the written authorization of the employee. Additionally, copies of the authorization should be kept on record in the event of a dispute that arises. Also, we are concerned with liability issues that may arise if there were to be a dispute, the union and employee as it related to payroll deductions. Lastly, the provisions of the bill may interfere with contracts some municipality employers currently hold with third-party payroll vendors. We believe that these contracts should be respected, as any alternatives of contracts currently in place may result in negative fiscal impact and increased administrative burdens to participate in municipalities. Again, accordingly, representing CCM, we believe the changes outlined in these proposals should be subject of collective bargaining, and as a result, CCM opposes this piece of legislation. Be happy to try to answer any questions or get the committee the answers.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Salvatore. I do see Senator Lester. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Chief Salvatore. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony. Look forward to working with you and with CCM to understand those concerns and work with the committee leadership to take those into consideration as the committee process moves forward. But it's always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lester. I see no other hands, so I will just echo the sentiments of the good senator. And thank you for being with us today, Mr. Salvatore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, up next, we will have First Selectman Michael Chris, Town of Harrington. Mr. Chris, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members and ranking members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. I'm here on behalf of the town of Harlingen and also CCM, echoing many of the concerns. I won't read the testimony because it's already been submitted, and in due light of time, I'd like to just cut to the chase. But we want to work jointly. We're asking, CCM and town of Harlingen is asking that the committee take no action on 908 as it sits right now, due to, obviously, as we talked about previously, the associated unintended consequences go along with this bill that could burden small towns with administrative costs and with a limited administrative staff. We're also understanding that there may be some unfunded mandates in here, and mandating the municipality to provide information to unions, home address, et cetera, should never, we feel that the bill ultimately oversteps the joint consensus and the good working relationship that we've had with our bargaining units over the years, and the consensus to constantly work together in favor of the employees and management together in harmony. And this bill tends to seem like it oversteps some of those areas by disclosing employee information that they may not want disclosed, utilizing taxpayers' facilities and resources that they may not be in favor of, and the employees may not be in favor of as well. We've always had that agreement that if you want to use one of our buildings after hours, listen, go right ahead. It's fine. You want to hold a meeting. It's never needed a bill to administer that. But also with COVID-19 and the added cleaning costs, obviously those would be unanticipated and unintended consequences from this bill. Union having access, the right to use employers' emails. As you know, all of our emails are FOIable. We'd be afraid that some of that union business and maybe some of those union discussions could be disclosed publicly that are not necessarily part of public, especially if it's part of negotiations. Could be detrimental to not only the union, but to management as well, as we try to find peaceful resolution to some of the things that we look at going forward. And we continue to, upon request of the public employer, an exclusive representative to parties to negotiate regarding structure, time, manner. Again, dragging out that hiring process for the municipalities when it's already difficult as it is for small municipalities like mine that can't afford large salaries and all of those great things to find employees to take the jobs. But now we're going to drag the process out even longer by getting the union involved. And the union we've always had those open conversations when we hire someone for a union position to just say, listen, this is what we'd like to do. This is the person we're going to hire. And there's no change in the job, or there's going to be change in the job. And we negotiate that. So we think that all of this pretty much falls underneath the ability for the union and management to negotiate in good faith when union contracts come forward. And it's all part of collective bargaining. So I want to thank you all for listening to me today. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them or get those answers for you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any hands raised. So again, I thank you for being with us today and hope that you enjoy the rest of this day.
Thank you. You too, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So up next, we have Leticia Colon, CWC SEO, Latino and Puerto Rican, CWS CEO Subcommission. Ms. Colon, you do have the floor now.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I appreciate the hearing on this bill. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Connecticut Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity, specifically in my role as interim chair for Latino and Puerto Rican Affairs. You may know the commission engages on advising policymakers regarding equity issues impacting women, children, and seniors, along with a focus on Latino and Puerto Rican, African American, and Asian Pacific Islanders affairs. And this is our opinion raised in relationship to the disparity study. So this bill looks to afford the opportunity for the state to gather information, and we have some recommendations specifically that would be useful in relationship to that. I will just go right to our recommendations in order to beat everyone to the punch, since it's a very long agenda today. So we're fully in support of HB 6476, written as it is, with the following friendly amendments. We're really looking to ensure this disparity study is properly funded. We want to ensure that it accurately collects and reflects disaggregated data, that oversight is completed by an inclusive and diverse committee, which should be assigned at the start of developing the proposed disparity study, to ensure that that diverse group of people is part of the planning and outlining the budget, as well as the RFP process for choosing who will define what will be part of the study and how the study will be done. This is extremely important as part of a process to have something be meaningful, inclusive, and engaging as it relates to equity, to have a diverse group of stakeholders at the table when the study is being designed. We also ask that the scope be defined and appropriate, and that final deadlines be put in place at the beginning of the work. And we want to make sure that we use effective and efficient use of time and resources. So we want to be sure that it's based on available data and that it's significantly and statistic evidence of past and continuing discrimination be considered as part of how our state awards contracts. A number of small contractors and minority enterprises and available analysis is not currently available because this study has not been done in a very long time and the dynamics and socioeconomic status of our state has changed. But we know as leaders that there is not equitable access currently to supports and resources that would lift and raise communities of color in the business and economic sectors of our state. And we certainly will be stronger together as statewide if we do take a look at gathering that data, specifically disaggregated data is what we really need to be seeing. And so I open the floor because I hope that someone actually might ask some questions and we might have some deeper dialogue on some of the issues that are facing communities of color and businesses of color. In closing, I just want to say that this formal request results from long-standing events and policies and practices that were intentionally or unintentionally designed to provide economic advantages to one group at the expense of another. And acknowledging the history of structural discrimination and institutional racism is critical to creating equitable and inclusive state plans and policies. And our communities specifically seek equal support and equal opportunities to create new paths for socioeconomic improvements in the communities that we live, work, and play in. And I thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
And I thank you for your testimony, Leticia. I do see that my colleague, the Honorable Representative Edwin Vargas, has his hand up, so you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to hear your presentation. I'm glad that Leticia Colon has been able to come and give us a summary of what's going on. I just wondered if you wanted to expound a little on what the commission is doing in terms of this whole COVID crisis.
Representative Vargas, I'm going to have to ask that conversation be had offline since it is not germane to what she's testifying to today, and ask if you have any questions on the disparity study. I welcome those.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just we'll like to have a conversation offline, so I'll post my my cell phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Vargas. I appreciate it. And I can give you something very short in relationship to this. Clearly, the pandemic has heightened the need to look at our communities and take a closer look at the disparities. So in relationship to that, as it would relate to this disparity study bill, we have found with our work at the commission that there are groups and swaths of communities of color who do not have access to things as business owners, such as computers, broadband Wi-Fi, and they don't have the skills that they need to access information on supports like PPP loans and equity grants. And so this disparity study would really open the doors to gather that disaggregated data to ensure that when we are giving loans and grants out, that we're giving them to more than, so minorities include white women, Hispanics, Black Americans, Asian Americans, all different groups of people are minorities these days. And so it's important that the data be disaggregated so that we can ensure that the supports and services we offer are getting to the communities equally, not just some communities. And that would mean bridging those gaps. But we can't create the right policies, procedures, budgets, or plans if we don't first gather the data in a way that would reflect who are getting the supports now and who are not getting the supports, so we can properly allocate those and write policies that allow for the underrepresented populations to have a seat at the table as well. So that may be what you were asking.
Thank you, Ms. Colon, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you both, and thank you for bringing that full circle as it relates to the disparity study. Really great points made, Leticia. Next up, we have Senator Kushner. Madam, you have the floor.
I just had to smile when you responded there because, I don't think Leticia is still on camera, but I hope she's still hearing me. I just love the way you made it germane. But I think that you did it because you really understand the connection, and we all do, that with the disparate impact of COVID-19 on Black and Brown communities, of course, it does contribute to the need for this disparity study now. And I know, Madam Chair, you have worked tirelessly to bring forward this legislation in the past, and we weren't able to get it across the finish line. And I certainly hope we are able to do so this year, because it's important now more than ever. So thank you for testifying and making that so clear.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and I have to agree with you. It is so important, and it's straight across the board in all industries. This is not a pigeonhole problem that we have. This runs straight through the gamut of A to Z when we look at industries and the disproportionate impact pre-COVID and definitely exacerbated and highlighted throughout this pandemic. Senator Lester, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I support finally doing a disparity study. I think that's long overdue. You can yell at me, Madam Chair, but I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to say that as many members of the committee know, I have a newborn child, and I was trying to get in the habit of reading children's books to my child, and just the other night reading a book that Leticia happened to write, Dinero the Frog Learns to Save Energy. So I just wanted to thank her for writing that book, and it's always good to see a published author before the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You get that one in, new daddy. I'm gonna let you slide with that. And Leticia, I would love to have a copy of that book. And the only thing that I will add really quickly before we move on is that, we have been trying to get this disparity done for quite some years now. And as Senator Kushner said, I hope that this is the year that we get it done. I believe it is the year we should get it done because of this pandemic and what we can no longer deny. The right time, it's always the right time to do the right thing. And the people closest to the problems are closest to the solutions, but oftentimes furthest from the power. So the point that you made about there being oversight and diversity on this board is very important, because it must be taken into consideration on the front end if we're going to get the right goals and outcomes on the back end. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here on behalf of the commission that I'm serving. Y'all, I know this is the year you're going to lift this study. It's going to happen. I'm 100% sure of it, and I'm behind you all the way. Thank you so much for your service, everybody.
Thank you, and we really do appreciate your support. All right, up next, we have Elaine, and I hope I'm saying that right, Ramirez, she's a member of the leadership team and a student at CYL Brennan McMahon High School. Are you with us, Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I am. Hello, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Eliani Ramirez, and I am testifying on behalf of the Center for Youth Leadership at Brown McMahon High School in Norwalk and the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council at Stanford High. I'm testifying in support of SB 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers. You have a written testimony, so I will summarize our remarks. This has been a deeply personal issue for us since 2014, which is when we testified before this committee about a domestic workers' bill of rights. It remains so today through lost jobs, lost income, and the threat of eviction. COVID and negotiating learning options for their school-aged children. Over the years, we may have lost count of the numbers of our members whose mothers are domestic workers, but we remember the stories of hard work, sacrifice, love of family, wage exploitation, sexual harassment, and physical and emotional exhaustion. Yet they went to work. Our mothers went to work. We consider SB 943 a shining light at the end of a very long tunnel. The protections it provides our mothers elevates the status of their work. In addition, it sends the message that the state of Connecticut cares about them and values the services they provide to countless families. To paraphrase the National Domestic Workers Alliance, the work of our mothers makes all other work in Connecticut possible. The letter of hire called for in the bill, a letter that is so common to many of us, is a great leap forward for domestic workers beyond the protections it provides. The letter demonstrates respect for the pride our mothers take in their work. The letter dignifies the mops and brooms our mothers use, the gloves they wear, and the families they care for, and it lets them know that they have the right to report unfair labor practices. Finally, our members look forward to promoting the program that the Department of Labor, in partnership with local agencies, will design to educate domestic workers and employers about SB 943. We hope one of the partner agencies serve domestic workers in Stamford and Norwalk. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and you did a wonderful job. And because we just passed the Crown Act, I have to say, I'm loving your crown.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful curls. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Ilani. It is so wonderful always to see young people engaged in the political process. And so I applaud you for being here and testifying and for your past service as well. I just, you mentioned that you were hopeful that some of the help from this bill would go through the agencies and through the organizations in Stamford and Norwalk. And I wonder if you could, if you've had experience working with those neighborhood organizations, those on the ground folks who have the experience addressing issues of domestic workers, if you want to share a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, some of my closest friends, their mothers are domestic workers, and including some in my family. And we support an agency, or it's called Building One Community. It's located in Stamford, and it educates domestic workers in Stamford and Norwalk. And we hope that this bill will support agencies like that one.
Thank you so much. And I must say, I'm sure your mother, I hope she's watching, because if she is, I'm sure she's very, very proud of you today.
Yes.
Thank you,
All
Madam.
right. You're welcome, Senator Kushner. I see no further questions, so I will just echo the sentiments of the good chair. You did an outstanding job, and I am proud of you. So continue to do what you do. It matters. Your voice matters, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Up next, we have Mitch Goldblatt, Director of Human Resources, Guilford, Connecticut. Mr. Goldblatt, you have the floor.
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow. Committee chairs, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mitch Goldblatt. I'm Director of Human Resources for the town of Guilford, and also President of the Connecticut Public Employer Labor Relations Association, also known as COMPELRA. In addition, I'm a member of the Town of Orange Board of Selectmen and serve on the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities Policy Committee on Labor Relations. Plain and simple, the proposed changes outlined in Senate Bill 908 are unnecessary, provide an overreaction to the current labor situation in cities and towns, and place an unfunded mandate on our municipalities. This bill creates issues where, quite frankly, none may exist. Labor relations is about communications between municipalities and their respective labor unions. However, Senate Bill 908 implies that we are incapable of communicating effectively and imposes huge unnecessary and unfunded burdens on towns and cities. The state legislature should be aware of the difficult municipal job market and the need to effectively onboard successful candidates as soon as possible. Such orientation typically takes place on the first day of employment, which may be just a few days after securing necessary approvals, background checks, and commitments. I have no problem making time in my schedule to conduct such orientations and allowing a union representative to attend, which they often actually do. It would be only fair to provide the exclusive representative the same amount of time before orientation is given to the employee. But waiting a minimum of 10 days could actually jeopardize or slow the actual hiring process, especially in the need of public safety for those towns and cities that hire as quickly as possible. The need to negotiate the structure, time, and manner of orientations is simply ridiculous and unnecessary. Unlike some of my colleagues, I personally disagree with the Supreme Court decision of Janus versus AFSCME, which allows for freeloading among other issues. However, my counterparts have reported very little erosion of union membership, if at all, since that decision, and these bills will only create issues between management and labor where none currently exist. Most human resource professionals in Connecticut have a good working relationship with their union leadership. These bills will strike an unnecessary wedge between the parties and potentially create an adversarial relationship that never before existed. In Guilford, I provide workplace information to the union leaders whenever requested and not to a mandated schedule. However, I have no idea how numerous small towns like my town of Orange, which don't have a human resource department, can even comply with the intent and restrictions that this bill contains without additional staffing, making this an unfunded mandate. Finally, this bill would delegate certain payroll functions to the union. Municipalities don't make any payroll deductions, including taxes, medical cost sharing, or retirement savings, to name a few, without written authorization from the employee themselves. To allow for the union or anyone else to authorize a deduction for any individual is certainly unwise, exposing the employer to claims later whether such deductions were actually authorized and creating a very, very dangerous precedent. In fact, a good portion of the bill discusses the resolution of disputes on unfair labor practices over dues deductions. This can all be easily eliminated by not forcing the exclusive representatives to be holding on to dues authorizations. It is simple. Dues authorizations signed by the employee and submitted to payroll will be processed, as they always have. On a side note, this bill differs from previously submitted bills on the same topic by eliminating language on how an employee can opt out of union membership. That in itself is a major flaw and certainly does not follow the Supreme Court decision. You know, all the issues I've raised can be relieved by adding the phrase, quote, or as agreed upon.
Your 3 minutes have concluded. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm going to conclude. Thank you. Or as agreed upon between the employer and the exclusive representative. But the legitimate concerns with the current bill should be evidence enough for its defeat. Putting all these mandates together will only jeopardize and strain future labor management relations in the state of Connecticut. I strongly urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 908. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goldblatt. And I do not see any hands raised, so I will ask you, I'm sorry, we have Representative Anderson. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Goldblatt, I just missed that last phrase when you were told you run out of time, the phrase you wanted added. Could you restate that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Anderson. The phrase would be, in quote, I put, or as agreed upon between the employer and the exclusive representative. So if we have agreement, therefore we either don't need the bill, or at least it gives us a provision to make those things happen if we do have that, which I think a very fine relationship between the union and the management of any town or city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldblatt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Just double checking. Okay, we have no hands at this time. So thank you again for being here and for providing us with your testimony and your concerns regarding this bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Porter. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, so up next, we're going to have Gretchen Rafa from Planned Parenthood, Senior Director of Public Policy. Ms. Rafa, you have the floor and welcome. Mr. Clerk, do we have Gretchen Rafa with us?
Madam Chair, Ms. Rafa is absent.
Okay, so we will move on and come back to her later. Next up, we have the president of SEIU Local 2001, Stephen Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor. Mr. Clerk, is Mr. Anderson in the room?
Yes, Madam Chair, I've asked him to unmute.
Thank you.
Representative Porter, we may want to just move on and come back. There obviously seems to be a little technical difficulty here.
Up next, we have Nellie Jara from Connecticut Workers Center. Ms. Nellie, you have the floor.
And I'm not sure if she's in the room as well, so we may have to come back to some of these folks.
Mr. Clerk, okay, I see that you have just said that she is absent. So up next, we have L. Esliman, legal intern with NHLAA. Okay, let's move on. We have Amy, and I am not going to butcher your last name. Hewitt, and I'm going to let you pronounce that, Amy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's my last name is Hewitt. My name is Amy Hewitt, and good afternoon, good morning, everybody. It is nice to see some of you again. I've spoken with some of you before, so thank you so much for having me. So I am speaking on behalf of HB 6120, and I will keep this short because I know you have a long agenda today. So good afternoon. I'm speaking to support HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. My name is Amy Hewitt, and I work for Proponent, which is the largest independently owned aircraft parts distributor in the world. Proponent is a member of the NCEO, which is the National Center for Employee Ownership, and the ESOP Association, or we call T. I serve as the immediate past president of the New England chapter of the ESOP Association. I have been researching about and working on establishing a Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership for about 4 years now. And as you all have heard, we actually have a shell center established. I believe employee ownership is the best path to provide essentials like better distribution of wealth, a more secure retirement for the employee owners, and ultimately more prosperity for Connecticut citizens and their communities. ESOPs are one of the best paths to a solid retirement for most Americans who are employed by one. A 1997 Washington State study found that ESOP participants made 5 to 12% more in wages and had almost 3 times the retirement assets as did workers in comparable non-ESOP companies. Employee-owned companies have been shown to be fairly recession-proof. A 2000 Rutgers study showed that ESOP companies also grow at 2.3 to 2.4% faster after setting up their ESOP than would have been expected without it. ESOP companies tend to see lower turnover. Companies like to focus on the welfare of their employees since every employee has a stake in their company. This encourages employees to work harder and stay with one company longer as opposed to moving around after a few years. There is a wave or what we call a silver tsunami of private company owners in Connecticut who might need a succession plan. Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership will provide education and outreach to those business owners to help them understand their options and provide non-financial resources to help them establish an ESOP or a co-op. The center can help assess what might be the best option for them. These efforts could keep some of those approximately 27,000 Connecticut Silver Tsunami businesses, which employ around 285,000 Connecticut residents, open and in Connecticut. Mott Corporation is a great example of what could have been a potential loss to Connecticut. The previous owner of Mott Corp was thinking about selling to a European company. This could have been a potential loss of jobs in Hartford, but the owner decided an ESOP was right for his company and converted. Today, Mott Corp is very successful and still located in Hartford. State centers are opening all over the country. States with centers tend to see significant growth of ESOP companies. Our center would provide education, direction, and even support after conversion to employee ownership. We could help protect current jobs and bring in more employment options for residents because ESOPs tend to grow quickly. State revenue will increase, communities will see improvements from a social and economic perspective, and its residents will retire better. All reasons to stay and raise a family in Connecticut. In closing, supporting HB 6120 for the Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership will make it easier for companies to convert to ESOPs or co-ops, which will benefit the state of Connecticut. If we would like to improve the economy, convince more companies and families to move here or stay here, and improve the overall health of our state, promoting employee ownership through education and outreach via a state center is a great way to accomplish those goals. Thank you, and I am open to any questions.
Thank you for that testimony, Ms. Hewitt. The only question that I have at this point is I missed this. I caught the tail end of it. So if you could please just restate how many workers you said how much more they made in wages. Can you go back to that? I missed that number.
Yes, the ESOP participants made 5 to 12% more in wages than standard non-ESOP companies.
5 to 12%. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I don't see any hands for any further questions. And because you were limited to the 3 minutes, I would just ask that, is there one thing that you didn't get to state pertaining to this that you would like to put on the record before we let you go?
I I think the only thing I would say is that our goal is to provide education. There are too many people that don't understand that ESOPs and co-ops are an option for a succession plan. And so far, the Shell Center, I think, is gaining in popularity. So if we can get some support for it and actually open up a physical center to help people, I think it'll make a tremendous difference for businesses in Connecticut.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for bringing your knowledge to this piece of legislation. I think you've shed a lot of light on it through lived experience and what you've seen personally in growth and how this would help our small businesses in this state to actually prosper and bring their employees with them. So thank you again for your time today and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. So up next, we have I hate to mess people's names up. Abagahi Tepali, number 21. Are you in the room? ULA?
Yes.
Okay, please give me the correct pronunciation of your name.
Okay, mi nombre es Abigail Tepale.
All right, Abagahi Tepale. All right, you have the floor, madam, and I do understand you have a translator. Is that correct?
Yes, hi, how are you? My name is Nayeli Garcia, and I will be translating Abigail Tepale.
Thank you so much. You may proceed.
Before she proceeds, I don't know if it's possible for her to turn on her camera, but I just wanted to make sure she knows that her camera is not on at this time.
Abigail dice que si tú puedes prender tu cámara o no la quieres prender. Oh, no sé si, sí, así ya encontré. Okay. She's trying to turn it on. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
¿Pueden verme ahora? Sí, entonces dejas como un párrafo para que yo te lo traduzca, ¿ok? Ok. ¿Sí me miran? No. ¿No? Oh. Puedo hablar así y después poner la pantalla, ¿ok? Okay. She's not going to turn on the camera. Ok, el día de hoy estoy dando mi testimonio a favor de 2 proyectos de ley. Today I'm giving my testimony in favor of SB 943, which education and insurance for domestic worker, and HB 6537, an act to warranty pay sick days for all workers. Okay. Entonces, mi testimonio es que a mí me gustaría que aprobaran un tipo de ley para que no seamos abusados en el robo de horas o el robo salarial. Algunas veces yo soy empleada del trabajo en el hogar. Dear Representative Robin Potter and Senator Julie Kosher, and a member of the Labor and Public Employees Community. I am a domestic worker. I work for a lady who employs me in her house cleaning company. Every day we start work before 8 a.m., but we do not have regular time to end of the work day. Basically, she pays us the minimum wage. There are times when we work more than 40 hours a week and do not receive overtime pay. Puede seguir, Abigail. Algunas veces también trabajamos bastante que no tenemos tiempo para tomar un tiempo para comer y tampoco se nos es pago. Entonces, me gustaría que hicieran algo al respecto. Sometimes we work all day long and we work very, very fast and very hard to get home in time to see our children. That means that we have to do a job of 6 hours in less than 4 hours. So we end up exhausted. We do not have a moment of break, not even to eat or drink something. We end up giving our break time to the employer. Puede seguir. También otra cosa que quisiera agregar es que también como trabajamos en el hogar, no tenemos derecho a tomar ningún día de vacaciones pagadas ni días de enfermedad. Como ahora que pasó la pandemia, no tuvimos ningún pago por estos días que no trabajamos. No tuvimos ningún ingreso. Nosotros dependemos de este trabajo y no tenemos ningún ingreso de nada, absolutamente nada.
I would like to approve SB 943 for us and also HB 6537 on a sick days so that we can assert our rights. The right to have a half-hour break, the right to be paid overtime, to have a fair pay, to be given the minimum wage, and to be able to request sick days. At the end of the day, I am a worker like anyone, and like anyone else, I want to have a labor rights. Today, we cannot enforce our rights because we can be fired from work. Sometimes they train us with deportation. We end up bowing our hands and having our waves stolen from us. Since I have my children and many responsibilities as a mother, I end up lowering my hands and being in silence. Puedes seguir, Abigail.
Prácticamente es eso, solamente exigimos lo justo, el pago justo por nuestro trabajo. No queremos más, solamente que se nos sea pago nuestro trabajo y que se nos haga algún tipo de ley porque somos más sin derechos porque trabajamos los trabajos más, ¿cómo se puede decir? Que no hay ninguna ley que nos proteja. Somos los últimos trabajadores de la lista que tenemos ese tipo de derechos.
In this time of the pandemic, we were also laid off. And if they give us a few hours and we got sick from COVID, not only they suspend us, but none of us receive any paid sick days. Sometimes I start crying when I learn that there are people who have paid sick days, vacation, medical service, and insurance in case of work accidents. We don't have any of those things, and we are hardworking like anyone else. I feel that we are slaves of this work. As a woman, we are even more vulnerable to this type of exploitation. ¿Quieres decir? Solo creo que vas a agradecer, ¿no?
Sí, está bien. Gracias por dejarme participar en este proyecto de ley y espero que ustedes que pueden alzar la voz puedan hacer algo por nosotros porque también somos personas, somos humanos y merecemos los mismos derechos que todos los trabajadores.
You have the power to change our enslaving reality so that we can continue fighting to assert our rights. As a woman, as a domestic worker, as an immigrant, in the end, we're human as well as you. Honorable legislator, thank you. Gracias, Abigail.
Thank you, Abigail, for your testimony, and thank you, Ms. Garcia, for your service translating. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Abigail, for being here with us today. And I will speak briefly, and then Nayeli, if you will translate after I finish, I would appreciate it. But I just want to thank you for testifying and for sharing with us your experience as a domestic worker. I want to be sure that I understood that you, during COVID, if you were to get sick, you had no sick time at all. Is that correct?
Dice que muchas gracias, Abigail, por haber participado y ella quiere estar segura de que cuando tú te enfermaste de COVID no te pagaron nada.
No, no me pagaron nada.
No, she did not.
And are you working with any organizations that are helping you to establish your rights?
Okay, si estás trabajando con una organización que siga tus derechos.
No realmente, apenas soy miembro de ULA y he informado algunas cosas que antes no sabía, pero no.
She just started working with Unidad Latina, ULA, so she started knowing what her rights are because she didn't know.
Well, please let her, Abigail know that One of the reasons that we are working on these bills is because organizations like ULA and others have really helped us to understand the plight of domestic workers. And so continue working with the organizations and we will continue fighting for you.
Thank you.
Dice que siga trabajando con Unidad Latina, que también ellos van a seguir luchando con nosotros y contigo para que esto deje de pasar.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, I see no other hands, so thank you both for your time today. And I just echo the sentiments of my chair. We are definitely going to continue to fight the good fight on your behalf until the battle is won. We're here.
Thank you. Miss Robin Porter, I have a question. So there is a list. So we're in number 27 or 21?
She was number 21 on our list.
Oh, because I have another list. That's why I didn't know. But
okay.
I will be. Okay. I will
Okay,
be.
yes, she's number 21 on the list that I'm looking at. And actually, I'm just double checking to make sure we don't have any raised hands.
Thank you.
We don't. So again, thank you guys for being with us today and enjoy the rest of your day.
Gracias,
Okay.
Abigail.
De nada. Bye.
Adios. Bye.
Adios.
All right, so up next we have Anthony Lejeune, District Local 1199 PCA. You have the floor, Mr. Lejeune. I hope I'm saying that right. Correct me, please.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. The correct pronunciation is Legon, Anthony Legon.
Legon. You have
Yes.
the floor, Mr. Legon.
So thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the members of the labor community for allowing me to speak today and being heard and allowing my voice to be heard. Today, I'm going to testify on behalf of not only myself, but thousands of workers that are under Allied Community Resources. We have been going and we have an ongoing battle with them for years without getting paid on time. We were unionized through SEIU 1199, and even with the union fighting for the rights, getting contracts and everything like that, it's still been a challenge. Me as a Black man in America, I have strikes against me already. I'm Black, I'm gay, people don't like that. So I already have strikes against me. I'm out here trying to do the right thing, work and take care of myself in a legal fashion. And Allied makes it very impossible. When Friday comes and I'm not getting paid on time, I have a car note, I have to pay rent, I have a little dog that I take care of, and I have all these responsibilities. I was trying to go to school, but I'm in and out of school constantly because I can't pay for books and I can't pay for this. And I have to sacrifice time but not going to school so I could pick up some hours. I'm literally working 3 jobs right now. 3, just to make ends meet, just to survive. 2 of those jobs are under Allied. Imagine if I'm not getting paid by 2 consumers every Friday. We went from getting paid twice every 2 weeks. Now we get paid weekly. Years ago, I was able to call up and, you know, see if they got my timesheets and everything like that. They put this new protocol in place where you can't even do that. So I'm just left in the wind every week. Like, oh my God, did they receive the timesheet? Did they receive the timesheet? They did this new thing where they have a confirmation on Thursdays, but they don't give out the confirmation until like 5, 6 o'clock. They close at 5 o'clock. So I can't even call them if I don't get my confirmation on Thursday to see what's going on with my timesheet and why I'm not getting paid on Friday. It's becoming very ridiculous. We have single parents out here who are struggling, who are behind on bills. I've been behind on bills because they didn't pay me. I went into overdraft in my account plenty of times. I can't even count the number of times I went into overdraft. I can't even count the number of times I had to call my mom and ask to borrow $10 for gas so I can make it to work, just so I could not get paid on time again. It's ridiculous. And I'm saying I'm out here trying to do what I need to do. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I wasn't born with a trust fund. I'm not a trust fund baby. My parents worked hard for everything they had. They instilled morals and values in me to work hard and everything. When you go out there, you work hard and you get what you deserve. I'm not getting what I deserve. I'm working hard. I'm showing up for work. Every time that I got to go there, I take care of people. For you guys who don't know what a personal care assistant is, we are pretty much like a nurse. We're a home visiting nurse. We go to people's house who don't want to be in a group home anymore because they don't want to spend their last days in a group home with other people who are dying. They want to be in the comfort of their own home. So I go to people's house. I have to bathe them. I have to feed them. I have to cook for them. I have to make sure they're taking their meds. I have to make sure that they're going to their doctor's appointments. It's COVID right now. I had a consumer contract COVID. I had to take him to the hospital in my car. I am out here at risk. I'm supposed to be an essential worker. I don't feel essential at all. They're calling me a hero. I feel like a zero because I'm not getting paid on time. Something simple as just being paid on time. I need to be paid on time. We need sick time off. We need paid time off. You know, we won that in the contract, but we need more. It was to the point where they wasn't even trying to give out PPE. We had to struggle to get PPE. I'm a healthcare worker. I'm a healthcare provider. There's no reason why we shouldn't even get that. There's no reason why I shouldn't be being paid on time. I'm on the front lines. I'm going into people's homes. When the whole country got shut down, I wasn't shut down. I was still going to work.
Thank you, Mr. Ligon. Your 3 minutes have concluded. Please conclude your remarks.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to conclude by asking you guys to please support us. Please support us with holding Ally accountable, either firing them or giving them some type of penalization where if they don't pay people on time, they have to come up with damage fees. I please ask you guys to support us and this bill that we have going on against Ally, this fight that we have going on against Ally. And I was saying thank you so much for hearing me, and you all have a blessed day.
Thank you for your testimony, your impassioned testimony, rightfully so. We are definitely, and I will speak for myself as the chair, there are other members that can speak for themselves. We are here to support you, and I hope knowing and showing you that in raising this bill and actually having a public hearing today, and just bringing awareness to everyone else around what's going on and how you all have suffered, you know, and you are absolutely correct. An honest day's work deserves an honest day's pay on time. And with that, I will go to Senator Kushner, who will be followed by Representative Ritigliano.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want you to know, Anthony, and I know there'll be other PCAs testifying today, over the many, many months of COVID, Representative Porter and myself worked with other committee chairs to hear about the issues that were confronting PCAs as well as other long-term care workers. And there were so many issues raised and so many problems. And this issue with Allied kept coming back to us. And sometimes the agency that governs in the state that really works with Allied was really eager to know who are the people that have been experiencing this. And so I want to just tell you how important it is that you're here to testify. It sounds like from your testimony, this happened to you repeatedly, not just once. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it's been happening before COVID-19 even took place. This has been going on for years. Ever since I've been on Allied's registry list, I've been there since 2012, 2013, and this is an ongoing problem.
I know that I met with constituents in the Danbury area before COVID. And so I can tell you, I heard the same story from them. And your union 1199 has brought us, you know, many PCAs to hear directly from on this issue. It's shameful that the state of Connecticut has a contract with a company that is not doing its job. And I do feel like it is our responsibility. One of the outcomes of the pandemic was to form a work group of legislators to address problems and then present legislative solutions. And that is why we are doing this Allied on-time payment wages bill, because of the experience we had. So thank you for being here. It's really important that we hear about this and understand how it's so critical to workers to be able to survive. So, and also thank you for your service to our community and taking care of the elderly in these difficult circumstances.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for hearing me out.
You're welcome. Representative Ritigliano, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir. It's outrageous that you don't get paid on time. I may have a couple of technical questions that maybe you can't answer, maybe the chair can answer. Who signed this contract with this company? The state of Connecticut, or is there a particular agency that gets involved with this thing?
From my understanding that Allied Community Resources is contracted through the state of Connecticut to pretty much cut our paychecks and hire us to do the work required to take care of the elderly and people who are have brain acquired injuries.
So have we confirmed that it's they're the ones that are holding up the paychecks and not the people entering the information and sending it to the payroll people? It's clearly an allied issue.
That's what I'm under the impression. It's clearly an allied issue. Like I had said in my testimony before, years ago when I first started, I used to call every Monday and see like, did they receive my timesheets? Depending on who I would talk to, they would tell me, oh, we don't do that. We don't do that. But then I would get some people who say, oh yeah, I could check it right now. It's literally right next door. The fax machine is right next door. Oh, your timesheets came in or your timesheets didn't come in. So it depends on who's up there and who's working and who wants to do their job and who doesn't. And I don't know if all the complaining from people calling all the time, trying to figure out if they got their timesheets, but they put that new protocol in place where you can't even call and ask for the receipts of your timesheets. They have this information where you give them your number and you get a confirmation on Thursday, like I said, and it's not always on time. Some people get it in the morning, some people get it at 7 o'clock at night. Allied closes at 5. And you have people who are left wondering, am I gonna get paid? Am I gonna get I have a bill tomorrow. Am I gonna be able to make rent this month? It's ridiculous. So to answer your question as best as I can answer, it is Allied's fault.
I gotta tell you, this is outrageous.
I think the
we
state
would never put up with this in the private sector, ever. I mean, is there no performance clause? See, you're probably not, I'm sorry, it's probably a question you can't answer. How we don't have a performance clause where we can't find there's a billion payroll processors. It's really a little illogical to me. If I had a payroll processor that was acting this way in my business, I mean, they'd be gone in a day. So I do find it a little hard to understand.
Yes,
but I
and
do feel for you.
whatever you can
get
do,
paid on time. It's the right thing to do. Anyway.
When whatever you can do to help us in this fight that we have, I really, really appreciate it because
I just don't know what a law. See, this is where I get confused because I'll pass the law, but we shouldn't need the law. They should have the ability to terminate a contract with a bad purveyor. So sure, I'll pass the law, but I'm really at a loss to understand why the state of Connecticut or any, we hire the company, right? They have to perform or they go. So I'm confused why we need the law, I guess. And I probably should have asked that to somebody else who signed this contract in the first place, to be blunt. But I do appreciate you coming out here. Hopefully we can get this solved.
I appreciate you asking questions. Thank you so much.
And we will move on to Representative Anderson. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lagan, I'm sorry for the troubles you've had getting paid. I actually have a close family member who has a PCA that's paid through Allied. And she has for several years. And there have been several instances where she wasn't paid on time, but Allied was not the employer. The person receiving care was the employer. And the errors in every case were not Allied, but were the person submitting the timesheet in the improper way or even 2 minutes late. So I've observed that Allied is fairly reliable in my case, and that's over 5 to 10 years. And the problems were, unfortunately, Allied is the payroll service and it was the employer making the errors. And in 3 or 4 of those cases, I personally gave cash loan to the person until they could get paid, the caregiver, because I was sympathetic to situations like you. So sometimes, unfortunately, it's the person getting the information to Allied. I don't know if you've picked up on that, if that could be part of the
not to cut you off, Representative Anderson, but I'm also under Sunset Shores Fiscal Intermediary, and they do the same thing that Allied does. There was one time that I messed up on my timesheet. I put the wrong improper date. They called me and they said, hey, Mr. Lagan, you put the wrong date on your timesheet. If you fix it by today, you'll be paid on Friday. How come Allied cannot do the same thing? I understand they have thousands of people up there, but if Sunset Shores can do that, then Allied can do the same thing. And then I'll give you a little example. A few weeks ago, I don't know if Allied is trying to change their system and work on what they're doing and get themselves together, but I messed up on my timesheet before. It happens. I'm human. We make errors, okay? And they called me. They said, hey, you didn't put this on your timesheet. Do we have the permission to fix this? So if they're going to start trying to fix things now because we're putting the pressure on them, this is something that should have been done. If you guys can now all of a sudden magically find this way to start fixing people's timesheets and start finding people's number and calling them and say, hey, you messed up on your timesheet, then why can't that be done? I'm not understanding. I don't have no excuse. I'm so happy that you're in the position where your PCA worker didn't get their pay and you have enough money where you can pay them, but everybody is not going through like that right now. The person I take care of, they're on a low budget income. They don't have no money. If I don't get paid on time, they can't throw me $100 because I'm so sorry you didn't get paid on time. That's not realistic. These people need to be held accountable. And if you're not going to be paying people on time, you need to pay for their damages. I can't tell you how many times I've had an overdraft in my account, and it's Ally's fault. And like I said, if they can call me a few weeks ago and say, hey, you forgot to put the date on your timesheet, can we put it in there for you? And I say, yeah, go right ahead. And I get paid on time, they need to be able to do that. Or we need another payee who is capable of doing that, and they cannot handle the responsibility that the state hired them for. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not giving them any more excuses. I've been going through this for too many years. There's too many people who have been going through this for too many years. And if we have another payee like Sunset Shores who can do this and who's capable and competent of doing this, then there's no excuse for Ally. They gotta go. They gotta go, or they gotta be reprimanded. They gotta start paying for people's damages because people are out here struggling. And there's no reason why they couldn't get their stuff together during a pandemic. And I'm gonna also give you another example. I worked with another lady. Like I said, I have 3 individuals I take care of. 3 individuals. 2 of those people are under Ally. Last year during COVID, she had someone working for her. She lives in New Haven. It's a predominantly Black area. The woman, the PCA worker who was working for her, she's Caucasian. So she was uncomfortable with working in the New Haven area around a bunch of Black people. So she quit. This lady needed help, an emergency hire. I put my application in through Ally 4 to 5 different times, to the point where I was getting so tired. I was like, you know what? We got to call her case manager and get an emergency hire. It's things like that this lady is 60 years old. She has a heart problem. There should be no reason why it took me over a month to get hired to work with her. No reason why. And even when I started working with her, they still had all these problems. Oh, we can't find this, and we can't find that, and we can't find this, and we can't find your payroll information. We can't find your bankroll information. I'm still getting a paycheck in the mail from them. And I've been with this lady since September. They still can't find my direct deposit information. No,
Thank you.
There's no excuse.
Thank you, Mr. Legone. I think we get where you're going with that, and I do understand your passion. It's a lot to deal with, but Representative Anderson, I will only ask if you have any further questions or comments for Mr. Anthony.
Sure, Mr. Legone, so it sounds like Allied, has a performance problem compared to others. Like my observation validates that if you are 1 minute late with one error, that the caregiver in my family, even if we correct it that night, the pay is delayed a week. So it's a hardship, understandable hardship. So if the performance Allied is not up to standard, then maybe, I don't know if we have to need to change the standard that you've got 1 business day to repair, but I validate that they're unforgiving. But the way this law is written, my family member is the employer. So I wonder, would my family member be the one fined $25 a day? Now, Ally doesn't fix it for a week. My family member's fined $175. So that's a concern of mine. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No worries. I understand your concern, and my only suggestion is that you put it in the contract and the clause where your family member wouldn't be affected. I have family members too that I take care of, and I would hate for them to be affected by an Allied error. I think Allied should be the one who has to pay for those damages.
Right. It just seems like the way it's written now, the employer is the person that's using Allied service, so they might be fined. So I'll just state that's a concern with the way it's written right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you both. And we do have people that will speak to that, Mr. Anderson, to bring clarity to your concern. And I see no further hands raised, so we will go ahead and move on. And Mr. Legone, I'd like to thank you again for being here today as one of the people closest to the problems, helping us to resolve this in a solution that will be effective, right? That will really be a solution to help
Thank
you and every other allied worker. Well, person that gets paid by allied.
Thank you.
You're
You all
welcome.
have a blessed day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so up next, we have Sal Luciano, the president of Connecticut AFL-CIO. Mr. Luciano, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the hardworking members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Sal Luciano, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm here to support 7 bills and oppose 3 of them. Senate Bill 904, an act concerning the Labor Department's executive director, I oppose. What the department really needs is a significant investment in hiring frontline staff who can process unemployment benefits. Rather than hiring enough staff to administer the intake and application processes related to the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, PUA, the department entered into a no-bid agreement with Maximus Corporation to privatize the work. The no-bid contract siphoned taxpayer dollars to benefit an out-of-state corporation when Connecticut residents need jobs. In-house employees who are accountable to taxpayers would have been a much better option. At a time of crisis like the pandemic, the state should be investing in its own people instead of boosting the profits of a billion-dollar corporation. Sadly, the agency also entered into an agreement with temporary services agency Robert Half to administer overpayments of PUA benefits. The Department of Labor needs staff to execute core functions. It does not need another layer of management. We oppose Senate Bill 905. The genesis of this is to make the arbitration board less diverse, and we're not in favor of that. Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements, we fully support, and I've testified to this many times, including in 1919. Senate Bill 908, an act concerning the right of public employees to join or support a union, we support, and you'll hear more from Dan Livingston and others. Senate Bill 942, an act concerning on-time payment of wages, support. We agree with Representative Ritigliano that it's outrageous that people don't get paid on time. The Allied Community Resources acts as a fiscal intermediary for the state's self-directed programs. It has a $6 million contract with the Department of Social Services to process payrolls to more than 6,800 personal care attendants and other home care workers. These are essential workers. They need to be paid on time. Senate Bill 943, an act concerning wage, education, and enforcement relating to domestic workers. I agree with Commissioner Westby. Frances Perkins was a wonderful labor secretary, but even she could not overcome the racist positions in 1937, 38. The exclusion to the National Labor Relations Board ability to organize were mostly to African Americans, and now extended to African Americans, to both Black and brown people. So we encourage and support this bill, and we hope that we can get on board with the fact that it's 2021. We support House Bill 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. Anything that will help workers and redistribute wealth to more people in the state of Connecticut, we support.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano. Your 3 minutes have concluded. Please conclude your remarks.
So just a couple other pieces is an act concerning forced arbitration agreements. We're in opposition. An act requiring adequate equipment and reimbursement for employees working from home, we support. People who work from home before the pandemic were able to get tax relief. Now that other people are working at home, they can't. And so we support this bill that would equalize the playing field. An act concerning expansion of paid sick days for domestic workers coverage. Again, we support. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano. I'm looking to see if we have any questions. And I don't see any, and I will just ask, I know you ran out of time, if there was anything else that you wanted to state for the record before we let you go today.
No, I'm good. I just, the stories of people like Anthony Lagan and the other domestic workers, they just break my heart.
Well, thank you for that. And I'll just, well, now we have two hands up, but before I call on the representative, actually, I'm not sure. So you guys, who we have Representative Anderson and Representative Vitigliano. Vitigliano, up
Yeah, I'll be
first?
quick. I just, it's probably the wrong person to ask the question to, but I thought of it after I was asking the last gentleman. Sal, if my payroll person is late or makes a mistake, I'm culpable. So wouldn't they be able to go, the question that Representative Anderson asked is kind of a good one. Who is technically the employer? Because the state of Connecticut contracted with Allied, correct? So wouldn't the state of Connecticut, if say you were going to make a complaint with the Department of Labor that your paycheck is late, which that, from my understanding, the way I know it, that gentleman should be able to do that, quite frankly. Who's responsible? You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, I'm responsible if I have a really bad payroll person. If the check's late or wrong, I get dinged for it. Wouldn't the state of Connecticut currently, in your opinion, be the one responsible for the payroll issues these poor folks are feeling? And if that question's probably to be someone else, I guess if I put it on the ether, the next witness will answer it. But
Yeah, so the answer to that is, what does the contract say? So the state of Connecticut contracted with Allied, and so it would depend what Allied said. You're correct. You know, when we privatize certain functions, we should have performance bonds. We did that when we built the 84 and they didn't connect the sewers. If you remember, at the bottom of Southington Mountain was a lake. And the way that was corrected was that we forced the company to do a performance bond. And that way the state of Connecticut wasn't on the hook. So in large measure, it depends how the contract is written. And usually the contract is written that they should be fired and replaced by somebody who can do the work and on time.
But a contract wouldn't absolve an employer from following Department of Labor regulations. You are required to pay the people. They work, they get paid. So if you have a crappy payroll processor, you're still on the hook. When they make that complaint with the Department of Labor, you know, if I had the bad payroll person, I would be the one going before them, not my payroll person. Shouldn't that young man be able to file a complaint with the Department of Labor to get some relief, or am I reading that wrong?
It's a very difficult process. He can file with the Department of Labor. That's him doing that, and him getting timely pay anytime soon is not likely to happen.
I think Senator Kushner might want to chime in, but I'm free for an open discussion. I'll actually turn it back over. Thank you, sir. Maybe somebody else could answer that question as we go along, but I'd like to see that solved. I just want to make sure we go after the right person. You know, that when Representative Anderson said, "Hey, my mom is technically the employer," I'm like, geez, she didn't. You know, I know it wasn't your mom, Representative, but she didn't hire Allied. So how is she responsible? But she technically may be the employer. That's where it gets a little muddy for me. So I'm happy to hear what Senator Kushner has to say, Madam Chairman, but it's up to you.
Thank you, Representative Vitigliano, and we will hear from Senator Kushner after we hear from Representative Anderson, who had his hand up next, and I would like to recognize him in that order. Representative Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Luciano, just trying to understand Senate Bill 908. It seems to be giving the exclusive representatives for, it seems mostly to apply to municipal employees, giving access to the exclusive representative by statute. So how is this different for the situation with the exclusive representatives of the various state employees? Is that by collective bargaining agreement, or is it by statute? Why?
The state contracts have that provision already in them. You'll hear more from Dan Livingston regarding the differentiation between state and municipal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome, Representative Anderson. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, and I'm not going to endeavor to answer all the questions around Allied payroll, but I will say, having worked in this area many years ago, there are issues around employee status and who is the employer. but I know that later on the agenda today, we have Deirdre Murch from 1199 who represents the PCAs, and she's very familiar with the contract and with all of these payroll issues and with what our state agencies have been doing, have been trying to do to correct the problem. So I think if we, it's the issue of the way the lottery comes up, and when people speak, that we sometimes have the expert a little further down the line. But I encourage Representative Rutigliano to ask those questions if you're here, and if for any reason you can't be because of other responsibilities and hearings, I'm sure we will ask those questions of Deirdre Murch. Thank you. You're muted. Madam Chair, you're still muted.
Thank you. No, I was just stating that the only thing I'll add to that is that we know Allied is not the employer, so DOL has no purview. And we do have experts coming up that can better speak to that. So we look forward to hearing from them when they land in the queue. Any further comments or questions? I see none. So thank you, Mr. Luciano, for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do.
You're welcome, and ditto. All right, up next, we have Kate Ferrara, Representative Ferrara. She is back in the room, I hear, so I do want to give you the floor at this time, madam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of our chairs and all the distinguished members. Thanks for everyone who's testified today. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of my colleagues today in support of House Bill 6537, which is an act concerning paid sick days expansion and domestic worker coverage. And I am proud to represent the 20th District, which is in Southern West Hartford, which is home to so many young workers and working families. And I have to say, when I was writing this testimony late last night, I was reflecting a bit on where we're at in this crisis. And we're almost at this 1 year mark when many of us, along with our friends and families and coworkers, entered into a public health emergency. And since then, we have learned about Zoom, we've learned about PPE and who is an essential worker, but we've also learned about the very gaps in our public policies and where it necessitates change. And I really come before you today to say that one of these issues that necessitates change really is paid sick leave. It is used for leave from work for short-term healthcare needs and preventative care, such as a doctor's appointment, or in the case of COVID right now, testing or getting your vaccine. And here in Connecticut, our paid sick law right now only applies to certain hourly workers, hourly service workers who are working for employers with 50 or more employees. So when you think about the majority of businesses who are in our communities, this current law really barely protects the large amount of workers who need it. And all the other states that have enacted paid sick leave do not feature the carve-outs that Connecticut law does. And our existing law also exempts nonprofits, manufacturers, and temporary or day laborers. We have seen during this pandemic, actually our government respond to this tremendous need for paid sick leave. So at the federal level, our federal government has stepped in with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which provides eligible workers up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave for COVID-specific purposes. We also saw our own Governor Lamont step up to ensure that teachers during this pandemic have access to paid sick leave. And really now is the time for us as legislators to take action to enact what were these initial measures and to make them more permanent so that we do have access to paid sick leave for all of our workers. And this is not just important in a pandemic, but for the health and safety of our workplaces and workers, because people with paid sick time, without paid sick time, are 1.5 times more likely than people with it to go to work with an illness. And it's a very critical gender and racial justice issue, we know, because women and people of color are overrepresented in jobs that do not provide paid sick days. I really think this bill with my colleagues will do the right thing for workers, employers, and the public health by covering all workers up to 40 hours of paid sick time, also eliminating the waiting period for an employee to use their paid sick days, also meeting the definition of family for today's world, and also addressing the need for continued pandemic sick leave. We've seen in this crisis that has laid bare for so many workers, I know in my district, in the 20th district, and in your districts, that our laws must change to meet the needs of today, not just for one's individual health and economic security, but really for our public health and safety. I appreciate the consideration of this bill in front of the committee and for everyone's time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. We appreciate you taking the time to be here and give us such a comprehensive look on this piece of legislation before us. I do not see Senator Kushner, followed by Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Farrar. And I know that in your former work life, you were very involved in these issues as at that time the director of QUELF, and we appreciate your service there and your expertise as well. I wasn't in the legislature when this bill passed, but I was interested in your testimony that other states do not have this carve out. And I was here in and did work with you and the organization in 2019 when we passed. And of course, we had a great deal of discussion about whether or not all workers should be covered under that act, and we were successful in doing so. So I wonder if you could just maybe help me to understand a little bit about why there was the carve out, and you know, I think, you know, I am interested in seeing if we can correct this in this year, but I would be helpful if I knew a little bit more about it.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for your question. You know, when Connecticut passed this many years ago, we were really on the front edge of states taking on paid sick leave policies. And because we haven't readdressed it in now several years, many other states, when they have passed it, have been much more comprehensive in nature. So it's really a case of us not going back and doing our due diligence to make sure that we're keeping up with the times and needs of families. And we know that not just states, but cities such as New York and San Francisco have stepped up in these ways as well. And I think the pandemic just proves that the time is now. So Connecticut was at the front edge, and to stay in tune with what the pandemic requires, I agree with you, it is time to readdress this.
Thank you so much for that clarification, because it makes sense to me now. Because I remember being the leader, and that was something that was always so important for Connecticut to lead on these working family issues. But much like the minimum wage, we were at one time the leader, and then by failing to update, we fell behind. So I appreciate that additional testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Up next, Representative Hughes, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Farrar, for your testimony. Would you say that finally updating this sick leave and eliminating the carve-outs follows the science now that we know how infection is spread and how critical it is to protect workers who are, like you said, often going to work sick or with a family member who's infected, and because they don't have afforded any sick leave to take to stay home?
Yeah, I think to your point, Representative Hughes, thank you for that question. Workers, you know, are more likely to go to work while they're sick if they don't have access to paid sick. And also on the employer side, you know, we know that worker turnover is a significant issue for those workplaces that don't have paid sick leave either. So again, it's not just helpful for the employee and their families and the public health overall, but it's really helpful for employers as well, so that they can maintain a healthy worker and to make sure that they don't have turnover in their workplace.
And thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, you did say something about that the over 50 or more, which means that if people did get sick, and what we were seeing in the fallout of this pandemic, with less than that and didn't have sick leave, then they basically often lost their employment, right?
Right, they lose wages, they lose their employment, and why it's so critical for this committee to take it up is that there certainly might be continued attention to this at the federal level, but we don't know what that'll look like, and it certainly won't address these carve-out issues that we have in our current state law moving forward.
Great. And one last final question. Does this proposal give access as federal law updates, hopefully going forward? Does this automatically align with the updates through federal law?
Great question. There is a component of the law, of the bill in front of you that does address what could happen at the federal level. And actually, the bill in front of you contains language similar to what has been originally proposed in the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. And it provides that mirrored effect of an additional 80 hours of paid sick time for COVID-19. And it ensures that happens as long as there's a federal tax credit. So it makes sure that it's in line with hopefully what is a continuation of what we'll see at the federal level in what's coming with the American Rescue Plan as well.
Great. So this is a prospective proposal, right? Prospectively in terms of giving that allowance for whatever the federal relief dollar, proposes in terms of updating its sick leave, right?
Yeah, it'll really reinforce and complement hopefully what they'll continue at the federal level, and then secondarily it addresses again the long-standing carve-out issue that we have of so many workers not getting covered by paid sick leave in our state.
Great, thanks for that clarification. Thanks for your expertise in this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. I see no other hands, so thank you, Representative Farrar, for being with us today, and enjoy the rest of this afternoon.
Thanks to all. See you soon.
Thank you. All right, so up next, we have Angel Hawes, PCA with a local 1199. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, if you could speak up just a little bit, but we can hear you.
Yes, it's gonna get emotional because I'm like tensed up. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Count Committee. My name is Angel Halls, and I am from Ansonia. I care for a consumer with physical disabilities, and I'm one of her lifeline. I'm a PCA because I care about people, and I'm love taking care of people, being the lifeline for them. Not only am I a lifeline for a person I care for, but my work becomes a lifeline. I'm sick of tiring of worrying about whether I'm going to get paid every Friday, not just for myself, but it breaks my heart to hear these stories from my fellow PCAs every single week. I suffer with anxiety already, and being an essential worker during this pandemic is already stressful. Wondering whether I'll be paid and listening to the fear and the stress from from so many of my union brothers and sisters just adds to that anxiety. Today is Thursday, and I guarantee you that thousands of us are worrying about whether we're going to get paid or confirmation call tonight. But if we don't, there's nothing we could do about it because Allah is already closed and going home for the day. Not only does Allah process 6,000 timesheets late every single year, but we also don't get our pay stubs reliable. My PCA like me, many PCAs like me need pay stubs to verify our income for housing or Husky. Because we make so little to begin with, that we have no choice but to rely on these support. But when Allah doesn't provide our pay stubs, we can be in danger of losing housing or Husky. Once I waited 2 months to get a pay stub, which I needed to verify my income for housing. I'm here today just because I'm tired of the disrespect towards me, but I'm tired of the disrespect towards my brothers and sisters across the union. If the state really value our work, they would have gotten rid of Allah a long time ago. It's Black History Month. We honor and contribute to Black and brown people in this country. PCA is majority Black and brown women like me, and we should not be working for free. That's slavery. Something needs to be done. Please, please pass SB 942 and allow us to hold Allah accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hawes, and we definitely are working hard to hold those responsible accountable and to make sure that you all are getting paid on time. It's the right thing to do, and we're gonna make every attempt to do it right now. And with that being said, I do see that we have Senator Cabrera. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Angel, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you for coming here and speaking out. And Sonia's in my district. You are my constituent. And I want you to know that I hear you loud and clear, and you're going to have my support.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. I see no further hands raised, so I will thank you again, Ms. Hawes. And as the good senator said, we're going to continue to fight the good fight until we get what you deserve.
Thank
So
you.
thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day. And please know that we are here if you need us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right. So, and next up we have Edith Carapia. She's a member of ULA, and she will testify in Spanish with an interpreter present.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola.
Mi nombre es Edith Carapia, soy residente de New Haven y soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción. No sé si hay alguien que me vaya a interpretar. Ok, estimados copresidentes y miembros del comité, doy mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de ley HB 6537, un acta para garantizar la licencia por enfermedad. Vivo en New Haven hace 20 años. Trabajé por 10 años en un hotel y también trabajé limpiando escuelas y oficinas. Me enfermé de COVID y como fui uno de los primeros casos, me discriminaron, como si tuviera yo lepra. Hasta el día de hoy me han descansado y estoy sin empleo. Si hubiera tenido derecho a la licencia pagada por la enfermedad, podrías hacer respetar mis derechos laborales. Por la falta de una licencia por enfermedad y al perder mi trabajo, me causó un hueco económico gigantesco, la verdad, que hasta el día de hoy no puedo salir de este desastre.
Okay. Edith Carapia, New Haven resident, member of Unidad Latina en Acción, ULA. Testimony in favor of HB 6537, an act of warranty pay sick days for all workers. Dear Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kosher, and a member of a labor and public employees community. I live in New Haven for 20 years. I worked for 10 years in a hotel and also worked cleaning schools and office. I got sick from COVID-19, and since I was one of the first cases, I was discriminated against as I had leprosy. To this day, I have been laid off and unemployed. If I had been entitled to pay sick days, I could have defended my labor rights. Due to the lack of paid sick days and losing my job, I fell into giant financial hole. And to this day, I cannot get out of this disaster. Puedes seguir, Edith.
Pues ustedes bien saben que el COVID en algunas personas crea otro tipo de secuelas, ¿verdad? En mi caso estuve hospitalizada y el COVID me debilitó tanto que todavía estoy con una anemia severa de la cual no estoy pudiendo sanar. Ya los médicos me advirtieron que si no salgo puede ser un camino a una leucemia.
You will know that COVID creates different repercussions in different people. In my case, I was hospitalized and COVID weakened me so much that I still have a severe anemic from which I cannot heal. Doctors have already warned that if I do not improve, I could be a path to leukemia.
La verdad no puedo creer que una falta de una licencia por enfermedad me haya traído a este límite en mi vida. Hubiera sido diferente si tuviera esta licencia. Jamás me hubiera descansado y no podría tener seguridad laboral y una mejor salud. Yo les pido a ustedes de todo corazón que aprueben la ley por la ausencia pagada por la enfermedad. Es importante, señores legisladores, que nos escuchen y que nos ayuden a aprobar esta ley por la salud de todos, por los derechos laborales de los que damos la cara a esta pandemia y sobre todo porque es un tema de derechos humanos y de vida. Muchas gracias.
I can't believe that a lack of basic leave has brought me to this disaster in my life. I had the right to pay time off. They never would have laid me off. And today I could have job security and better health. From the bottom of my heart, I ask you pass the Pay Sick Days law. It is important, dear legislators, to listen to us and help us by passing this law for health of all, for the labor rights of those of us who face the pandemic, and above all because it is a matter of human rights and life. Thank you. Gracias, Edith.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the translation. Let me just look to see if we have any questions, and we don't. So I will thank you again for your time and wish that you both have a great afternoon. And thank you so much, Ms. Garcia, for your service today in translating for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, where are we? Up next, we have Danny Livingston, and he is with feedback. Danny is not in the room. Okay, we will move on. I'm sorry, let me just get back to my list. We have up next Frank Ritchie, who is with the Yankee Institute, senior strategist. Mr. Ritchie, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Frank Ritchie, and I am the former union president of New Haven Firefighters and now a senior strategist for Yankee Institute. I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 908. This bill is based off a false premise, and I find it disheartening that union leaders would give misleading information to our elected officials. The right to join or support a union is already well established and respected by state and municipal management. But much of the language in this legislation is troubling, enshrining union membership into state law and making it difficult for employees to exercise or even know their rights. Union membership shouldn't be like a bad gym membership that you can't get out of. New Haven firefighters negotiated contract terms that guaranteed a member could resign by sending a simple email to the city, thus ensuring our members' First Amendment rights. No tricks, no gimmicks. I'm proud to say that not one member decided to leave the union. So what is this bill really about? It's about obtaining personal private information without consent and without any safeguards to prevent the union from selling the information to a third party. It is a disingenuous attempt to keep members in the dark and prevent management from informing employees about all their rights. This bill is an attempt to trap employees who want to exercise their right to leave in a Hotel California situation where layers of bureaucracy are added to obscure and frustrate the member. This action hurts the union as much as the employee. When a union knows that a member can't leave, when a union knows that a member can leave at any time, they work harder for them, curbing corruption, increasing accountability, and increasing transparency. Being a union leader for 16 years, I can attest, internal transparency is not a priority for most unions. If unions choose not to properly explain a member's rights and management is afraid or reluctant because of potential burdensome labor board charges, it is the union member that is harmed, and the union becomes accountable to no one. After reading the past testimony from HB 5270 and testimony from today, union leaders didn't even cite one case, one example where a public employer was discouraging employees from joining or supporting a union. It's a problem that doesn't exist. Moreover, taking deductions from retirees sets up a situation where retirees may be completely unaware of the deduction. And I believe that's the point. This bill is not about the right to join or support a union. Rather, it is legislation to compel the government to provide a private organization with personal information of its own employees and allows union leadership to keep their members in the dark about their rights. I respectfully ask this committee to vote against this bill and help ensure that the public employees are aware of all their rights regarding union membership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this distinguished committee.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ritchie. I see we have Representative Winkler. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. A question, Mr. Ritchie. Do you believe that labor and management are equal partners?
I do. I believe that in the state of Connecticut, there's some great relationships between labor and management, and we have collective bargaining. There's a place to air your grievances. There's a place for labor and management to work together. This bill actually circumvents the collective bargaining process in Connecticut and tries to accomplish something in state law that's accomplished in most contracts right now already.
If you agree that they're equal partners, then why do you disagree that they should have equal access to the information about their members that you have as the employer?
Equal partner as in equal partner for collective bargaining. The union is a private organization that doesn't have the right to have a member's home address if the member's not consulting to it. Think about my poor wife. If she's a union member, I don't want my home address out there in the public. Who knows where that information goes? What do you call it? The union shouldn't have carte blanche for information. If a union member wants to give the union their information, absolutely no issue. And that's what we find across Connecticut. The union has my information because I gave it to them. And that's how it should be. It shouldn't be compelled by the government, and especially private and personal information like home addresses. I see this to be a potential problem in the future.
So you don't believe that the home addresses of municipal employees are available, say under FOI?
Under Connecticut State FOI law, the home addresses of firefighters, cops, correction officers are not available under FOI.
And your wife's a regular municipal employee?
She's not. I was giving a hypothetical, sir.
Okay. So you've pointed out the exceptions, but the union could FOI the addresses of most municipal employees.
So to your point, then why would they need a law? This is about gaining personal private information so that they can harass members. I know New Haven firefighters, we voted to disaffiliate from our state union, and the state union, the Uniformed Professional Firefighters response was to put I don't live at home, I'm 46 years old, I got kids. They put my mother in the collections because union firefighters from New Haven, the executive board voted unanimously to get out of the UPFFA because we didn't see the value. And based off the court decision, what was said in open court, in the end, we didn't see the value in sending the union president's girlfriend to the Virgin Islands, Miami, and Hawaii. How did that affect and work for the interests of New Haven firefighters? So I see this as just another tool so that the union, if they choose to harass an individual, they'll be able to harass an individual. If the union member wants to consent, then by all means. I was a union president for 2 terms. I've been in the union chairs for 16 years, never losing an election. I did the best job to represent my members, and New Haven's contract language, right in the contract, says how a union member can get out. And I'm proud that I think I did, and my executive board did such a great job representing New Haven firefighters. Not one person chose to get out. We didn't need a scheme. We didn't need a gimmick. We didn't need to trap the employee. We just needed to do the best job. We want unions to be accountable to their membership. We don't want union members and union members' family harassed by union leadership.
If a union was going to harass someone, they certainly wouldn't ask you for the data. They would go on the internet. But unions don't harass their members. They talk to their members. So this bill is about establishing equality in the workplace between labor and management. So they both have the same information that they need to do their jobs. So we will choose to disagree on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, I reject the premise, because if you talk to my mother who was put in collections, or you talk to my family, they absolutely will and have, and I have a court decision in our favor that speaks to that.
Speaks to what, please?
I'll be glad to read you a comment from the judge, a very short comment, so that way it will be in the court's words, not mine.
And could I have the docket number, please?
I will get that to you. To support its demands for money, the court has heard hard evidence from the local of questionable expenditures from the state union, including personal travel that may not have been reimbursed, suspicious, in quotations, mistakes from PAC fund balances. They couldn't account for over $20,000 in their PAC. This is the state UPFA. And the omission of a plainly improper loan from the state union took and repaid from an affiliate charity. I can go on and on and on. I'll be glad to provide the document.
The question I asked you was about harassment.
Correct. And this case speaks directly on how the state UPFFA attempted and harassed myself. They put my wife in collections. They put my mother.
How does what you read lead to
harassment?
harassment?
I'm sorry. I'm going to interject because this is totally, I believe, inappropriate. So what has happened to you personally and what we're talking about here around this bill, I would appreciate if we could stick to that. I will ask Representative Winkley, if you are done, do you have any further questions or comments?
I am done.
Thank you. So with that being said, we will move on. And I do see that Senator Kushner has her hand raised. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that we are going to have additional testimony on this bill later this afternoon, so I won't belabor the point. I don't have a question for Mr. Ritchie, but I do want to say that some of your testimony would suggest that there is a personal grudge here, perhaps. But more important than that, because I really I'm not interested in that. I think more important than that, I do want to say that I have served 42 years in the labor movement, and I never, ever heard of a union selling information. And so when you stated at the beginning that you were concerned about misleading information, I have to say that the statement that a union would sell membership lists in the way you've suggested, I think is unfortunate that you even suggested that. Moreover, I do want the public to know and understand that under federal labor law and state labor laws, there are many instances where an employer, a municipal or public employer, is not only is required to provide that kind of information, and I think that we'll hear testimony, addresses and other information like that, we will probably hear testimony to that effect. But mostly, I just want to suggest, Madam Chair, that we have a lot of people here to testify today, and I hope we can move through the list more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't believe I heard a question in that statement. And I'm just looking to see if we have any further hands raised, and I see none. So I will take this opportunity to thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Ritchie, and wish you a great afternoon.
Thank you. Workers have the right to choose. Have a great day.
You as well. Goodbye. I am going to go back to Danny Livingston with CBAG. I'm not sure if he's in the room yet, but I would just like if you could confirm, Mr. Clerk, if he's available. If not, we will move on to Maria Lopez.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Great to see you, Mr. Livingston. You have the floor.
Thank you. Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm an attorney. I've been privileged to work with unions, public and private, for close to 4 decades as the chief negotiator for CBAC. And I want to thank you for again raising a bill to reaffirm Connecticut's commitment to collective bargaining, this year known as Senate Bill 908, an opportunity to join sister states from California to Vermont in standing up for collective bargaining for workers, for the public they serve in the state in which they live. Our state has a proud tradition of doing so, passing a statute protecting private sector collective bargaining in 1949, public sector in 1961. Our state recognizes not only that democracy means that all workers deserve a voice at work, but the benefits of public sector collective bargaining extend far beyond public employees. Public employers and the public gain from improved services from lower turnover, improved employee communication. By empowering frontline workers, we reduce issues of workplace discrimination on the basis of age, gender, race, and other invidious forms of discrimination. We allow people to raise important issues within their workplaces with less fear of retaliation or retribution. Through their unions, public employees are able to advocate for the people they serve, the services they provide, in many cases provide a voice for those in communities whose voices are far too often muted or ignored by those with privilege and power in our state. Note that the anti-union Janus Court did not question that public interest. Instead, by a slim majority, they reversed 4 decades of precedent and said that fair share fees were not necessary to carry out that interest, despite the fact that without fair share fees, we produce the anomaly in our country of people getting all the benefits of unionization while they let their brothers and sisters pay the cost. So how does 908 protect the public interest in strong unions? In my written testimony, I provide a section-by-section analysis of what the bill does. In shorthand, the bill provides unions with lists and contact information for bargaining unit members, especially new members. It provides access to employees, especially new members, during orientation, so they can learn about their rights and responsibilities under the collective bargaining agreement. It provides for employer respect for union cards and dues authorizations as what they are, agreements between the union and its members, keeping public employers out of any dispute between members and their unions, leaving that to the experts at the State Board of Labor Relations. It recognizes that we are in the 21st century, not to mention the middle of a pandemic, by respecting modern digital communication between unions and their members and electronic methods of signing documents like union cards. Finally, it prevents public employers from discouraging members from joining unions or paying dues, and provides appropriate remedies for employer violations. These are simple, common sense ways for the General Assembly to reaffirm 6 decades of commitments to public sector collective bargaining. It hasn't always been easy to protect the rights of working families and the public they serve against those aligned with privilege and inequality, like some of the previous witnesses. But the General Assembly has continued to do so for 6 decades, and we thank this committee for giving the General Assembly the opportunity to do so again. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony, and I'm glad to have you before us. I know that Senator Kushner has her hand up, and I'm sure that we would be asking the same question. So in order to respect people's time, I'm going to call on Senator Kushner to make her questions and comments known for the record. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do see that there are a number of labor leaders who are with us in the room today, and I want to thank all of them on behalf of this committee for not only for your service to the members and to the working women and men in this state, but also for your willingness to be on screen and not all testify, because we already had 116 people signed up So I do hope that that Dan, before I ask my questions, I would just want to ask Madam Chair if it's okay if he introduces folks and if they can tell us who they represent.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you, Senator Kushner. Mr. Livingston?
Sure. So first we have Carl Chisholm, President of CEUI, MEUI, SEIU, Locals 506 and 511. Carl, do you want to just say who you represent?
Sure. So thank you, Madam Chair, representatives. So I represent the folks at DOT, various agencies where we have trades and custodial staffs. I also represent members in the municipal area, paras, custodial staff, and trades.
Great.
Thank you.
And we have Jody Barr, the Executive Director for AFSCME Council 4. I saw him here a minute ago. All right, let me...
I see him, but I think he's listed as Danny Livingston on the screen. So we need to rename him.
Go ahead, Jody. You can just say who you represent. It does look like you're me. Sorry.
And he's muted.
Oh, okay. So I can just say for Jody, AFSCME Council 4 covers, I believe it's around 40,000 state and municipal workers around the state. Jody, can you get in? No. Okay. We also have Jeff Leake, who's the president of the Connecticut Education Association. Somewhere. Okay, well, they represent, I think it's around 25,000 teachers or so around the state. We have, I can see Jan Hockadell, who's here, who's the president of Connecticut AFT.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to be here. I am Jan Hockadell, president of AFT Connecticut, and we represent about 30,000 folks that are in education, teachers and paras, secretaries. We also represent higher education, and we represent healthcare workers in all facets of hospitals, and we represent state workers. Thank you.
Great. I don't see Bev Brakeman, but I know she was trying to get on. So Bev Brakeman, are you here? All right. Bev is the regional director for UAW Region 9A. Julie Kushner was, of course, her predecessor, Senator Kushner. And as you all know, Region 9A covers Connecticut as well as all the New England states, New York City and Puerto Rico. I can see Sal Luciano's here. You already heard from Sal this morning. And you all know Sal, president of Connecticut AFL-CIO. Steve Anderson from CSEA, I believe is here. Sal, sorry, I skipped you. Did you want to just, I think they all know who you cover, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I represent 220,000 unionized employees in the public sector, private sector, and building trades.
Thanks, Sal. Steve Anderson, president of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, which I don't see him. I know he was trying to get on too. That local represents, I believe, a total of around 10,000 state and municipal workers. And Rick Hart, are you on here somewhere from the Uniformed Professional Firefighters of Connecticut? And I do not know off the top of my head exactly how many members that is, but it's a number. So I think I've covered everybody was trying to get it on the call or who is on the call.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I do have a couple of questions.
Please proceed, Senator Kushner.
Thank you. So, Dan, we heard earlier today from several first selectmen and an HR person for municipality. And I don't know if you heard the testimony, but there were a number of concerns that were raised about unfunded mandates, employee hiring delays, violations potentially of HIPAA and other privacy statutes. I wonder if you could address some of the remarks that were made. Should we be concerned about this?
Yeah, then first of all, I have to say I unfortunately didn't hear most of the testimony. I did hear a little bit from, I believe his name was Goldblatt, Mr. Goldblatt, but I missed most of that testimony. the information that is provided here to unions almost, it's all public information. This is simply a more effective way for the unions to get it quickly and in a timely manner. So I cannot imagine what HIPAA violation anybody could have been referring to. I didn't hear that. I did hear Mr. Goldblatt say at the end something about the bill would be fine if it was just clear that unions and employers could agree to different terms. And the bill actually says that unions and employers could agree to different terms. The idea of the requirements in the bill is to make sure all unions and their members have the minimum that's necessary in order for there to be strong unions and effective unions in the public interest. And if unions and employers choose to negotiate different terms that provide for the same purpose, there's no problem with that. Unfortunately, there are some towns and some state units, education units, et cetera, where the relationship between the town and its members and the town and its union or the employer and the union is not so great, and where the public interest in strong unions and hearing from frontline workers what's going on when there are problems is not being well served. And this bill will help remedy those situations. In situations where things are going great, like any time, no law is needed when everything is in those situations where everything's going great. But there are unfortunately lots of situations where it's not, and this law is an important way to make sure that the public gets the benefit of strong collective bargaining everywhere.
Thank you for that answer, and through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to also ask about email addresses and the fact there was concern that they're foiable and that there might be exchanges via email that was foiable that might be damaging to the union. Had you considered that at all?
This is in the 21st century, I would say that we all have to consider the possibility that what we put in writing could become public. There's nothing in this bill that changes what could become public and what isn't. But sure, if you use the 21st century of passing notes in the workplace, which is really what an email is, if you use that 21st century version, you do have to keep in mind that what you're saying there could become foiable, and that's life. We're not concerned about that. It's just something, every 21st century American's got to deal with.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Madam Chair, my last question is related to employee hiring plays. I think that was another issue that was raised that might have created some concern related to the orientation, access to orientations that were mentioned.
So first of all, the bill provides for notice to the union before an orientation, but has an exception if there's an operational emergency. So if there's some reason you need to do the orientation on the day the person is hired, then that exception would apply, and the union would attend the orientation on the day the person's hired. It also recognizes, by the way, there may be some public employers who don't do orientations at all. And in that case, it provides for the ability for the union to speak directly to the worker at some point after the worker's hired. So there's a lot of flexibility in this bill.
Thank you for that. And, I just want to commend all of you for being here today and the great service that you perform for our state. I was a union leader of state workers. I represented, when I was in my former position as Region 9A director, I did represent UConn graduate workers, and then later the postdoctoral workers at the university, and also municipal employees as well. And so I recognize when that decision came down from the Supreme Court, it was a very politicized decision. And I am also clear, and you may have some information if you want to add, that there are other states that have addressed these issues in much the same way that's being suggested here. And some of those states, I know our state did many of these things through an executive order that was done immediately following the Janus decision. And I wonder if, certainly I've not heard of any problems that have occurred as a result of those laws that are similar to the law that you're suggesting here. So I don't know if you have any information about that as well.
So in terms of states that have passed actual laws, it's California, Colorado, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. All of them have passed similar laws. None of them have had problems that that I am aware of, and I would be aware of them, I'm sure.
Thank you so much for that. And it sounded like almost like a recitation of all of the states of the United States of America. It reminded me of a song I used to sing as a kid to remember all the states. So that was a whole bundle of states, and I'm glad that you had that readily available. I think that's really reassuring to us. Connecticut likes to be a leader in everything, and we particularly like to be a leader when it comes to strengthening unions and supporting working families. And so I appreciate, maybe we're a little behind right now, given the list that you just read off, but I hope that we can catch up. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask those questions.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Up next, we have Representative Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Livingston, I was 32 years a federal employee with the Department of the Army, some of that as a union member. But some of the things you stated about the good of unions, I would suggest, we need to differentiate between private and public unions. It seems like the taxpayers seem to be left out of this equation when it comes to public, because the union can, court legislators to favor legislation that protects them, and in exchange, the unions can help legislators with their elections. You use the phrase about unions protecting against privilege and inequality, and some would argue that public unions give privilege and unequal relationship in favor of state employees compared to private employees. I asked Luciano a question, and he deferred to you, but he partly answered it, about are we doing something to municipal and other employees by statute, where for the state employees it was done by collective bargaining. So I have two questions. Why do we feel we need the heavy hand of legislation to protect municipal employees or unions who represent them? Part one, why do we need the legislation to do this versus bargaining? And my second question is, if this law passes, does it mean that state employees would no longer have to bargain for these privileges? Could this then be extended to state employees? Thank you.
So there were a lot of premises in those questions, so I'll try to take them one at a time. The premise that there's two labor movements, a public sector labor movement and a private sector labor movement, that's not a premise I would buy. There's one labor movement, and the opponents of this legislation nationally are the same folks who brought the Janus case. They're also the same folks who brought many cases against the private sector labor movement in attempts to weaken the private sector labor movement. The Freedom Foundation, the Right to Work Committee, they're the ones, by the way, who are continuing to pursue Janus litigation, seeking 3 years of back fair share fees from unions. They purport to be this purports to be individuals who are seeking to defend their First Amendment rights. There have been cases filed in over 30 district courts. There have been cases filed in 7 of the 12 federal circuits seeking these 3 years of fair share fees back. Every single district court has ruled against them. Every single circuit court has ruled against them. They've gone 6 times to the United States Supreme Court, which has denied certification, and they're back there a 7th time, hundreds of millions of dollars literally in legal fees. So this is not individual workers against big bad unions. These are huge billionaire funded corporations who are after they're after public employer unions and after private employee unions for the same reason, which is to reduce the effectiveness of the voices of working families and to defend the privilege of billionaires. And so I have to just start by rejecting the privilege the premise of your question. The law 908 deals with public employees of all sorts, state, municipal, and education employees. And it does so in order to create a minimum level playing field to serve the public interest in making sure the public employees have a voice at work for all of the good reasons that I talked about and all the good reasons that this General Assembly has understood for 6 decades. And so it provides the same level playing field for all public workers, and I think that's a good thing that it does that. if your question is, could you bargain something different? If the parties agree to something different, that's okay. That's okay. We just have to make sure there's a level playing field so that what is being done is in the interest of the public, and helps the public get the benefits out of collective bargaining that the General Assembly's recognized for a long time.
Thank you. I would suggest that it's very unequal, especially to the taxpayers, but thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Up next, we have Representative Winkler. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, one of my constituents just texted me to say that CEA represents 42,000 teachers, not 22,000. So I just wanted to correct the record.
Sorry
Thank you. And what a great correction that is, an extra 20,000 people being represented. I'm looking to see if there are any further questions. I see none, and I do believe that Senator Kushner covered everything that I had down. You spoke to the fact that this is not an overreaction. You addressed the unfunded mandates. And this is not, unions saying that they believe employers are incapable. Is that correct?
Well, incapable in the sense of they cannot be the institutional voice of their workers. If I heard you right asking whether employers are incapable, I mean, employers are incapable of being the institutional voice of their workers. That's the union's job. So I know that some have argued, well, we don't need to have unions at orientation. The employer can explain the contract. Not so much. The employer has its view of the contract as management. The union has the view of the workers, and it's important for workers to hear both sides. I did want to, if I have a second, just respond to something that Representative Anderson said about the taxpayers not being represented. This is collective bargaining. The employer represents the interests of the taxpayers. And the notion that this collective bargaining is skewed in favor of workers is actually backwards. We at the end of collective bargaining, if it fails, you go to arbitration. You go to arbitration. If the union loses, the union loses. If the employer loses in arbitration, it gets a do-over. So it's skewed. Arbitration is skewed. It's in favor of management, not the union. So those are the actual facts about the way the process works.
Well, thank you for bringing clarity to that, as well as the incapable piece, because I wasn't quite following what the point was being made under the previous testimony. And I'm just looking, and can you just speak to, because, and I have it in quotes, allows freeloading. You have any comments on that statement?
I don't know any other place in our society where people are allowed to get the benefits of what other folks pay for. That's not how our society is set up, and as a result of the Janus decision, that's how it works now in states that used to have fair share fees. So it obviously through solidarity and tremendous organization, unions have been able to withstand what I think the proponents of Janus hoped would be, a tremendous loss in membership. It hasn't happened because people stick together and recognize the value of working together. But certainly it makes it harder because, like I said, I don't know. This is an anomaly in American society that you have a situation where your brothers and sisters pay for all the benefits you get, and you get to just sit there and enjoy them and say, I don't feel like paying dues. I don't know any normal business that works that way. Fortunately, unions are not a normal business. Instead, we're a group of workers, who get together and recognize their common interest.
Yes, and I'd have to agree with that, Mr. Livingston. I think that you all have been able to withstand because it just lends credence to the critical importance of workers having a union and a strong voice. We'll recognize Representative Winkler for the second time. You have the floor, sir. You're on mute. You're on mute. Sure, you're saying some good stuff. We just can't hear you.
Just so I'm clear. So I tell the union I don't want to pay dues. And we go along like that for like 10 years or whatever. And then the boss fires me. The union has to represent me?
Right. That's right. We have exclusive representation in Connecticut. That's what that means. That it doesn't matter if you've ever paid a penny. You have the same rights under the collective bargaining agreement that your brothers and sisters have who've been supporting each other for years.
So you'd be like my attorney for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative Winkler. I do believe that you did speak to the last point that I questioned, with this being an unnecessary wedge and adversary relationship, creating it where it doesn't exist. I believe that you spoke to that, and I hope that throughout your testimony, people have been able to see, why this is important and why workers in the state of Connecticut have a right to choose whether they want to be with the union or not. And I just want to applaud you and the team that you brought before us today for the outstanding job that you do in representing workers in the state of Connecticut.
Well, thank you. And we very much appreciate the hard work of this committee, and it makes a huge difference in the lives of working families around the state.
You're welcome. I see that we have Representative Aurora who has joined us. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Livingston. My question is on the other side. I understand that, what you were suggesting, that this is a service which they're getting because, and they want a free ride. That's what you're saying. My point is, what if there are folks, what does it mean then not to join? That means that there is not a choice in reality for anybody to join a union, because you have to pay the dues anyways. So what is effectively, help me just understand. Perhaps, your point may be valid, but I want to understand, how do you not join let's assume for a moment, for whatever reason, there's somebody who decides, I don't want to join the union. I don't want to take any benefit. I won't come crying to you if my boss fires me. I do not have that ability to do so because I have to still pay is that what you're saying?
Well, if you're asking what the world was like before the Janus decision in states that respected collective bargaining like Connecticut, the rule was that if you didn't choose to join the union, you would pay what's called an agency fee, which is a lowered amount, which represents the very direct costs of collective bargaining. The union was allowed to impose that on folks who didn't want to join the union because of the fact the union was required to represent those people regardless of whether they joined or not. Since the Janus decision, no, in any public workplace, a person can choose not to join the union. They don't pay a penny in dues, but they do get all the benefits under the collective bargaining agreement that the union negotiates, including, if they're fired, the right to be represented. And I can tell you, by the way, that happens. People get fired sometimes who are not union members, and unions vigorously defend their rights to their jobs, just like they would union members. That's our job.
Yeah, no, that's what the reason some folks find that fair is because they're saying that there is some people, other than there is a small number of what you're saying, who really still want to take advantage and not pay for it, which I do not agree. If you use a service, you pay for it. You just step up and say, I'll use it and I'll pay for it. And if you don't use it, but we do like the fact, or many people have told us they like the fact, which happened just recently, that if you don't use it or don't want to use it, at this point, you really don't think you're going to benefit, or you're going to reach out or take extra time, and you should be allowed to do that and not pay anything. So I guess, I just want to make that point that there are people who don't want to use it. Now, what we're saying is that instead of we still want them to pay, that does not make any sense either.
So again, I think we're debating something that doesn't exist anymore because of the Supreme Court. In terms of your point that you use a service and you pay for it, if you work in a job that has a union, you've gotten the benefit of the wages the union's negotiated, the benefits the union has negotiated. All those come to you regardless of whether you happen to get fired and need to be represented in arbitration. So you're getting the benefit of the service regardless of what you say. But in the current situation, Senate Bill 908. It doesn't force anybody to pay fair share fees. We don't have the ability to do that because of the Supreme Court's decision. All it does is it makes sure that unions have the ability to inform members of what the contract stands for, of what their rights are under the contract, and what their responsibilities are. It makes sure that members' rights to sign a union card are respected like any other, the contract between the union and members is respected like any other contract in our society. It provides access to communication through digital means, which is obviously important in the 21st century. It's those kind of things. It doesn't get to the questions you're asking because the Supreme Court has taken those questions off the table. I personally think that's unfortunate because, as I said, I agree with you. You use a service, you should pay for it. But everybody who joins a bargaining unit that's represented by a union gets the services of that union, whether or not they happen to go to arbitration. But that fight doesn't matter anymore, unfortunately, because the Supreme Court has spoken on that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that insight. It's just that, some things are what they call zero marginal cost. In a sense, once you have negotiated it, perhaps, that's just the existing situation in the industry or in the specific firm. And so to say, well, from here on, we need you to pay, but that's, again, you're saying that that's not germane to what we're discussing. I think what's germane is that in following that trend, it should be the same thing, that in terms if somebody does not want to be involved and does not want any discussion of this because of their sweet will, and I'm not taking sides on either way. I think they should be involved in their work. I'm involved in my work and with my work situation. But if they so agree, then they should not get an email. That's just basically a point of view. I hope you're seeing the other point of which we are hearing, which is if there is somebody who does not want to do it, he should not get it. If there's somebody who elects to, he should get it. The default shouldn't be one way or the other. Thank you. I think it's more a comment than a question, but please feel free to comment on it.
I know I'm taking a lot of time, and you and I could probably debate for a while, so I won't comment back. I'm happy to answer any other questions anybody has, of course. But
thank you, Representative Aurora. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
I lowered my hand because I think Mr. Livingston answered the questions well.
All right. And with that being said, I see no further hands. So again, Mr. Livingston, I want to thank you for your time and your testimony and for bringing your expertise to the importance of this piece of legislation. And also a great big thank you to your team that I don't see on the panel anymore, but I just wish you all a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay. So I do believe that we have, I'm going to go back. I was told that Nellie Jara from Connecticut Workers Center is in the room. So if you are still with us, Nellie, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Dear Representative Robert Porter, Senator Julie Kosher, and members of the Labor and Public Committee. My name is Nellie Jara, a mother of 2 children, originally from Ecuador with a bachelor degree in social worker. I live in Bridgeport, and I am a cancer survivor. And I have been living in this country for over 24 years. My first job was a living housekeeping position. During that year, working with this family, I learned that I had cancer. It was very hard for me because my job didn't provide any benefits such as a health insurance or paid sick time. I was hired through an agency that kept my first week of pay, and I didn't have a contract or any job security. After that job, my next one involved taking care of American children, where I ended up staying overnight with them and feeling like I was part of the family, but never recognized for extra time of work. Then I worked for 9 years for a couple in which I was a caregiver, and for all of those years, I did everything that they needed, but I didn't have any contract that could specify maybe some benefit, like the increase of my salary, for example. I never had a raise during those years, and I did give myself to them completely, making sure that they were very well cared and protected. And of course, all was done with my heart, thinking that one day someone will do the same to me or to my loved ones. During the whole time working for 19 years, providing love and care to many families and caring for my own family as well, including my 2 kids, I also found myself having many surgeries to fight my cancer. Even though I was able to work, and I took great care of them, and I gave everything with my heart, but I have to say that I had never benefits or job security. For several years now, I have been a community organizer in Fairfield County, trying to support domestic workers, gaining better employment rights, to learn self-advocacy and civic engagement. And of course, during this past year, everyone got hit very hard with COVID, and we have provided a great deal of emergency assistance at the Connecticut worker centers. Workers come to us to help them to get in touch with their past employers since they are still on wage. Because of their immigration status and the fact they often don't speak English, they often don't feel comfortable going to the Department of Labor. We have tried to help them, but it's been hard. We are here today because it's really important for our community to ensure that the Department of Labor has adequate resources to support all workers and to be able to have the capacity to work with communities like ours and organizations like us. We want to be able to refer our community members to them for protection under laws we have all agreed to enact here in our state. We try to help workers, but we don't have the capacity to do it alone. We truly need the backup of support of the Department of Labor to assist in carrying out this responsibility for all of us in Connecticut. We need to come together to improve the quality of life of our domestic workers. This work is a work that is done with our heart. And if each of us think now, who took care of us when we were little? Who is taking care of kids today? Who is cleaning our houses today? Who is taking care of our elderly? I believe we all have a name, and we just need to recognize them and support these bills and work together for the benefit of all. Please support our bills, SB number 943 and HB 6537. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellie. And thank you so much for your testimony. We've done a lot of work with you. I see Senator Kushner has her hand up, so I will close out and allow her this time with you. And Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Nellie, for being here today. And, you know, I too have known you over the years. Before I became a legislator, I was always in awe of you and the domestic workers who worked so hard with you on behalf for advocacy for these essential workers. And I do want to say on a personal note, I had never heard your story about cancer. And I'm so happy that you survived it, but I'm sorry that you went through all that you went through as a domestic service person without any health care and without the time off that you needed. And no one should have to go through that. So I never heard that before, and I feel very touched by learning that about you. And your strength today has served you well, because you're a very strong woman who does a great job advocating. I just have a couple of questions for you. When we first started talking about the wage and hour enforcement bill, I was surprised, because even as much as I try to be well educated on workers' rights, I was unaware that we already have under law domestic workers. In many cases, in most cases, domestic workers are covered by the minimum wage and the overtime law. Is that correct?
Yes, but we need to reinforce.
Absolutely. And if I didn't know that, then I imagine there are many employers of domestic workers and many domestic workers themselves who are not aware of this. So I know this bill, you worked on this bill a bit, so I do want to ask you about it, because one of the things that also concerned me when I realized that the Department of Labor already has a statute it could enforce, I realized that we have really stripped our Department of Labor of many resources. And so the feeling was they didn't have enough people to enforce the laws that we have. So this bill would actually help the Department of Labor with outside resources like your organization that could help educate and help domestic workers to make claims for wages and hours. Is that your understanding of the bill?
Yes, so we would like to have the Department of Labor working with our organizations, because we have a lot of workers that come to our organization for wage theft. So it's to educate workers, so educate employers. So I think it's a combination for all of us, and then we can number one is the education. So number one for the domestic workers is to get this connection with the Department of Labor. They can reinforce and they can create programs for all our women, for all our workers. So I think will improve the quality. Will be more. The workers will have this. Will be more represented. Will be able to ask, even if they don't have documents, but they have the right to be paid, and for every time we have here people coming, employers take advantage of them. So we need your support.
Thank you so much for that. So I understand what you're saying. I think is that in addition to being a resource financially, having additional people that can help do the education work. But in addition to that, you're a trusted community organization where people will feel comfortable coming and asking questions and pursuing their rights. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's just as important to getting this work done. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you for those questions. I do agree. Trust has always been an issue in communities that have been disenfranchised and marginalized and criminalized. So I think that is very important. So thank you for making that point, Nellie. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. And I just echo the sentiments of Senator Kushner. I know the story, and I know how strong you are and how hard you fight for workers such as yourselves. And they're really blessed to have you and that Alicia and the rest of your team, going onto the battlefield for them in the way that you do. So I appreciate it. You help to make our job easier when we're trying to right these wrongs. So thank you. God bless you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, up next, we're going to go back. And I do believe we do have Maria Lopez, who is a TCA with us. Maria Lopez, you're in the room. You are up next, and you have the floor. Okay, I'm going to move on to number 29, Mr. John Murphy, United Auto Workers, Region 9A. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, members of the committee. My name is John Murphy, and on behalf of the United Auto Workers Region 9A, I am testifying in favor of Senate Bill 942, an act concerning the on-time payment of wages, Senate Bill 943, an act concerning wage education enforcement relating to domestic workers, HB 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days in domestic worker coverage, and also testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 905, an act regarding neutral arbitration selection committee requirements at the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration. The common theme among these four bills is racial and gender equality and fairness. It is unfortunate that it is necessary to consider Senate Bill 942. It is unconscionable that OPM does not require third-party vendors to delay paying workers for up to 2 or 3 weeks. There were payroll delays even before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, but it has gotten worse. It feels good to call our personal care attendants heroes because they are. However, hero status doesn't pay the mortgage or your rent, doesn't feed your family or pay your bills. Most PCAs are women and people of color. All workers deserve to be paid in a timely fashion. Senate Bill 943 and House Bill 6537 both address the inequities that domestic workers face. Domestic workers have been purposely and systematically left out of most labor law protections. Again, most domestic workers are women and people of color. Some are immigrants. This bill would require employers to make any employment practices with regard to wages, vacation pay, sick leave, health and welfare benefits, and comparable matters available to their employees. Domestic workers deserve the same protections under the law that most workers enjoy, and they deserve workplace protections, especially in the time of the pandemic. They deserve to know their rights and protections. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 905 because this is a watering down and deconstruction of equity and fairness, the selection of neutral arbitrators. It is already difficult enough to recruit and retain neutral arbitrators who are women and people of color. The lowering of this unanimous threshold to choose arbitrators will further keep these potential arbitrators from serving. Workers appearing before arbitration panels to settle their grievances deserve to have those panels reflect Connecticut. We are also in favor of Senate Bill 908. Not going to comment much on that because Danny Livingston already testified. And we just want to again stress that we're in favor of these bills because of we need to advance equity and fairness in our workplace for women and people of color. And one last thing, going back to the presentation on unemployment, I can show you a letter I received from the Department of Labor in Maryland trying to verify that I've applied for unemployment compensation in Maryland. I've never worked there in my life, so the department there's a lot of fraud going on all over the place, whether it's foreign agents that are doing it from Russia or wherever, hacking people's information and trying to get benefits, but it's a real thing they have to deal with. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just want to bring attention to Senate Bill 905. I know that you are in opposition to that. If you could just expound on that a little bit for me, please.
What has happened is that if we allow less, this is empowering more. It's just going to, I'm sorry, I'm stumbling on this a little bit, but what has happened in the past, it just reinforces the fact that our arbitrators are pale and male. All right. We need more diversity among our arbitrators. They all have to be neutral. They have to be selected by 10 people. So the unanimous part of it is really important, that we have the right people are being selected to serve on these matters. And again, our people that are coming before the panel, they need to see people that look like them and reflect like them, just like we require in judicial proceedings and juries. Everyone wants fairness and equity. So that's what this is really about.
Thank you for that, Mr. Murphy. Those were my sentiments, but I think they carry a lot more weight coming from you. And we are definitely in a time right now where equity is at the forefront and a focus of many. And I wholeheartedly support your explanation on that. So thank you again. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure, John, if you, I know the UAW was not involved in this issue of neutral arbitrators, but you might be familiar with it from other work you've done. But I think I had just recently heard that the decision that arbitrators should be appointed by a unanimous decision of the commission that does the appointments was based on an effort, a task force, a study to increase more Black and Brown neutral arbitrators, and that this, in fact, was a result of the work that had been done to create more diversity. Are you familiar with that, or had you heard that as well?
Yes, I've heard that. That was, again, what we don't use the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration. hardly ever, but again, it's a matter of equity and fairness. That's why we're weighing in today.
Thank you. That was my, I thought that was what I had heard, and I'm glad to hear you verify it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I see no further hands, so thank you again, Mr. Murphy, for your time, for your testimony, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
And you as well.
Thank you. Okay. Up next, we have Guadalupe Garcia, who is a member of ULA and will testify in Spanish with an interpreter present. Ms. Garcia, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I will be interpreting.
Hey, Megan.
Hi, Chairwoman Robin Porter.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Guadalupe, ¿estás allí? ¿Podrías activar tu micrófono y comenzar tu testimonio, por favor?
Claro que sí. Buenas tardes. Gracias porque me va a traducir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for translating.
Ok, mi nombre es Guadalupe García, residente de New Haven, miembro de Unidad Latina, proyecto de Unidad de Ley.
My name is Guadalupe Garcia. I'm a resident of New Haven and a member of ULA.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias por su presencia. A Miss Robin Porter, a la estimada senadora Julie Smith.
So thank you for having us and hearing us today, Representative Robin Porter and Senator Julie Kushner.
Comité de Trabajos y Empleos Públicos.
And the Committee of Labor and Public Employees.
Ok, va mi testimonio. Yo perdí mi trabajo de 14 años de limpieza en un hotel.
So I lost my job. I worked for 14 years as a cleaner in a hotel.
Todos mis beneficios el 13 de marzo va a ser un año.
And I lost all of my health insurance and benefits when I lost my job on March 13th last year. It will be 1 year since I lost my job.
De la pérdida por culpa del COVID, no recibí ningún beneficio.
And when I lost my job because of the COVID crisis, I didn't receive any assistance.
Ninguna ayuda de mi ex trabajo desde entonces que yo voy sobreviviendo mes a mes como trabajadora del hogar.
So I got no assistance from my former employer. Since then, I've been surviving paycheck to paycheck as a domestic worker.
Apenas tengo unos clientes con los cuales no cumplo ni 20 horas semanales de trabajo.
I have only a few clients and they employ me less than 20 hours per week.
Apenas me pagan $50 por limpieza de casa. Promedio es el salario mínimo.
They pay me $50 for a house cleaning, which takes 6 hours of work, so I get less than the minimum wage.
O sea que me pagan menos del mínimo.
So they pay me less than the minimum.
Cuando trabajo horas extras, no me lo reconocen.
When I work more than 40 hours a week, I don't get overtime.
Y si me enfermo, no me quedo sin trabajo.
And if I get sick, I stay home with no pay.
Transportarme de un domicilio a otro me toma más de 1 hora.
Getting from one home to another sometimes takes me more than 1 hour.
Esa hora no es pagada y nadie me lo reconoce.
And this time is not compensated.
Además, la pandemia hizo que me quede en casa y me quede sin clientes.
The pandemic has also meant that I have lost clients.
Bueno, hizo que me quede en casa, pues la gente que tiene miedo que yo lleve a su casa el coronavirus a trabajar.
People are afraid that I will bring the coronavirus to their homes when I go to clean their homes.
Ok. Por eso también soy discriminada, me tratan como judía en los guetos nazis de la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
I feel that I'm treated as a pariah like the Nazis treated Jewish people in the ghettos of the Second World War.
Lo peor de todo, que cuando limpio sus baños, los pisos, soy la que más se arriesga a contraer el virus.
But worst of all, it's me that is running the risk. When I clean the bathrooms or the floors, I'm the one who's at risk of contracting COVID.
En diciembre del año pasado, me dio el coronavirus, me quedé en casa, sin trabajo.
In December, I tested positive for COVID and I had to stay home with no work.
Dejé de trabajar para pasar la cuarentena, aislada.
I had to stop working in order to quarantine.
Casi nos morimos de hambre.
We almost died of hunger.
Nunca recibí solidaridad de nadie.
I never received solidarity from anyone.
Ni tenía ningún seguro, nada laboral.
Nor could I collect any unemployment insurance.
Pero si nosotras, las trabajadoras del hogar, muchos de ustedes no tendrían quien les cuide a sus hijos, a sus ancianos.
But without us domestic workers, many of you would not be able to go out to work. You would not have the people who take care of your children and your elderly.
Y a que ustedes tengan una economía estable.
We help you to have a stable economy.
Por eso quiero tener esta estabilidad laboral para brindarle a mis hijos y a sus hijos de ustedes.
And I want to have the same economic stability to provide my children with the same good life that you provide your children, and to provide your children with care.
Eso es mi testimonio. Muchísimas gracias.
That is my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan, for doing this for us, to translate, and you can translate back to her. First of all, very heartfelt. I definitely understand, where she's coming from. I've said it before, I'll say it again. My grandmother, I grew up with my grandmother who was a domestic worker, and I do understand this is real, and I understand that some people don't have this experience, but I really do appreciate her bringing the points that she raised to the committee, because I want us all to think really long and hard about what it is we're providing for the people, right? Domestic workers make all other work possible. And I think that is something that I really want to resonate, not just with this committee, but with Connecticut as a whole. We're able to be viable and to remain open and to get done the things that we need to get done, especially during this pandemic, because of domestic workers. And if we lift from the bottom, we're all elevated, and those on the bottom should be lifted. And it should be an ongoing effort to bring equity, right? We keep going back to equity, to bring equity, dignity, and respect to all jobs. So please just thank her for her time and her testimony. I don't see that anyone has any questions. So I just wanted to close out her testimony with that.
Thank you. Guadalupe, muchísimas gracias. Dice la diputada, muchísimas gracias por tu testimonio. Ella dice que su abuela era trabajadora del hogar y lo que dice es la pura verdad. No todos lo entienden. El trabajo del hogar es el trabajo que hace posible todos los demás trabajos. La economía depende de las trabajadoras del hogar. Tenemos que levantar a las que están abajo. Tenemos que unirnos, señores y señoras del comité, para buscar la dignidad y la igualdad. Thank you, Ms.
Y esperemos
Porter.
que sigamos luchando con nuestra economía.
Yes, we have to keep fighting to improve with this economy. Thank you.
Yes, and we will. Sí se puede.
Sí se puede.
Tengo un buen día.
Gracias.
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 All right, so up next we have Adriana Rodriguez, who is a member of ULA as well. Ms. Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Sí, hola, buenas tardes. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Bueno, mi nombre es Adriana Rodríguez. Soy residente de New Haven desde hace 15 años y soy miembro también de Unidad Latina en Acción. Antes que nada, gracias copresidentas y miembros del Comité de Trabajadores. Doy mi testimonio a favor de la ley, del proyecto de ley HB 06120, un acta para establecer un centro para desarrollo de cooperativas. Mi experiencia personal estableciendo una cooperativa surgió por la necesidad de la pandemia. Megan,
Adriano,
¿me vas a traducir, cierto?
sí. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Rodriguez. I'm a New Haven resident. I'm also a member of ULA. I want to testify today in favor of HB 6120, an act to establish a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. My personal experience establishing a worker-owned cooperative arose from the need to generate income to face the economic crisis that came with the pandemic. Adelante, Adriana.
Ok. Dos personas nos unimos para establecer una cooperativa en donde trabajamos por igual, democráticamente y sin explotación.
So 3 of us got together to establish a cooperative where we work democratically as equals without exploitation.
Nuestra cooperativa vende comidas tradicionales mexicanas. Decidimos vender este tipo de comida pues porque nos identificamos con ellos.
Our cooperative sells traditional Mexican food. It's something that we're proud of, our identity.
Uno de los retos que enfrentamos fue conseguir el capital para poder iniciar el negocio.
One of the challenges was finding the capital to start up the business.
Además, no teníamos ninguna orientación de parte del estado de Connecticut sobre las legalidades, regulaciones fiscales y permisos en lo que respecta a una cooperativa dirigida por uno mismo.
On top of that, we did not have any guidance from the state of Connecticut about legalities, tax regulations, or permits as they pertain to a worker-owned cooperative.
Gracias a nuestros amigos de la Federación Estadounidense de Cooperativas de Trabajo, estamos aprendiendo de otras cooperativas que se encuentran en diferentes estados del país.
Thanks to our friends at the U.S. Federation of Worker-Owned Cooperatives, we are learning from other cooperatives in different parts of the country.
Sin embargo, creemos que el estado de Connecticut es el que debe de dar esta iniciativa reconstructiva. Es hora de que Connecticut reconstruya nuestra devastada economía con cooperativas que puedan sostener a nuestras familias y comunidades.
However, we think it's time for Connecticut to do its part to start supporting these initiatives, to rebuild our devastated economy with cooperatives that can sustain our families and our communities.
En mi caso personal, yo estoy muy interesada en que esta ley es importante para las cooperativas, ya que necesitamos más oportunidades y incentivos y menos burocracia.
In my personal case, this law is very important because cooperatives need more opportunities and incentives and less bureaucracy.
Como incubadores de cooperativas, aportamos al desarrollo de la economía de este país. Y las cooperativas somos la respuesta y la alternativa para ser independientes y generar mejores condiciones laborales para las y los trabajadores.
As incubators of cooperatives, we contribute to the development of this country's economy, and cooperatives are the answer and the alternative for women workers and men workers to be independent and generate better working conditions for everyone.
Y bueno, antes que nada, quiero dar las gracias a Megan por estarnos traduciendo este testimonio que estamos dando. Más sin embargo, creo que la comisión que está a cargo de esta audiencia pública debería contratar a un asistente profesional, pues para que las palabras que nosotros decimos sean claves y sean directas para que ellos nos escuchen.
I also want to thank Megan for providing this translation today, and I want to ask the committee to consider hiring a professional interpreter in the future so that our words can be heard clearly and accurately.
No digo que esté mala interpretación, pero queremos que nuestras palabras lleguen sean las correctas, que lleguen a los representantes del comité.
So I'm not saying that the interpretation is being done badly, but I just want to make sure that our voices can be heard clearly by the senators and representatives.
Ya que esta audiencia es importante, es audiencia para el pueblo y es importante hacer que nuestras historias sean escuchadas.
This is a public hearing for the public, and it's important that our stories be heard.
Y de verdad agradezco al comité y a las copresidentas por escuchar mi testimonio y realmente espero que hagan algo por esta ley, que no solamente quede en un papel, que no solamente quede en esta audiencia, sino que realmente hagan algo por la ley de las cooperativas.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank the co-presidents and members of the committee, and I hope that you can advance this law. I hope that it goes beyond this committee. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for hearing me.
You're very welcome, Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you for being with us today. You definitely have made the most succinctly covered all the salient points in this legislation. I assure you that we are doing our due diligence to make sure that we do have a permanent translator. We know the importance of public hearings and the public voice being heard. So thank you for making that point as well. And for the sake of time, I'm going to go to Senator Kushner and let her make her comments or questions for you, because you did such a great job. So thank you again. And I'll give you time to translate that. And then Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Rodríguez. Has tocado todos los puntos claves sobre este proyecto de ley. También quiero asegurarte de que vamos a tratar de contratar a un intérprete profesional para las futuras audiencias. Ahora le doy la palabra a la senadora Kushner.
Thank you. And what you said about the translator, the interpreter, is very important. And we were on a hearing the other night for appropriations where a number of domestic workers were lined up to testify, and we didn't have translation at the beginning, and I felt so frustrated. And so your point is well taken. We need to make sure that for all hearings, there is the opportunity for folks to speak in their original language. And so I really appreciate that comment. I also just want to thank you for all your advocacy. You clearly have put a lot of effort into to researching and understanding what it will take to move domestic workers forward in our country. And I appreciate that, because we know it's our responsibility to pass these laws. And we know that because of the work that you're doing to inform us. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por destacar el problema de la interpretación. Entiendo que hacía poco en la otra audiencia, la semana pasada, no hubo interpretación y muchas trabajadoras no pudieron dar su testimonio. Entonces, estamos tomando en cuenta tus comentarios. Quiero agradecerte por todo el trabajo que haces para defender los derechos de las trabajadoras. Muchas gracias, Adriana.
Sí,
Thank
gracias.
you.
Creo que realmente es importante lo de la interpretación, porque no todas, bueno, pueden decir tú porque no aprendes inglés, ¿verdad? Pero aparte, a veces es una barrera que nosotros también tenemos, porque el trabajo nos los impide, porque tenemos que estar trabajo, y a veces somos las menos consideradas, ¿no? Con el Estado.
Thank you for considering this question of interpretation. People might say, why don't you learn English? And it's a challenge when you have to work because you have to earn your paycheck day to day, your living paycheck to paycheck. So thank you for your consideration.
Let me just say that I wish I could learn Spanish, and I have the same problem. I'm always working, or I would be studying Spanish. I wish I could Spanish.
Dice que le gustaría aprender a hablar español y si no estuviera trabajando día a día, estaría estudiando el español.
Gracias.
And the
Thank
only
you.
thing I'll add to that, Megan, is the fact that, I had the honor and privilege of being in Germany. And the thing that really made me think hard about what she just said is most of those students and children, they grow up in an environment where it is expected for them to know English, even though the German is their language, but they're also expected to know other languages as well. They speak 4 and 5 languages. So I would say to the people here, myself included, I think that, we should be learning. It should be a part of our curriculum to speak Spanish, to speak Mandarin, to speak other languages, because these are the people that we welcome to this country. And I believe that we should be able to communicate in all ways, in whatever way it makes, the people that are communicating comfortable. I wish I was more fluent in Spanish. I understand it a lot better than I can speak it, but we do take everything you said to heart today, Ms. Rodriguez, and thank you so much for the hard work you did in providing such a salient testimony today on this piece of legislation.
Great. Señora Rodríguez, muchísimas gracias. Yo tuve el privilegio de ir a Alemania, al país de Alemania, donde todos los niños aprenden en la escuela a hablar 4 o 5 idiomas. Yo creo que es un modelo que hay que seguir. Aquí en este país, los niños deberían de ser bilingües o trilingües, porque le damos la bienvenida a los migrantes. Todos deberíamos de aprender a hablar varios idiomas, el español, el chino. Yo entiendo más español, yo entiendo bastante español, me gustaría hablarlo mejor. Muchísimas gracias por todo tu esfuerzo para promover este proyecto de ley, señora Rodríguez.
Pero creo que es el inicio de algo nuevo y esperamos que contar con el apoyo de todos ellos.
Thank you. I think this is the beginning of an important initiative, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you. Igual. All right. So up next, we will have Carmen Lanche, Executive Director of Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Carmen, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos. Doy mi testimonio en apoyo al proyecto de ley 943 del Senado y en apoyo al proyecto de ley 6537 de la Cámara de Representantes.
Good afternoon, chairwomen and members of the committee. I'm giving testimony in support of the law 943 and the law 6537.
Representante Robin Porter, senadora Julie Kushner y miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos.
Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kushner, and members of the committee.
Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche, soy directora ejecutiva de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y nuestra organización tiene muchos miembros de trabajos del hogar.
I am the executive director of an organization called Communities Without Borders. We have many domestic workers in our organization.
Estamos asociados a la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras Domésticas. Vivo en la ciudad de Norwalk.
We are affiliated with the National Domestic Worker Alliance, and I live in the city of Norwalk.
A medida que termina el mes de la historia negra y empieza el mes de la historia de la mujer, no solo estamos mirando hacia atrás, como las familias negras y las mujeres, que hemos sido las más afectadas por la pandemia.
So we are wrapping up Black History Month and we are starting Women's History Month. And it is no coincidence that Black communities and women of color are suffering this pandemic, the worst of this pandemic.
Sino también construyendo soluciones que las centren para crear un futuro que dé prioridad al cuidado de todas nosotras.
But we are also the ones who are creating solutions, and we are creating a society where care is valued.
La pandemia ha resaltado la importancia del cuidado. El trabajo de cuidado hace posible todos los demás trabajos y la economía se sostiene también a base del cuidado. Debemos de reconstruir nuestra economía y sociedad basados en el cuidado de las personas, las comunidades y el planeta que todos compartimos.
Care work sustains all other work. Care work makes possible all other work. Let's rebuild our economy, putting care work at the center. Care for our people and care for our planet.
Esta semana marca el comienzo del mes de la historia de la mujer. Ha llegado el momento de encontrar soluciones audaces para abordar las múltiples crisis que perjudican a nuestras comunidades.
We are starting Women's History Month. We need to take bold steps to confront the challenges that are facing our society.
El Día Internacional de la Mujer se aproxima y hay que elevar las contribuciones esenciales de las trabajadoras del hogar, dentro de las cuales hay mucha diversidad como las mujeres negras, latinas, asiáticas e inmigrantes, quienes hacen la mayor parte del trabajo del cuidado. Para nuestros padres envejecientes, nuestros seres queridos con discapacidades, con su trabajo aportan en la recuperación económica de nuestra nación y nuestro estado de Connecticut.
As we approach International Women's Day, let's recognize the Black women, the Latina women, the Asian women who do the majority of this care work, caring for our parents, caring for our elders, caring for our children.
Necesitamos alivio para todas las trabajadoras, comenzando con las trabajadoras esenciales, incluyendo a las trabajadoras del hogar. Independientemente del tamaño o la industria, las trabajadoras domésticas tienen el derecho de tener un salario digno como cualquier otro empleado y tener hasta 40 horas de tiempo pagado por enfermedad por año.
Let's have relief for essential workers, starting with essential domestic workers who deserve labor rights, who deserve the minimum wage, who deserve the overtime.
Es necesario que el Departamento de Labor cree fondos para crear talleres educativos a favor de las trabajadoras domésticas.
This law is necessary because it would help the Department of Labor create educational workshops to teach domestic workers about their rights.
Para que así puedan saber sus derechos, cómo entender su salario mínimo y horas extras, cuáles son los derechos durante sus horas de trabajo, accidentes y seguridad industrial, ausencia por enfermedad, acoso sexual y discriminación, despido injusto.
So that domestic workers could learn their right to minimum wage, their right to overtime, their right if they experience things on the job, including accidents or sexual harassment.
Bajo la ley HB 6537, los trabajadores del cuidado pueden usar los días de enfermedad pagados para cuidar a su cónyuge, a su hijo, a su mamá, a su abuelo, a su nieto, a su padre, a su hermano y cualquier persona relacionada con el empleado por sangre de afinidad que sea el equivalente a la familia.
We also need to pass HB 6537, which would give domestic workers the right to paid sick days, including paid sick days that they need to care for a spouse, a child, or another family member.
Proporcionar licencia por enfermedad relacionada con la pandemia, así como 80 horas adicionales de licencia específicamente de COVID-19.
This law would also guarantee 80 hours of additional paid sick time for COVID emergencies.
La ley HB 6537 permite el uso del tiempo de enfermedad cuando los funcionarios de salud pública cierran el lugar de trabajo de un trabajador o una escuela, lugar de atención del niño por una emergencia de salud pública y proporciona 80 horas adicionales de tiempo de enfermedad con pago para fines.
So HB 6537 would allow 80 hours of pandemic sick time if the state enacts an emergency order to shut down a school, for example, or a daycare or another industry.
Esto garantizará que los trabajadores domésticos estén incluidos en la legislación para que no se vean obligados a elegir entre cuidarse a sí mismos y mantener a sus familias.
This would mean that domestic workers would be included in paid sick days so that they don't have to make a choice between caring for their health, caring for their family's health, and going to work and earning a wage.
La ley actual no es suficiente. Solo las empresas que tienen más de 50 empleados están obligadas a proporcionar 5 días o 40 horas de la licencia pagada.
The law that exists is not enough because only companies with more than 50 employees are providing paid sick days.
La ley HB 6537 haría que todos los trabajadores, incluyendo a las trabajadoras del hogar, tengan el mismo derecho a 5 días de licencia pagada.
So HB 6537 would mean that all workers, including domestic workers, would have the right to those 5 paid sick days.
Esta ley también proporcionaría 10 días adicionales o 80 horas adicionales de licencia pagada cuando un trabajador se enferme del COVID-19.
Plus the additional 80 hours in a case of COVID, in the case that the worker gets sick with COVID or is affected by COVID.
Todos merecemos trabajar y vivir con seguridad y dignidad. Esta ley garantizaría que nadie se quede afuera, ningún trabajador.
We all deserve to live with safety and dignity. This law would mean that no worker is left out or left behind.
Eso significa que todos los trabajadores de todos los sectores estarían cubiertos.
All workers in all industries would be covered.
Y también proporcionaría beneficios como la atención médica y licencia por enfermedad remunerada.
We need paid sick days.
Ampliar las oportunidades de capacitación laboral para ayudar a brindar a los consumidores una atención de la mejor calidad.
And also for the law 943, it would improve education for domestic workers so that we can provide better care to our clients.
Los trabajadores domésticos han quedado significativamente fuera de las protecciones y beneficios vitales para los empleados en el lugar de trabajo y no se incluyeron en las protecciones laborales básicas durante 60 años.
Domestic workers were excluded from all labor laws and protections for 60 years.
Independientemente de dónde trabajen, ustedes pueden hacer lo correcto para el futuro de nuestra economía y comunidades. Y ahora pensamos que es el momento de cambiar las leyes a favor de las trabajadoras.
You have the opportunity today to do what is right for our communities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por escuchar mi testimonio. Espero que durante esta sesión escuchen todos los testimonios personales de todas las personas y puedan hacer algo por su comunidad. Gracias.
Thank you for listening to my testimony. I hope that you can take into consideration all of the stories and take action for the good of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. And excuse me, I got a little hoarse there. Thank you, Carmen, and thank you, Megan, for translating. We have heard from a number of domestic workers or advocates for domestic workers. We recognize the importance of passing this bill and making sure that we're taking care of the people who, as you point out, take care of us.
Muchísimas gracias, Carmen y Megan, por la traducción. Estamos escuchando atentamente los testimonios de todas las trabajadoras del hogar y sí, necesitamos cuidar a las cuidadoras. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And I don't see any hands at this time, so I am going to move to our next speaker. I have, is Pete Isberg with us?
Yes, hi, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss Raised Bill 942, an act concerning on-time payment of wages. I represent the National Payroll Reporting Consortium, whose member organizations provide payroll services covering about 40% of the U.S. private sector workforce. We share your concern concerning timely payment of wages, but the bill as written is overly broad and would disrupt the payroll processing arrangements of many employers that are not the subject of concern. We understand that the concern relates to personal care attendants under the Medicaid program. But as written, the bill could apply to many employers that receive state funds, including state or municipal instrumentalities, such as libraries, townships, schools, clinics, and so on. The bill should be amended to target personal care attendants under the Medicaid program, and the term fiscal intermediaries should be defined. Secondly, although the bill says that it would make intermediaries responsible only for timely wage payments, it goes on to cite several other sections of the wage and hour law, including payment of wages on termination, requirements to inform employees of their rate of pay, work schedules, and employment policies, such as benefits. Fiscal intermediaries may handle this in the context of Medicaid and personal care attendants, but generally, payroll firms don't inform employees of pay rates and work schedules or the employer's policies on vacation, sick leave, or benefits. We're not aware of any terminations of employment unless we're advised of that by the employer. Payroll firms can't even independently ensure timely wage payments. We produce paychecks when provided with the inputs, but we're not at the workplace making sure the checks are handed out on time. To make a payroll provider directly responsible would completely change the nature of the services. Most likely, payroll firms would decline to offer services to state-funded entities, and those that did would need to increase their prices by a factor of 10 or more, since they would need to have a person on site. The bill should be amended, again, to target personal care attendants and the Medicaid program, to clarify the term fiscal intermediaries, and to clarify that it only covers timely payment of wages. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important topic. I would be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Am I saying correctly? Is it Isberg?
It's Iceberg, but thank you.
Isberg. Okay, I'm sorry. But thank you for your testimony. And did you provide, it sounds like you provided written testimony.
Yes, I did.
And in that, is your contact information available?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. I think that we will work with you and other advocates to make sure that the bill is clearly gets to the population that we're concerned about. And so I thank you for being here today and for testifying.
Thank you. We're very supportive and appreciate the opportunity to work on the bill.
Yeah, and it's good to hear you say you're supportive, because hearing the stories we've heard today really makes your hair curl in my case.
I listened as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. So next on the list, we have Emily Williams. Is Emily with us? There you are.
Good afternoon. I am actually not Emily Williams. My name is Amy Epler-Epstein. I'm an attorney at New Haven Legal Assistance, and Ms. Williams is actually a pseudonym for a client of mine who had hoped to be with me here today, but her work schedule changed, so she asked me to speak in her stead and tell you about her situation.
Well, thank you. Now that I can see you in the light, I know I would have recognized you. Thank you for being with
me. And I am so appreciative that you, Senator Kushner, and Representative Porter have I'm here testifying in support of House Bill 6474, an act considering collateral employment consequences of a criminal record. And I'm so glad that that you are pushing this legislation. As you know, we were together for quite many sessions last year on the Council on Collateral Consequences of Criminal Convictions, and really the two areas as housing and employment are the critical areas where people who have criminal records or have convictions or arrests face so many barriers to their success. And so I appreciate that this committee is pushing forward with this legislation that I think will make some important steps towards helping folks who have criminal histories and criminal records to find employment. So 6474, one of the most important things that it does is expand the system of individualized assessments that's currently required for state employers to private employers. And I think that's so important, because really somebody's past mistakes should not forever taint their future opportunities, but that happens so often with people with criminal convictions. And I think I did submit written testimony, and there really were actually two additional proposals we had of changes that I wanted to bring to your attention, if it's possible. You know, first of all, the law as written, even with no changes, would be a great step forward, because it would require those kind of individualized assessments. that the state does require, and give some remedies for people with private employers that currently are not available. But the two additions that I wanted to suggest, one of them really comes exactly from my client's situation, and she's a client in our reentry clinic at New Haven Legal Assistance. Her situation is that she had no past criminal record, had some incidents that happened last spring, and really where she was sort of caught up as a bystander, but other people got arrested, and she got caught up with some charges that she was contesting. And she found for the last, I guess it's been 6 to 8 months, she has been unable to get work in her field because of these pending charges. And that every, she is found qualified. She actually has worked as a pharmacy assistant. She has a lot of skills and was trying to get work in that area again. But every job she applied for, she was turned down when they did the background check based on pending charges. I'm happy to say that actually yesterday, those charges were nollied in criminal court and they no longer appear on her record. But I think that's actually all the more reason to point out this additional language that we would suggest, which is to prohibit employers from considering pending charges, because pending charges are exactly that. Charges, allegations, but not convictions. Nothing has been proven. And in fact, in our system, you are considered innocent unless and until proven guilty. And yet pending criminal charges can be used as grounds for people to lose their jobs. And in my client's case, to be denied job opportunities. And I point out in my testimony that actually HUD guidance in housing situations has prohibited public housing agencies from considering arrests or pending charges for exactly that reason, because arrests and charges are not convictions. And so that is the one suggestion that we would propose adding to this bill, is prohibiting employers from considering pending charges. And the second addition that we suggested is that I think the language of the legislation talks about, actually a very positive change. Instead of just talking about criminal convictions, they add a broader, you add a broader language about criminal history record information. And the one slight change we would suggest there is the definition includes records obtained from the judicial department, but we have found that oftentimes there are state and local police departments that maintain records on people's involvement with the criminal justice system that can be accessed and reported, not only the judicial department. So it would be great to have that included as well. And the language we suggested is, and it's not the only possible language to do that, but would be ensuring that the criminal history record information is amended to include any information reported by a consumer reporting agency relating to arrests, releases. So, and that language is submitted in my written testimony. Again, that's not the only way that one could frame it, but it was just trying to broaden it to records, not only in the judicial department, but also in the state and local police departments. So I'm happy to speak further or answer any questions, but that's really the crux of my testimony.
Well, thank you so much. And it was a great experience for me to serve on the council with you, the Council for Collateral Consequences. And I learned so much that, I had never had experience in this area. And so it was very eye-opening to me. And I'm happy to see that all of that work that we put in over the many months that you participated in, and so many others, that we're actually now contemplating a change in law that would really was based on all of the experience and all of the data that was collected. And so the only comment I want to make is I really appreciate those suggestions. We want to make this a strong bill and one that goes to the heart of the issues that folks face when they are re-entering. And so I would just ask that in addition to your written testimony, if you would please forward that in an email to our clerk and to, I think you have the email addresses for Robin and me, so that we'll make sure that we're not going to miss it when we look at this bill, when we take it up in our committee.
Wonderful.
All right,
I would love to do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thanks for all that you're doing and for taking up this important issue. I was very glad also to see it making its way into legislation this session.
It's good to do things after you have all that work, and then sometimes you don't get to do anything with it. And so this was really exciting for me.
I agree entirely. Thank you so much for your work.
Next on the list, we have tomorrow, I think it's Nunez del Prado from Unida Latina en Acción. Is tomorrow with us?
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Nayeli. I see you are here. Is Tamara with us also?
Oh, Tamara. Megan, ella no va a dar, ¿verdad?
No, I think you can skip her and move on to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you both. And now we have two translators that are on ready. It's so fabulous. Thank you both. So next on our list is Deirdre Murch. And Deirdre, we've met before, obviously. We've worked together, and Deirdre is the vice president of 1199. Deirdre, I just wanted to give you a heads up. I hope before you start your testimony, I hope I haven't overpromised, but I did mention your name earlier today as someone who is very familiar with the relationships between Allied and the state. And so I don't know if Representative Rutigliano is here at this moment, because all of our members have multiple hearings going on at the same time, but I will endeavor to ask the questions that he was asking this morning, but I do want to make sure that you're aware that we pitched you as an expert. So
thank you. I'll do my best to live up to that. But yeah, Katie gave me a heads up, so I do think I can shed some more light on some of the questions that were being asked.
Great. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Deirdre Murch. I'm a vice president and home care director at 1199. I lead the home care division, which represents 10,000 personal care attendants who are employed through home and community-based Medicaid waivers. So in Connecticut, home and community-based Medicaid waivers allow consumers to stay in their home and employ a caregiver of their choice. I'm sure you're aware that the demand for these services is just growing hugely. It's the workforce has basically doubled since we formed our union back in 2012, 2013. And this program is administered by the Department of Social Services and two fiscal intermediaries, Allied and Sunset Shores. We have never received a phone call or a complaint about one of the fiscal intermediaries, Sunset Shores. We have received thousands about Allied Community Resources. There is not a week that goes by when we don't hear from, desperate PCAs who have not been paid on time. So in, the last year that we have records for, 2018, Allied received $6.1 million in program revenue from the state of Connecticut to process payroll. But DSS's own data shows that they processed 6,000 timesheets late that same year. You'll hear from DSS, I'm sure today, if you haven't already, who will tell you that, Allied processes 98 or 99% of timesheets on time, and that PCAs who aren't paid should file a complaint with the Department of Labor. But the problem is not that PCAs never get the money. The problem is the delay of 7 days or 14 days or 21 days. That kind of delay really wreaks havoc on working people's lives, because if a PCA doesn't get paid on Friday, they're almost guaranteed to wait at least another week for the problem to be fixed. And, don't let that 99% figure fool you, because even processing 1% to 2% of timesheets after the scheduled payday, if you can just close your eyes and envision, 6,000 unique instances where a PCA wakes up, checks their bank account, and has nothing. PCAs, don't just work paycheck to paycheck. They actually, most of them work a paycheck or two behind. PCAs are 90% women. 65% are Black and brown women. And as the payroll agent for all DSS programs, Allied's payroll is actually disproportionately made up of caregivers of color compared with Sunset Shores, which serves a comparatively whiter and higher wage workforce. The vast majority of PCAs paid by Allied make $16.25 an hour. Those who are lucky enough to get full-time hours still bring home less than $30,000 a year, but many of them, of course, no longer qualify for Husky because they're priced out. and about nearly 20% of PCAs report being uninsured entirely. And most, of course, don't actually get full-time hours, and so bring home significantly less than that. About 37% of our members work multiple jobs, and many more beyond that have multiple consumers within the home care waiver programs. You know, the stories that we hear, they haunt me. I've spoken to PCAs who've accrued hundreds of dollars in late charges and overdraft fees. I've met mothers of infants who told me they can't afford formula for their babies. I had one mother tell me she sold nude photos of herself to get formula for her child when she wasn't paid on time. I've spoken to more PCAs than I can count who got eviction notices. One person told me she slept in her car with her 3 children when she didn't get paid.
Thank you, Ms. Your 3 minutes are ended. Please conclude your remarks.
So just the rest is kind of in my testimony, but you'll hear that from DSS that Allied is subject to a performance improvement plan and that things are improving, but our members and our data show that the problems have actually worsened during the pandemic. And I would just call on all of you to, you know, no human being, much less a working person who supports an individual and living independently, should have to find themselves in crisis because they didn't get paid for it. So please support Senate Bill 942.
Thank you. Thank you, Deirdre. And I do want you to know there have been a number of PCAs that have testified today, and there are a number that I think are yet to testify. And their testimony has been very helpful. And but I won't put him on the spot, but I want to let you know, Representative Anderson, and I know you're here with us now, he has a family member who has a PCA paid through Allied, and your comments earlier today, Representative Anderson, were really helpful also to the conversation. So I wanted to thank you for that input. We do have one hand here. I see Representative Winkler.
Yes, I've been dying to ask this question. So there's several reasons why a company could not do the job. I used to be in state contracting. One reason is they understaff and pocket the difference. Another reason is they're just incompetent. The third thing is that they underbid the project in the first place and they had no idea of performing as required. Do you have any feeling for what the problem is with Allied?
I think that the problem is a combination of a very poorly run fiscal agent combined with DSS really accepting this error rate, which leaves so many people in crisis.
Right. So has the Attorney General been approached?
I will have to check with my colleague, Katie, but I know that we've met with just about everyone we can think to meet with. Of course, we've met with many of you. We've met with the Department of Labor. We've met with DSS, the Workforce Council, more times than I can count. We've essentially, you know, gone in every direction we can think of to get the reforms that are needed to make sure we don't have 6,000 unique instances of crisis every year. And we haven't been able to do it without this bill, which would, of course, give folks the recourse to hire a lawyer and sue Allied, not the consumer. The consumers are allies in this fight because they too want their PCs to get paid on time, but would allow them to essentially treat Allied as the employer for purposes of payroll only.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. And Deirdre, that was one of the questions that came up earlier. The way the bill is written, there might be some cause for concern that the employer, given that the employer is actually the consumer, that the employer would be responsible. In other words, the consumer would be responsible for the late fees or penalties. Was that, can you fill us in on that part of the bill and whether that's your intent or interpretation?
Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely not the intent. And I believe we've actually provided edited language to our chairpersons. This would make Allied, not the consumer employer, the employer for the purpose of payroll. And so, as I said, we do not want to do anything that would put consumer employers themselves in jeopardy, that they are strong allies in this fight. And you've heard from some of them today, and we'll hear from more who feel equally strongly that they want their PCAs to be paid on time, because honestly, it impacts their ability to, retain and attract good staff. There are many consumers who will tell you that when they are hiring and the person they're trying to recruit asks who does the payroll and they tell them Allied, the person says, oh no, I'm not going there again. And people actually will walk away from job offers once they find out that Allied is the payroll agent.
Thank you for that. And another question that was put forward had to do with whether or not, if Allied is not living up to its responsibilities under the contract with the state, wouldn't we be able to terminate that contract? And so I wonder if I know you've touched on the fact that DSS believes that they're making improvement, but does DSS have the ability to terminate the contract?
They do. The contract expires in June of this year, but if you look at the contract DSS has with them, it's actually quite lax. And so we do believe that part of the issue here is the contract is too lax, and we have a bill proposed in GAE, which would seek to strengthen the terms of the contract as well. But outside of the contract, I believe that DSS has been willing to truly hold a higher standard. We believe our members to deliver care. Just a quick follow-up on your question earlier. When I had mentioned we spoke to the Department of Labor, they had actually clarified that it's not the Attorney General, it would be the state's attorney, and they are also limited in what they can do.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't see any other hands. I hope that all the questions have been asked, but okay, I see Representative Rutigliano is saying yes. And so I think the most important points for our committee were to clarify that it would not be the consumer responsible, and that it's helpful to know that this contract is coming up due. You mentioned that there were 6,000 cases where people were not paid on time. I have one other thought. I know when I was working as an hourly employee, didn't get paid on time. There were often resources available for issuance of a check, even if it wasn't on that day that I was expecting to get paid, but maybe the next business day after the error was brought to the attention of the payroll service. Are there any instances like that that have been suggested or tried with Allied?
So unfortunately, that's one of the problems. I mean, I referenced the other payroll agent, Sunset Shores, and Sunset Shores does that. They issue a rolling payroll where when there are problems, they can be corrected within 24 hours. Allied does not do that, except in very, very rare cases. Like I can probably think of, 3 or 4 reports of that happening in the last year. The vast majority of folks who aren't paid on Friday end up waiting at least a week, if not 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks. I spoke to a woman who hadn't been paid in a month, and she was getting a shutoff notice for her electricity, and she needs electricity to keep her mother alive because her mother requires 24-hour a day oxygen. And so these are some of the challenges that workers are facing is when something goes wrong, it's a significant amount of time to fix it. And as you can imagine, for someone who is really living really on the edge of being able to make ends meet, that can result in a snowball effect of consequences in their lives. And what we see is the human toll of these late payments is just really, really incredible and unacceptable in our view for our members to have to live with.
And that brings up another question. So there are 2 intermediary fiscal agents here. What is the distinction? How do you end up with one versus the other?
Sunset Shores serves an entirely DD workforce, so those caring for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It is, as I mentioned earlier, a comparatively whiter workforce. It's also a higher wage workforce. Those caregivers make wages on a much greater range, but sometimes up to, in the $20 an hour range. Allied serves primarily those who are on providing care under the DSS waivers. And so the majority of them make $16.25. And again, it is a workforce that is disproportionately folks of color. So the fact that we have one fiscal agent who has never had a reported problem and by all accounts is extremely responsive and accessible. And on the other hand, we have an account of a much larger workforce that's disproportionately folks of color who, are reporting that they routinely don't get paid on time. They routinely can't reach Ally to fix the problem. I mean, one of the things I didn't get to, but I'll mention just quickly, is that 50% of our members in a survey say that they wait 30 or more minutes on hold on average when they call Allied. So when a problem happens, you're not just out of pay for a week, you're going to spend hours of your next week trying to reach Allied. We don't get that report with Sunset Shores. And so we really do feel as a union, this is a pressing issue of economic and racial justice, and that this is a problem that's disproportionately hurting workers of color.
I see Representative Bertigliano.
Thank you, Madam. And thank you for all your questions. By the way, you answered the vast majority of anything I would have. I just had one related to her last statement. Sunset Shores and Allied are hired by the same people, correct? Is they both go into contracts with DSS, or is one agency and one a different agency?
I believe, so what I know is that if you are a DDS consumer who directs your own care, or you have a conservator who directs your own care, you can choose between the two fiscal agents. You can choose Allied or Sunset Shores. If you're a DSS consumer employer, you don't have a choice. You must go through Allied as the fiscal agent.
Are all those regulations, what you just spoke to, made up by DSS? They're the ones that created that scenario for the client?
When you say regulations, what are you referring to?
Like who made it so that if you're with one DDS, you could go with Sunset Shores, but if you're not, you could only DSS? That's some sort of government regulation, right? The payroll companies didn't come up with that scenario, did they?
I wouldn't imagine so, but I don't know for sure where that came from. I just know that's those are the options presented depending on the waiver someone's on.
I mean, I won't belabor the point. I fully agree with trying to fix this, but it does sound like DSS or whoever's in control of hiring these folks, there should be some remedies there. What you just spoke of, where one client gets treated completely different than another one, but I would imagine they're both under the same agency. Somebody in government has to be directing these people or even hiring these companies. So, but thank you. And I want to thank the Senator again. She has very poignant questions, and I got lots of information. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I mean, it is two different agencies who, DDS directs care for those with developmental disabilities, obviously, and DSS, those with physical disabilities or the elderly or those with brain injury. So it is two different departments that could have different policies. But I don't know the origin of why one department gives their consumers the choice and the other does not.
Thank you. It's a great question. Something we should ask them is, I guess, my point. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think one of the pieces of information we learned today about the timely, this really, even though it's next June that the contract expires, we all know that big contracts like this take some time to negotiate, and we would not, and there will need to be a payroll agent in place if we don't go forward with Allied. So I think the time is of the essence, and these questions that you just asked, Representative Bertigliano, I agree we need to get those resolved probably more quickly than the legislative process allows. So I'm sure there will be some follow-up to DSS and DDS as well. So appreciate your testimony here today and all the advocacy work you're doing with the PCAs that are here testifying today. Thank you. And I see no other hands. So I am going to.
There was just one other question that I think had been asked earlier that I wanted to speak to around whether or not PCAs can just file Department of Labor complaints. I don't know if you still wanted me to speak to that.
Yes, I think that, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask that. Yes, that did come up, so that's it.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, we did meet a couple of times actually with the Department of Labor, both on the state and the federal level. And PCAs can certainly file complaints, but the Department of Labor doesn't actually have any teeth to enforce them because Allied is not technically the employer. And so, of course, that's what makes this bill necessary, is that it would actually give the ability for folks to enforce this and to, essentially collect damages that would offset the human toll of this kind of consistent and ongoing late payment problems.
Thank you. And I think that does go back to the heart of the unique relationship where PCAs work directly for the consumer and the consumer is the employer. And we want to avoid putting that responsibility on the consumer. It is a complicated relationship between consumer, employees, and the state. And because it is done through waivers, clearly the state has the largest role to play in this. And so thank you very much for that clarification. And if we know where to find you if we have more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next on my list, I see, and I don't know if Tamara Nunez del Prado, I don't see that she is in the room. So I will move next to Carolina Vergara. Did I say that correctly?
Carolina, hola Carolina, no sé si te encuentras por ahí. Yo te vi hace ratito.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola Carolina.
Hola, buenas. Bueno, mi nombre, como ya saben, es Carolina Vergara. Soy residenta de West Haven y miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción.
Ok, espera. Tú dices algo y yo después traduzco, ¿ok?
Pues claro, sí.
My name is Carolina Vergara, West Haven resident, member of Unidad Latina en Acción, ULA.
Estimada copresidenta y miembro del comité, doy mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de ley HB 6120, un acta para establecer centros para el desarrollo de cooperativas.
Dear Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kosher, and a member of the Labor and Public Employees Community. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony today in favor of HB 6120, which will establish a center to support the creation of worker-owned cooperatives.
Bueno, le agradezco la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio el día de hoy a favor de la ley que establecería un centro para apoyar la creación de cooperativas que permitiría tener mejores condiciones laborales y una vida digna para nosotras, nuestra familia y la comunidad a la cual hacemos parte.
Which allow us to have better working conditions and dignified life for us, for our families, and for our communities.
Debido a la crisis del año pasado, mi trabajo como manicurista es profundamente afectado. Perdí mi trabajo y me he atrasado por la renta con más de $10,000.
Due to the crisis last year, my job as a manicure was deeply impacted. I lost my job and have fallen behind on the rent by more than $10,000.
Ante este hecho, yo y la organización a la que pertenezco, Unidad Latina en Acción, exploramos la idea de crear una cooperativa de belleza integral.
Given this fact, I and the organization to which I belong, Unidad Latina en Acción, ULA, explored the idea of creating a holistic beauty cooperative.
Con el apoyo económico de ULA y recursos propios, ahora mismo yo y otra compañera estamos operando desde hace 3 meses.
With the financial support from ULA and my own resource, right now, I and another colleague have been operating the cooperative for 3 months.
Bueno, tener un centro donde apoye la iniciativa sería muy valioso e importante, pues que esto tendría un impacto positivo dentro de la economía local y asimismo un impacto social al abrir, sino fuentes de trabajo para las personas.
Having a center where the initiative are support will be very valuable and important, as this will have a positive impact on the local economy and also as a social impact by opening up opportunities and jobs for other people.
En la mayoría de los salones de uña, las mujeres trabajan en condiciones de explotación. Yo lo sé porque trabajé allí. En estado de Connecticut podría ayudar a construir alternativas, crear cooperativas dirigidas por las mismas trabajadoras. Es una propuesta en contra de la explotación que sufrimos las mujeres en muchos salones y que nunca llega a oídos del Departamento de Trabajo.
In most nail salons and beauty salons, women are working in exploitation condition. I know because I have worked there. The state of Connecticut could help us build alternative creating workers-owned cooperatives. It's a response against the exploitation that women suffer in many beauty salons, an exploitation that it never reached the ears of a labor department.
Bueno, con el apoyo del Estado de Connecticut podríamos ampliar nuestras operaciones y atraer más compañeras a que se unan a nuestra cooperativa y a iniciativas similares. Esta ley se necesita ahora más que nunca. A medidas de desempleo y la explotación laboral que estamos enfrentando. Bueno, es hora de trabajar juntos, de establecer buenos trabajos para sustentar nuestros hijos, nuestra familia, nuestro futuro.
With the support of the state of Connecticut, we could expand our business and attract more partners to join our cooperatives and similar worker-owned initiatives. This law is needed now more than ever as an unemployment and labor explanation and rent. It is time to work together to establish good jobs to support our children and our future. ¿Estás bien, Carolina?
I hope that cry wasn't Carolina.
Carolina, ¿estás bien? Hola, Caro. ¿Te encuentras bien? Carolina. I don't know.
Maybe you could try and reach her. I think she dropped off the call now.
Do you want me to, I will finish her testimony?
That would be fine, thank you.
Okay, respectfully, I also want to ask that this community provide professional interpretation for people who have limited English proficiency and for people who are hard of hearing. In these public hearings, democratic access is a constitutional right. Thank you for opening the doors to this very important democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you, Nayeli, and we do appreciate you being here and providing the translation today, and I hope you will let us know if there is a problem with Carolina. I hope it was just that her phone died.
Yes, that's what we hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we will move to our next person on the list. Do we have Alexander? Alexander, are you with us? Can you pronounce your last name for us?
No problem. Kolokotronis.
Kolokotronis. I'll get it. So I'll call you Alex or Alexander.
Alex is good.
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee for this opportunity for me to provide testimony. My name is Alexander Kolokotronis. I'm a New Haven resident, registered voter, a union member, a PhD candidate in political science at Yale University studying workers' participation, and I've worked in the area of developing worker-owned firms. I'm testifying in support of HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. which I see as a step in addressing matters of building wealth in our communities, as well as matters of income inequality. Prior to arriving at Yale, I worked as a worker cooperative development assistant at Make the Road, New York. In this role, I saw time and again how worker ownership significantly improves the lives of all those involved. For example, I witnessed worker cooperatives empower migrant workers who had prior faced super exploitation. One woman went from making $20 per day at her previous job to earning $24 per hour as a worker owner at Palante Green Cleaning. As part of my work with the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives, the Business Association of Worker Cooperatives, I likewise heard stories from women at a worker cooperative named Si Se Puede about the ways in which worker ownership gave worker owners more freedom in their lives, allowing them to spend more time with their families by having real power over their own work schedules. I also saw how worker cooperatives could operate at serious scale. With over 1,500 worker owners, Cooperative Home Care Associates surpasses industry standards in wages, benefits, and in having low employee turnover. It has existed for approximately 35 years. Beyond the generally strong track record for worker ownership, showing why we need more worker ownership on its own terms, there's a strong need in our state for a Connecticut Center of Worker Ownership. Even prior to the pandemic, there was an ongoing escalating jobs crisis in our state, which can be effectively addressed through converting businesses to worker ownership. According to Blum Shapiro and University of Connecticut study, between 2015 and 2027, 19,000 business owners with 25,000 businesses will be retiring or on the verge of retirement. This means half of Connecticut business owners will be at retirement age by 2027. According to research from Project Equity, this will lead to the loss of 285,600 jobs in Connecticut. We see that there's a need for a policy intervention here, especially in an arena where many business owners lack succession plan, and a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership could provide the necessary education and technical assistance to ensure that business owners have the tools needed to empower themselves to transition their firm, both for their retirement, but also to retain jobs here in the state. You'll find at a website called www.becomingemployeeowned.org many stories of successful business conversions from around the country. And the Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership can make similar stories happen here in this state. I'd also like to add one more piece in terms of addressing income inequality. In the US, the CEO to worker pay ratio averages 339 to 1, and in some cases exceeds 5,000 to 1. According to a Stanford University survey, most US workers think a fair executive to worker pay ratio is 6 to 1. The largest worker co-op in this country, Cooperative Home Care Associates, has never had a pay ratio exceed 10 to 1. And we see dramatically lower pay ratios in other employee-owned firms around the country. Employee-owned firms help build wealth. You'll see this in the difference between the median wealth of single workers in the US across demographics of race and gender, as opposed to those who are employee owners. For example, African-American women on average have wealth of $200, whereas those in ESOPs, employee stock ownership plans, have wealth of $32,000.
Thank you, Mr. Kolokotronis. Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
With all of this said, I strongly urge the committee to support HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. And I hope this bill gets voted out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And you were beginning to cite some other statistics, and I do think those are helpful to us. So if you could fill us in on the remainder of the studies that you had done.
Sure. So the other statistics from that study will show as well that African-American men on average, or rather the median wealth for African-American men is $300 versus in ESOPs, $180,000. For Latinas, for Latina women, $100 as opposed to in ESOPs, $143,000. For Latino men, $950, again median, versus an ESOP, $200,000. White women, $15,640 versus in ESOPs, $172,000. And finally, from the study from the listings that they have, for white men, $28,900 versus $323,500 in ESOPs. So we see across the board that in employee stock ownership plans, firms with employee stock ownership plans, just dramatically build wealth for all of those who are a part of those firms, as opposed to where there is an employee ownership.
Okay, thank you. And I have other questions, but I will wait until I see Representative Aurora has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kolokotronis. I appreciate your testimony. I am a big believer in entrepreneurship and employee ownership. I cannot. That's my passion in terms of making entrepreneurs, because I think that's really a way to succeed in this country. That's the best way to build wealth, to do well, to control your time and so on. And it's not easy. I've been an entrepreneur and you don't sleep many days, but that's how it is. Now, I want to, this bill at this point is just basically very, one-line bill. I would like you to help us understand how this would translate. I understand where we're going, that we want folks to be owners of their business and possibly own a piece, a small partnership, let's say 5-person firm, you get some some parts of profit, so as to say, and obviously then you're more committed to the business. I love that idea. But how does a government agency or a specific agency, why would Yale not have a center disperse that information or have something on there? Because, I always believe once we put an agency into it, then we'll have the bureaucracy around it. And then, all we know is they're going to encourage everybody to actually not be entrepreneurs. Maybe that's just my experience. So why would not that be done privately or by nonprofits like yourself who do this brilliantly? Yale would do it brilliantly, and so would other colleges and institutions. And what would this look like?
So I think first on the university question, I think what has been found as sort of a best practice over the years of employee ownership centers being started is that there tend to be dynamics that could get caught up between such an employee ownership center and the university. And that might be more of a research focus. And I think if the focus is on actually expanding employee ownership, we want something that's maybe connected to a university, but outside of it. And additionally to that, when we're thinking about things like business conversions, in many cases, business owners are contemplating that option for years. So there might be initial contact with an employee ownership center. A business owner might come back a year later, 2 years later, 5 years later. And so it's something that they're considering. But as people are considering this option, that means that there needs to be some kind of institution that's durable, that can provide that kind of ongoing support that shows that this is a real viable option. And if we don't have an established employee ownership center, even if a business owner is aware of this option, they're likely not going to have a sense of exactly where to go and who to have these conversations with about transitioning their firm. So I think at a sort of baseline level, even just providing education and technical assistance on that level for a business owner to simply business owner to be simply able to call up an employee ownership center and say, hey, I've been interested, I've been talking with you about this for years, now I'm finally ready to go, is a big difference than having sort of no place to really go at all. And I think that's why we really need something like an employee ownership center, because it can provide that stability for people to consider this as an option and finally feel like they're able to jump in.
I thank you. I thank you for those insights. Now, have many states done this successfully? Because, I'm just skeptical because, my constituents are saying that, they come through me to get information on the unemployment claim resolution for months, right? So, we have some challenges with government bureaucracy, and they're working hard, and lots of things are good. I'm not saying that government doesn't work, but, these are things which non-governmental agency, nonprofits, universities can do brilliantly, and they would not get mired in a lot of bureaucracy. So, we like your idea. I personally speak for, and I think, but don't you think that this is going to be not serving your purpose as well? Your goal as well, if you do it in the format you were saying, that entrust the Department of Labor to basically set up a entrepreneurship center versus saying, listen, the Yale Entrepreneurship Center, or, we can ask or encourage other universities to do it, and perhaps, provide any, provide the data which we may have, which might be useful, or a link or something like that, so that you can really run with it. I just feel it's a great idea, and we might just really bureaucratize it beyond recognition. Give me some examples of when it has been done well.
So I think a great example on this is the Vermont Employee Ownership Center. There's a very good set of resources which I can provide after my testimony. One is an interview with somebody who works at the Vermont Employee Ownership Center, where he talks through the dynamics of having once been embedded within a university, and how actually being overly embedded within a university was more of a sort of bureaucratized scenario, versus having now being placed outside of the university, no longer being housed in it exactly, again, being connected to it, but being more free to actually engage with business owners rather than the prerogatives of, say, a higher ed administration. And so I think the Vermont Employee Ownership Center is one I am familiar with in that way on this very question, where both have been tried. And those who work at the Vermont Employee Ownership Center find that being housed, or at least not as embedded within a university, has paid far greater dividends than what the experience was before.
Thank you so much. I think the DCD in our state has some excellent resources, but perhaps, that may be another conversation. I thank you for your input. As I said, this is an excellent idea to promote entrepreneurship across the state. There are many ways to I won't use the word skin the cat, to achieve the purpose, and the discussion is really helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, I see Representative Rutigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The good senators asked really good questions today, so I may only do a couple and then let her have it, because I've learned a lot today. So I gotta admit, I need a little training wheels on this one, because on the surface, it doesn't sound too bad to me, but who provides, it seems like, that retired executive program where they come in and they sort of mentor you voluntarily to create business plans and all that other stuff. So I thought it was a great idea. I can't remember the acronym for it now, to be honest with you. It's like SOAR or SCORE or ROAR or one of those. But are you proposing sort of like that same thing where sort of people in the know either volunteer or work for the state and help people put up this sort of business plan?
I think that's something that could fit into the equation. For example, some models that are being tried across the country are those that provide technical assistance in such a way where business owners who are interested in transitioning towards employee ownership are connected with those who have done it before. And so whether it's an employee ownership center, or like in New York City, what they're doing right now is a kind of hotline to connect owners to owners. Something like this provides a clearinghouse that otherwise would be very difficult to sort of navigate as someone who's first dipping their toes into something like this. So one difficulty, for example, is when I've done presentations on employee ownership, I mean, I could say, yeah, I know somebody who does this kind of work in this kind of way, but it's not the most efficient way to really go about trying to expand this model and provide opportunities. Instead, it would be great if we had a center where the data is there, knowing who maybe from what sector, who has done this in what way could be relevant to someone else in the same sector. That those people could be connected. It's little things like that could go a long way in not just familiarizing people with employee ownership, but actually making it happen.
So, but you're proposing that these people work for the state of Connecticut? I mean, they sit within a department?
Yeah, so I know we're still fleshing out exactly what the center would look like, but we are proposing, as far as I've understood from all of our conversations, funding for a center that's currently not funded. It's currently something that has been created by a number of people who have given testimony or will be given testimony, but there's no funding stream for staffing it. And so staffing that center is the proposal. In what shape or form, I think we're still talking through these conversations, but that's the proposal, to have funding that could staff it.
I understand. So, okay, so that actually clears up probably one of my last questions is, so you're not actually proposing that the state get involved in the financing of it or loaning money. You're just sort of talking about folks making connections with other people.
Yeah. So some employee ownership centers do exactly just that. They have people on staff who they're not saying, hey, we work with the state that has a whole other set of money that we are going to be lending out for the purposes of this. It's simply, we're connecting you to different resources, and that might be other, for example, nonprofits or financing firms that are focused on employee ownership. But the issue is having that, who are those people in between that can connect business owners to those resources that are currently available. So the proposal is not to say provide direct funding for employee-owned firms.
Okay, so the state's not becoming a bank, it's really just becoming a resource is what you're saying.
Exactly.
It's interesting. I really look forward to hearing more. There's no reason to be opposed to it particularly. I mean, it's always a good thing, right? I mean, as a business owner, I don't know who the heck's going to buy mine someday. I'm not opposed to anything. I'm not as trusting of Yale as Representative Aurora is, or his constituents, quite frankly, but that's a whole nother conversation. I knew you'd like that one, Representative Winkler, right?
I do have one thing to add on that. There is a study from the ICA group, which is the longest active consultancy on employee ownership. And a recent study from a few years back showed that 83% of business owners don't have a succession plan.
No.
And that's a shame to think that there is this option out there, that they're perfectly viable, healthy businesses, but because people just don't have the knowledge, and why should we necessarily expect people to have the knowledge on this issue? Firms that are, at the heart of our communities sort of wither away, and so do those jobs. And so the idea that we could staff, something, even if it's a, not a very high staff level, that could connect business owners to these kinds of resources, could save a ton of jobs and even grow firms. And a great example of this is in Maine, Island Employee Cooperative, where it was a mom and pop store, a few stores, a small community, was one of the largest employers there, and they made the connections, and they had people connect with them and said to them, hey, this is an option. And the result was that 60 jobs were saved, and actually since then the firm has expanded.
Is it mostly employers that call up these employment centers and say, hey, I'm trying to figure out what to do with my business? Or is it employees that are like, hey, we want to own something? I mean, how does it normally work?
With conversions, it's mostly employers who call up and figure out how to initiate this. And what's also great about this is that it's not to say this happens overnight. It's actually also connecting business owners with the relevant experts who have maybe structured transitions that take place over 5-10 years, which include training and mentoring employees to now maybe manage the firm in some way, shape, or form, if that's part of the model, or to take the reins in certain areas that now they will need to take the reins in. So it doesn't have to be, a conversion that occurs tomorrow. It can be a conversion that occurs over time, which allows a business owner to steadily step away and maybe retire in a way that isn't necessarily a shock to their livelihood, as well as a shock to the business. And that's another reason why an employee ownership center, I think, or a worker ownership center is important here. It's in part so that when people are interested in these kinds of options, they don't necessarily, plunge right in because of something they Googled, but because they're connected to they're actually getting connected to the resources that make this that makes sense, that give them options that make sense for them and their own lives as well as for their employees.
Well, I've taken up enough time. I really appreciate your answers. You're very wealth of information, and I thank you for being here. I appreciate, and I want to learn more, so thank you.
Thank you, Representative Riccigliano, and your questions were very helpful. I only have a couple more that I wanted to ask because, I have a little bit of experience with employee stock ownership plans in the past. Most of the time, it was in the case where an employer was in trouble, where they were on the verge of bankruptcy and they needed help. And so there was a connection made between an employer's pension plan and the workers, and they converted it to an employee stock option plan. But I know that finding the right resources were not always easy to determine whether or not that was a good option. So I could see where, while this may be something that is generally pursued by employers, it could also be a group of employees where this has been proposed who might ask for resources to advise them whether or not it would be a wise investment of their pension funds, for instance. Is that your understanding as well?
The question is about whether it's a wise investment for their
Well,
pension.
would the center also be in a position to advise workers if it was being proposed by an employer, whether this was a good investment of their, for instance, when sometimes it's proposed that the pension plan buy into the company, essentially.
That's an option I'm less familiar with. I'll maybe leave that to others who will give later testimony, but I mean, I can't imagine why not if the relevant expertise is on staff, or if the relevant resources can be found for that.
I would think that would be an important balancing, because we certainly would want to also protect against an investment by the workers that was going to leave them in debt rather than. And it sounds from all the statistics you've used, it's, I'm not at all opposed to it. I just wanted to sort of put that out there as another side of the story that we ought to make sure is there as well in terms of consultation. But thank you. Yes, this was very helpful testimony today. And you can see there's a lot of interest on both sides of the aisle on this question. So thank you.
Thank you all.
I see no other hands. So I'm going to move to our next speaker, and that is Alan Coker. Did I say your name correctly, Alan? And you are muted, so you may want to unmute. There you go.
Oh, you said it perfectly. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Alan Coker, and I am a DSS consumer employer, not a PCA, employer. I want to make that clear. I've been dealing with Allied for 3 years, and I've listened and I respect what Representative Anderson was saying. But from my standpoint, I feel that Allied has fudged their records when they get them to DSS. And I feel that a lot of people have turned their backs, and DSS does not want to get their hands dirty to fix a problem. I had a stroke in 2018. If I'm yelling, excuse me, I'm not yelling at y'all. My hearing aids aren't in, so don't take this personally.
You're fine.
And I've had, after the stroke, I ended up getting Guillain-Barré syndrome. So my immune system's compromised, but I got some great PCAs. I have some real good PCAs. The issues that I've had with Allied is when Allied has made mistakes. Not saying I have never made mistakes. Allied does not own up their mistakes, and they like to tell DSS or give them another figure. If that 0.4%, I don't know where that comes from. I've dealt with Allied for 3 years, and I've had over 100 issues with my PCAs dealing with payroll issues, not getting their tax forms after 30 days. I just had a PCA that worked for me last year, still did not get his 2019 W-2. Allied's fundamental problem is a lack of concern for individuals, or they have a stigma. I paid Allied a visit when they tried to talk down to me or condescending to me. So I paid them a visit. I had my PCA drive me to the office because they would not give me any information. And they said, well, you have to make an appointment. I says, no, I don't. I says, I'm the so-called employer. You're my fiscal agent. I need information. And I refused to leave. I says, if you want, we can call the news crew. Well, that's the way I got to talk to supervisors at Allied to get results. I think that Allied has fed DSS, has fed the workforce information where they stand on the side and defend them. I think it's a failure, and I think it's unacceptable to allow Allied to continue to do what they do. They need to be accountable and to pay their staff on time. Google Allied and see what their rating is. It's a 1. Sunset Shores is I think, 4.5. If this issue's been going on and we keep throwing it back at the PCAs for not doing their timesheets right, then how come this issue has not been retrained or corrected over the years? I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Last year, I ran out of money to pay my PCAs. I'm supposed to get a monthly statement. Representative Anderson, he probably got that white notebook that I got from Allied. Anytime there is an issue with payroll but the PCA is getting paid, I'm supposed to be notified. They're supposed to call and correct. They didn't. I'm supposed to get a CFC budget statement every month. I don't. And if I need one, I have to request it, put the last four of my social down and sign it and send it in and wait 7 business days. They're my financial fiduciary or fiscal agent, and they're failing me. My PCAs have a union to go to. Who do I go to? I can call DSS and I get shuffled around. Who do I file a grievance when I have an issue with Allied? That's why I'm here today. I've seen this over and over. I have one PCA that works for me who is a widow. She raises 3 children, 3 daughters.
Thank you, Mr.
Until they
Coker.
turn, I'll be off for one moment. They turn their backs when she's trying to get paid. All I'm going to say is the bottom line is there should be a real thorough check with Allied. They should go, really, if I had the choice. As me being the employer, that's just a formality. I don't negotiate with the union. I don't set the payroll. I have nothing to do with the contract. That's DSS's way of keeping their hands clean. Point blank. I supervise, I schedule, and I turn in the timesheets. I get to hire. That's point blank. That's just point blank. I think enough is enough. Enough is enough. I think to do so, to ignore this is unacceptable, and it would be a failure on your part just to ignore the whole situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan, for being here. And it's good to see you so sturdy and so energetic. And we wish you the best with recovery from the stroke and the other illnesses that you're struggling with. It is always good to hear another perspective, and hearing the consumer perspective on this is really critical for us. So I really appreciate you being here and spending the time with us. I know I felt that way when Representative Anderson was speaking earlier today. It was good to have another perspective on this situation.
I'll just give you a heads up. I'm very active. I'm back working now, and I co-chair the OHS Consumer Advisory Council for Healthcare and Quality Management. That's why.
That's okay. It's good that you're here, and it's good that you're advocating for the people who have helped you.
They're good workers. They're good workers. And can I just add one thing? There are some nice people over at Allied, but the majority that I get to on the phone for 30 minutes when I wait, some are just very condescending and rude. And if they do have good staff there, great. I have talked to some nice people there, but it's a shame. And sometimes they're just plain cold. And we're dealing with people. We're dealing with, I don't care what walk of life you are. People are people. People need their money. And sometimes I had somebody one time, I did make a mistake at Allied. And the lady was so nice, have helped me fix it. I was so thankful to her. She was such a great person. But then there are some rude where they're talking down to you like you're a 5-year-old.
Well, I think the point that you're making is really important, and I would extrapolate from what you're saying to say that it's not about so much the individual worker, but there needs to be systems in place so that when a mistake is made, there's a way to correct it very quickly, so that no matter who makes the mistake, whether it's the PCA, the consumer, or Allied, it has to be fixed quickly so that the worker gets paid in a timely basis. So
well, thank you all for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you for adding those comments. And I don't see any hands, so I will move to the next speaker on our list, and I'll ask if Norma De Leon is here.
Hola, Norma De León, ¿estás presente? ¿Podrías activar tu micrófono, Norma?
I see her here. Norma, you have to unmute, and if you can, turn on your camera.
Norma, ¿podrías activar tu micrófono y tal vez la cámara? Norma, Norma, Norma.
I see you've unmuted. There you are.
Hola, buenas. ¿Sí me escucha?
Sí. Go ahead.
Adelante, Norma.
Ok. Hola, mi nombre es Norma de León y soy miembro de Unidad Latina. Gracias, gracias, representante a Robin Sport, estimada senadora Julian Kush, miembros de Comité del Trabajo y Servicios Públicos. Soy madre soltera de 5 hijos y hace un año tuve una cirugía de emergencia. Me tocó vivir una experiencia por no tener licencia por enfermedad, menos seguro médico. No recibí ningún apoyo por parte de mi empleador y todo el tiempo de convalecencia no trabajé y nadie me pagó por esos días.
Ok, una pausa, Norma, y voy a traducir. Good afternoon, honorable co-chairs and members of the committee. I am Norma De Leon. I am a New Haven resident and member of ULA. I am a single mother of 5 children. A year ago, I had an emergency surgery and I had no paid sick days or medical insurance. And for a month, I could not work and my employer did not compensate me for those days. Adelante, Norma.
Ni siquiera pude contraer algún para cuidar a mis hijos. He estado recién operada, me tocó cocinar y atender a mis hijos pequeños. Si hubiera tenido días pagados por enfermedad, podría haberse restablecido antes. Me causó un desorden financiero que me costó meses ponerme al día con mis cuentas.
Sí. I couldn't hire anyone to take care of my children. And while I was in recovery from the surgery, I still had to cook and take care of my young children. Without having paid sick days, the surgery caused a financial mess, and it took me months to get up to speed on my bills. Adelante, Norma.
Lo que estamos pidiendo es que cambien las leyes para las pequeñas empresas y que también den el beneficio de la licencia por enfermedad y que cambien el sistema para que todos los trabajadores tengamos derecho a la igualdad.
What we're asking you today is to change the law so that all companies of all sizes provide the benefit of sick days so that all workers have the same equal rights. Dale, Norma.
Y lo que estoy pidiendo a la senadora que reflexionen un poco sobre nuestras experiencias con las pequeñas empresas y también estoy pidiendo para que haga una traducción en inglés a español para que podamos entendernos mejor.
So thank you, members of the committee, for listening to our testimonies. And thank you for your commitment to provide access for people who have who do not speak English as a first language. Es todo, Norma, ¿verdad?
Sí, y le doy gracias que tomen en cuenta nuestro testimonio, todo lo que hemos sufrido y trabajado en pequeñas empresas sin tener licencia por vías de enfermedad.
So thank you, and please, thank you for listening to the stories of the people who work in businesses that are still not covered by paid sick days. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Norma, for testifying here today and for being a hard worker. We really appreciate that. I don't see any hands up at this time, and it's not because people aren't interested. We've had a number of people testify, and we really appreciate the work you do and the fact that you were here today.
Muchísimas gracias por dar su testimonio el día de hoy y gracias por ser una trabajadora y por todo el trabajo que haces. No tenemos preguntas para usted en este momento, pero estamos muy atentos a su testimonio. Gracias.
Tengan buen día. Thank you. Next up on our list, I have Noreen Bennett. Noreen, are you here? Yes.
Hi.
Hi, Noreen. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, Vice Chairs, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6536, an act requiring adequate equipment and reimbursement for employees working from home. My name is Noreen Bennett. I'm employed by Frontier Communications, and I am a member representative of CWA Local 1298, which represents approximately 2,500 workers in the state of Connecticut. With the onset of COVID-19, approximately a year ago, I began working from home along with many other people in the state of Connecticut. Employers are now using their personal internet service to perform their jobs. Internet was provided by their employer at the workplace. Some employees have had to have service installed or needed to increase their internet speed to be able to adequately perform their jobs at home. This bill will provide some needed relief as it applies to all employers who have employees using their personal services for their employer's benefit. HB 6536 addresses the concerns of requiring employers to reimburse employees working from home. I thank the Labor Committee for their leadership introducing and sponsoring this important legislation, and I urge the committee and Connecticut lawmakers to vote favorably on HB 6536. Thank you.
Thank you, Noreen. We did have some testimony. There was another similar bill that was presented earlier in the session. We did have testimony at that time. I am curious about a couple of things. I know that some of your members have been working from home who hadn't previously done so. Is that correct? And
Yes.
then in some cases, I know a concern I have, and the reason this title includes adequate equipment is because sometimes the person, when they went to work from home, maybe didn't have a strong enough broadband signal or a fast enough signal. Is that something you have heard about?
Yeah, a few of my coworkers, they just didn't have lines at home. So they had to have them installed, or like I said, they had to have their speeds increased because it was required from the workplace to have at least 7 megs. Some people only had 6. So they had to have the increase to be able to work at home.
And what happens when they don't have the right broadband?
Well, I really don't know, because everybody in my workplace, made sure they were able to work at home. So they either had it installed or had the upgrade done on what they had.
Yeah, I know that I had one experience where a worker was really struggling because their broadband didn't work, and I was trying to get my service reconnected, and I was trying to get them to troubleshoot, and they couldn't troubleshoot my problems because they were having trouble on their end, and that is one reason why I think it's so important to make sure that when workers are expected to work from home, that they do have the adequate equipment.
I agree.
I do see that Chairman, my co-chair, Madam Chair Porter is here. I always stumble over that chairman, chairwoman thing. So, but Representative Porter, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I appreciate the time. I just wanted to jump in really quick. I took a much needed break. So thank you, Senator Kushner, for allowing me the opportunity to do that. And Noreen, I just wanted to thank you and CWA for your leadership on this piece of legislation. And it is needed. And the only thing that I'll add to what's already been said, the little bit that I heard, was that I myself am experiencing, what happens when you don't have what you need in order to do your work at home. I'm struggling with my printer right now. My printer is jamming. I can't print. I'm old school. I'm a 60s baby. So, I like to feel things and read things in my hand. And I think that it's only fair that if people are being asked to work from home, and that is required in order for them to do their job, that there should be some kind of relief for them or reimbursement for them in the way of what it takes to get that done. So I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to be here and to advocate, as you always do, on behalf of the workers of this state. They are blessed to have you. And Senator Kushner, I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Representative Porter. And I don't see any other hands at this time. So I appreciate you being here today. And so we will hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Terrell Williams. Did I get that right, Terrell? Terrell? Let me just check and see. I think I was told he was here a minute ago. So Devin, oh, there he is. I see you are on the screen. Did I say it correctly, Terrell or Terrell? We are not hearing you if you're speaking. You may need to unmute. We may be having some difficulties with his camera and his audio. So Cheryl, while you keep trying, I think I will go to the next speaker. Do we have Pedro Espinosa?
Hi, Pedro Espinosa is not going to give his testimony, so you can skip him.
Okay, and how about Ubaldo Garcia?
No, him either.
Okay,
he's not giving. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. We know that these things happen with long days of sign up. Is Deborah McKenna with us?
Madam Chair, we do not have Deborah McKenna at this time.
Or Rick Hart? Devin, is Rick?
Madam Chair, we also do not have Rick Hart at this time.
Okay, then I'm going to go to the next person who I see already on the screen, and that's Jane Knapp.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of SB 943 in support of the Domestic Worker Wage Education and Enforcement Act. I am Jean Knapp, a member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I live in South Windsor. I am a family member who has, over a span of 10 years, provided hands-on care and hired caregivers for my 80-plus aged mother and mother-in-law. Caregivers greatly enhance the lives of both of these women. I come before you today in support of the Domestic Worker Wage Bill, which would create the capacity within the Department of Labor to prevent wage theft and to educate domestic workers and employers on their rights. My concern is that wage theft is a common experience among our state's domestic workers. I have come to know many domestic workers and personal care attendants over the years. I have heard many of their stories, and nearly all of them report experiencing wage theft at some point in their history. Domestic workers already have minimal rights in the workplace. They are a vulnerable workforce, easily exploited and easily ignored, yet they are essential workers taking care of the elderly, people with disabilities, and children. Domestic workers' services enable their clients' family members to work and earn an income, which has been critical for me and my family. Wage theft occurs when an employer pays less than the minimum wage, fails to pay overtime, or fails to pay at all. Hold on one second, sorry. Excuse me. The Department of Labor can improve wage enforcement by conducting outreach and education to domestic workers and by collaborating with community organizations who have strong connections to domestic workers. Please consider supporting SB 943. I have also submitted written testimony, and I thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today.
Thank you so much, Jean, for being here today, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy on behalf of this group of essential workers. We really appreciate it. I don't see any hands at this time, so thank you for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you.
And next up, I see Pam Hunt is with us. Pam?
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Hunt, and I am a personal care attendant, a PCA, in Tapville. I have been taking care of my son for the past 10 years. He was born with a condition called trisomy 13, otherwise known as Pateau syndrome, in which the 13th chromosome has 3 copies instead of the usual 2. Due to this, he has significant anomalies. He is deaf, blind, nonverbal, has cognitive disabilities, is tube fed, and is wheelchair bound. As his mom, I had to fight for his survival in the beginning of his life, just as I fight for him now. My son requires 24-hour care, yet I only get paid 8 hours a day. I make a little more than my fellow PCAs, but most PCAs make $16.25 an hour, which is far less than we need to live on. For example, in Connecticut, it takes more than $7,000 per month for a family of 4 to live comfortably in most counties, and more than $9,000 per month in the more affluent communities. And when I say comfortable, I mean to have a roof over your head, to put food on the table, to put gas in your car, to buy clothes for your children, childcare, and so on. But we are lucky if we make $3,000 per month. Not only that, but we have almost 0 benefits. I am a cancer survivor as well as a COVID survivor, and yet as a PCA, I don't get health insurance through my job. Private insurance is too expensive, and I make too much to qualify for Husky. Also, without paid sick leave, I cannot afford to get sick or take a day off if I need to take care of myself. As this will be challenging for anybody, it is even more so for me, because as a cancer survivor, this puts me in an even more precarious position, as I need to remain healthy, yet the stress and fear of getting sick without health insurance and no paid sick leave is overwhelming. And if that weren't enough, who will take care of my son should anything happen to me? Why do we have to fight for what should be a basic human right? It seems to be such an oxymoron to have a job as a healthcare provider and don't have healthcare for yourself. Everyone deserves health insurance, sick time, and living wages. It's obvious based on the governor's budget that this administration doesn't want to give us a penny extra or even any new benefits. Please support House Bill 6537, a bill that will support PCAs and the people that we care for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pam. And I see Representative Porter has her hand up. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I just want to thank you, Ms. Hunt, for being with us today and for your testimony. I am in 100% agreement with all that you've stated. And I believe that we don't get to consider you all essential and treat you like you're sacrificial. And if we're going to call you heroes, we should treat you like your heroes. So that is why we're here today. My co-chair and my committee, many of my members are on board with this because we understand that this is exactly what we've been elected to do, right? To be authentic in the way we voice for the constituents that voted us into office. And I can't even begin to tell you how Senator Kushner just really, the stories that we hear. I mean, it's a belly ache, it's a heartache, it's a soul ache, and it has to be more than that now. It's time to do something about bringing equity and leveling the playing field and making sure that we're taking care of the folks that are taking care of us. So thank you again for being here today. I don't have a question because I know what it is.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your comment.
Day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you. And Pam, I do want to note that I believe you testified did you testify yesterday at the Human Services?
Yes, I did.
I remembered you then as well. I served that committee as well. And I think that you raised a number of issues. We have the bill regarding sick pay here, and so your testimony is very much on point with that bill. But I do want to encourage you to keep fighting for all the other issues that will be before appropriations this year, because there are many of us on that committee that also heard your testimony, and it resonates with us. It's important testimony. So best of luck to you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you for all you do. Thanks.
Well, I do want you to know we have these long, terribly long days of testimony, but we actually are paying attention. And so when we get to see someone 2 days in a row, it's good. Remind us to reinforce.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go back to, is it Terrell or Terrell? Terrell?
Hello. Yes, I'm Terrell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and all other members of the committee. And forgive me, I just got the call from Allied, the robocall, confirming my payroll, but it was actually doing the opposite, confirming that I'm not getting paid. Just to throw a little bit of light on an issue that we've been talking about for a while now. And this is the timesheet from last paycheck that I was supposed to get. So just to show you that, it is real, the stuff that we're going through as, as workers and things of that nature. Sorry. So my name is Terrell Williams. I'm a home care worker from New Haven. I have 3 consumers all over, one in Hamden, one that lived in Bridgeport, one in New Haven. And this is a job that I really am passionate about. I really love doing because it, when you go to work for 8 hours or whatever, you're leaving your loved ones, and you're leaving them because you need to provide for them. So doing the home care work, I started caring for my mother, who was, becoming ill, and she was on the program. And I learned that I love to care for people, and that when you leave your house to go and add purpose to someone else's life, it kind of takes away that burden of leaving your loved ones. And ultimately, you become family with all of your consumers anyway, or at least that's how it's been for me. One of the issues I have is because I have to have so many consumers, and I need to make so much in order to survive, it makes me ineligible for state insurance. Which, for a while I was able to manage with. I just kind of would will myself not to get sick. But of late, it's becoming an issue. There was a situation when the pandemic first hit where I lost 2 consumers because of the pandemic. And I actually was able to, my income was so low that I was able to get Husky insurance, Husky D for a while. Eventually I started working again, and I was kicked off of that program. During about 2 months ago, I had a period where I was really, really sluggish. I knew something was wrong, but couldn't put my finger on it. I got some blood work done, and the doctor called me and said my blood sugar was 837. And I laughed because when I first found out I was diabetic, my blood sugar was 393, and I was hospitalized for a week because they didn't want to let me eat or anything. So I was functioning, going to work with the consumer I had for about a month, just trying to will myself through it at 837. And the doctor told me I must have built up a high tolerance for it or whatever, but it was just the mindset of, I need to go take care of my consumer, you know? And I'm often the type of person who will ignore his own needs to care for, you know, the needs of the others. A big issue that recently happened, I'm sure you all see, I have such a beautiful smile, so please forgive the missing teeth I have. I found out recently that I have a condition, I don't know the name of it, but it basically converts to weak tooth enamel. And one day I bit into a bagel and heard a crunch. And I was like, this isn't supposed to be crunching. And it was a tooth that had came out in the bagel. I went to the dentist and he told me that, first of all, Husky does not cover dental. Second of all, this procedure out of pocket would be $1,500 starting. And they basically just put me in the awkward position.
Thank you, Terrell. Your 3 minutes have concluded. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, I will. So just to wrap up, I'm here to support House Bill 6537 because it would give workers like myself a chance to figure out how to get health insurance, paid sick time, you know, discuss retirement, and overall make this, you know, make us caring for others, also giving us the room to care for ourselves. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Terrell. And I see Representative Porter, my co-chair, has her hand up.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you for your testimony, Terrell. You bring quite a bit of insight, not just on what you're testifying, but also to let us know that you actually had a call with Ally where you're not getting paid, which kind of really validates the purpose and you know, the critical importance of what we're doing around that bill. But to bring it back to why you're before us with the paid sick leave, you were talking about your current situation, the condition that you have, and your dental expenses. So could you just speak to how this bill, if and when passed, would really, how would that impact you, directly impact you as someone that's supporting the bill?
Well, with me, I'm having a, you know, a pre-existing condition, the diabetes. It's just beneficial to have the workforce that you dedicate your time, energy into, and pay your taxes into, help you to cover things like health insurance. Health insurance, I mean, to me, it's a pretty standard thing. It's like a basic, you know, I could work at Burger King and get some type of health insurance, you know. So I think what we do, especially being considered essential workers, it should definitely be something that we have to deal with. I understand that this was a field that it had many different obstacles to overcome. They used to consider it women's work and all of these other things, but this is an essential workforce. And, you know, these are some of our needs. So I thank you for your support and bringing attention to these issues, helping me bring attention to them.
Thank you for that response. And I do know, I mean, I have a sister that does this work at one of the nursing homes here in New Haven. And I've heard her say that, you know, males get preference in some of this work because they are able to do the quote unquote heavy lifting, right? We know that this is a very labor intensive career that you're in. So I just want to thank you for bringing more validity to the reason we need to do this. And I want to thank you for your time and testifying before this committee today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Porter. And I don't see any hands. So thank you, Terrell, for being with us today. And next up, I am going to check and see if Deb McKenna is here now. I don't see her. So next on my list is Judith Paz here. Judith?
Judith, ¿podrías activar tu micrófono y dar tu testimonio?
Sí, ya un momento.
Yes, just one moment, please.
He estado esperando tanto que ahora que me toca no estoy preparada.
Okay, she's been waiting all day, but she's ready now.
Ahead, adelante.
Gracias por la oportunidad, senadora Kusher y demás personas que están en la reunión presente.
Thank you for the opportunity, Senator Kushner, Co-Chair Porter, and members of the committee.
Yeah. Yo represento la comunidad sin fronteras de Norwalk.
I represent Communities Without Borders of Norwalk.
Estoy acá para dar mi testimonio como trabajadora del hogar.
I'm here to give my testimony as a domestic worker.
Que necesitamos que apoyen la ley SB 943, HB 6537.
And we need your support today for the law 943 and also for HB 6537.
Yeah. Tengo un pequeño negocio de limpieza de casas. Somos 4 personas, incluyendo mi persona.
I have a small business of house cleaning. We are 4 workers, including myself.
Yeah. En la pandemia nos vimos afectados económicamente. No tengo ningún beneficio, días de enfermedad, pago de vacaciones, aumento de salario.
In the pandemic, we were impacted economically and we had no benefits, no sick time, no social security or safety net.
Pero gracias a Dios hubieron clientes generosos que nos pagaron, otros que no, y así pudimos ayudarnos yo y las muchachas que trabajan conmigo.
Luckily, we had some clients who still paid us. There were some who couldn't, but there were some who didn't, but some who did. And I was able to sustain my employees in my company.
Yeah. Tengo casas que trabajo varios años con ellos. No me dan aumento por la limpieza de la casa. Ellos tienen más hijos, más mascotas. Eso significa más trabajo.
There are different houses where I've worked for many years without any raise. These are households which require a lot of work to provide care to numerous children, sometimes numerous pets.
También otra cosa es cuando voy a una entrevista, dicen lo que quiere que yo limpie o haga en la casa. Les doy mi precio y ellos se quejan que es mucho dinero.
Also, when I start a relationship with the household to do house cleaning, they tell me what they'd like to be done. I give them a price and they tell me that the price is very high.
Yo no soy la única que cobro como una compañía porque no estoy como con todos los requisitos de la ley, ¿verdad? Y esto a veces me frustra porque no puedo brindar ningún beneficio a las muchachas. Pienso que deberíamos de crear conciencia también con los dueños de las casas.
I'm frustrated that I cannot provide benefits to my workers, and I wish that the clients had more awareness of our situation.
A veces me siento como abusada porque me contratan para hacer ciertas cosas y al final de los días o de las semanas ya empiezan a agregar más trabajo sin dar un extra beneficio.
Sometimes I feel used because I'm asked to do additional work, but I don't have access to overtime.
esto es una cadena. Si yo recibo un beneficio, recibo aumento, yo puedo dar esos beneficios a las muchachas que trabajan conmigo. Igualmente yo me veo afectada en cuanto a si yo quiero ir de vacaciones unos días o tener días de enfermedad, no puedo porque tengo que cumplir el día que tengo que ir a limpiar la casa.
This is a chain that not only is impacting me, but also my employees who don't have time off.
Bueno, gracias por este tiempo y esperamos que obtener un beneficio.
Thank you for your time, and we hope that we can have more benefits.
Thank you. And I will now recognize my co-chair, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Senora Paz, for your testimony. I'm really, I can't say I'm surprised to hear what you're saying, but what I do want to say that's already been said, legally, they should be paying you minimum wage and overtime. So what I will ask from you and any other folks that are in your network, in your circle of communication, is if that is not happening, to please contact myself and Senator Kushner, because it is that is our job, to make sure that these laws that we have passed are being enforced, and we know that DOL lacks the capacity to do that right now. So we are willing to bridge that gap. So just going forward, if you are working and not getting paid 15, well, not 15 yet, 2023, but if you're not getting paid the minimum wage, if you're not getting paid overtime, please bring that to our attention so that we can address them and hold them accountable for that. Thank you, Megan. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora Paz, por dar su testimonio. No me sorprende, pero sí me da rabia que hoy en día todavía hay trabajadoras del hogar que no ganan el salario mínimo o las horas extras cuando trabajen más de 40 horas a la semana. La ley dice que hay que pagar el salario mínimo y las horas extras cuando una trabajadora del hogar trabaja más de 40 horas. Les invito a hablar conmigo si es que sepan de casos en donde no se está aplicando la ley, porque nuestro trabajo es asegurarnos de que se aplique las leyes laborales, y sabemos que el Departamento de Labor no tiene los recursos suficientes para aplicar las leyes de salarios, y por eso este proyecto de ley cambiaría la situación para que nosotros hagamos nuestro trabajo como el Estado para aplicar la ley de salario mínimo y de horas extras. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. And I don't see, were you finished, Representative Porter?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands, so thank you, Judith, for being with us today. I am going to call on the next speaker on the list, but before I do that, I do want to say that I'm going to ask Senator Cabrera, our Vice Chair, to take over the chairing. And next up on our list is Georgina Nieves Aponte. Is Georgina here?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Georgina Nieves Aponte, and I am a PCA here in Hartford. I have now worked as a PCA taking care of my sister for over a year now, and my experience with Allied Community Resources has been a nightmare. I love my job and enjoy providing care for my sister, but unfortunately, the way Allied has treated me in the last year have made providing care for my sister very difficult. Taking care of my sister is hard enough without the disrespect that Allied shows me. Every week, I am emotionally stressed as I get anxious and frustrated about if I will get paid on time. At least 3 times now, I had not been paid on time. In the last month, I have missed 2 paychecks, and I am still waiting to receive those payments. Ally doesn't even respect me enough to call or text me directly to let me know what the issue could be. In one of my recent pay issues, I filed my grievance with the PCA Workforce Council. I filed my grievance and the PCA Workforce Council did the investigation, and in their response to me, told me the reason I was not paid was unknown. I asked how many of you would feel if you miss a paycheck after working hard all week just for a light, and the PCA Workforce Council to tell you that you missing payment occurred for an unknown reason. Does that sound right or fair to you? I love my job. I love taking care of my sister, but this injustice from Ally is taking my will and motivation to keep going. It is time that they stop abusing us. It is time for us to stop being treated by the state like we are expendable and invisible. It is time we are treated like we are essential. It is time to respect us and pay us on time every time. Please pass Senate Bill 942 so that workers like me have the ability to hold Ally accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Georgina, for your testimony today. Any questions? Not seeing none. Thank you so much for coming and testify today. Move on to the next speaker, Alexis Burns. I don't see her here. Burns here? Okay. We'll move on. Is Mr. Carlos Moreno here? I don't see Mr. Moreno. Eric, could you? Eric, are you here? I see your screen. Hey, Eric, how are you?
I am well, Senator. How are you?
I'm good. Please proceed.
Absolutely. As you said, my name is Eric Getty, here today on behalf of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and unfortunately, here to express some concerns about 5 of the bills. HB 6475 regarding arbitration agreements. Despite the title of this bill, I'd just like to point out that these agreements are in no way forced, but rather mutually agreed to by both parties. Further, arbitration is a far cheaper method of dispute resolution, which is far better suited for those without legal training. This bill seems less about these agreements and more about the Private Attorney General Act, which is unnecessary as our state's Attorney General's office is the largest law firm in the state and more than capable of bringing public enforcement actions. This particular style law has been heavily abused in California, which to my knowledge is the only state that has enacted such a law. And further, the data shows that it has not been used to protect the interests of employees, but rather to further financial interest in political goals of third parties and attorneys. I'd also like to oppose Senate Bill 906 regarding non-compete agreements. I think we can all agree, and I've testified to this before, that non-compete agreements are inappropriate in certain industries. However, SB 906 invalidates agreements of all hourly employees, all salaried employees making less than 3 times the minimum wage, which would be $93,000 at $15 an hour, and all independent contractors making less than 5 times the minimum wage, $75 an hour. I think these are unreasonable limitations that will have an impact on a multitude of industries. And I believe the courts have already heavily restricted non-compete agreements to ensure the appropriateness of not only scope, but geography and duration. Unfortunately, and it also, I think, fails to consider the risk of loss of an employer's most important assets, which is their proprietary information. Also on HB 6474, the collateral consequences bill, I am here to oppose it, but CBIA actually does support the overall intent of the bill. In fact, CBIA has been recognized by the state for its work facilitating the return of incarcerated individuals into the workforce. Unfortunately, I just think this bill provides little guidance on the requirements of the self-assessment required to review a job applicant with a criminal history. And then I know I'm probably running short on time and there are many people still waiting to speak behind me, but also do oppose HB 6537 on the paid sick leave expansion and HB 6536 regarding reimbursement. Although I have offered in prior public hearings to certainly work with the committee on reimbursements related to data plan usage. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if I'm allowed.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Getty, for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Rutiniano.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, Eric. How's it going?
Great to see you, Representative.
I just was curious to know at what level you would support, or the CBIA would support. Where do you think that non-compete language could or should be?
Yeah, I would, if minimum wage is to be used as a threshold, I would probably to lower that threshold. I think right now, or excuse me, raise that threshold. I think right now we're eliminating far too many industries where that is important. So, you know, or I would consider identifying certain industries where these just have no they just don't belong at all. You know, a couple of times today it was talked about like retail establishments, fast food jobs. I 100% agree with the committee that these non-compete agreements do not belong in industries like that. So, you know, happy to work with the committee if that's a direction they'd like to pursue.
So I got a couple of calls today about a few industries that I didn't even know that non-competes were important, because I'm generally not 100% supportive of them, but I'm sort of getting an education. I didn't know if you could speak to which industries that maybe we're not familiar with that use these or need these.
Yeah, I've been hearing from a number of different industries. You know, one that came up that was actually surprising to me as well were hair salons. You know, a lot of these salons, they hire, you know, individuals right out of either trade school who have just received their license, take them on, give them a spot at their salon, and you know, provide them with multiple clients. And without a non-compete agreement, it's very easy for those folks to open up shop literally next door and steal a lot of those clients from them. And that obviously would impact the business, which is why the non-compete agreements in that particular industry tend to be very limited in scope. I mean, usually it's maybe 1 year in duration, but with a, you know, a 10-mile geographic range, that type of thing. Heard from a lot of others, like the clergy, for example, you know, one church competing against another in this. And then we've heard from, you know, golf courses, for example, and when they're trying to hire pros. You know, again, all of these are very limited non-compete agreements for a lot of these, especially the lower wage industries. But of course, the ones that are obviously of concern are higher wage industries as well. A lot of, you know, engineers, software developers, these people have access to very important information of the employer. And obviously it would be very concerning and very problematic for those businesses to have that information go to the nearest competitor.
Well, you had me with the financial services and possibly some engineers. I didn't anticipate hairdressers. I think you might even lose people from my perspective, my persuasion, when you get down to those lower end jobs. But I appreciate the answer. Just one final question, because I know it's a long day, but since I had you here, I didn't know if you had heard the discussion about the employee, I can't think of the proper word to use, where they a mechanism for helping employees buy the company they work for. If you had, or the CBA has any perspective on that whatsoever.
You know, I've been listening all day. Certainly think it's a very interesting concept. I did not submit any testimony on it one way or another. And I guess I'm just as interested in learning more about it as you have expressed you were all day long.
So it's not an immediate, I have a reason why we don't support it. You're not immediately opposed is what I'm saying, asking.
I mean, it sounds like from what I've understood throughout the day today, that this could be done on its own without any sort of state involvement. perhaps there could be some guidance at the state level, but there's nothing stopping these sort of arrangements now, to my knowledge.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Anderson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a quick question, Mr. Getty. These are some complex bills that you testified in opposition to. I didn't see any written testimony, so I hope you submitted some and that we'll be seeing that.
I did check last night, and it looked like the clerk had submitted or had posted my testimony. He's usually very quick with that. He does a great job. So I thought I did see it, but I will certainly check again, sir, and I can email it to you directly.
I'll check again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Any other questions for Mr. Getty? I'm seeing none. Mr. Getty, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Good day. And is Ms. Flattery in the room?
I'm here.
Hi, sorry,
nice
I
to see you.
accidentally skipped over you. I apologize.
That's okay. Fortunately, I was able to send a message to somebody else on the committee and say, what happened?
Okay.
I've been waiting
The
to talk
floor
to
is
you all
yours.
day. So to all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, I want to thank you so much for 6474 concerning collateral consequences of a criminal record. I think we all know people who have had to interact with the criminal legal system because they didn't get the services and supports they needed, and therefore have that record, and that really poses barriers to them in the future. For the record, my name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. We provide civil legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. But my other testimony, which some people may be surprised to be getting from me, but there's a reason that I want to explain this, is I am opposed to 942, an act concerning on-time payment of wages. And what kind of ghoul would be opposed to people getting paid on time for their work? Because everybody who works deserves to get paid in full on time every week. The problem I have is that this approach is not the way to address the issue, I don't believe. It comes from my experience serving on the PCA Workforce Council for the last 6 years. And I also would point you to the written testimony of Alex and Sam Bodie and Sheila Mulvey, who are consumer employers in the PCA program, because it's a program that relies on self-direction of the consumer employers. They are the employers. Making and referring, it's always a fight to make people understand that Allied and Sunset Shores are the fiscal intermediaries. They are not people's employers. So I think passing any kind of bill that says that even for a limited purpose, we're making them the employer is just a really bad idea. And I also want to give you a sense of the numbers that we've been dealing with. I heard Deirdre testify earlier that she got thousands of calls. But since October, the union has only filed 387 Step 1 grievances, 359 of which were found to be without merit. Of the 28 that did have merit, so like 28 did have merit, 22 of the 359 that were denied went to Step 2, and only 2 were found to be substantiated. There was a huge incident earlier this year where a bunch of people didn't get paid because of a bank error. But if this bill had been in effect, Allied would have been punished and fined for an error that was People's Bank's fault. You guys know me. I do not defend state agencies. You know, I am not here defending Allied. What I am here defending is the concept of the self-directed program and the autonomy of consumer employers. I think there may be ways to address the problems with Allied. Allied also has 4 times the number of PCAs than Sunset Shores does. I don't know if that contributes to the difference. I'd also suggest that maybe you have the state auditor looking into it. If there is a legitimate question about their books, I know there are other state contractors who we question their numbers all the time, because if you look at their reports from month to month, the numbers are different. So I think there are lots of ways to fix this problem. I just don't think this bill is it. So I would encourage you to continue to work with folks to figure out a way to solve this problem, because people do deserve to get paid. And it's not a lack of respect for the PCAs. You hear their stories and it's absolutely heartbreaking. They do valuable work. They do necessary work that allows our folks to live in the community.
Thank you so much. Senator Kushner?
Thank you, and thank you, Kathy. I've known you a long time, and I've known you've been a fighter for workers, and now you're a fighter for persons with disabilities, and so I know you as an advocate. So I was a little surprised when you started out talking about this bill about on-time payroll. I know we had testimony about how there will be S language, substitute language that will clarify that this bill is not intending to make the consumer the employer for purposes of the on-time payment of payroll. So I think
that I understand, and the problem is what I'm trying to say is that, one, making the fiscal intermediary the employer for purposes of payroll is problematic as well. And I also think that it potentially jeopardizes the Medicaid reimbursement that the state is getting for this program. And that's something I think we all need to be very cognizant of, because those are federal dollars that are coming into the state. And, when they have to verify that timesheets are accurate and they're not paying two people at the same time and that they can read the timesheet, there's a reason that that's like that. I'm hoping, even though I joined a lot of people in pushing back against instituting electronic visit verification because I think there were some real privacy issues with it, I'm hoping that may lessen some of these problems. I mean, I know for me, being home, having to scan paperwork when you're not in an office, it's a mess. So there's got to be a better way. I would love to see the substitute language, and I hope that you'll share that with people, because that may get past the problem, but that's not really the issue.
I appreciate that. Your clarification helps me to understand that you don't want to give allies more authority than number one would jeopardize the program, but also because of your advocacy for the self-directed consumer. And I now better understand that, but at the same time, there has to be a way to fix this. And we've just heard from too many people. You cited some grievance numbers, and I appreciate that, and that maybe only 28 had merit. A lot of times in my experience, and I'm sure you had this experience as well, that grievances were withdrawn when the problem was remedied. And so sometimes if you got paid a week late, you might withdraw your grievance because it's more time and expense to pursue a grievance than to just withdraw it because you've gotten your paycheck. So I would be a little careful of the interpretation of that, those numbers. What I'm more concerned about is that I've heard consumers today, as well as, we heard one consumer who, was very articulate on the issue, and another representative from this committee who happens to have a family member who is a consumer. And so it's a problem that has been going on before COVID, and it's a problem that needs to get resolved. And I think our interest is finding a way to have repercussions if a payroll is not made up in a timely fashion. And frankly, I've been through this myself. I used to work in the payroll department of a big university. We had 38,000 employees. So we had, and this was way back before technology when I was a child. We had systems in place to run special payrolls when somebody wasn't paid, when there was a mistake made. And so a payroll company like Allied certainly should have a mechanism for a special payroll when someone's paid, whether the mistake was the PCA or the consumer or someone within Allied. It doesn't really matter. There are always going to be mistakes in payroll, but there have to be mechanisms that are in place that a person doesn't have to wait a week, especially a low-wage worker. So I think that's what we're trying to address. I think we're happy to share with you I know I am happy to have more conversations with you, as I'm sure Representative Porter is, about getting this right from the point of view of the consumer and protecting the Medicaid waiver system. So I don't think, we don't want to mess up with that. So I think we'll be able to find some resolution, but it seems like something that we have to remedy now. It's just been around too long.
I cannot dispute the fact that the problems have been going on prior to COVID, but I think they've also been improving. My understanding is they were put on a performance improvement plan. I'm not here to defend them. They're not paying me. I am here because I represent people. I was appointed to the PCA Workforce Council to represent the issues of people with developmental disabilities who are consumer employers in the PCA waiver programs. That is why I am here. People, all workers deserve to be paid, living wage on time. But I just really think that you want to be careful in how you respond to the situation. And I don't know that this bill, perhaps the substitute language does address the concerns that departments have, but I don't work for the state, as you know. I do not work for Allied, but I am here because when we saw the bill, various members of the PCA Workforce Council were concerned about the unintended consequences of the bill.
Well, it's very good to hear, and I won't ask any more questions, but it's good to know that you're there. I didn't realize that before, so now I know somebody I can go to when there's an issue that's raised with us, because I know you well, and I know you to be a true and honest, hard-working fighter for everyone. And so I feel very comfortable coming with you. The one thing I will say, though, and this has been raised, is that we are aware that the contract with the Allied has got to be renewed, and that it expires in June. And I would be very reluctant to encourage renewal unless we're absolutely 100% sure that these problems and backup methods are in place so that this doesn't continue to happen. Because I can't imagine us going down that road with them again if they haven't solved these problems. And several members of our committee on both sides of the aisle, it's not a partisan issue, have expressed concern about what we're hearing about payroll issues. So, we have a little bit of time, not a lot of time, but if we get to work, I think we can find a good solution. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think straight up, there are a lot of companies making a lot of money from the state of Connecticut, which means via our tax dollars. And if the state is paying them to do a job, they ought to do it. Agree with you 100% on that.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for Ms. Flaherty? I don't see any. Thank you very much for testifying today.
Take care.
Next up, we have a whole Senator Karima Pimento. See your name here.
Estoy adelante.
Please proceed.
Ok, la cámara no se quiere activar, pero ok.
Te podemos oír. I can hear you.
Perfecto. Estimada representante Robin Porter, senadora Julie Kushner, miembro del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kushner, and esteemed members of the committee.
Mi nombre es Karime Pimentel, vivo en Waterbury, Connecticut. Estoy a favor del proyecto de ley 943 del Senado, una ley relativa a la educación salarial y relacionada con las trabajadoras domésticas.
My name is Karime Pimentel. I live in Waterbury, Connecticut. I am testifying in favor of SB 943, a law concerning wage education relating to domestic workers.
Quiero compartirles la experiencia de uno de los miembros de nuestra organización, Naga Valley Project.
I want to share with you the experience of one of the members of our organization, Naugatuck Valley Project.
Después de varios meses de trabajo, Juana, cuyo nombre no es real, recibió un cheque por el trabajo realizado en 2 semanas.
After several months of work, Juana, which is a pseudonym, received a check for the work done in 2 weeks.
Cuando trató de cobrar el cheque, la institución bancaria le informó que su empleador no tenía fondos en su cuenta.
When she tried to cash the check, the bank informed her that the check was without funds.
Juana se puso en contacto con su empleador y este le dijo que le pagaría la próxima quincena los 2 pagos completos.
Juana contacted her employer, who told her that in 2 weeks she would receive full payment for all 4 weeks of work.
Otro cheque se le entregó a Juana y este también rebotó.
Another check was given to Juana, and again the check bounced.
Ella habló con su empleador y él mismo le informó que le pagaría en efectivo el día de pago, las 6 semanas que había trabajado.
The employer told Juana that she would pay her again for the 6 weeks of work in cash. But 2 more weeks went by. Now 6 weeks were owed, and there was no cash or check for Juana.
Cumplido el plazo, no había dinero ni en efectivo ni en cheque para Juana. Cuando Juana llamaba por teléfono a su empleador, este no contestaba ni devolvía los mensajes que se dejaban en la máquina contestadora. Estamos hablando de 6 semanas de trabajo realizado por Juana y no pagado.
When Juana called her employer, the employer did not answer the phone or return messages. We are talking about 6 weeks of work for which Juana was not paid.
Hablé con Juana para hacerle saber que podíamos presentar una queja ante el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut contra su empleador.
I spoke with Juana to inform her that she could file a complaint against her employer with the Connecticut Department of Labor.
Desafortunadamente, ella se sintió intimidada debido a su estatus migratorio indocumentado y el consejo que recibió de amigos fuera de la organización de que podía arriesgarse a una deportación si intentaba recuperar su dinero.
Unfortunately, Juana was intimidated because of her undocumented immigration status, and her friends told her that she could risk deportation if she tried to get the money that she was owed.
Juana no creía que el Departamento de Trabajo pudiera ayudar a una trabajadora que fue engañada con varios sueldos.
Juana did not believe that the Labor Department could help a worker who was cheated out of a paycheck, regardless of her immigrant status.
Su miedo le impidió luchar por lo que trabajó tan duro para ganar.
Her fear held her back from fighting for what she had worked hard to earn.
Las circunstancias de Juana no eran únicas, pero tuvimos que dejar el caso como estaba, así que el empleador se quedó con las 6 semanas de trabajo de la familia de Juana.
Juana's circumstances were not unique, but we had to let the situation be dropped, and the employer held on to 6 weeks of Juana's family's money.
Apoyamos la educación, que es base de este proyecto de ley. Las trabajadoras domésticas son personas reales, como nosotros, pero también como ustedes, nuestros representantes.
Let's approve this law to educate domestic workers about their rights. Domestic workers are people like us and like you, honorable legislators.
Por favor, apoyen el proyecto de ley SB 943 para proteger la dignidad de estas trabajadoras.
Please approve SB 943 to protect the dignity of these workers.
Para que se les pague en su totalidad por cada día que trabajan.
So that they get paid fully for every day that they work.
Para que ellas sean capaces de pagar los costos de vivienda.
So that they can pay the rent.
Poner comida en la mesa de su familia.
put food on the table for their family.
Y permitirse el lujo de poder educar a sus hijos. Muchísimas
And
gracias.
afford to educate their children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Porter has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. And I will just say what I've already said, just for the record. Would you please, Megan, let her know that we are pushing to get this bill passed so that we can educate domestic workers, but in the meantime, in between time, Senator Kushner, myself, and other members, I will even volunteer Senator Cabrera at this point because I know he is with us. We are here. Please reach out to us when these kind of violations are occurring so that we can take action on your behalf. Thank you.
Yes. Gracias, Karime. Quiero que usted sepa, por favor, que estamos en pie de lucha para aprobar este proyecto de ley. Y mientras tanto, también nos comprometemos a apoyar a cualquier trabajadora que tenga un reclamo de robo salarial. Yo me ofrezco, la senadora Kushner se ofrezca y yo creo que el senador George Cabrera también se ofrece. Si sepa de algún caso de robo salarial, cuente con nosotros para tomar acción. Thank
Muchísimas
you.
gracias. Se los agradecemos.
Thank you very much.
I see Representative Vargas has his hand up. Representative, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask her, and I'll ask her in Spanish, but what I want to ask her is, do they have other people who are undocumented workers who have been successful at the Labor Department that can serve as witnesses and help people overcome their fears? Si la pregunta mía es a Karime, si ustedes tienen un grupo de personas que ya ha pasado por el proceso, indocumentados que han pasado por el proceso del Labor Department y que han podido recobrar su dinero, que ustedes pueden usar para servirle de testigo a estas personas que tienen dudas si pueden hacerlo o no.
Realmente no lo hemos hecho legalmente porque las personas escuchan más lo que le dicen sus amistades y por fuera que lo que realmente uno le explica, que aunque en otras áreas sí les hemos dado apoyo y ellos ven que lo que le decimos eso es y que mantenemos la confidencialidad de su información debido a su estatus, pero estamos trabajando en eso, en que cuando le digamos algo, realmente nos crean y de hecho con unos abogados, aunque es para el área de inmigración, estamos haciendo unos trabajos, queremos incluir eso también.
Gracias, Karime.
So we have not yet been able to convince any undocumented domestic workers in our organization to file these legal complaints. And that's why we want to work together with the Department of Labor and to make sure that we are providing legal assistance and support so that workers have the confidence to speak out and claim their rights. Thank you.
Pues que en el futuro ya sabes que cuentas con nosotros, los legisladores, para decirle a los trabajadores indocumentados cuáles son sus derechos y como representantes del Estado podemos asegurarles a ellos de que los vamos a proteger. Gracias, Karime.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
You can count on us. You can count on us as state legislators to support you and to help undocumented workers come out of the shadows and claim their rights. Thank you, Karime.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Karime?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Karime, thank you very much for testifying today. Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes. Que tengan buenas tardes.
Up next, we have Hugh Garan. I see Hugh. Good evening, Hugh. Welcome. Floor is yours, buddy.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera and Representative Porter and Senator Kushner for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hugh Barron, and I'm a senior staff attorney and Skadden Fellow at the National Employment Law Project, a nonprofit, nonpartisan research and advocacy organization. NELP strongly supports HB 6475, which would allow workers to file civil actions in the name of the state to enforce their rights under Connecticut's employment laws. Forced arbitration requirements deny workers the right to go before a judge and jury when their employer breaks the law. They are not, as you've heard from the business community, voluntary or bargained for agreements, particularly for workers in low-wage jobs. Employers unilaterally impose these requirements on workers when they start a job or at any time after they've been hired. Under current law, employers can refuse to hire or fire any worker who refuses to be subject to forced arbitration. Making matters even worse, class action waivers incorporated into these requirements prevent employees from banding together to challenge employer lawbreaking. Black workers' employers, women workers' employers, and employers of workers in low-wage jobs are the most likely to require forced arbitration, including up to 2/3 of workers in low-wage jobs. Forced arbitration heavily favors employers in several ways that are outlined further in my written testimony to the committee. Faced with the reality of proceeding alone and against their employer in a stacked forum, academic research has shown that 98% of workers whose claims are subject to forced arbitration simply abandon their claims. As a result, we estimate that in 2019, forced arbitration helped employers keep over $97 million in stolen wages that were owed to low-paid Connecticut workers, specifically from private sector non-union workers earning less than $13 an hour. Forced arbitration is also used to prevent workers from pursuing cases of sexual harassment, racial discrimination, and other employment law violations. While the Connecticut Department of Labor is not restricted by forced arbitration requirements, it lacks the resources to deal with the wage theft crisis enabled by the use of forced arbitration. Connecticut can act to address the state's lack of public enforcement capacity by passing HB 6475. This bill would allow workers to stand in the shoes of the state and seek civil penalties for wage theft and other violations of the state's employment laws. Importantly, it would also allow representative organizations, such as worker centers and unions, to pursue these actions to enforce state employment laws. And that would take the burden of pursuing these actions off of workers who, as you just heard from Karime Pimentel, often fear retaliation and harassment and firing for exercising their rights. Because a majority of penalties recovered in these actions would go to the state, the bill would actually also generate millions in new revenue for the Department of Labor, the Attorney General's Office, the Commission on Human Rights, and other state agencies charged with enforcement of employment laws, which would allow them to in turn increase their staffing levels and expand their enforcement capacity. In written testimony to this committee, the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities has suggested the bill needs to be amended to provide that the commission be given notice of actions under the state's discrimination laws and to intervene as of right. NELP very much supports the commission's critical role in enforcing the state's discrimination laws, and this bill is actually designed to complement that. In fact, as drafted, the bill already requires notice to be given to the commission, and it permits the commission to proceed with any investigation upon such notice and to intervene in any action as of right within 30 days of filing. So that maintains the commission's institutional oversight of enforcement in this area. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it or about forced arbitration in general.
Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. I see Representative Hughes has her hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony. I particularly, my ears perked up that you called this a wage theft crisis, which I agree with you. I think it's way underreported. You talked about enforcement of state employer law, like enforcement of the law, and that you believe that this bill would give the resources necessary to actually enforce the law?
Yes, and I can say, so the first thing it does is it lets individual workers as well as representative organizations file civil actions to pursue civil penalties on behalf of the state. So standing in the shoes of the state when they do so. In California, and so the mechanism then is if the workers win, 30% of the penalties go to the workers, 70% of the penalties go to the state. And that part that goes to the state then allows the state to invest in the kind of ongoing building up of enforcement capacity that it needs to. In California, which has the Private Attorneys General Act, which is this bill is modeled on, In 2019, those actions actually raised $88 million for state coffers. And so that shows, and not something like 90% of the cases that are filed under California's PAGA are wage theft actions, right? So that just shows this direct relationship between bringing these wage theft actions and pursuing these civil penalties, and then being able to bring money and both pursue justice for workers and bring money into state coffers to expand the state's enforcement capacity.
That's extraordinary. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just think the opportunity to raise revenue while enforcing the law is something we should be doing already, right? We should be doing that already, and giving our agency room to enforce and also investigate, basically. And my wondering, you said 2019 was the law in California. Was that when it was first implemented?
No, it was that law was first implemented in 2004 in California. Okay. And so they've had years to sort of refine and see kind of the lessons that have come out of that law. And so this bill is very much crafted with those lessons in mind.
Got it. So we're learning from other states implementation, but maybe mistakes too. The final thing is, I wondered, okay, so if it was started in 2004, has the wage theft crisis reduced because there's better enforcement, there's more penalties, there's more reporting, or is it still we're trying to just get away with the lowest wage workers and exploit them?
Well, I would hesitate to say that California has eliminated its wage theft crisis because of this, right? And there's many other developments that have accelerated increasing wage theft, in particular the growth of service-based jobs, and the sort of the very low wage floor that we haven't had federally overall. But I will say that in the past few years, this law has really demonstrated real results and growing results. So the amount recovered under PAGA in California has increased over time as more workers, as more attorneys have become aware of the law, and courts have sort of clarified what the law means and what is provided for. But part of why we're in this mess is actually because the Supreme Court and a right-wing corporate majority on the Supreme Court has blessed these forced arbitration requirements, right? Which prevent workers from will otherwise prevent workers from filing actions in courts. And because arbitration is so stacked, it's so unfair. I'm not talking about union arbitration, right? We're talking about individual employee arbitration, where you're up against your boss and you have no representative behind you, and you can't stand with other workers, right? So in that context, employees just walk away because and that's what these laws are designed to do. They're designed to make people think that, what forced arbitration is designed to do. Companies think, oh, we are insulated from liability. You can't sue us. So you can try to file a claim against your boss for harassing you or for stealing your wages, but good luck, because we've got this forced arbitration and nothing's going to happen. And so it actually fuels a culture of non-compliance even further.
Wow. Okay, that's great. So do you believe that this bill will unwind that, basically forced arbitration of insulation of folks to act with impunity to exploit workers?
I don't think it's going to do everything, right? I think it's a critical first step to give people the right to go back before judges and juries, right? That's what forced arbitration has done, is deprive workers and consumers as well of their constitutional right to seek justice before a court of law, before judges and juries. And the Supreme Court has said that states can't regulate in this forced arbitration. They can't directly limit the use of forced arbitration. But what this bill does is it creates a different pathway where workers stand in the shoes of the state. And because the state is not bound by forced arbitration requirements, because it's not a party to those requirements, workers can proceed with their actions on behalf of the state.
I think it's quite brilliant. Okay, thank you. This helps clarify a lot, and yeah, I'm a big fan. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Winkler, see your hand up.
Yes.
Please
So
proceed.
in the arbitrations that I am aware of, in the arbitration panels, the arbitration selection or whatever that occurs like with state employees, both sides agree on the arbitrators. And they both pick arbitrators who they, are likely to rule based on the contract as opposed to anything else. And that's about the best they can do since they have to agree on the arbitrator. How are arbitrators selected when the employer is the one that's insisting on the arbitration?
Right. So this is what makes it so different than labor arbitration, right? In labor arbitration, there is a collective bargaining agreement, and the union has agreed to arbitration as a way to resolve disputes about the meaning of that agreement, right? Not about public laws and whether or not that their minimum labor standards are binding to, but about the meaning of that collective bargaining agreement. And they're on equal footing, right? Part of why that it's so different is also that the union is a repeat player as well as the company. So neither side has the built-in advantage of being the repeat player. If I'm an individual worker going up, for example, a Chipotle worker going up against Chipotle in an arbitration, right? They're the repeat player. They're likely to have other workers bringing claims against them, but I, as the worker, am likely to never see the arbitrator again, right? So the arbitrator has, so I'm at this sort of big structural disadvantage in that context. But then there's even this predecessor step, there's sort of that is that when an employer decides to impose forced arbitration as a condition of employment, it picks the arbitrator in the arbitration provider. So the American Arbitration Association, JAMS is another one that people have heard about, but there are also many, many other smaller, less sort of established, less above board arbitration providers. And that arbitration provider has its own rules already established. So already the company has picked the rules, they picked the forum, they can, in many cases, pick the state. They could say that Connecticut workers have to arbitrate their claims in Arizona, right? Or Texas. And that's, it's not, they can, and they'll often try to impose other kinds of unenforced, unfair rules as well. For example, saying you have to file your claim within 6 months, even if a statute gives you 3 years to file a claim. So it's really a whole different ballgame than labor arbitration.
Who pays for the arbitrator in forced arbitration?
So the Supreme Court has said that in general, the costs of arbitration for a worker or consumer shouldn't be more than the sort of comparable cost in federal or state courts. That's what they've said. The reality is they've made it very difficult for workers to actually enforce that like cost limiting idea, right? In terms of being able to challenge agreements that will often say, and I represent clients right now where their arbitration provision says that they have to equally split the costs of the arbitration, which can often be tens of thousands of dollars that for a low paid worker, they simply don't have. And so is that worker going to take the risk of filing the arbitration and hoping that the arbitrator does the right thing and says that that provision is unenforceable? They may very well not. And there are many cases where and again, I know about these cases from experience where arbitrators have said, oh no, this is a matter of contract, costs are getting split. And because arbitrator decisions are generally not appealable to a court or to any other body, it's basically, those decisions are almost always unreviewable. So even though there's supposed to be this protection against overburdening workers with costs, The reality is that that protection is extremely hard to enforce, and workers can often be saddled with high costs in arbitration, but even the fear of those incurring those costs will mean that they just don't file claims.
So Connecticut is an employment at will state?
Correct.
So refusing forced arbitration is not a protected class, so they can fire you if you refuse.
Correct.
All righty. So when you said 30% go to the workers and 70% goes to the state, I assume that the workers' unpaid wages are at least covered.
No. So it depends on the action in the particular claim. So under the bill as it's currently written, workers can recover civil penalties that and they get this 30% portion of the civil penalties. And again, this is what's critical here is what workers are not pursuing are their personal claims, right? They're pursuing the state's claims. The state can assess civil penalties. Those are generally under, right now, if you're a worker and if you're able to go to court, you can't get those civil penalties. This bill allows workers to get civil penalties, injunctive relief, declaratory relief, but what that 30%, so the 30% in some cases will be more than their wages, right? Because for example, if you're right now, there's many cases where employers use these sort of 1,000 cuts ways of stealing wages, right? And so for example, shaving an hour off of every worker's paycheck a week, right? And so if that's 1,000 workers, at $15 an hour, that's significant money to the employer, but it's very little money to the worker, right? Which also creates another sort of structural disincentive for people to pursue that. The civil penalty that the bill creates, if the law doesn't already have a civil penalty, it creates a $500 per employee per pay period civil penalty. And so that $500 might be significantly more, and the 30% that the work goes to the workers might be significantly more than the direct monetary harm to the worker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. Barone? Being none. Thank you very much, sir, for testifying this evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I see Ms. Lynn Zimmer. Ms. Zimmer?
Hello.
Hi. How are you? The floor is yours.
Hello. I'm here for a employer of Allied Community Service. First thing, I suffer from aphasia. And my caregivers, sometimes I notice that they don't get paid. They tell me the bank Allied has told them that the bank has a problem, which I can't believe. And my one caregiver, she every other week, Allied calls me because she doesn't put the right date on. Even though they call her, they call me. I don't know why, but they say, can they change it? Well, yes, just pay her. I'm from Washington State, and when I first had my stroke, I was assigned a caseworker. She took care of everything, including getting me a caregiver. I didn't have to put an ad up, which my kids did, and they put an ad up, and they had a lot of people respond, but when they were told that they would have to work for Allied, they said no, no thank you. And I couldn't get a caregiver here for almost a year. And because of Allied and Allied reading, I was told by the nurses in Yale, if you have to get a caregiver, don't go with Allied. They're horrible. But Allied was the only place I get one because I'm on the waiver program. I was a psychotherapist for 30 years. And when Allied is not professional, they call me and they talk down to me because I'm disabled and I don't speak well. And that really irritates me because I was always a professional. I've worked with the state of Washington as a counselor to foster kids. So I had to be professional. These people are suck. That's all I can say. They suck. Because you don't do this. You don't talk to people like this. I worked with caregivers and caseworkers for 30 years, but now I can't. But Alan, you have to get a new company. This is ridiculous. This is unreal. Yeah, that's all I want to say. My caregivers are the life. They make my life easier. I don't know what I'd do without them. My kids are in Philadelphia. My daughter-in-law is going to University of Philadelphia, and I'm very proud of them, but they can't be here. So my caregivers are all I have. And I'm waiting for a heart and a kidney. So I have to be close to Yale. Not that I want to.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Thank you so much for, by far, you're my favorite testimony so far today. So we'll see how others can fare. I don't care what Ally says. I want you to know that we understood you and that you speak very well.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Representative Winkler?
I'm sorry.
Accidentally? Okay.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
You said exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the state of Connecticut has a lot to learn from other states. This is the democratic state. I don't have a caseworker. I have nothing in DSS. It's like they don't care. And it's sad that they don't, because I worry about other disabled people, mostly children. What did they do? What did their families do? If Allied has anything to do with it,
Right.
it sucks.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions from Ms. Zimmer? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Hughes. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also see Chairman Porter's hand is raised. But I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Zimmer, and echo that how our contractors treat our citizens is a reflection on us. And if we do not want anybody speaking down to you or any of our citizens, or treating any of your primary caregivers with disrespect, because that's disrespecting you. And I just find it's unconscionable on our watch. Just to clarify, you said you're on the waiver program, therefore you have no choice about whose services you get. Is that true?
Yes, we were told we had to get caregivers from Allied, and all the nurses at the hospital, which I has most of my time at Yale, I live there. They said, oh, I'm sorry, they were trying to find me caregivers from anywhere else, but you know, I'm on Social Security, and Allied was what I had to do. And don't worry, the neurons in my brain took my speech and my everything, but different neurons, I can swear really good. So yes, I don't have the problem cussing people out.
Okay, well, Ms. Zimmer, I'm going to call on you then as we move this through. I'm going to call on you to follow up, and we're going to make sure that we change policy or change contractors, and certainly change behavior towards our residents. Thank you so much.
Right. I used to be an activist in Washington, but the stroke took my voice. But I'll be with you all the way.
Well, you're being heard loud and clear right here, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to join in thanking you for taking the time, the energy that it took you to give your testimony today, Ms. Zimmer. You are speaking very well, and you are being heard very well. You know, it came up earlier, a point was made, so well, isn't Allied, Allied isn't the employer. Well, you're the employer, and you're calling Allied, and this is the way they're treating you. So you brought a different perspective to what has been presented up to this point, which really, really deepens the belly ache that I have around the fact that we've had people testify today that have actually said this has been going on for years. And I believe that Allied has been, they've gotten away with it because they were able to get away with it. But now that it's been brought to our attention, right? Because you can't fix a problem unless you know there's a problem. Well, Houston, or should I say Connecticut, we have a problem. And we're going to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. And I think what really disturbs me about your testimony is the point that you've made about yourself being disabled, but also about the disabled children and their families and how this is impacting them. And I will leave my comment here because you made me think about something that Mahatma Gandhi said, which rings really true in this instance. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Shame on allies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions from Ms. Zimmer before we let her go? Seeing none. Ms. Zimmer, thank you so much for taking the time and the energy to speak to us tonight. Your testimony is one we won't soon forget. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, we have Ms. Sharon Thorstensen. Ms. Thorstensen? The floor is yours, ma'am. Good evening. I see you, but I think you're still muted.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yep. Okay, I figured it out. Okay.
There you go.
Sorry, I've been on here all day and I had to put my phone on the charger, so I'm gonna put it back sideways so I can put it in my little holder on my lap. Okay, can you see me okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I'm sure you have my written testimony. I testified yesterday before the other appropriations committee, and honestly, I really feel insulted after yesterday, but after today with your group, it's like a whole different ball game. So I'm very grateful, and so thank you all. I know it's been a very long day. I'm exhausted, but there's been a lot of great testimony, and that last Ms. Zimmer, I share with her. Allied sucks, bottom line. And I was thinking, even prior to, there was an individual who had spoken on behalf of, I forget what organization she is with now, but she claimed she also was assigned to or had worked with the Workforce Council. So my wheels were spinning as I'm listening. And in regards to holding people accountable, and her paraphrasing the Workforce Council's rendition of, oh, it's not allied, and that, oh, a percentage of the grievances only resulted in 28 or whatever. Well, let me give you my experience. In the past 4 years, going on 5 that I've had this program, I had wonderful PCAs in which I have lost so many. I've lost count because of the lack of reliability, because of them not getting paid on time by Allied. The process is ridiculous. The wait time on hold on the telephone, to all the excuses in the world, it's just, bottom line, it sucks. So the other people who should be held accountable, I believe, are the Workforce Council. I think there should be delved into that, because I remember a year ago, I attended, there was a meeting up at the SEIU up in Hartford. And so because my PCA was on duty, I attended with her. And so I got to participate and listen in on the Workforce Council having their meeting in regard to the electronic verification system. And the union was going back and forth with negotiations and all the other stuff. Well, I witnessed firsthand of the Workforce Council assuring that they were going to make sure every PCA and every consumer was trained. Well, you know what? I have not gotten even a notice about the electronic verification system. My PCA has, but I haven't. Have I gotten trained? No. There was an email that stated that, oh, the electronic verification system is mandatory and it needs to begin by January 17th. Well, by golly, where the hell's my training? We have nobody to turn to. And when you go through the workforce council, it's not easy because they make it difficult for you to file a grievance. You've got to go on a special server through the, or whatever it is, the technology of DSS. And oh, it's like, it may as well be the CIA, for God's sake. And the password that they assign you, it doesn't work. Then it takes like upwards of a week to 2 weeks just to get back a hold of somebody because you get dumped into voicemail. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's why there's probably only 28 grievances that have finally gone through, because the other 6,000 of us have given up because they make it so damn difficult. We don't have the energy and the strength. We have disabilities. We are disabled. We are sick. We have immune deficiencies. We've got doctor's appointments. We've got so much that just to take care of ourselves is a full-time job.
Thank you, Ms. Thorstensen. Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. So that being said, what happened? I see a black screen. Am I still being heard?
You're still
Oh, okay.
on.
I saw a black screen come up. Okay.
No, we see you and hear.
If you
All
could just
right,
wrap up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so bottom line, I really think that the accountability needs to be spread amongst the workforce council, whom are the cheerleaders for Allied. And really, I honestly believe that another intermediary needs to be put in place because it's a nightmare.
Thank you.
And people should not go without pay. They work hard. They work very hard. They've got families. They've got children of their own, and even some that have children with disabilities of their own.
Thank
And
you.
they're just trying to make a living.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking time to share your thoughts tonight. Any questions, comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for taking time to testify tonight.
Okay.
Have a good
All right.
evening.
All right. Thank you.
I see that Ms. Catherine Newton-Jones, I'm going to just go back a bit, is here. Hi, ma'am. How are you? Please proceed. The floor is yours. There you go.
Okay, good afternoon to the senator and the representatives also, and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Jones Newton, and I am a consumer in the Medicaid waiver program. That I lived in New Haven, Connecticut. In 2020, I broke my hip in a bad car accident, and my mobility has been limited. Since then, I have been able to stay in my home and live as much as a natural life, thanks to the help of my home care workers, which I was in the hospital for 6 months and in the rehab for 6 months. That took a whole year. But I thank God for the help of my home care workers who are paid. Can you see me? Who are paid by Allied Community Resource. I am here to testify in support of canceling the state contract with Allied. Being able to receive service in my own home has had a great impact on my ability of life. My ability of life. After being in the facility for 6 months, I know the difference that it makes. It makes a difference for me to be in my home, where I feel comfortable and secure in happy. My home care workers help me in every part of my life. They help me move around, shower, reminds me to take my medication, clean, grooming, and etc. That I may need things to get. They also go out and get those. My PCA workers is very close to me, and I'm very close to them. For example, LI had paid my home care worker has been paying my home care workers for the past 8 years, and I'm here to in regards to the program with LI getting worse. Last year, for example, I faxed a timesheet to Ally and kept the fax confirmation. And on that day before the payday, they called me and told me they couldn't find the timesheet for one of my workers. So they had to send it back in and put an hour on it. And it took them 2 weeks to get paid, which is not fair to do, not fair to the workers due to Allied Sport. I had to lend one of my workers money to pay her bill, and her account was overdraft due to money that was not there in her account from Ally. This made her want to quit, and I don't blame her. I have took a lot of time and effort in finding my PCAs, training them and building trust and rapport. In return to make me feel secure and comfortable and happy in my home. But they can't be secure and comfortable and happy if they can't pay their bills and support their families. And I do not want to lose them over someone else strategy, incompetence over the home care workers. They work very hard and they deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Are any questions? Comments? No. Representative Winkler, floor is yours, sir.
Yes. Do you use a fax machine to send information to Allied?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do hear you. Do you ever have the experience where Allied's fax machine says that it's received your fax, but they call you and tell you they didn't?
Yes. Yes.
I have a constituent who has that problem too. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Comments? Nope. Seeing none. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us this evening. Really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Up next, we have Mr. Mark Koznoff. Mr. Koznoff?
Yes.
How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you. How's everyone this evening, I'll say. Representative Porter and Senator Kushner, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mark Koznoff, and I am the Executive Director of United Action Connecticut, a faith-based organization that advocates for social justice causes. I would like to address the committee tonight in support of two bills, Senate Bill 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers, and House Bill 6537, an act concerning paid sick days expansion and domestic worker coverage. Let me begin by stating the importance of domestic workers. They really are essential workers. They are needed to keep our ever-aging population in their homes that they love, give young parents the opportunity to do their jobs, and be the stable factor for others that simply need a helping hand. Domestic workers are often viewed as simply housekeepers, but they're much more than that. Besides cleaning, they may provide childcare, food preparation, transportation, help with personal hygiene, physical support, and in some cases, medical assistance. This is really the profession that makes all other work possible. Unfortunately, in the past, domestic workers have not been treated very well. For archaic reasons that date back over 100 years, they were not considered the same as the rest of the workforce and did not enjoy the same basic rights and responsibilities that most other workers enjoy. In 2013, the Department of Labor issued rules that guaranteed minimum wage and overtime for domestic workers, but many workers and their employers still do not know about these rights and responsibilities. Even today, domestic workers, the majority being immigrant women or women of color, are subjected to mistreatment, abuse, discrimination, unsafe working conditions, wage theft, and sexual harassment. Senate Bill 943 can help fix that. This bill will create a program within the Connecticut Department of Labor to educate workers and their employers to their rights and responsibilities and ensure that domestic workers are earning the wages that they deserve. Similar programs have been successful in California and cities such as New York, Chicago, Seattle, and San Francisco. We must also remember that domestic workers have families of their own, and House Bill 6537, if enacted, would allow them to use paid sick time to recover from being ill or care for a spouse or child that is sick, injured, or suffering from a health condition. The need for domestic workers continues to grow, and you, as the leaders of this great state, need to ensure that these workers are treated fairly and paid properly. So I implore you please to support Senate Bill 943 and House Bill 6537, try and make them become law. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kosnoff. Are there any questions, comment? Being none. Mr. Kosnoff, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this evening.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. All right, next up, I don't know if I see Karen Duval. I don't see Karen Duval in the room. No?
Mr. Chair, we do not have Karen with us right now.
Thank you. We'll move on to Wendy De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Wendy De La Cruz.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hi, how are you? My name is Wendy De La Cruz, a New Haven resident, member of Unidad Latina en Acción, YULA.
Ok, sí, lo dijiste bien. Wendy De La Cruz, residente de New Haven, miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, en proyecto de ley. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Wendy De La Cruz. Gracias, estimada representante Robin Potter, estimada senadora Julien Kosher, miembros del Comité del Trabajo y servidores públicos.
Testimony in favor of SB 943, wage education for domestic worker, and HB 6537, paid sick days. The representative Robin Porter, Senator Julie Kosher, and a member of the Labor and Public Employees Community.
Este testimonio es porque soy trabajadora del hogar y quiero dar el testimonio de lo que he vivido en esta pandemia. Esta pandemia para mí ha sido muy difícil porque como trabajadora del hogar y como madre soltera, tengo 2 hijos y me he visto muy afectada en mis finanzas y en mi salud.
I am a domestic worker and I want to give testimony of what I have experienced in this pandemic. This pandemic has been very difficult for me as a single mother with 2 children and a domestic worker. I have suffered severely in poverty in my health because my children and I got COVID-19. I was out of work, and every day that we don't work, we don't have a penny. Wendy.
Nosotras las trabajadoras del hogar tenemos que no tenemos que nadie vea por nuestros derechos laborales, ya que muchas de nosotras vivimos con este estrés de no tener trabajo, que se hayan reducido nuestras horas de trabajo, que algunas de nosotras no tengamos un sueldo fijo. Debido a esta pandemia, la mayoría de las personas no quieren que limpiemos sus casas y de esa manera nuestro trabajo bajó drásticamente, llegando a un punto donde estamos en cero, sin tener para pagar las cuentas, sin tener para pagar la renta, las utilidades. No contamos con un seguro médico, ni que hablar de no tener un sueldo base u horas aseguradas, ya que a menudo hay una gran discriminación. Aún nos siguen llamando empleadas domésticas. Uno emplea utensilios o emplea herramientas. ¿Acaso somos cosas para que nos empleen? Domésticas. ¿Acaso somos animales que hay que domesticar? ¿O somos una especie de esclavos salvajes que necesitan ser domesticados? ¿Somos las domésticas de los amos blancos? No, señores representantes. Somos trabajadoras del hogar y como trabajadoras somos merecedoras de derechos laborales. Que existen leyes laborales que nos protejan. Solo por el hecho de ser trabajadoras.
Wendy, tu micrófono se apagó. Ya. Traduzco.
Okay.
Due to the pandemic, most people do not want us to clean their houses, and it would, in that way, our work drastically drop, reaching a point where you have zero income, without money to pay bills, without money to pay rent and utilities. We do not have health insurance, not to mention not having a basic salary since our work is undervaluable. They still call us domestics, as if we were things and not people. Are we animals that must be domestic, or are we kind of savage or slaves that needs to be domesticated? Are we the servants of our white masters? No, honorable members of the community. We are domestic workers, and as workers we deserve labor rights and labor laws that protect us. Without labor rights, we continue to be unfree, just as our grandmothers were in the era of racist segregation and slavery in the past centuries. You puedes seguir.
Las trabajadoras del hogar hemos tenido que aceptar trabajos con menos sueldo, ya que a raíz de esta situación de salud, los sueldos han caído demasiado. Y tengo que trabajar para pagar la renta, la comida y las utilidades. Ninguna factura esperan. Me ha tocado casos que me llama la gente para limpiar las casas y en el último momento me cancelan, y eso es algo desagradable, ya que algunas veces he cancelado a otras personas para cumplir a la primera y al final me quedo sin trabajo. La inseguridad laboral es mucha, ya que no tenemos leyes ni derechos. Que me cancelen es frustrante. En otros, si alguien cancela un contrato, hay una garantía por incumplimiento. Cuando vas al dentista y cancelas la cita sin aviso, al último momento, al igual te cobran la cita. Nosotras tenemos como cobrar nada. Nosotras no podemos cobrar nada. Sin las leyes seguimos como en la época de las secreciones raciales y esclavitud de los siglos pasados. Concluyo diciendo que por favor pongan un poco de consideración en las trabajadoras del hogar, que somos tan indispensables como olvidadas.
During this pandemic, the importance of paid sick days is clearly than ever. Latino and Black communities are dying as if we were slaves in this pandemic. For every white person who dies in this pandemic, a Latino and African American dies. This reveals the stark truth that we are laying the dead. We are giving our bodies and our lives as essential workers so that this country does not collapse in the face of the pandemic. Your silence is complicit, and your legislative inaction shows the little respect for our lives. Wendy, ¿ya no vas a decir nada?
Sí, voy a decir otro testimonio pequeño.
Okay.
Dame un segundito, por favor.
Okay. One moment, please.
Wow.
Lo siento, es que estoy en la calle y no tengo suficiente internet.
It's okay. Está bien.
She's on the street and she doesn't have a lot of internet.
Okay.
Thank you. And the time has expired. Please conclude your remarks.
Bueno,
Dice que
está,
el tiempo está agotando.
bueno, está bien, ese es todo el testimonio. Muchas gracias. Y gracias por haberme escuchado y por su atención. Y les pido que, por favor, ayuden a todas las trabajadoras del hogar y que vean por los derechos y que vean que nosotros también tenemos ganas de que alguien vea por una paga para nosotras segura, por médico, por horas que no nos pagan a veces, por cuestiones de salud principalmente, de que a veces nos enfermamos muchas de nosotras y no tenemos cómo llegue un cheque a la casa, de que nos enfermamos muchas de nosotras y no tenemos laboralmente un derecho. Entonces, eso sí me gustaría mucho que pusieran un poquito de énfasis y que por favor ayudaran a todas las trabajadoras que somos muy indispensables y necesarias para todos. Gracias.
Today you have the opportunity, you have the power and the courage to change this reality that show how unequal the system is. It will be us, the people who work in the fields, in the supermarket, who clean the hospitals, who take care of your children and the grandparents. It will be us who will remember you as a heroes or titans. Please consider the life of domestic workers. We are indispensable, but we are forgotten.
Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Any
Gracias
questions?
a ustedes.
Any questions, Ms. Dela Cruz? Comments? No? Okay. So I'll be, for informational purposes, I'll be yielding the chair to my good friend, Rep. Porter, but we'll take the next witness, Micah Josephy.
Good evening. Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of proposed Bill 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. I'm Micah Josephy, the Executive Director of the Cooperative Fund of New England, also known as CFNE. We're a 46-year-old regional community loan fund that finances and provides technical support to cooperative businesses across New England and upstate New York. We manage a growing $25 million loan portfolio that has supported the creation and retention of thousands of quality jobs, and we currently have $11 million committed to 47 worker cooperatives. As you know, cooperatives aggregate the economic power of regular people to meet their economic needs. Just like credit unions, who build economic power of low and moderate income households to access quality financial services, worker co-ops allow workers to democratically own and control their workplace through a voice in governance and a share of the business's profits. We're seeing the business owner retirement crisis threatening critical jobs and businesses. So just like ESOPs are a powerful vehicle for employee ownership in larger businesses, worker co-ops do the same for smaller businesses. One of our clients is a landscaping company just west of Boston. After 26 years in business, the owner was ready to retire in 2013. She thought her only option was to sell the business to a competitor who would have laid off most of the 20 immigrant workers. Thankfully, some of the workers had heard of cooperatives, and with financing from CFNE, they successfully organized to buy the business from her, allowing her to retire and saving their jobs. Since then, the co-op has doubled their revenues, increased wages rapidly, and hired 14 more workers. But the small business community is largely unaware of co-ops as an option. In other states, state centers support small businesses with critical education on cooperatives and connect them to co-op service providers. As a result of this work, we've been able to deploy over $7 million to finance workers to buy and run 22 converted businesses. Our funding has also leveraged millions of additional investment dollars into these businesses. So with the recognition of the Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership, we could more easily bring our loan capital and technical expertise to support Connecticut's workers and small businesses. So thank you for your consideration.
You can see I'm confused. Thank you for your testimony. I'm raising my hand, forgetting that I'm actually chairing now. I wanted to touch on what you said about you've been able to deploy over 7 million to help with these efforts. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So our role is we take investor money from hundreds of individuals across the region, build a loan capital pool that we can then deploy to finance. We have over 100 co-ops across the region in our portfolio. So the 22 that we've helped convert, we've been able to bring our money and technical support in to help the workers test feasibility that their ownership of the business will actually create a valuable asset that they'll own. We're not interested in transferring failing businesses to low-income workers, to low-wealth workers, but to make sure that it's feasible, to make sure that it's actually going to benefit the workers. And then we can bring our lending operation to help buy out part of the selling owner's value in the business. And then there are usually some other pieces of financing that come in to make the deal whole.
Wow, that's quite impressive. I just want to say thank you on a personal note, because we know that our small business is really what drives, our economic stability here in the state, in any state for that matter. So being able to make sure that they're sustainable goes a long way. I do see we have a hand raised from Representative O'Rourke, who I will acknowledge at this time. You have the floor, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Josephy, for your testimony. I just had a quick clarification question. I'm just trying to understand. This definitely seems fascinating. So do you end up owning small or large parts of the businesses eventually, or do you actually loan to those businesses? What is the end goal for someone like yourself? And do you, as a private investor, then offload them to others? Or how does it really work out on the long run?
Sure. So we're a nonprofit CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. We make loans to the co-ops. We don't do equity investing. We don't own a piece of any of the businesses.
Point well taken. No, that's a great service, because I'm assuming in transition they might need some funding, so as to say. And so when you buy out some employee who wants to leave, or now an owner who wants to leave, then in sense the co-op borrows and then hopefully pays it off. So it kind of, the remaining owners end up owning more of it.
Yeah, so in a co-op, what happens is each owner owns an equal share in the business. Depending on how long they stay and how profitable the business was during the years that they work there, then it's called a capital account in the business will grow or possibly shrink if the business is losing money because they're an owner in the business. So when an owner needs to leave, then there's usually a payment plan where they will get paid out over a series of years, that capital account, to make sure that it doesn't create cash flow issues for the co-op. Certainly if it does, then we're available to help finance that through working capital lines of credit. But that's not the norm. That's not a frequent issue.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Representative. I don't see any further hands, so I will thank you for your testimony and for sharing that pertinent information with us this evening. And thank you for your patience and for hanging in there.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well. All right. So up next, we have Diana Creamer, UUSE, I believe.
Yes.
Hi, Diana. You have the floor.
I thank you all for hanging in there too. Okay. Senators and representatives and members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to express my support for something that I feel is very important to all of us, SB 943, the Act Concerning Wage, Education, and Enforcement Relating to Domestic Workers, and HB 6537, an Act Concerning the Expansion of Sick Days and Domestic Worker Coverage. My name is Diana Kramer. I'm a resident of South Windsor, a retired school teacher, 31 years in Hartford, and a member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I feel compelled to speak to you about the plight of domestic workers, which has been worsened by the pandemic, which has always been difficult, precisely because they have historically been excluded from federal and state fair labor statutes. Now, in the middle of a pandemic, domestic workers must leave their residences to work and thus expose themselves to the possibility of contagion. In addition to that, without paid sick days, they are either forced to work when sick, which increases the risk for everyone, or to go without pay until they recover. Appropriating funds to increase education to domestic workers in order to prevent wage theft and expanding paid sick leave law to include domestic workers are two things we can do as a state now, so that domestic workers are treated more fairly. Please remember, these workers are mothers, grandmothers, daughters, wives, and spouses. They deserve the basic rights so many of us take for granted. They are helping to maintain the economy, and they help us with so many duties. They deserve more than we are giving them. What does it say about our society if we don't take care of those who take care of us? So that's why I urge you to support SB 943 and HB 6537. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer, for your time and for your testimony. I do not see any hands raised. I'm going to give it a second. Okay, so there are no questions. I will just thank you again for hanging in there with us this evening, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy, which is very much needed.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, you have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, due to an oversight on my part, my apologies. We do have Mr. Anderson Curtis in the room, who is the policy advocate for ACLU Connecticut. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
We can't hear your audio, Mr. Curtis.
Still, there you go. You're unmuted now. Can you speak? Okay, it seems like we're having a little technical difficulty. So what we'll do is give you an opportunity to work with Devin, our clerk, to get that fixed. And we will call on, do we have Rosalba Montoya, Unidad Latina en Acción?
Hi. She cannot. She's not going to give her testimony, so it's okay if you skip her.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kathy Hopperstad, are you available? Okay, give it a second. That was for a call for Kathy Hopperstad. All right, moving along. Next up, we have Maria Soto, a PCA with Local 1199. Ms. Soto, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my testimony. My name is Mari Soto. I live in New Britain. I've been in home care for over 30 years. And for the past 3 years, I've cared for my dad. When my dad qualified for services, I almost wanted to turn it down, the chance, because there are so many problems in this field: not enough hours, no paid sick time, no vacation, no retirement, and we have constant payroll problems. I've always had to work 2 to 3 jobs to cover all the things lacking in home care. I have a dual degree bachelorette in business administration and finance, and a second degree in business management. And I was hoping to find a more stable career. But prior to that, my dad had been in 3 different facilities and his health was really going downhill. I knew that if I didn't pull him out, he wouldn't survive. So I had to take a deep breath and continue to deal with the shortcomings to make sure my dad was home, that he had quality care. So I still have 3 jobs. I care for my dad full time. I'm a school bus driver part-time, and I do administrative freelance work for a property management company. I go to work as a bus driver, and at 5 a.m., I'm home by 8 a.m. to care for my dad until 2 p.m. Then back to the school bus and home at 5. Then care for my dad until he goes to bed anytime between 10 and 11. It's exhausting. I wouldn't have to do this if we had all the benefits that are long overdue: health insurance, paid time off, a living wage, and a payroll company we could rely on. Ally frequently tells us that they didn't receive our timesheets, even though I send them 2 different ways. I email it as a PDF and I fax it. Because I work 3 jobs, I don't have time to add a 4th job with no pay, which is chasing Ally to make sure they do their job. Every time I call Ally, it's about 1 to 2 hour ordeal of hold times, getting transferred from person to person or getting hung up on. I used to set up auto pay for my bills, but you can't trust Allied. I accumulated hundreds in late fees and overdraft fees before I finally took off all my auto pay payments. Dealing with Allied is a nightmare, which only makes the struggles we face with low wages and no benefits more challenging. For decades since this job existed, we as predominantly Black and Brown women have struggled and suffered. We are asking for your support to right these historical wrongs and make this job that truly acknowledges our skill and professionalism in caring for another human being. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
You're very welcome, Ms. Soto. Thank you for your testimony. I do not see
I think you can hear me now.
I'm sorry, I actually do. I need to go back to my panelist list here. Senator Julie Kushner, you have the floor.
I just wanted to comment to Maria that it looks like you're in the same place as Representative Porter. You guys have the same background tonight.
Oh,
we
wow.
might be here in the same room. I'm only kidding, but thank you so much for your testimony. It's great that you waited today and that you could be with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sanchez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maria, thank you so much for your testimony. And I will gather your information offline. I am in New Britain as well, and I want to be a resource and to be as helpful as I can to you and your family. But again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further hands. So thank you again for hanging in there with us this evening. Thank you for your testimony. And we look forward to continuing this work on your behalf.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I did notice that Mr. Anderson had sound a few minutes ago, so we're going to go back to Mr. Anderson Curtis, policy person with ACLU Connecticut. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Senator Kushner, ranking and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Anderson Curtis. I'm the policy advocate for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6474. People involved in our criminal legal system who finished their sentences have paid their debt to society. The American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut believes in a society where all people, including those who are justice impacted, have equal opportunity to live their lives in Connecticut communities without barriers to building successful and fulfilling lives. Of the over 550 barriers to full civic participation that are written into our state's laws, the large majority are related to employment. These collateral employment consequences can create a daily nightmare for people with records just trying to find work. These barriers are why the 2018 unemployment rate among formerly incarcerated people was more than 6.5 times the Connecticut overall unemployment rate. The employment barriers faced by people with criminal records have worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Placement agencies for people with records report that compared to 2019, only half as many job seekers with records were able to find placements. Experts say that people with criminal records will likely be the last to see unemployment rates lower after the pandemic abides. These harmful employment effects are not distributed equally across society. Racism in Connecticut's criminal legal system is replicated when people return home from incarceration. When people with records cannot find work, it hurts more than just individuals. More than half of incarcerated people in Connecticut are parents, meaning these barriers to reentry also harm Connecticut children. These barriers make no sense. Since we all benefit from robust employment opportunities for people with records, employers might benefit the most. In fact, one of the nation's largest employers, the US military, has found that enlistees with felony records are more likely to be promoted to sergeant than those with no conviction history. Another survey found that 82% of managers believe that workers with criminal records are equally high or higher quality hires than people without criminal records. Despite efforts by this committee and other elected officials, Connecticut has failed to eliminate employment barriers altogether. This bill would help by extending the existing statute that requires the state to consider people, not their record, when it's making hiring decisions. Under section 46A-80, the state may only deny employment because of a person's record if an individualized assessment is conducted. House Bill 6474 extends this requirement to all employers, not just the state. Under this bill, employers could not deny employment based on a person's record unless they conducted a straightforward, individualized assessment that showed the person's record was closely related to the crime, the person's record was closely related to the job, insufficient time had passed since the conviction, and there wasn't evidence that the person had been rehabilitated. Representative Vitigliano asked earlier if people on probation or parole will be subject to the bill, and the answer is yes. Their supervision status could be considered under the second and third parts of the test. House Bill 6474 is not just the right thing to do, it's also supported by a large majority of Connecticut voters. Let's work to build stronger individuals and stronger communities by eliminating barriers to employment for people living with a criminal record. Myself and the ACLU of Connecticut strongly urges you to pass House Bill 6474. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. And we've seen you so frequently in the halls of the LOB and the Capitol fighting for justice, and really appreciate your advocacy. There was another question earlier today from, was something posed by CBIA, by another person testifying here today, about whether or not businesses would be able to conduct the individualized assessment. There was some concern that there wasn't enough guidance about that. But my question too is, I'm assuming if this is standard practice amongst, the state and public employers, would there be assistance readily available for private sector employers to be able to conduct these individualized assessments?
Yeah, the EEOC says employers ought to be doing this already. And, it creates opportunities for employers to look again at the person and not the record. And again, this individualized assessment is about the time since the release or conviction, a person's crime related to the occupation of the job, so their ability to perform the job, and then also how much time has lapsed and how much they have done to rehabilitate themselves. I myself went to school to earn an associate's degree in addiction counseling, and I still face employment barriers, even with an associate's degree. So for people just re-entering, this bill will go a long way to creating opportunity again to make Connecticut stronger and safer for all of us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for participating and helping me to understand these issues since I've been in this position. You've been there to guide me along the way, and I've relied on you heavily for information, for education, and I appreciate your, not just your advocacy, but you're willing to sort of break it down for people like me that need to understand much better than I did prior to being in this position. So thank you.
You're quite welcome, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for your testimony. I really wanted to take your time here to basically say that we definitely need more. We need to learn more on this topic as to how to do this right and to make sure reentry is done right and we do all we can to make sure it happens without creating barriers on one side and making sure that everybody it's a right process on the other. So I really appreciate your testimony, and I would like to kind of encourage you to have more discussions with both sides of the aisle. It's one body, and I think we all need to learn more about this to make sure we can have a constructive discussion to help and move this forward. And just as Senator Kushner mentioned that that you have been very helpful in getting aspects of this very important issue. I do encourage and request you to provide more information and to engage more with all of us and provide us more information to help us do this right. Thank you very much.
Representative, consider it done. I'll reach out by email tomorrow morning, and whatever information anyone from the committee needs, I'm more than willing to provide it.
Great, thank you. I think that'll be very helpful so that we all understand, how to understand the whole process, the challenges, and, communicate, because that's the only way. This is not a topic, a partisan thing for one side or the other. This is something we need to get right because, the costs of getting it wrong are much larger for both the individual and the society, right? So getting everybody productive as fast as we can is in everybody's interest. But as you know, there are challenges which everybody faces in different quarters, and employers, public, and the individuals themselves. And we want to learn from you and to take your input. And I thank you for that.
And I'm glad you mentioned the cost, because the cost is just not dollars and cents. The cost is also about humanity, dignity, and hope for families and communities all across the state of Connecticut. So I welcome the opportunity to engage with you. Thank you, Representative.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, for the second time.
I apologize for coming back, but I think it would be helpful to the discussion to note that one of the things that I found useful in my community, and this really is, I know we don't usually engage in back and forth between committee members, but Representative Aurora, I found out there was, because of my work with Mr. Curtis, with Representative Porter on the issue of collateral consequences, I realized there was an opportunity in my own community to participate in the reentry roundtable. And these occur in most communities where professionals are getting together to discuss barriers, to discuss opportunities in our community to address reentry issues. And I just started going to them on a monthly basis before COVID, and now I try and join virtually. And I think that has really helped as well to inform me and to give me a better idea of what's happening on the ground in my own community. And so I know there are many ways we can educate ourselves, and I appreciate everything you do, Mr. Curtis, I really do. But I know that there are others in my community that have helped me as well. So thank you so much again for being here. And thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to comment like that. I know it's a little out of order.
No problem at all, Senator Kushner. I do not see any other hands raised. I will just thank you as well, Mr. Curtis. We've done a lot of work together. I thank you for your advocacy, and I thank you for your lived experience really being the driving force behind that advocacy. And the only thing that I'll state at this point is that this is so important because we tout ourselves on decreasing, our prison population by 50% in this state. I would like to be able to tout about that 50% being put back to work in livable, sustainable wages with benefits and retirement plans. I think that's what we really should be aiming for at this point. It's not just a matter of releasing people, but it's a matter of releasing them and providing them with a pathway to prosperity. We all stand to gain from that, and we certainly could use the revenues from putting folks to work that have been justice impacted. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your continued advocacy.
You're quite welcome, and I will be reaching out to all of you. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
I know you will. Thank you. So get ready, Representative Aurora, because he will be reaching out in the morning. All right, up next, let's see who we have. I'm going to go back because I was told that we actually have Lynette Dockery, a PCA with Local 1199 on the phone. Okay. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Please proceed.
Oh, okay then. Yes. Well, good evening to the committee. My name is Lynette Dockery. I've spoken at the Capitol a couple of times before. I am with 1199. I also am a home care provider out of Meriden. I've been doing home care, home health aid for over 20 years. I started out because my grandmother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So I wanted to give back and take part in being able to help those that are home and unable to do for themselves. And it has been a pleasure for me to be able to be in this field. One thing I'm here to talk about today is Ally Community Resources, our payroll company. I'm quite sure you have heard some overwhelming stories today, but our issue with Ally is that we're constantly having issues with Ally. Recently, about a month ago, I missed my paycheck. I got to wait 2 weeks in order to receive a paycheck. At this point, I am putting in my timesheet 3 different ways. I am faxing it twice, I'm PDFing it, and then Ally still say sometimes that they did not receive it. You cannot call Ally and ask any information about did they receive your timesheet? Will you be getting paid? Today is Thursday, and to be honest with you, we said here on Thursday evening, we're supposed to receive a call that states to us that we'll be paid tomorrow. Well, it's after 6? I haven't received a call yet. So my thing is that I don't even know if I'm going to have a paycheck tomorrow morning. I think it's very unfair that we get up every day and we go to work. We serve a purpose. We take care of those that need us, that depend on us to get them up in the morning, to have their everyday activity of living and to be able to be comfortable in their home. But every Friday, you don't know if you're going to get paid. And then we turn around again on Monday morning, even if we didn't get paid, scrape up gas money, and we make it back to that job again because that person depends on you. We are at our point where we're just tired of Ally. The state doesn't seem to want to let them go. They are doing a very horrible job. They don't care about us. They say at this point, I have my consumer to call. My consumer, they express to her, they're not able to tell her if they received the timesheet. They're not able to give her any information until Thursday. We get paid on Friday. So at this point now, we are just at the point as a union and as home care workers, as PCAs, doing the home care for our consumers and caring about them and taking care of them. We need to be paid on time all the time. We have families. We have families. I am the head of my household. My bills don't stop coming. When my money don't go into the bank tomorrow, whatever is due to come out of my checking tomorrow, I will get fees. If 1 or 2 bills come in tomorrow, that's 2 $35 fees. On top of, I got to wait a whole week to get paid again. This is just ridiculous. It's not a way to live. It's not a way for anybody to have to get up every day and be proud of themselves and give all 110% of what they do in life to be there for the person that needs them. You don't want to go to work with a bad attitude because you didn't get paid. Your consumer did everything that they could do for you. They signed the timesheet. We sent it in. Now Ally is coming up with what they call the EVV. You have to be verification.
Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, well, my conclusion is that with this new EVV, we are very worried that we will not be getting paid on time as we have been with the timesheet. So we are really afraid about what's going to happen now. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dockery, for your testimony. Could you just expound a little bit on what you're talking about when you talk about this new EVV that you're referring? Exactly what is
Well,
that?
this is the new EVV is that we have to verify when we come into the consumer's home. We have to sign in and we have to sign out. We have to, at the end of the day, we have to give a list of the tasks that we did for that consumer for that day. Now, as Ally can't accept our timesheets, how are they going to, and how are they going to do when it comes to the EVV? And it's making it to a situation where the consumer eventually has to go in, make sure that everything that you did for that week is correct in order for you to get paid. And if the consumer doesn't do that, then our pay will not be presented to us. And at this time, they're stating that if we don't all get on the EVV by the end of March 31st, a lot of us are going to start missing our pay. So that's, again, is very scary for us.
Well, thank you for putting that on the record for us. We will definitely be looking into that process. Senator Kushner?
Yes, I want to thank Lynette for being here by phone. I know it's not always easy to connect, and we appreciate your testimony and the fact that you brought up the EVV. We did have conversations with your union and with some of the other chairs of committees of cognizance from the Human Services, Appropriations about EVV, and I do realize that that is a federal program that was implemented, and so that it's being required by the federal government, I'm pretty sure. So we can look into it, but I think your concern about going to EVV at a time when they're having a hard time paying people on time would give me cause for concern as well. So it is an important issue that you raised. Thank you so much for putting that bringing that to our attention.
And not only that, Ms. Kirshner, I want to also say we deal with a lot of consumers that may have Alzheimer's, early dementia. Some of them have disabilities. We're trying to understand how are these people are going to be able to go in and do this now like they're doing payroll. That's a concern that we have. We understand, I've done it through the agency, but the agency, they do all that. But you have a consumer, we're doing one-on-one. Maybe somebody that's not in their right mind, and not to say that they're crazy, but early dementia, early Alzheimer's, you know, maybe have a disability, maybe don't have a computer to go into the portal to straighten out the information to make sure that their PCAs are being paid. That's a big concern for us.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And I do not see any further hands raised. So I would just like to thank you, Ms. Dockery, again, for being with us and for your patience and for your testimony and just shining even more light on why it's so critical for us to move on this issue. You have a good evening.
You do the same. Thank you both. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Up next, we have, who do we have? Minister Josh Pollack from Unitarian Universalist. I'm tired, Pastor.
You've been going since before 10 o'clock. So
I think I'm going to turn this over to Senator Kushner for a few minutes, but you have the floor. Welcome, and it's always great to see you.
always great to see you too, Representative Porter and Senator Kushner and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to testify, and this evening to testify in support of SB 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers, and HB 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. So again, I'm Reverend Josh Pollack. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a leader with the Recovery for All campaign and a longtime participant in Connecticut's domestic worker justice campaign. I'm a resident of Glastonbury. I live in the 31st district. I want to say just a little bit about my faith because it frames my comments. Some of you may know this. Unitarian Universalists gather our congregations around a set of 7 principles. Our first principle is respect for the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Our second principle is justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. I have long participated in Connecticut's domestic worker justice campaign precisely because more often than not, we as a state fail to honor the worth and dignity of domestic workers. We've been hearing that all day long. And more often than not, we as a state fail to extend justice, equity, and compassion to domestic workers. We've been hearing that all day long. Domestic workers are a highly vulnerable workforce made up of mostly women of color, a large number of whom are immigrants, some of them undocumented. They already have minimal rights in the workplace due to historic exemptions from federal and state labor statutes. They are easily exploited, easily marginalized, easily ignored, yet they are essential workers. As so many have said, they are the workers who make all other work possible. So I support SB 943 because it would create the capacity within DOL to educate domestic workers and their employers about domestic worker rights and thereby more effectively prevent wage theft. I am concerned that wage theft is far too common experience among our state's domestic workers. I've met many domestic workers over the last decade that I've been involved in this campaign, and the vast majority report experiencing wage theft at some point in their work history. SB 943 would make funding available for DOL to partner with nonprofits who work directly with domestic workers. That has proven in the past to be a highly effective way of communicating with domestic workers and educating them about their rights. I support HB 6537 for the general reason that it will make paid sick leave more broadly available to many more workers in our state, and for the specific reason that it will make paid sick leave available to domestic workers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, access to paid sick leave is more critical than ever. There are too many stories of domestic workers becoming infected with the virus and then having to face quarantine without income. This is one of the lessons of the pandemic. Paid sick leave is critical to essential workers, many of whom still don't have access to it a year after the pandemic started. I hope we have learned this lesson. SB 943 and HB 6537 offer important pathways for Connecticut to recognize the worth and dignity of domestic workers and to treat them with justice, equity, and compassion. Please support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Pastor. And I have heard you speak at so many, both in public hearings, I believe ours and others, as well as at other gatherings. And you always speak so clearly and so well on behalf of those who need our assistance. And it is really, it's really very, I don't know, I want to say criminal. If somebody wage theft, is criminal. It's just such a huge problem. And unfortunately, we've heard today how many feel they can't pursue a claim because they're undocumented or
Exactly, yeah.
fear. So I really appreciate your testimony because we know that you're one of the advocates that will actually go to work and help people, assert their rights. So we appreciate it. I appreciate you being here with us to testify, even though it's been a long day. I do want to recognize my colleague, Representative Winkler, has a question.
No question, actually, just a comment. Even though my district ends just before your church, I've always been a real fan of you and your ministry. We had another of your parishioners.
You've had 2, and you have 1 more coming. I'm very proud of them today.
And I've been to several progressive workshops at your facility. And I'm just a real fan, and it's good to see you. And it's good to see somebody who works so hard for the undocumented and the people who really need somebody to stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our building is in the 12th, but we are 50 yards from Michael Winkler's district, so we're very aware of that.
Well, you've just told me something, but unknowingly that you're very close to where my kids live because they live in Michael Winkler's district. So.
All right.
Thank you for being with us tonight. I don't see any other hands, and so have a great evening.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Next up, we are going to go to to Kathy Hopperstad. I think we missed her. She's here with us now. Kathy?
Yes. Hi, good evening. And thank you. I'm just representing myself. So, dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, I really don't want to go on my video if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right. All right. Sorry. I oppose SB number 908, an act concerning the right of a public employee to join or support a union. I have been a public employee for my entire working career, first as a municipal recreation director, then in the United States Army, and lastly, I'm a public school educator. In 2 of those positions, I was required to join the union. Personally, I do not support unions in the public sector, and the only positive aspect of them is the fact that they may eliminate political appointees, but politics is still involved on both sides. But my reason for the lack of support is that I do not look at the taxpayers of this country as an adverse foe, and I believe that we work for them and in their best interest, not ours. But more importantly, I do not support any portion of my dues, which in actuality is taxpayer funds, going to support political candidates that I do not support. In 2017, after the 2016 election, when I became aware of how much money the AFT is, which the union I'm a part of, donated to the Clinton campaign and Clinton-controlled groups, over 2.2 million over the last 5 years, according to dropoutnation.net. When teachers in urban areas struggle, I find that appalling. So when the Janus decision came down, I decided just to pay my agency dues. And I was thankful that I could then take 25% of my dues and use it for candidates and charities of my choice. However, right after the Janus decision, union representatives approached all members to have them re-sign their union card, which I refused since I signed it upon employment. And I'm glad I did, because there was a revision within the cards that we were not made aware of. Then the union gave a presentation to its members, which gave misinformation about those who just paid their agency dues. They stated that those who did such would not be protected, but that was in direct violation of our contract. At that point, I decided to leave the union completely. I do not support this bill for the following reasons. Municipalities should not be required to provide personal information to the union. In addition, the legislation does not state that it will be protected and not sold to third parties. New employees should be made aware of both sides of the union issue, to join or not to join. This bill gives the union a monopoly on access to public employees at all times and locations. Those in opposition do not have that same access. A decision to leave the union should not be cumbersome. An employee should have the right to leave the union at any time. If public unions were truly working for the best interests of public employees and the citizens of this country, then they would be transparent, work to resolve issues such in my case, sick schools, lack of technology and supplies, violence in schools, overburden of state mandates on teachers, and securing our pension without additional burden on the taxpayers. In Sal Luciano's, the president of the AFL-CIO, in his written testimony, he stated after Janus, less than 1% of its members left their unions. And if that's true, and in which I see in my own district it's true, then why is this legislation even needed in the first place? So I would support a bill that would prohibit public unions for donating any funds to political action groups and use the dues for its members' pension security, and truly support teachers in their ongoing struggle to work in a clean, healthy, safe, and resource-rich environment for themselves and their students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathy, and Representative Winkler.
Yes, just a quick question.
Yes.
You would support banning labor union contributions to candidates. Would you ban corporations and businesses from giving to candidates?
No, I would not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Representative Aurora.
Can I just respond one more time to Representative Winkler? The
Yes,
problem I have with public unions donating to candidates is that that money is taxpayer money that pays my salary. And then those union dues are really paid by the taxpayers. And there's no choice. If I had a choice of which candidate to donate my dues to, okay, but there is no choice. The union makes that decision for me. And I believe I should have that right to make that decision. They can charge the agency fee and allow me to make the 25% donation to go somewhere else. Same thing with corporations. It's their profits, it's their decision, but the employees have a right to make their own decision on where they put their contributions. And a lot of the private unions, from those few people that I've spoken with who are in private unions, their unions take those union members' dues and put it toward their pensions, not to political candidates. So I have a real problem with public unions taking our due money and supporting primarily Democrat candidates. I am a conservative. I don't want my money going there. So you give me the option to choose.
I have a disagreement with you in that when we pay you, that money is yours. And if dues are deducted, that's not state money, that's your money. So we have a fundamental difference there. And finally, I find that corporations and businesses are overwhelmingly Republican, and they flood the market with their money because corporations have the same free speech rights as individuals, and money is free speech according to the Supreme Court. Now, if you were willing to say, okay, no labor unions, no businesses, no industries, not all of that money will be out of politics, you and I might be able to see each other.
And
if you want to handicap one side and not the other, no, I'm afraid I can't agree with you.
You're not handicapped. I'm talking about public unions, not in the private sector, public. We work for the public, the taxpayer. So even though that money is mine and is still being paid by the taxpayers, they are paying my salary. And those union dues are going to a entity that then takes 25% of that money and supports political candidates with it to make policy decisions. That's unfair. Let me choose. Let the 25% go. Let me put that money to whatever candidate I want then. But you're not giving me the choice of which candidate to support.
And I buy things in the store, and then the corporations take that money and they give it to their political allies. Should I demand that they give that money back to me so I can give it back to the politician of my choice?
You can boycott that company and not spend your money there. That's your choice.
Thank you.
That is
Thank
your
you,
choice.
Madam Chair.
I don't have that choice.
Thank you.
Thank
Kathy,
you.
There is another hand up, and before we proceed, though, I want to make one correction. I know that you did not state this necessarily as fact because you said you heard it from someone in a private union. Just for the record, it is illegal for a union to take union dues and put it in their pension. So that is not happening in the private sector. So that was I just want to be sure that no one in the
one of the is the custodial union in my school, and the custodian told me they take part of their dues to support their pensions.
Well, I would find that very hard to believe in a private. Well, you're talking about a school that would be.
Well, this is a school which is public, and then on Amtrak, one of the other unions was an Amtrak employee, and again, their dues go into their pension support.
Yeah.
So well, I would go out and to find out.
I just think that Kathy, you might want to, and I'm not going to get into a huge debate, but that is an issue that you better research a little more thoroughly because there are very strict laws about how dues money can be used, and there are real solid. There has been years, especially under Republican administrations at the federal level, there have been huge investigations and lots of resources put into making sure that dues money is not misspent. So I would just caution you to research that a bit more, but I don't want to get into a debate. I did this work for 42 years. I was subject to those laws and to those rules, and I'm very familiar with them. But I would like to recognize Representative Aurora, who has his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for being here and providing the point of view. And, as from our side, we wait for someone like yourself to come up, have the courage to provide that point of view, that insights, and I really do thank you very much because it requires a lot of courage. It requires a lot of courage to to come and say that, and especially in a committee which you know how it goes. Now, let me ask you a question relevant to what you just testified. Do you think that there is, relevant to this bill, do you think that there is a lot of pressure once, of various kinds, once your details have been provided and access has been given to folks who are on the union side? Do you feel a lot of pressure, or do you feel that it's not comfortable when that happens? And is that something which you worry about?
Many people, and I'm in a very small school now, many people would like to leave but are very afraid. They're afraid that they will not be protected. And like I said, I was willing to pay my agency dues, but when they were not being transparent, I left completely. But majority of people are afraid, especially if you're a conservative or a Republican in a school system, to speak your viewpoint or to leave the union. And they're afraid that they will not be protected. And my answer to that was, if you're a good teacher, you should not have to worry. But people don't feel that way, because honestly, if you do your job well in a union environment, sometimes that's a negative, because a lot of people do not like to have that standard raised and then expected that everyone has to come up to that same standard. What I don't like about this law, if I want to talk to people about leaving the union, I can't access their emails. I can't put flyers in their mailboxes. I think one of the most egregious things I've seen in the last few years was Ned Lamont's campaign commercial with a teacher in a school with students. I don't have that ability to go in a school, film a commercial, and make a statement. That's capturing that entire audience, and that's for political gain, and teachers should not be for political gain. You're there to take care of the students, and I don't have a choice of a union. I prefer to be in the CEA versus the AFT, because I think the CEA really tries to focus on teacher issues a little bit more than the AFT. So I don't have a choice of union. I don't have a choice of who my union well, you can vote for union representation, but I can't choose my union. So the argument I heard you earlier, Representative Aurora, about that's not fair if you benefit from the union and don't pay the dues. Well, I expect my union to be transparent, honest. I expect them to support all teachers. I expect them to make sure our schools are safe, healthy. We talk about clean schools and deep cleaning when we came back. No, I don't expect to have political pressure put on me to espouse a certain political viewpoint or to keep quiet about a political viewpoint. It's very difficult. So to be a conservative in a public union is very difficult this time, especially in education. So yeah, you do get a big X on your back. And especially I ran for office. That on top of it made it even more difficult. But I have excellent evaluations. And again, I'd be more than willing to pay my agency dues, but I would like my union to be upfront. And they did two things that were underhanded. And I said, that's it. I won't do it. Other people are happy, but there is a lot of pressure not to resign because they're afraid that they will get fired.
Oh, wow.
And that they won't have any legal, that they'll have to pay for their own legal support. And when I was in the union one time, there was an issue. I ended up having to get my own legal because the union lawyer couldn't be bothered. So there's a lot of pros and cons with unions. It depends on which union you're in, where, and things of that nature. Some unions are really good. Like you heard Frank Ritchie, he ran a great union. That's what every union should have. But again, you should have a choice. And I understand that you all benefit from it, but I would like to have the choice to choose which union I even join. And I know that can't happen because you're all in one place. So it's all about freedom of choice.
No, I thank you very much for that opinion. But we never hear this described in terms of it can get so oppressive, because I'm sure based on number, even with the public sector employees, also there's folks who have conservative values, and they're really, really good people with conservative values. But it appears to me that they are just being discriminated against and pressurized in a very hostile manner. But they cannot come out because there would be consequences to them. Is that a good characterization? And should we, as we are everybody's reps in sense of those who are in any party, should we be doing more to make sure that such discrimination and oppression is stopped?
If you pass this bill, it'll be worse. So just work very hard to not pass the bill. But I'll be honest with you, you have to know it's there. You have to assume it's there. And I saw one of the testimonies too. This past summer was very difficult with Black Lives Matter, and people were asking teachers and asking candidates to agree and take a knee for something they did not believe in. I only kneel for one person, that's God. And there was a lot of pressure, and there is a lot of pressure to support and believe in things that you do not. And there's things that are nothing to do with the curriculum, nothing to do with the students that do not belong in the public school system. So I think you should be more aware of what's happening curriculum in that respect, and the unions do support that. So
thank you once again. I do intend to follow up on a.
That's right. If I'm not at work tomorrow, but you'll understand why. But no, I'm just teasing. I have a very good superintendent. I'm at Middletown. My superintendent is very supportive. I wrote to him when I was running. He's in my classroom, so I hope he becomes our next Minister of Education. So thank you.
That's good to hear. Well, thank you once again for your time and for being here.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
I do intend to follow up offline, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I do see that Representative Anderson has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hopperstead, so I asked union reps earlier what access that they have to employees right now, state employees, was negotiated. But what we're talking about is giving access to municipal and other public employees by statute, using the strong arm of the law. So I wonder if you can describe, and that would give access to a lot of their personal information and work time and workspace. I wonder if you could describe what level of access the union has to now, and if this law passes, how that would change. Thank you.
I think the law would just make it, they have all that information. So I don't know why the town must provide, or why the municipality must provide it to them on a annual regular basis. They have all my personal information already. They have access to me via email, both personal and school. Teachers are different than, say, the municipal side. I understand what some of the town managers are saying. When I was hired for Manchester and North Haven, you're the only person there that day. You get hired, you start this date, you're once. And the union person's always right there with you anyway, because you have to fill out your card and they give you your union contract and they talk with you. But I didn't like the part about, certain meetings. Nobody wants to be bullied into making a decision. So the union already has that access. So I don't know why it's required again, unless it is to, I also can't get the information of who in my district left the union. I have no idea who else may have left. I have no idea. I can't contact anyone because I don't know who they are. All I know there's 4 and I'm one of the 4. So why can't that information, if requested, so I at least know who my colleagues are? But the union has all the information. There's no reason for that to be reiterated back out like that. And there's no, like I said, there's no, there's nothing in the statute or the proposed bill that would state they can't use it for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Haverstead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your testimony. And up next,
Thank you for being here so late. I almost canceled out. I gave you a lot of credit. It's a long day. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for hanging in there.
Have a good
You
day.
have a good
Thank
evening.
you.
You're
too.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I believe we are on number 73, Claire Martin, PCA with Local 1199. Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Claire Martin. I live and work as a PCA in Middletown, Connecticut. I come before you today to ask you to pass House Bill 6537. These services are critically important, and PCAs like me deserve to receive quality benefits. I've been working as a PCA for 15 years. I enjoy this work because I enjoy the connections and relationships you build with your consumer. You're in their lives every day, so you become like family. That aspect of the job is incredibly rewarding. While I do love my job, it does not love me back. PCAs are not paid much of anything, and we have no paid sick leave. We're not offered insurance on the job, and we have no retirement. In 2020, I found myself out of work for medical reasons no less than 4 times. When I cracked my rib while transferring my consumer, the workman's comp benefit we fought for the previous year was my only help. For the other 3 trips to the hospital, I had nothing to help me financially, and I had to rely on, for several weeks, asking my friends and my roommate to support me, from rent to, ironically, health insurance. Without paid sick leave, PCAs don't have any good choices when we fall ill. Throughout the pandemic, I have had to watch my consumer's daughter, who oversees her care, break down because of staffing trouble due to illness or potential COVID infection. And PCAs have to choose between 2 bad choices: to work sick and potentially infect others, or to leave our consumers until we are better. My consumer's well-being is threatened every time I fall ill. This inhumane system that has been imposed on essential workers is even more dangerous due to COVID-19, yet essential services are being prioritized while essential lives aren't. Passing House Bill 6537 would mean that PCAs wouldn't have to be paid more and receive quality benefits. If this happened, I would be so much less vulnerable. When you make low wages and have no sick leave, you always have this feeling of desperation because you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. But with higher wages and paid sick leave, I could be more in control of my life and future. Please support home care workers like me in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your testimony. And thank you for hanging in there. It's been a really long day. As I'm sure you know, we've had several testimonies given on this bill. So that's probably why you don't have any questions, but your testimony is important, and we want to thank you for providing us with that this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Ray Rasomando, and he is Director of Policy Research and Government Relations with Connecticut Education Association. Mr. Rasomando, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's nice. That was very, very pleasant. Thank you. And I don't have to explain who I am now. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor Committee. I come from the Connecticut Education Association, which represents educators in about 1,000 schools across the state. I'm here today on behalf of my colleague, Melanie Kolig, who serves as legal counsel for CEA on matters relating to workers' compensation and other matters. Attorney Kolig could not be here today. We thank you for raising SB 902, an act concerning working conditions. As the committee considers final language, we respectfully ask that the bill include air quality among the standards for working conditions that are under your consideration. We believe indoor air quality of schools is especially important, given the presence of children and the risk posed to all from poor conditions. And in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've all learned so much about the role ventilation plays in the spread of infectious disease. As ever the case, the working conditions in schools are also the learning conditions affecting our children. Moreover, over the course of at least the last 4 years, we have seen a spike in the number of workers' compensation cases of educators being exposed to mold and other environmental toxins in their schools and classrooms. The incidence of exposure appear to be increasing, as the 2019-2020 school year was by far the worst in terms of numbers of teachers falling seriously ill due to their school conditions. Interesting that in researching the regulations of such conditions, we were surprised to learn that we have maximum temperatures for dog kennels and pet shops, but we have no minimum and maximum temperatures for school classrooms. With temperature, humidity becomes a factor, feeding the growth of mold. Students simply cannot learn in environments that are too hot or cold, not to mention the serious health effects of learning and working in these conditions. As Senate Bill 902 research receives further bill language, we ask committee members to include standards for indoor air quality and HVAC maintenance, repair, and improvement. To that end, we draw the committee members' attention to SB 288, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools that is under consideration in the Public Health Committee. In that bill, we do reference some standards that are existing already in the industry that could be considered by this committee for the Commissioner of Labor. We believe that some of the ideas being discussed around SB 280 are very relevant to the work being done in this committee on 902. This is a fundamental issue for state students and educators, and it requires urgent action because it's just getting worse, particularly with the aging schools we have in Connecticut. It impacts school districts, wealthy, less wealthy, urban districts, rural districts, and interestingly enough, some of the most severe problems seem to be happening in the areas of the state that are more humid along the coast, but it is statewide. And some of you are familiar with indoor air quality and other public buildings. That is a concern too. We're just drawing your attention specifically to the experience that we have in schools and its impact on workers and ultimately on students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any questions or hands raised. So I will just thank you again for your testimony and thank you for driving home the point, the importance of air quality. Myself and other legislators have actually been visiting schools as they had planned to reopen, and that was certainly an issue that concerned us. So thank you for putting that on the record this evening. And I do see Representative Winkler has raised his hand, so I will recognize Representative Winkler. You have the floor.
One question. If I understand it correctly, and I could prove that the school was just a mold cloud, that the density of mold fragments and was just enormous. As far as I know, there is no limit on how much mold in the air you can subject somebody to. Is that accurate?
That is our understanding. That is our understanding as well, and quite often proving the case that the level of mold in a school has in fact caused harm to a teacher or student is a difficult thing to do. Yet we've been able to establish that connection in our workers' compensation cases, and certainly with input from specialists in the area. And there are standards that are developed by societies of HVAC professionals that do give some recommendations and thresholds that can be implemented in a understandable and measurable way. We'd be happy to share that information with the committee.
But they're all voluntary. None of them have the force of law.
Correct.
I'm aware of a statute, I don't know if it would work in schools, that establishes a minimum temperature of 65 degrees in buildings. There is no maximum temperature, but we should talk offline about minimum temperatures.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Okay, and I don't see any other hands. So thank you again, Mr. Rosamando, for your testimony tonight, and thank you for hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Thank you for all the time you're spending on this committee.
You're welcome. You have a great evening. Okay, up next we have Louis Chine, attorney with Law Office of Lewis. You have the floor, sir.
Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, members of the committee, good evening and thank you. I'm an attorney who represents individuals in employment matters, and I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association in support of Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements. These come up a lot in my practice, and covenants not to compete basically make it more difficult for laid off workers to find other work. That's particularly bad in the past year under COVID, when there's other reasons why it's difficult to find work. Covenants not to compete also make it more difficult for good and talented workers to get paid higher wages because they're prohibited from going out into the market and competing. And that's not good for the workers. It's actually not good for the economy. They're also, covenants not to compete are also in most cases unnecessary. There are other measures, including non-solicitation agreements, confidentiality agreements, trade secrets protections that can protect an employer's interests without banning an employee in the market. SB 906 eliminates covenants not to compete for low-income workers, and this makes absolute and complete sense. Low-income workers are going to be the least able to have the resources to permit them to avoid, they say they have to move to avoid a geographic restriction. They're not going to have the resources or the nest egg that's going to allow them to survive an extended period of unemployment. There's just no business justification for imposing that burden on low-income workers. I want to address what I think is a significant omission in SB 906, which is, I think, relatively easier, an easy fix. Another bill about non-compete agreements, RB 6379, was in front of this committee 2 weeks ago. I gave written testimony on that, as did a number of other attorneys. Under that bill, and again, the two bills are very similar, but under that bill, an employer was prohibited from enforcing a non-compete provision against an employee if the employer was the one who discharged the employer, or through some misconduct of the employer, or not misconduct, but like a relocation, a reduction in the employee's salary. The employee had the right to leave for good reason. Now, I had this last year, a lot of people were getting laid off because of the economic collapse associated with COVID. I looked over my client list, and I had 15 clients who had these types of non-competition agreements who got fired. And so in addition to having the problem of trying to get a job in a market and an inability to go look for jobs, they had these restrictions. Of these 15 employees, 10 of them were older clients, over 50, who were going to also have that difficulty of trying to find a job. 5 of them were long-term employees who had been there for over 20 years. And you'll see that when companies have to do these layoffs for lots of different reasons, the older workers are the ones who are going to get hit. 6 of my clients had school-aged children, another difficulty they had to deal with. I had one who was a 61-year-old guy who had worked for his company for 31 years. In 1995, he had signed a non-compete agreement. Nobody had a copy of it. The lawyer had to go find it in archives. They still enforced it. It was absurd to enforce that against the guy because the circumstances over 25 years changed.
Thank you, Mr. Chun. Your 3 minutes are up. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. So look, this bill protects, gives that protection only to people who have an ownership agreement, and physicians also have this protection. It makes no sense to give these protections to employee owners and physicians and not give it to everybody else. So CTLA, we support 906. It's terrific. But there's a simple revision which I've added into my proposed testimony, written, which you have, which would fix this problem, which I urge you to support 906, which is a very good bill and important, but also add the revision that comes from the other bill, 6379. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we will certainly take a look at what you have suggested as a revision. I don't see any hands raised. I will just thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. And most of all, thank you for your input on this piece of legislation.
You're welcome.
All right, you have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. So up next, we have Shomit Singh Gupta, who is a PCA with Local 1199. You have the floor.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. First, thank you for saying my name correctly. That's quite an accomplishment. I live in West Hartford, and I've worked as a PCA and companion for 3 years. I come before you in support of SB 942 and HB 6537. DSS pays me $15.23 per hour, and the agency I work for pays me $12 per hour for this work. It's barely enough to live, much less to support a family or be able to save up for retirement. Adding to the burden of low wages, we don't get 6 days or cancellation fees. If I get sick or have to cancel for any reason, I lose out on an entire shift's pay. My clients don't even need a reason if they want to cancel. Many times, clients have canceled at the last minute, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. My time is valuable too. I feel obligated to work even if I'm not feeling well, although this past year I've been more cautious due to the pandemic. I did call out a few times because I did not want to get my clients sick in case I was infected. Unfortunately, as PCAs, we're being careful and protecting our clients, and we end up losing income because we get no paid sick days. For nearly 2 months in 2020, I did not work at all. You've already heard from several people about Allied. I would like to confirm what they've already said and call for terminating their contract. Allied has a long track record of late and erroneous payments. DSS and Allied absolves themselves of any responsibility by blaming consumers. But while DSS blames consumers, they also classify consumers as employers and mandate that timesheets be completed by them. Why? Because, before my home care agency switched entirely to EVV, I was responsible for doing my own timesheets. The consumer would verify the hours and put a signature on it if it was correct, but it was my job to fill it out. It is my job to make sure it gets sent to the office at the end of the week. And I've never, ever had any issues with them. As if Allied's incompetence wasn't problematic enough, they make it incredibly difficult for us to get anything resolved. It always takes 45 minutes to an hour just to get a hold of someone, and when you do reach someone, they're rude and condescending. In addition, they have actually had language inserted into the PCA new hire training that instructs PCAs not to contact Allied if there's an issue. So they're incompetent, they blame consumers, and they don't want anyone to be able to contact them. So uncivilized. I strongly urge you not to renew Allied's contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony, Mr. Sengupta. I don't see any hands raised, and I know that's because we've been hearing a lot of this testimony regarding Allied. So I just want you to know it hasn't fallen on deaf ears. We hear you, and we will proceed with all that we've taken in today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a great evening.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have John Lugo, Unidad Latina en Acción. Mr. Lugo, you have the floor.
Actually, Chairwoman, he won't be testifying tonight, so we can move on. Thank you.
Really? Well, you tell John I said hello, and I'm disappointed that he's not here this evening.
Will do.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Danielle Delmonico, PCA with Local 1199. Danielle, if you're with us, you have the floor.
Good evening to everyone. Let me lower this. We have my mother, who is the consumer, Louise Consiglio. I'm going to let her speak. Can I read this? Yes.
Hi, my name is Louise Consiglio, and I am a DSS consumer employer since 2017 of March. My daughter Danielle is my PCA. I'm not willing to have strangers in my house. So I'm having my daughter care for me is perfect. Who better than my daughter to help me live comfortably and independently? From day one, we started having problems with Allied payroll. Now it's 3 years into this problem. We even have our own fax machine, but the CEO herself asked us to record our times in 5 different ways. Once through PDF email, once through telephone call in, call out, and to 3 different fax numbers, even submitting my daughter's timesheet 5 different ways. We still have problems getting paid on time. There have been many reasons given by Allied why there was a problem with the timesheet. Most often it's we never received the fax, but sometimes it's too light or it's too real, it's too hard to read. Other times it's too dark to read. The times when you do find out that our timesheet was not received, it's always Thursday after 4 p.m. through voice messages when it's too late to resend it in time for Friday payroll. If you call on Friday because your PCA didn't get paid, no one will answer with the phone call. It will ring and ring. If you try to get back on Monday, you will call and wait on hold at least 30 minutes to an hour. Then you finally get someone and you ask if your fax was received, only to be told, sorry, I can't tell you that. If Allied loses your timesheet, you have to wait at least 7 days to get it fixed. Every week, my daughter and I go through the same anxiety. We get nervous. I get very worried about whether she will receive her paycheck or not. We need another payroll company. Aren't you here to help me as a consumer and my PCA get treated right? She does everything a CNA would do and more. We deserve better, but we need your help to get it. I've been a nurse for over 25 years, so I know what it's like to go through these things. I find it very difficult to believe that this is still happening with this company. That's my opinion.
I thank you for at least taking this time today, guys. I mean, all of us have been waiting to, let you hear us speak. And it's been a very long day for you all to take this in. And I'm sure we're definitely giving this impact. My mom is correct. Allied for the last 4 years, I have to initiate 5 different ways for just one timesheet. It's absurd to do this since the beginning of March of 2017, when I began becoming my mother's PCA worker. To me, to get personal with the actual CEO, Carol Bonnet, it got to a point where they were messing up so much that she actually personally asked me herself, would I mind faxing to 3 different fax numbers?
Crazy.
And yet, out of 207 weeks right now, I've had 53 mistakes, of course, of blaming either my mother or I. There has only been one time, and it was very recent, it was my mistake. I just didn't put it in time. But when you have until Monday at 5 p.m. to bring in your timesheet, that gives them at least right then and there from Tuesday to at least Thursday to at least talk to you, confirm something with you. And it's really sad that being in the workforce council meetings and seeing what has been taking place when my husband and I have owned even establishments downtown of New Haven for 15 years, knowing how to run efficiently or to be a good boss or to work with your consumer. I find that we know more about our consumer than the actual workforce. And even yesterday, sitting back and realizing where they stand on anything, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, because it goes to show there is some type of, they're okay with Allied. They don't want to shift anything. They don't want to change anything. I also was in on one of the audits, so I could give my testimony.
Monaco, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
I didn't mean to go over. I know we're late. So the one thing that we definitely do need to focus on ally in being able to find a better payroll company. Because even holding them accountable, they're still getting away with all of this. Every day they get away with this. And if they don't pay me, the money don't go back to her. And it don't go back to the state. It goes right back to Allied. So just thank you. I hope you heard us.
Oh, we have heard you, we have heard your mom, and we have heard so many others that came before you. So please know that what you're saying is being taken to heart and that it is not falling on deaf ears. That is the purpose of us bringing this legislation forward, because we have heard from so many people concerning this very disturbing issue. I tell you, it is criminal for me. And you can rest assured that we will be taking action. We want to make sure that we have all the testimonies necessary to do so on the record, and you have provided in addition to what we've already heard tonight. So thank you. I don't see any hands up. Just double checking. Nope. So I will thank you again. Thank you to your mom. And I just ask that you hang in me. I know it's easier said than done, but please know that we're doing our due diligence to address this issue. All right. Thank you. Have a good evening. All right. Up next, we have John O'Connor, who is a professor CSU, AAUP. And Mr. O'Connor, I want to first apologize because I skipped over you inadvertently. And I mean, we've all been here, so you've been waiting a long time, and I just can't imagine how that felt. So please accept my apologies for the oversight.
Not a problem at all, Madam Chair Porter. Just the one thing that I have to do is I have to go to appropriations after this and testify there. But I'd like to say, Madam Chairs Porter and Kushner and all members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, hats off. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is John O'Connor, and I'm a professor in the sociology department at Central Connecticut State University. I've been teaching at Central for around 17 years, and during that time, I've been regularly offering labor relations courses. I'm an active member of my faculty union, CSU AAUP, and I would like to speak in favor of Senate Bill 908. Everyone on this call knows about the long decline in the union density rate nationally. We also know that unionization in Connecticut, compared to other states, is relatively healthy and stable. And while we cannot predict the possible emergence of a nutmeg Scott Walker, it is important to monitor any threats or potential threats to labor organizations. It is only labor organizations that speak to and speak for the interests of workers in our society. There's nothing else. Higher wages, safer work conditions, and greater equality all flow from the existence of organized labor. I work in a sector of the Connecticut economy that is constantly subjected to the forces of privatization and commodification. Within the public higher education industry, and it's increasingly becoming an industry, the source of its perceived crisis is not the lack of access or the lack of diversity, it's the power of organized labor. As many may be aware, CSU AAUP swapped contract proposals with the Board of Regents this past December. The BOR's proposals were extreme, and they aimed to break our union. The BOR wants us to negotiate a contract in which the end result would be the gutting of our organization. CSU AAUP understands that when you deal with a collection of political appointees and anti-union lawyers and corporate cheerleaders, that the very idea of a university may be threatened. But it is our collective bargaining agreement that protects the principles of academic freedom, shared governance, and free inquiry. Those things that make a university a university. Senate Bill 908 would ensure that all public employees can join or support a union. It would prevent both Wisconsin-like assault on workers, but also the Janus decision salami approach to union busting, taking the union apart one slice at a time, and guaranteeing that the union would be given information about new hires, access to union representation during the workday, information about employee orientations, and payroll deductions. The public sector workers of Connecticut would maintain their rights, regardless of what management may want to do. The public sector workers of Connecticut, whose labor makes our state great, deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor O'Connor, and thank you for that testimony. I certainly do agree with all that you stated, and again, want to thank you for your patience this evening. I don't see any hands, so I'm going to let you get to appropriations so you can give your testimony there. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening after that.
Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, up next, we have Maria Lopez, PCA, who will give testimony through translation. Ms. Lopez, you have the floor. Dígame.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm okay. I can have better days, and I have better days.
Okay, so you're not going to need translation. You're speaking good English.
No, I don't need no translation.
Okay.
I can speak English very, very well.
All
Very,
right.
very well.
My mistake. You have the floor, madam.
No, I'm actually really, really upset right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm upset because this is a constant thing with Allied. I take care of my mom. I live with her. I take care of her 24/7, Monday through Friday, 365 days a year. Okay. My mother right now is on oxygen. I have to pay electricity. I have to pay the bills here to make sure that my mother stays alive and fed and well taken care of. Now, what's holding me back and what's pushing me back is Allied. This is the worst. And I don't even know how they can continue to do the same exact thing that they're doing to absolutely everyone, not just to me, to absolutely everyone. They have no care in their heart for none of these patients that they supposedly care for. Because when they talk to us and they convince us that they're the best and that they're good and that they will never let us down and all this other stuff, and they did absolutely the opposite of what they said they were going to do and provide for us, period. Now, like I said, I have my mama oxygen. The only way I can keep that going is through electricity. I don't have it good. I wasn't raised with a silver spoon in my mouth. I wasn't raised with a large bank account. I lived by the day. I lived by paycheck to paycheck. And I'm not the only one. I'm not speaking just for myself, but right now I'm speaking a little bit about myself because I'm upset. Now, this is the second week in a row, again, that I have not gotten paid. This is the second week. And I have to pay rent. I have to pay the electricity bill. I have to buy food in the house. I have to pay co-pays for my mother's medications. I have to do a whole lot. And it's just me. It's just me. I don't live in a basement. And I don't live in a house, but I live in an apartment where everything is separate. I don't pay everything together. This is not fair. I do what I do, and I do my job very, very, very well. Okay? My mother was in a facility for 3 years, right? My mother came home almost 2 years and only been admitted in the hospital one time and one time only. That means I'm doing a hell of a good job. So if I do what I have to do with pay or with no pay, I'm still going to take care of my mother. But at the end of the day, when I have bills to pay, that's a problem. It becomes a huge problem. And Allied has no care in their heart for no one and nobody. And it's not fair at all. It's not fair. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to the other PCAs. It's not fair to the other CNAs. It's not fair to no one. No one. We have families that we have to take care of. We have kids that we have to take care of. It's only right that we put in and they put out. And they don't do their part. They should not be a business under their name. They should be fired. They should be let go. And everyone that works for them needs to be let go with them too. Because you know what? The same with the attitude that they give us and the communication that they give us, We give them a lot more than what they give us.
Thank you.
We
Ms.
provide a
Lopez,
lot
your
more than what
3
they give
minutes
us.
have finished. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm tired of Allied. Allied should not be a thing that should continue to keep going. I think that Allied should get fired. I think that Allied should be fired and closed down, and just that's it. They need to be closed down. They are no good. They are no help. They are worthless. They are a waste of breath. They are a waste of life. They are a waste of everything. They need to be shut down. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that feels like that. I know that for a fact, that I'm not the only one.
No, you're not. Several people have testified to and expressed that same sentiment. So thank you for your passion. It is well received. This is what you get when you don't do people right. And I think the thing that has been made really clear here to me is that Allied is getting paid. They need to make sure that people that are going to work and putting in an honest day's work are also getting paid. And if that's something that they cannot do, which has been proven tonight, we'll make sure that we address this.
I mean, honestly, let me just say one more thing. Honestly, the money's not coming to us. We work, but the money's not coming to us. The money's not going to the patients. The money's not going to where it's supposed to be going. It's going right back to the state, and they hugging it. They hogging the whole money up so they can sit there and keep on getting people to work for them and not paying them. That's not fair.
It's not, and we will address this issue. As I stated before, this is how this piece of legislation came to the committee. This is the reason why we're having this public hearing. And the purpose of your testimony is powerful. So thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to tell you to hang in there. And I know it's easier said than done, but please rest assured that we're doing our due diligence to address this very critical and pressing issue. All right?
All right.
All right. Thank you, Maria. You have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, up next, we have Laura Garcia, Chapinas Unidas. And I do believe that you are the person that will testify in Spanish, and it will be translated by a translator and interpreter. Laura Garcia?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, good night. I speak English, but I feel more comfortable speaking my testimony in my native language.
Yes, we would love for you to do that. So please proceed.
Estimadas copresidentas y miembros del comité.
Good evening, honorable chairs and members of the committee.
Muchas gracias por prestar atención sobre mi testimonio de la importancia de extender la licencia por enfermedad para todos y alargar el periodo de días de enfermedad en los trabajos.
Thank you very much for listening to my testimony tonight about guaranteeing paid sick days for everyone and lengthening the period of paid sick days.
Es un tema de derechos humanos. Vivo en Norwalk, Connecticut desde hace 7 años, pagando mis taxes como cualquier ciudadana. Hoy estoy aquí no solo por mí, sino representando a varios miembros de nuestro grupo llamado Chapinas Unidas y Unidad Latina en Acción.
This is a human rights issue. I have lived in Norwalk, Connecticut for 7 years, paying my taxes like any citizen. Today, I'm not here just for myself, but also representing all of the members of our group called Chapinas United and also ULA.
Me represento a mí misma como una víctima más. Represento a mi hijo Matías, que murió en mi vientre a las 39 semanas de mi embarazo por no ser escuchada.
I'm also speaking for myself as one other victim. And I'm also speaking for my son, Matías, who died in my womb at 39 weeks of my pregnancy.
Represento a esas mujeres que hemos sufrido discriminación por no contar con acceso a la salud, ni licencias médicas laborales. En noviembre pasado, mi hijo murió por no ser escuchada y casi pierdo la vida yo de igual forma.
I speak for all of the women who have suffered discrimination for not having access to health insurance or paid sick days paid by the employer. Last November, my son died because the health clinic refused to listen to my concerns, and I almost lost my life as well.
A pesar de eso, tengo que seguir luchando con el dolor de la muerte de mi hijo y con todas las consecuencias que derivaron derivado a una mal praxis durante mi embarazo, pues al no tener licencia por enfermedad, no pude dejar de ir a trabajar y reposar el tiempo adecuado, aún con las secuelas de la preeclampsia severa.
So despite the pain of the death of my son, I have to continue fighting. I suffered consequences due to medical malpractice during my pregnancy, and I had to keep working. I could not afford to lose my job since I didn't have paid sick days. I suffered complications due to preeclampsia. I did not give my body enough time to restore itself and to heal.
La preeclampsia que causó la muerte de mi hijo. No tuve tiempo para sanar ni mi cuerpo ni mi alma. Mis uñas siguen estando moradas debido a la preeclampsia. Mis uñas se me descascaran como papel y los dolores de mi espalda baja cada vez son más fuertes.
I haven't been able to take the time to restore my body or my soul. My fingers are still purple, my nails peel like paper, and the pain in my back, in my lower back, is getting worse.
Creo que si hubiera tenido esa licencia, hoy mi condición sería diferente. Quisiera que pudieran poner en los zapatos de miles de personas que muchas veces tenemos que fingir que estamos sanos por no poder tener esa licencia de enfermedad.
I think that if I had had paid sick days, today my condition would be different. I wish that you could put yourselves in the shoes of thousands of people who many times are forced to pretend that we are healthy because we cannot take time off.
Es tiempo que seamos valorados por lo que somos, gente trabajadora, gente luchadora y honesta, y que al final de cuentas somos quienes damos el pecho en esta pandemia.
It's time for us to be valued for who we are, hardworking people, people who are strong and honest. We are the ones who are breastfeeding during this pandemic.
Somos los que limpiamos sus casas, mantenemos sus jardines, construimos sus casas, cuidamos de lo más preciado que tienen, sus hijos.
We are the workers who clean your houses, who maintain your gardens, who build your houses. And we are the ones who take care of the most precious thing that you have, your children.
Merecemos ser atendidos de una manera digna, como seres humanos. Se debe dar la importancia de extender los días de enfermedad. Conozco mujeres que han tenido que dejar a sus bebés recién nacidos con 15 días de vida para poder regresar a sus trabajos y no perderlos.
We deserve to be cared for in a dignified way as human beings, which makes it urgent to guarantee paid sick days for all workers. I know women who have had to leave their newborn babies 15 days old to return to work so as not to lose their jobs.
Es hora de cambios.
It's time for a change.
Así como mi hijo murió, así han muerto muchos más en esta maldita pandemia. Por todos los muertos, por todas las familias que hemos perdido seres queridos, es hora de un cambio por amor a la vida. Muchas gracias.
Just as my son died, so many have died in this damn pandemic. For all of the dead, for all the families that have lost loved ones, it's time for a change, for the love of life. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Kushner.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's so hard to share the story that you just it's hard for us to hear your story. I'm sure it's very hard for you to share the story. And I want to say I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so hard for us. I think I need to share my history, and that way I can save more lives.
I understand. I appreciate that. And I know that one of our next speakers is Maddie Granado, and she's from the organization that helped us with paid sick days, but also with the paid family medical leave. And when Representative Porter and I were discussing paid family leave, we felt it was so important to include every worker in the state of Connecticut, so that no one would have to go through what you went through. No one should have to go back to work when their child is 15 days old. We as a society really need to take care of the people in our country. We need to take care of the people in our state. It's an outrage. And so I appreciate I have no questions for you, because I can't imagine asking you a question. You've been so clear with us in your message about what happened in your life, what you've seen in others' lives, and what we need to do about it. So all I can say is that my heart goes out to you, and I thank you for being here and standing up for everyone in the same position as you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I will just join in those sentiments. It's been really hard all day listening to these testimonies, especially as they relate to domestic workers. That within itself has a history that this country should be fully ashamed of, frankly. My condolences to you on the loss of your son. I've been there. I know what it is I don't know what it is to lose a child like you have, but I do know what it is to work without insurance and to have to figure out how you're going to make ends meet, and to push through the pain, and just to show up and do the home remedies and hope you get better, and to have children that are sick, and you have to end up in the emergency room because you don't have insurance. And you're right, it's time for a change. It's been long past due for a change, and it really is time for us as Americans to live up to what it is we say and who we say we are. It's time for us to take care of the people like yourself that take care of us. And yeah, it's really sad, but I want you to know we're here, we hear you, and we are working really hard to make sure that a lot of this legislation gets done this year, because time is up. There's no more time left, and we don't have time to continue to lose people, precious lives such as your son. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the work that you do, and God bless you.
He's
God bless you.
proud of his mom.
Thank you. And thank you for translating, Megan. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You as well.
Laura.
Up next, we do have a champion for people that has helped us to do a lot of work to help people like Ms. Garcia. Maddie Granado, you're up, and I'm looking forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter. I can't do that justice. My heart feels so heavy right now for you, Laura, but yeah, so I'm here in support of House Bill 6537, an act concerning paid sick days expansion and domestic workers coverage. Sorry, I'm like emotional from that. In 2011, Connecticut became the first state in the nation to require certain employers to provide 40 hours of accrued paid sick time per year. Covered workers use paid sick time under the law to recover from a physical or mental illness or injury, seek medical diagnoses, treatment, or preventative care, or care for a spouse or a child under the same circumstances. Paid sick time can also be used to address needs that may arise if the worker is a victim of family violence or sexual assault. Since 2011, more than 20 states, cities, and counties across the country have followed Connecticut's lead and adopted their own paid sick leave policies, but have done so in a much more inclusive and accessible way. 10 years after the law's passage, and in the middle of a global crisis that has wreaked havoc on the economic security of women and their families, improvement to our paid sick leave statute is past due. Connecticut's existing law only applies to certain service workers at employers of 50 or more. This leaves out a large portion of the hourly workforce employed by small businesses or who do not fit into the narrow definition of service worker outlined in the law. The law also exempts certain nonprofits and manufacturers, domestic workers, many of whom we've heard from today, the majority of whom are women of color, are also left out of Connecticut's paid sick leave law, even though they continue to work on the front lines of the crisis, putting themselves and their families at risk. As we continue to live and work through a global pandemic, we know that now more than ever, it is critical to stay home when you're sick. But for so many, like so many workers that you heard from today, staying home when you're sick just isn't a realistic option. Women, especially women of color, are disproportionately represented in jobs on the front lines of the pandemic, where they are less likely to have access to paid sick leave and face higher risk of exposure to COVID-19. For example, while women in Connecticut comprise 49% of the state's workforce, they make up the vast majority of healthcare, education, and food service workers, three industries that are most severely impacted by the pandemic, but even prior to the crisis, were less likely to provide paid sick leave to their employees. Without access to paid sick leave, workers are more likely to go to work while they're sick, putting their coworkers and their communities and their families at risk. Paid sick leave makes our workplaces healthier and more productive, which keeps businesses open and improves their bottom line. Healthy workers are fundamental to a successful business and a thriving economy now more than ever. As Connecticut continues to respond to and recover from the COVID-19 crisis, now is the time to examine and improve our existing policies that support workers who in turn keep businesses running and contribute back to the economy. House Bill 6537 is a critical step to further strengthen Connecticut's stance on paid sick leave and respond to the economic crisis just faced by too many in our state as a result of the pandemic. We urge the committee to advance this legislation this year, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Maddie. I'm just looking to see if we have any hands, any questions. And I do see Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you for being here tonight, Maddie, and thank you for everything you've done and you continue to do. We did work together diligently on the paid family leave bill, and your involvement there was critical to not just getting it passed, but getting it right. And so we really appreciate that. We heard many hours ago, I think one of the first people to testify, or I guess it was in the first hour, maybe it was Kate Farrar, Representative Farrar, and she had been with CLELF when you first worked on this sick days, I believe. And one of the questions I had for her, and I just wondered if you had any additional information, is we've really fallen behind. It sounds like that we had started out in sort of, in ahead of other states in terms of how we addressed the paid sick days bill back when it was first passed, but now we've fallen behind, and that does deeply concern me. You articulated all the people left out, but I don't know if you have at hand some of the information about other states that are doing this in a more expansive way.
Yeah, so I think to your point, Senator Kushner, right, we set a real standard nationwide, in paid sick leave. We were the first. And just like we've seen with paid family medical leave, right, as we were working on that bill, we really looked at other states to see how we can improve, right, on our own law and be better. That competition, right? So I think a lot of states looked at our law and it was a start. It was really landmark in what it did for workers, but they realized they could probably get a little bit more in their own states. So I think states around us really have very few carve outs and who it covers, right? They cover small businesses. They have a inclusive definition of family as well, so that if a worker needs to care for their chosen family or someone who is not related to them by blood, they're able to do so. I do have a person who is testifying, a few people behind me too, from a Better Balance, who can really speak to what's been going on around the country too, and with paid sick leave policies. But yeah, other states have really made a ton of progress, and it's just time that we really take a look at what we can do better here too. So.
Thank you for that answer. And since you alerted us that there's other speakers that are going to be talking, I will hold my questions for now. And thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Maddie. Appreciate your testimony and your patience tonight, and all the help that you've given us as we progress throughout this process. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You're welcome. All right, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Sanchez, who is the Vice Chair in the House, and he will chair in the interim. Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Madam Chair, the next person we have up to speak is Brian Sullivan, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, and all the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Brian Keith Sullivan. I'm a leader with the ACLU Smart Justice Campaign of Connecticut. I am a father of 4 and also someone who has spent more than 20 years incarcerated. To be completely forthcoming, when I was originally sentenced in 1997, I didn't have a lot of hope that I would ever come home. Shortly after being sentenced, I became determined to do whatever it took to change the person I was into someone who I could look into the mirror and be proud of. I availed myself of every single program the Department of Corrections offered. If it was there, I became immersed in the curriculum. I held employment while incarcerated for 20 of the 22 years, working inside of some of the most sensitive parts of the prison. I was one of the first hospice volunteers in the state and sat with 20 men whose last breath was in a cell, most of who were not serving life sentences, but nonetheless died in prison. That experience strengthened my resolve that if the opportunity ever presented itself to have a chance at life outside of prison, I would continue to apply the same value and hard work I did while in prison. I developed a program inside called CHAMPS, which stands for Creating Healthy Attitudes in Men from Prison to Society. CHAMPS is designed to rebuild a foundation dealing with the issues that plague men from their youth and help us understand the why behind our poor choices and bad decisions. Also, to connect individuals directly with the resources available to help reduce the recidivism rate in our state. I am also a full-time student at Aslantuck Community College, where I am chasing a degree in human services. I recently graduated the ENET program at Goodwin College, where I am now a mentor helping the next class of students navigate the course. In 2019, after 20 years of extremely hard introspection and soul searching, after 9 denials, I was blessed with a sentence modification. With all I have done and am doing, the reality is every day I face discrimination based on my record. My conviction, although 23 years old, prohibits me from securing housing and gaining meaningful employment, something that utilizes the skill set I have, which is helping others. Technically, I am homeless right now because every time I apply for an apartment, the first thing they say is you cannot have a criminal record. I know so many people that have completed their sentences, paid their debt to society, and are trying to build their lives, but struggle with the barriers that exist due to their record. Being able to gain meaningful employment and secure housing is all we ask after completing our sentence. House Bill 6474, an act concerning collateral consequences of a criminal record, is about giving people a real and fair chance, utilizing their skills, their experience, and their talents, which in turn is not just good for them, but for society as a whole. I personally know and work with some men and women who, like those involved with Smart Justice, are motivated and determined to succeed and contribute to their families and their communities, and would be a valued asset to any employer if only given the chance. Since I have been home, I have done everything from digging ditches to collecting cans for a pay that barely allows me to pay my bills. And although I am extremely thankful, I would one day like to do something that encompasses the skill set I have. House Bill 6474 would allow me and others to finally be able to move up and on with our lives. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions in the room? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sullivan, for hanging in there with us tonight. Quick question. I just wanted to ask you, as we put forward this legislation, this is the question that has been posed, and I just want to put it on the record with a response who comes from someone with lived experience. Why is this important after Dan the box?
All right, so let's look at it and put things in perspective. 95% of those incarcerated will be released. We know these numbers. So if we know these numbers, don't we want individuals that are being released to come home and be productive members of society, contributing to the economy, not taken from it? So if we're given an opportunity to show and prove that we're about this change, that would help this. That helps push this cause. It makes not just better sense for us, but for society as a whole.
Thank you for putting that on the record. I absolutely agree. And I think the only other thing that I would ask you to speak to, you did speak to how these barriers have showed up in your life. Do you believe that this legislation would create too much work for employers?
I don't really. I think that they already prejudge without giving someone an opportunity, right? And so passing this legislation would open up the opportunity for them to get to see the work that we really want to do. You're going to find some of the hardest workers are those who've demonstrated change and are willing to put forth the effort if only given a chance. And this would allow that to happen.
Thank you. And I absolutely agree. I don't think that people's past should define their present or their future. I think that you are a model example of why this legislation needs to happen and why people should be provided a real opportunity at another chance, especially when we're asking or mandating that they have housing and employment straight out of incarceration. So thank you again. I really do appreciate your time and you sharing your experience with this committee and all those that are watching. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Kushner.
I just want to also say, Mr. Sullivan, it's good to see you here tonight. You know, I've seen you so many times at the LOB at different demonstrations, not just on behalf of formerly incarcerated persons, but on so many important issues to our community. And I know you're always there. And I just think you're an amazing representative of what's very best can come out of the system that you've been through. And I think, I don't know how to tell you how much I appreciate not just your testimony, but your advocacy and keeping on these issues so that you didn't just, you know, go take care of yourself, but now you're really taking care of others. And it really is important for us to have a light shown on what the problems are. And so you've done that very well tonight. I just have one question for you. Do you believe when we pass this bill, are we doing something that will really make a difference in terms of employment? Will there be a concrete difference for you and for others?
So I'll give you a quick little story. So I mentored every program in the Department of Corrections. I worked directly with Commissioner Quiros when he was captain, major, deputy warden, and several other district administrators and individuals in the Department of Corrections. I dealt directly with individuals that were coming back to prison, those that were part of the recidivism rate. And when we sat and talked with them and asked them, we got the same answer every time, is that I couldn't get a job, I couldn't find a place to live. We hear about all the resources available, but individuals are not giving a chance. And so passing House Bill 6474 would change the narrative and open up the opportunity for those that really want to do the right thing.
My apologies, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, please continue, sir.
Oh yeah, so no, I'm done. This would definitely go so far into helping all of us. You know, we're coming back into the community. You want us to have secure housing. You want us to get jobs, which we're supposed to, right? As a man, this is what I'm supposed to do. I paid my debt to society. I committed a crime. I paid the price. I'm home. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm doing everything in my power, everything possible, except it's barrier after barrier after barrier. The first thing I went for so many apartments. I'm 50 years old. I'm living with my son right now, putting the burden on him. I'm working every day trying to find an apartment. First thing the landlord says or the management company is, you can't have a criminal record. Same thing with jobs. That's why banning the box in House Bill 6474 is imperative for those to succeed so we can change the recidivism rate.
Thank you so much for that answer, and thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you, Representative Sanchez, our Vice Chair and Chair of this meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mrs. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, thank you so much for your advocacy and the work that you're doing, and keep up the good fight. We got a long way to go, but we're going to do it together.
Facts. I appreciate you. Have a good night, everybody.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Amber, please pardon me if I say this wrong, Vlangas?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Vlangas. You did a good job.
All right, thank you.
So, good evening. My testimony actually says good afternoon, but I'm going with evening because we're far into it. To Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, ranking members and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. So I am Amber Vlangas, and I'm the Executive Director of the Restorative Action Alliance, which is a regional advocacy group made up of anti-carceral crime survivors, individuals who've been impacted by the criminal legal system, and restorative justice advocates and practitioners. So I am here today to express my support for House Bill 6474, an act concerning the collateral consequences of a criminal record. And just for perspective, I did participate on one of the subcommittees for the council that explored the consequences of a criminal record that kind of gave rise to these efforts. As a member of a justice impacted family and an advocate, I've seen firsthand the over 550 collateral consequences that individuals who live with criminal records experience as it relates to all types of civic participation, particularly in the areas of housing, higher education, and employment. While I am aware of and have a family member who has experienced countless examples of discrimination, I'm just going to share one story with you today in the interest of time. So I recently spoke with a man who was formerly incarcerated who had submitted literally hundreds of applications in an effort to secure a job. Despite being highly qualified and motivated, having significant proof of rehabilitation, he's been unable to obtain employment over a number of years. So many times he would get to the end of a hiring process and even receive a provisional job offer, only to be rejected at the end due to his criminal record. At the time of our conversation, he felt so hopeless that he was saying he would take his own life. So this is not something that should be happening. When an individual has held up their end of the bargain, serving their sentence, doing the hard work of rehabilitation, and trying to get back on their feet, society fails them when we do not do everything possible to support their journey back to their community. HB 6474 is a great step towards removing not just the barriers faced by those affected by our criminal legal system, but also a step towards removing the lifelong stigma that a criminal record arrest can bring. So while there is much more that can be done to tackle the effects of mass incarceration, this legislation sends a strong message that a person who has done the work will be afforded the opportunity to realize their potential and have the opportunity to thrive. So often the conversation around discrimination against people who've completed their court-ordered sentences focuses on the flawed idea that providing opportunity to justice-impacted individuals is at odds with public safety. I would really like to encourage this committee and all decision makers in our state to expand their notion of what public safety really means. And what it means to be safe, who deserves to be safe. So safety should always be seen through the lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the disproportionate way that the criminal legal system and mass incarceration affects people of color and the poor does not create safety. So those with limited access to housing, education, and employment due to this discrimination, they do not feel safe. As a collective, we must
Thank you,
push.
Ms. Vlangas. Your
I'll
3
wrap
minutes
up.
up. Please conclude. Thank
We
you.
must push for a concept of public safety that includes every person living in our state, focusing on who they are today, the work they've done, and to put their life back together, not the worst thing they have ever done. So this bill, HB 6474, is strongly supported by the Restorative Action Alliance because we believe that all people have value and a safe society includes opportunity for every person in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Well, I have to say that I'm so proud to be your state senator. I met you after, I think, my first town hall in Sherman.
Yes.
It's been an incredible friendship since first meeting you. Amber, for everyone on the committee and everyone listening, Amber, you have really been a guide for me. And your participation, as you mentioned, in the council made a huge difference to the council and to me personally. I've learned so much from you, probably more than anyone else on this issue. Getting to know you and your family has been a real honor for me and a privilege. So, you know, I think that everything you said in your testimony, I know who you are, I know how you live, and I know that you really can bring a lot of wisdom to this work that we're trying to do. So I don't have a question for you because I can call you with any questions I have, but I know that, you know, the work you're doing is so important and I so appreciate it. And I also just want to tell folks, anybody who was here at the very beginning of this hearing, when we first started, if you all noticed, I mentioned that I was wearing red because of aplastic anemia awareness week. And you might notice that Amber is wearing red, and Amber is the one who educated me about aplastic anemia. One of her dear friends in Sherman lost a granddaughter to this dreadful disease, and you brought me into that work as well. And so I'm happy to see you're wearing red. I knew you would be. But it is a shout out to you and to Doris for raising that awareness as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amber, for your testimony. You know, I really appreciate, you know, your comments. You know, I want to ask you a question to be able to learn, because this is an important aspect for our state, and I am assuming for many and most in this committee, that how do we ensure that we get those who have duly paid their debt, served the sentence, and now to get them into the workforce, get them the opportunity for our faith and our ideas are about America is about second chances. You know, and you're describing of people who have served a sentence and are going forward, have been rehabilitated. And so I really want to go a little more detail, and perhaps a little bit we can do offline, that in this bill, what we're suggesting is that the employer should not be allowed to ask, or are we saying that they do not discriminate? Because some of that discrimination happens, you know, with fear or with many implicit concerns. So what are we trying? How do we ensure that there's transparency, but it's still the opportunity for those who we give them the opportunity, we give those who have done their due to get back into society. That's really valuable to them, to us, to everyone. That's the right thing to do, as somebody said earlier in this. So, you know, help me understand a little bit. Where are you saying that? How does this discrimination end? Obviously, it's in housing as well as in the job, and the job is and all of them are important. So, you know, and which one? How do we think about this whole thing to make this work? But at the same time, ensure that the employers and the other side also understands what we are trying to do.
So I really appreciate your question, and I'll do my best to answer it. This bill is a very important step, because when we talk about reentry, and we do talk about it quite often, and pouring resources into reentry, all the job training and all of the preparation and all of the motivation is really not valuable if you just have doors slammed in your face. So just as the man, you know, I described, who had submitted hundreds of these applications only to have the door slammed in his face, this sends a strong message to employers that this is a discrimination that can happen. but it also provides them mechanisms to protect their business interests as well, because they are doing it via an individualized assessment of the person rather than the conviction. It does ask that, the evaluation asks that you provide, that you have taken steps for rehabilitation. I understand, some of the concerns around the language from employers because of some of the vagueness. I do believe that perhaps it could be tightened up just a little bit. And I think at the end of the day that, CBIA had some concerns, but they also are doing a lot of good work in the state to promote the education of employers about why people who have criminal records and have served their time and have been rehabilitated are good employees. So I think this is a conversation that we need to keep going, and that we can come to a resolution. But the anti-discrimination piece of this is important because it helps shift the narrative. Otherwise, it will continue to go on, and we can do all the reentry work that we want. We can prepare people, we can do all of that. But if the door is slammed in their face, we're no further along.
Thank you. I have been supportive of, I'm a big supporter of some great reentry programs. And I understand what you're saying because I hear it from them. They're like, yes, we appreciate you contributing and helping us train, but we need, some of this is necessary. Now, the question which I ask here is that these individual assessments, right? Some of them which are being discussed, the worry I have is that it's too much for the employers to bear it. Because they might come back and say, listen, I might not go into this detail, because you have to realize many of these employers who may want to do this really do not have the wherewithal to, to do much of this work, which is very, very carefully, has to be carefully done. So are you suggesting that perhaps somebody else, some agency does it, who pays for that? Because, all of these are good ideas. But we need to make them work and get them accepted with employers at large. Yes, and we can force some of it by law, but a lot of it has also been done very carefully. So we get this to be, we all need to understand this is important, and employers need to understand. Because, my experience is that some people make some great employees. They're just unbelievable employees, and they made a mistake. It's unfortunate, but they have done what they need to do, and they make great employees, and many people just need to understand that. But having said that, this risk assessment which you mentioned, I just find it very difficult how a small employer somewhere will do such assessment and do it reasonably. So how do you propose, or how does this work in practice?
So I don't know if I have all of the answers or am qualified to answer all of those questions, but my response to that is it is necessary, and we need to provide the employers the tools to do it. So we need to explore how to do that. If it is going to take I'm just going to be frank, if it's going to take 5 years and 4 studies and all of that to figure that out, that is not going to get people back to work. So I think that the best way to proceed is to pass legislation that will help now, and we need to continue to support employers in developing that process so it is seamless for them and easy for them.
Okay, great. No, I would like to continue this conversation offline, because
Absolutely.
I do agree that, we have to get this right, and some of that, and perhaps there is somebody else who can also come in, and I can't think who that would be. You may have more suggestions, but we need to get this piece of legislation right. I agree. I'm not a big fan. We need to do studies when we need to do studies, but here we need to act. It's been a long time, and I think we need to act, but we need to act with much more rigor, and getting it right is important rather than just doing it, because it may not have the desired outcome if we just do it without getting it right. Thank you, Amber, for taking the time and being here and educating us, educating me. And I look forward to working on this. This is an important thing. I 100% agree. We need to work really diligently getting this right and getting it done.
I will absolutely reach out to you so we can have further conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Roy. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Flangus, thank you so much for your testimony, your time, patience this evening. Next, we have Sheila Mulvey. I thought she was here. So I see her here. Sheila, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representatives Aurora and members of the committee. I'm Sheila Mulvey of Plantsville, and I am here to speak to raised Bill 942, an act concerning the on-time payment of wages. I am the employer representative designated by a family member who receives services from the Department of Developmental Services, Self-Direct Medicaid Waiver. In disclosure, I am former chair of the Governor's Council of the Department of Developmental Services, former chair of the Board of Office of Protection and Advocacy for Persons with Disabilities, and I have served 9 years as a member of the PCA Workforce Council. But I am speaking here today solely as an advocate and employer, and not with any affiliation. First, I want to say, as an employer of 5 wonderful, long-time direct support assistants, PCAs, I believe strongly that all staff should be paid according to current labor law, on time and accurately. Disruptions of the process need to be addressed through labor law. And in the case of the Self-Direct Services Program, through the dispute process as outlined in the collective bargaining agreement. I have 2 concerns with this bill. One regards the consumer employer and the other regards the fiscal intermediary. The Self-Direct program is a very unique and a groundbreaking approach for persons with disabilities to live their lives with freedom, to choose where they live and how they live in the community. This is an enormous right of choice that never existed before, and we must work together to preserve it. The consumer employer is the keystone of the program, and the bill before us, I fear, will weaken their role. It is a constant struggle to have all people associated with the program understand and respect who is the employer, because there are so many players. Some think that the employer is the union. Some think it's the state. Others think it is the fiscal intermediary. This bill will further foster an already confusing situation and make it harder for the employer to establish order and respect in their individual program. Our fiscal intermediary is Sunset Shores. And for over the past 12 years, I've never experienced anything but professionalism and helpful treatment from them. There must be ways that we can resolve these labor issues through contract management and better education for employers and employees. And I dropped a piece of paper. Hold on one second. Sorry. And
Thank you, Ms. Mulvey.
Proscribe.
Your 3 minutes have expired. Please conclude your remarks.
I will, thank you. And proscribing subcontractors to formally educate their staff in areas of communication, specifically in this arena. I respectfully urge you to not go down the slippery slope of raised Bill 942. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvey. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Next, we have James Bandery Alexander.
Hi, good evening. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the committee, thank you for staying up with us, and thank you to the staff, and thank you to our loved ones who are taking care of everything else while we do this. My name is James Bindar Alexander. I work as the director of the Medical Legal Partnership Program at the Solomon Center for Health and Policy at Yale Law School. In my current role, I teach and supervise law students providing legal services to low-income patients in hospitals and clinics in New Haven. The services address underlying social determinants of poor health, such as substandard housing conditions, unsafe workplaces, domestic violence, lack of immigration status, and the collateral consequences of incarceration. Previously, I was a legal aid attorney for 12 years, where I represented immigrant workers in labor and employment matters, including many domestic workers. I also served on the Domestic Worker Task Force and co-chaired the Connecticut Low Wage Employer Advisory Board. And I'm here to talk about in support of SB 943 and HB 6537, which are the domestic worker bills. And I know you've heard a lot of testimony, but I want to give you my context. Domestic workers have struggled for many years to raise labor standards and achieve legal equality with other workers. At the federal level, domestic workers were excluded in New Deal legislation from a variety of different statutes. Domestic workers were also excluded from federal and state employment discrimination protections. During the 1970s, domestic workers gained basic wage protections at the federal level and here in Connecticut. The state,
I took out one.
oh, sorry. The state,
Did you take out this morning too?
Pardon me, James, I'm sorry. Thank you, John.
The state convened a task force on domestic workers in 2015, which I served on, which issued a strong set of recommendations for change. Soon thereafter, in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, the Connecticut legislature, led by Senator Gomes and Winfield, along with Representative Terziak, took an important step by including domestic workers into the state discrimination protections for the first time. Senator Len Fasano, who led the effort for passage on the Republican side, commented afterward about the domestic workers. They stood here every night. That's what the system should be about, people coming into the Capitol and getting the same access as paid lobbyists. And in the different contexts we're in today, you've witnessed that tonight. You've seen the organization and the resolve and heard the stories of the domestic workers. And I must compliment both the organizers and the workers for their incredible progress in moving these bills forward. Today is another critical day in this long journey to create dignified working conditions for domestic workers. You have two bills that will positively impact the workforce, SB 943 and HB 6537. I'm going to focus on the wage education piece because I have a particular insight. One of the frustrating aspects of providing legal services to low-income communities is that there are never enough lawyers to meet the need. This is true across the board for clients needing assistance with housing, domestic violence, immigration, or public benefits. This is a long-term structural problem, which obviously will not be solved by any one bill or one approach, but by building a larger, more comprehensive vision for the enforcement of civil rights. But in my experience, there's not a population for whom the protection of law is more remote or more inaccessible than for domestic workers. There are many reasons for this. The isolation of the work, the ambiguity in the culture as to the work done in the home is actually work, the fact that women are often performing the work, that it's often women of color performing the work, and often language and other cultural barriers. Even where rights exist on paper.
Thank you, Mr. Bindar Alexander. Your 3 minutes have ended. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. They're seldom enforced. So wage education is very important so people know their rights so that they know how to make a complaint. And I'll wrap it up there.
Thank you. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, James, for your testimony and for all the work that you've done and continue to do, but especially for the work that we've been able to partner with you in. Could you just expound a little bit more on your insight with the wage piece of this legislation?
Yes, well, I just presented in my written testimony that there are two sides of the problem. One side is, well, three. One side is a lack of understanding in the workforce as to what the rights really are. And it's not limited to the workforce. Many people who have come across this issue of domestic worker rights couldn't pinpoint for you which rights they have and which ones they don't. That's one problem. Second is the problem of organization, being specifically left out of the National Labor Relations Act without a right to organize, left domestic workers for a long time without the ability to create the long-standing institutions that would create a floor in the industry. Now, of course, the right to organize on the federal level is severely compromised for all workers. And there's legislation this year called the PRO Act, which would patch up these holes, including for domestic workers. The third problem is enforcement. Legal aid is not staffed to do these cases. I have done maybe 20 domestic worker cases in the last 3 or 4 years. I seriously doubt there's another attorney in Connecticut who's done a quarter that many, and there's no attorney that does it as a matter of practice. So we have a long way to go, but the very least is giving the domestic workers through a bit of help from the Department of Labor, the capacity to reach the people that only they can reach, which is their community, and start talking to people about what their rights are and talking to employers. So I think the bill is a modest step forward, but an important step forward. Sometimes with these bills, I think about the tortoise and the hare, that story. My parents told me the story of the tortoise and the hare a lot. And your committee is part of the road that the tortoise and the hare travel on. And sometimes we need you to take these small steps, and sometimes we need bigger steps. But right now we need to carry this small step forward to sustain basic rights for this workforce.
And thank you so much for that response. And could you just please tell me, because you've stated that it is modest, and I do agree, what could we do in efforts to move forward past the modest stage?
Yes, well, there's been a push in this state. When we were on the Domestic Worker Task Force, we proposed something much more comprehensive. What we proposed was patching up all the holes in Connecticut's employment statutes, and also putting some new requirements on the domestic work industry that were specific to that industry, for example, written agreements and so forth. Those domestic worker Bill of Rights, broad comprehensive bills have passed in California, New York, Nevada, New Mexico, Hawaii, one of the Northwestern states. They've made a lot of progress. It hasn't happened here. I think that that your committee probably has passed through a larger, more comprehensive bill, but I think it got stuck later on. So that would be the approach. If you ask many of the advocates who I'm sure you all know pretty well by now, they would say, of course, at the end of the day, what they want to do is overcome a really deep wound that happened a long time ago, and to go all the way and say, no, this is a workforce with dignity that deserves standards like any other workforce.
I concur, and thank you so much for that. And I look forward to having a conversation offline with you to further expound on those ideas. So thank you again for your patience and for hanging in there with us. And for whoever's doing that work for you while you do this. Yes. So I said, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Her name is Kavita Bandari Alexander.
Thank you, Kavita.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Well, yours is another one of the faces that I miss, not being at the Capitol and not seeing you. You worked on so many important issues and advocated for so many different people. And I really appreciate Representative Porter's question about how do we do the bigger steps, because I think that is a challenge for us. But I recognize that these small steps that you talked about are steps that advocates have asked us to focus on this year, and I appreciate their focus. What I think really is frustrating is hearing you say that there aren't enough legal aid attorneys to process and to advocate, to take up these cases. We hear from the Department of Labor that we haven't, as a state, given them enough resources to actually enforce the laws that we passed. It's like a catch-22 that people don't even know they have these rights, and employers don't know they have these obligations, and legal aid doesn't have enough resources to pursue all the cases, and the Department of Labor doesn't have the resources to truly educate about this workforce and what the obligations are. So I think it's incredibly frustrating. I do recognize, and I appreciate what you said about the bill would provide resources to trusted organizations I would add organizations that are used to running on a shoestring. So they know how to make the most of these limited dollars. But, you know, I do think we have to figure out as a state, we cannot pass laws and then not do anything to either educate people about them or enforce them. And so that is, you know, I appreciate this small step, but I do share some frustration that we can't do more. I want to know your views on that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much to unpack of what you just said. I wouldn't know where to start, but I will say that the Department of Labor in Connecticut generally does an excellent job with the resources they have. I think that we're lucky in this state to have, particularly the wage and hour division that we have. In my 12 years, I've been very impressed. And but they're underfunded, they're understaffed. Legal aid organizations are underfunded and understaffed. And if you look at the education bill, I believe that it would actually allocate $200,000. And some people may think, well, $200,000 is so little. How could that possibly help? But I'm telling you, you can't get a grant for this work for $200,000. You know, you can't. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal. I've been working with these organizations now for a number of years, and this is a big deal. So don't undersell that either. I mean, I think it's important.
I thank you so much for that answer. I'm glad I asked the question because, you know, as I said, I know these are really good organizations. You know that they're doing great work when they can bring this many people to a hearing to testify. And, you know, so I do appreciate your remarks and how important this money and these dollars are for them. So we're going to have to fight to make sure we have every penny of that allocated. So thank you for being here and thank you for sharing that final statement. It was really important.
No, absolutely. I mean, and I know everyone has to think about so many different things during the session. And I think it makes sense to me that hearing from these domestic workers themselves is something you're not going to forget. So appreciate being alongside them.
Thank you,
Sorry, Senator. Any further questions? Seeing none, James, thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mo Mankling. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Mo Mankling. I'm the policy director at the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives. And I'd like to talk to you about HB 6120. I also want to thank you for allowing me to give the testimony and for your stamina and really thoughtful questions throughout the day. I've been listening in and out throughout the day, and it's been really inspiring to hear stories from your constituents, but also to hear how thoughtful you are, even though this is a marathon of a day. So we're a national grassroots membership organization. And as that kind of organization, I get a front row seat to the benefits of worker ownership as a means of building wealth, retaining jobs, and investing in communities across the country. And I have to say, as I was listening to testimonies today, I'm really heartbroken at the issues that many of these people are facing, like Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Curtis, Ms. Garcia. This is why I do this work. In the worker co-op community, there's a huge portion of the workers operate in these domestic worker fields. And we've seen this model be a way to create opportunities for people in those fields, for re-entering citizens, and in many other industries where workers are typically underpaid, they don't have strong protections, and where there's really high turnover. So worker co-ops don't just provide people with jobs, they create opportunities for growth and for innovation. For example, you talked a lot with Alex Kolokotranas earlier. He mentioned Cooperative Home Care Associates in New York. They lead the way in excellence and quality in the field of home care. They're nationally recognized for that, right? Not just in New York. They're able to raise the bar in their field because their workers are also owners. They're invested more than the average typical employee. These workers bring innovations and frontline knowledge to the table because they're out there doing the work, but they're also able to benefit financially from that expertise. As many people have mentioned, we really urgently need solutions to address income inequality and the loss of jobs due to the silver tsunami, this like business crisis, where a lot of baby boomers are retiring. You know, I think someone might have mentioned this before, that like about half of Connecticut business owners are expected to be 55 or older by 2025. So that means in just a few short years, those businesses that have anchored communities for years will be in danger of closing as those people retire. So, you know, like I said, worker ownership provides an opportunity to save those jobs, secure better wages. Typically, the average wage for worker cooperatives is $5 more than the average minimum wage in most of the states where worker cooperatives exist. And they also give employees skin in game where they work. So over the last couple of years, we've seen a tremendous uptick in worker ownership, both federally in a lot of states, including Massachusetts, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We really want to see Connecticut be a front runner in this work. You know, Representative Aurora asked a great question about, you know, why does this have to be a state-run thing? I'm happy to send this along with my testimony. But, you know, I know that, you know, if I look at a map of what states have state centers and what states have a concentration of worker cooperatives and a really healthy, thriving ecosystem, support system for those businesses, they're overlapping. It's, I think 10 out of the 17 states that have employee ownership centers have a mass of worker cooperatives. So this center for worker ownership would fill an important need for education and readily available resources where those resources and infrastructure don't exist. It will allow us to keep these value-driven businesses alive and give up employees the opportunity to benefit from the value that they worked really, really hard to create. So
thank you, Ms. Menkling. Your 3 minutes.
That's me wrapping up. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing that, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight.
Thank you.
Take care. Next, we have Sherry Lewan.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sherry Lewan. I'm co-president of A Better Balance, which is a national legal advocacy organization that provides support, legal support to paid sick time campaigns around the country. We've basically worked on or drafted most of the paid sick time laws, and we are really grateful for the opportunity to testify tonight. I just want to say thank you to everybody here and to this committee. It just is so impressive how, how dedicated you are, how you've listened so carefully and asked such great questions of everybody who's testified. I testify all around the country, and I really have to say this committee is extremely impressive. I wish we could bring all of the people in Washington here to see how you function. So thank you for listening to everyone who has such amazing and important stories to tell. Nearly 10 years ago, Connecticut became the first state to pass a statewide paid sick days law. And a decade later, 15 states and nearly 24 local governments now guarantee paid sick time. Although Connecticut was a landmark as the first such statewide law to be enacted with respect to paid sick time, even when it passed, the local laws that were in existence then were more inclusive and broader than what was passed in Connecticut. And now today, 10 years later, Connecticut is an extreme outlier in terms of inclusivity and coverage. So we're really very excited that that you are considering HB 6537, which would remedy that situation. The current paid sick days law in Connecticut excludes all workers for whose employers have fewer than 50 employees, and applies to only a very limited number of sectors of the economy. And that narrow coverage renders Connecticut's law really barely protective of the workers who need it. Most state laws do not contain any business size carve-outs. And that makes sense because research shows that workers in smaller businesses are less likely to have paid sick time than those who work for larger employers. Similarly, Federal data shows that there are workers across the economic spectrum who lack paid sick days. It's not just hourly service workers, which is basically what the Connecticut law covers. We've really detailed in our written testimony the numerous studies that have shown that workers without paid sick days are less likely to seek medical care, more likely to face workplace injuries, more likely to go to work sick and spread illness to their colleagues and community members. And that is so terribly relevant right now today. During the height of the H1N1 pandemic that 10 years ago, research was done that showed that paid sick days actually would have shortened the length of that pandemic. And today, over the last year, there's been other research with respect to COVID-19 that has shown that paid sick days has really helped in the places where there are laws that protect paid sick time in limiting the scope of the pandemic. Connecticut has the opportunity to take meaningful steps to ensure that all of its workers have access to paid sick leave by passing HB 6537. I also just want to note in our testimony, there are numerous studies of the many paid sick days laws in effect around the country that are inclusive, that have shown that business has thrived. There have been no harms to business. And in fact, these laws have led to savings by successfully reducing worker turnover, boosting worker well-being and productivity, and preventing the costly spread of illness. So based on all of this, I'm going to be just short because I know we're very late. We really hope that that you'll move this bill and that you'll see that comprehensive state and local paid sick days laws work, and they're good for employees, they're good for employers, and most of all, they're good for the public health of the community. We are so appreciative of you considering this bill, and we hope that you'll see it to passage.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Senator Kushner?
Yes, and Sherry, thank you for being with us tonight. It is really great to have you here. I appreciate the viewpoint you bring to it, backed up with research, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank you also for contributing so greatly to the development of our paid family leave program here in Connecticut. Better Balance was very instrumental in providing us with research, with data, connecting us with the resources we needed to build a great program. And I know you continue to work on that with the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. So Better Balance is just doing great work supporting families across the country, but particularly the work you've done here in Connecticut. Not too many people know because you're sort of in the background all the time. But trust me, folks, when I say Better Balance, when we have an issue or a question, not just the labor committee, I'm talking about the paid leave authority, the board of the paid leave, people go to Better Balance for help and for assistance. And so I really appreciate your role in this. I do have a question for you about the program, the sick leave program, because, and we will look to your written testimony about the other states and what they've done. But just quickly, if you could tell us, are there other states that are ahead of us also on time off? Our bill that we passed 10 years ago had 5 days or had 40 hours of time off for a full-time worker. Are there other states that are doing more than that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the COVID crisis has really changed things in terms of how people are looking at this. 40 hours was definitely the most common number of hours. The more recent laws, the last few state laws, Colorado and a number of others, 56 hours has become more common. So I would say that. And then last year's FFCRA, the Families First law that the feds passed, gave 2 weeks for COVID to deal with COVID issues. So I think there is just beginning to be some recognition that maybe 40 hours isn't completely enough, but I think it is still the most common number of hours.
And I'm not trying to suggest that we all, change direction here and go for a bigger number. I know that advocates have been very clear with us about what they feel is most important right now, and that's expanding the number that receive benefits. So
yeah, So thank you. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for all you've done also on paid family leave, because these it's a great state program. It's a wonderful state program, and it is really helpful in pushing that out in other places and hopefully eventually at the federal level. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Lewan, for your testimony and time tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. And do refer to my testimony because there's a lot more detail in there.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nicole Brooks.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for being here so late and listening to our testimonies. I'm going to speak to Connecticut Bill 6120, which was the act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. And I thank you in advance for your time. So my name is Nicole Brooks, and I'm a customer relationship manager at Proponent, which is an aerospace parts distributor here in Connecticut. And I'm also the Connecticut state captain for the New England chapter of the ESOP Association. My company has been employee owned since 1988. As many of you may know, an employee stock ownership plan, or an ESOP, is a retirement plan. But for me personally, it's just been so much more. With my previous jobs, I felt as though I was just a number. But when I joined the Proponent team, I felt as though I was an acknowledged and celebrated employee. The culture of working for an employee-owned company is one that celebrates individual uniqueness and strengths while simultaneously working toward a common goal. As employee owners, we are directly responsible for the success of the organization. The organizational success is directly tied to the employee success and vice versa. When the company profits, the employees profit through their retirement plan. Fundamentally, ESOPs recognize that success is bred through employee engagement. During my tenure at Proponent, I have had a multitude of opportunities for professional growth. I've had the privilege of expanding my knowledge of ESOPs through regional and national conferences. These conferences have allowed me the opportunity to network with other employee owners as well as legislators. And at these conferences, I was able to speak with members of other state centers and listen to their testimonials. The Massachusetts, Vermont, and Pennsylvania centers specifically have had great success with their centers for employee ownership. We were able to identify what worked and receive advice on moving forward to bring that back to start the Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership. There are several studies that show ESOPs motivate employees, increase productivity, improve worker retention, keep jobs local, and contribute to business longevity. Even with all these amazing attributes of an ESOP company, there's still a lack of overall awareness and knowledge of ESOP companies. Establishing a Connecticut Center for Employee Ownership, or the CTCO as we've been calling it, will provide information outreach to current and prospective ESOP organizations. Furthermore, the center will keep more companies within the state and contribute to the social and economic prosperity for both the organizations and their employees. Therefore, we're just asking for your support on the proposed Connecticut Bill 6120, the act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. And I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
Sorry, I was slow on the draw, but thank you for seeing me. I just have one question because you're so young, and you said that your company became an ESOP in 1988. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, we became an ESOP in 1988, and then 100% employee owned in 2002.
And what year did you join the company?
I joined in 2017.
Wow. So you've been there for a few years. And could you tell me what kind of work you do at the company?
Yeah, so I'm a customer relationship manager. So basically, I just have customers that look for aerospace parts, and they come to us, and I'm basically a sales representative at the company.
Well, it's impressive, and you're impressive. So thank you for being here. So there's been so much testimony today, and by experts and by people who study these things and fund these things, but hearing from somebody who works at the place, like you just testified, is very compelling. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Brooks, thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Okay, up next, I just saw somebody we had earlier that was not here, Jeffrey Devereaux.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the proposed Bill 6120, an act establishing Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. As the host said, my name is Jeff Devereaux, and I'm a partner at a Hartford-based community venture building studio, Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner. Our studio was founded by 4 young men trying to make Hartford their home and help to start and scale and steady ventures that help meet our vision of creating a collective culture here in Hartford in the Connecticut River Valley. We believe that one of our region's core challenges is our lack of common ground, shared culture, and connectivity to one another. To reach our vision, we work to support inclusive economic development, robust and vibrant arts and culture sector in our cities, and any project we believe will lead us to a more socially cohesive and sustainable future. Our studio became interested in cooperative business structures as we sought to find ways for our work to meet the needs and challenges that we see in our community. Cooperatives and worker-owned structures are able to formalize human networks and create the potential for shared benefits in ways that other structures simply just can't guarantee. Given our studio's view on the challenges that we face, it was unfortunately not a surprise to find that our region was not full of these worker-owned and cooperative business structures. However, we've been quite happy to find a great many number of individuals and organizations who, like us, want to see this changed and understand the opportunity they present to both stabilize and better our community, and have been excited to see all the folks supporting that here tonight. A Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership could begin to provide the transformational change that so many in this region seek. The center will create opportunities to retain Connecticut's talented students, for if young people understand how to build businesses where their work equates to real equity and a fair say, then why would they bother moving away when they have the things they really want right here? To that end, our latest venture, named Cafeteria, is a cooperative media and entertainment company covering the Connecticut River Valley that we believe helps fill the void left by media owned out of state and driven by extractive practices. The situation is even more pressing to retain and grow our existing small businesses, as their owners are already struggling to adapt to the rapid changes brought on by technology, age out en masse over the coming decade. Industries like advanced manufacturing and machining have huge challenges with local workforce and supply chains. And with that challenge is also a huge opportunity to create jobs and ownership and maybe even build wealth in the communities that need it most. If an organization like the Center can assist in creating that transformative improvement seen in many ESOP and worker cooperative conversions, then we might be able to find a way to more quickly solve some of our state's most pressing economic issues. It's our view at Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner that our vision for the region is coming closer to becoming a reality if one day there are robust networks of worker-owned businesses, from cooperatives to ESOPs, et cetera, in varied industries working together throughout the region. With the Center for Worker Ownership, we can get there much faster together. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the gentleman? Senator Cushman.
Thank you for the hour, but it's taking me longer and longer to get my hand up. But I feel like my questions are getting, I don't know, I hope they're not annoying anyone, but I did want to ask you, how did you come up with breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Because when I saw that, I thought you were going to be some kind of food service organization. So what is that?
Sure, it's we get the question a lot. It's nothing to do with anything super exciting. One of our partners actually had an existing project called Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner, and the history of the organization is that it sort of slowly grew organically, and we liked the name, so we stuck with it.
Well, suits you.
It was a blog. He was a student at UConn reviewing music albums, and it was a writing practice. So we'd review an album for breakfast, and an album for lunch, and an album for dinner to try to learn how to churn out content very fast.
It suits you. It got my interest, and I'll remember it, I'm sure. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Jeffrey, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight. Take care.
Have a great evening.
You too. Next up, we have Lucas Flynn.
Hello. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and
Lucas, I think we lost your visual, unless that was intentional, which is fine. Okay, you're back. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Lucas Blinn. I live in Wallingford, and I'm a PCA caring for a consumer with an intellectual disability who receives DDS services. I like the fact that this job allows me to help my consumer live a quality of life that he would be unable to have without direct support. I like that I get to help him experience things in the community and discuss with him the hobbies and interests that we share. I enjoy that I get to help him with employment and increasing his independence. But though I love the job does not love us back, as you have heard. Because I'm a DDS provider, I make a higher hourly wage, and I get paid on time every week by my payroll agent, Sunset Shores. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for my brothers and sisters paid by Allied. Allied Community Resources regularly pays home care workers late. No workforce should have to go without pay, but especially not the people who care for the sick and elderly and disabled. If this workforce was comprised of white men, this wouldn't even be an issue. But because this workforce is primarily done by women of color, Allied is able to get away with this criminal mistreatment. I've never been paid late because my consumer is a DDS client. But 2 weeks ago, I took a rest in a civil disobedience in solidarity with everyone that has been paid late, because I'm an elected delegate in my union, and that's what elected leaders are supposed to do, represent the best interests of the people that they represent. An injury to one is an injury to all, and we need working class solidarity. Step up, speak out, and please do the right thing. Though I have the privilege of getting paid on time every time, which I do not take for granted given the nightmare that my fellow PCAs have experienced with Allied, there is still not much else I can count on from this job. We don't have paid sick leave, so if we do get sick, we have to lose a day's pay, and many of us go back to work much sooner than we should. If we don't have sick days and we can't afford to not work, people are going to end up going back to work with a little bit of sickness, and we're caring for people that are already sick and have compromised immune systems. It's in the best interest of the people that we're caring for that the people that care for them have sick days. If we had paid sick days, we would be able to take care of ourselves and not worry about a health crisis putting us in financial ruin. We're calling on the state of Connecticut to help make sure that we can be treated as the professionals that we are. We love our consumers and we love our jobs, but we need the basic human rights that are long overdue in this workforce. We need the basic rights to be paid on time, all the time, all of us, and not just those of us who are lucky enough to be paid by Sunset Shores. We also need health insurance. Please pass Senate Bill 942 and House Bill 6537. Thank you for your time. Now, I know you're going to say, thank you so much for the work that you do, and that's all great, and I'm glad you guys appreciate it, but words aren't enough. You got to show it and vote accordingly. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blinn. Senator Kushner.
Well, I want to thank you, Lucas, for testifying tonight. And as we get into the later hours, I know it's even harder on people who have to get up early and go to work the next day. But I mostly want to say thank you for your role here tonight. A couple of things that crossed my mind. One, you're not directly going to benefit from this act because you already are receiving your pay on time, and you are already receiving a higher rate of pay than some of your co-members. And so what I think you demonstrate is what I've seen over my 42 years in the labor movement. I saw repeatedly over and over and over again, people who they themselves had never had a problem at work, who stood with, got arrested with others because they were looking to promote a cause. And that's so important. And it's the best of what we see in workers. It's the best of what we see in the labor movement. You remind us all how important unions are and how important workers are when they stand together. So really appreciate your testimony. You didn't have to stay up this late. You didn't have to be here because you're getting paid on time. You're getting more money than some of your coworkers. But you did it because you stand together, and it just shows how good people are, and I really reaffirms everything I believe in. So thank you for being here. I don't have a question for you, but I take your challenge. We're going to try and fix this problem.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess great minds think alike, because Senator Kushner said all of the things that I was thinking. I mean, you didn't have to be here, but you did. And that speaks to your character tremendously. And I just thank you for taking the time to do what you did tonight on behalf of for other folks that have not been as fortunate as you've been. And I'll just close it out with a amen. I was listening to you, and I'm sitting here going, amen. Yes, amen, amen, amen. We are in total agreement, and we're going to put our heads together and hope that the stories that we have heard have not been a partisan issue, and that we will have bipartisan support on this and be able to work with our colleagues across the aisle to get this done, because it is the right thing to do. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, it's always the right time to do the right thing. So thank you for doing the right thing this evening, Mr. Lucas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Any further questions for Mr. Blinn? Seeing none, Mr. Blinn, thank you so much for your time and testimony tonight. Have a good evening. Next up, we have Kara O'Dwyer.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kara O'Dwyer. I'm a PCA. I've been a PCA for 6 years now. I've worked with 5 different consumers of varied age and disability. I've worked under waiver programs for both the Department of Social Services and the Department of Developmental Services. But as you have heard all of these horror stories all day, I'm at the mercy of Allied Community Resources for my pay. In regards to the hiring process, it has taken anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months to process each and every application for my consumers. I have not had federal taxes withheld from my pay, even though I asked to have extra withheld, except for the times that I wasn't paid and got a double or a triple check. I just got my confirmation call that I'll be paid tomorrow at 8:40. I'm shaking right now still because I was so anxious beforehand, wondering whether or not my paycheck is going to come in. It's not right. It's unacceptable. I'm a single mother who has to live with my mother. We both work 2 jobs and we're both PCAs, and we both have issues with Allied. We have had issues where Allied didn't pay us for shifts because there was a made up overlap in hours. My mom, they didn't pay her for one 4-hour shift, and they didn't pay her coworker for her 4-hour shift, but they were ready to pay her for 10 hours because they thought that one shift from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and one from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. was an overlap somehow. Allied is incompetent. They have been on a punishment plan to fix themselves for years, and nothing has changed. They have to go. There's no other solution. They have to go, and DSS and DDS need to hold whoever replaces them responsible to do their duties. People should not be working for free. That's called slavery. It's illegal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Dwyer. Any questions or comments? Senator Kushner. You're muted, Senator Kushner.
I see my co-chair has also raised her hand, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to say that, I was very complimentary to Lucas as somebody was standing up when he wasn't the one that was being harmed. I want to be no less, I want to be just as complimentary to you for standing up for your rights, because that is just as important. And so you and your mother shouldn't have to suffer the way you have. And hearing these stories, even though we've heard so many today, we need to hear them all, because every single person who has testified has underscored the problem, and we need to hear that. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say thank you, Chair, for being here tonight, for hanging in there with us. I know it's been a long day and we are well into the night, not even the evening, 9:14 p.m., almost 12 hours since we started this public hearing. That lets us know just how important this is to you. And I hope you know how important it is to us. And the one thing that I can say, the longer we go at this and the more stories I hear about allies, the bellyache is really turned. I'm upset. I'm angry. It's unbelievable and it's unacceptable. And we are going to do something to address this issue. And just know that your story is not going in vain. It has not fallen on deaf ears. We hear you and all the others loud and clear. And we will be moving forward to eradicate this problem. This is totally ridiculous. And you're absolutely right. When people go to work and they don't get paid, that's what we call a plantation. It's no better than slavery. And those days are supposed to be done. But what we're hearing doesn't speak to the liberty, the justice, and the freedom that this country likes to tout about. So thank you. God bless you. I'll tell you the same thing that I've told others, not only to be blessed, but to be encouraged and to know that we're going to do our due diligence to right this wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Winkler.
Yes, we've heard the term waiver a couple of times tonight, and that's a term that our fans don't hear very often. That's more a human services term. Which waiver program are you part of?
The direct care under Community First Choice, but I've also been with developmental services and several other, there's different PCA programs, but they're all basically the same.
Like the brain injury waiver?
Yes.
Okay, so a waiver program is a special program for a discrete group of people that DSS has asked Medicare to fund?
Usually Medicaid, but correct.
Medicaid to fund. So 50-50 state and federal. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Mr. Chair.
I got it. We're fine. Any further questions? Seeing none. Kara, thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Take care. Next up, we have Amaryllis Toshimani.
Good evening. Representative Robin Porter, Senator Judith Crotchet, and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. I'm a member of Connecticut Worker Center. My name is Amaryllis Toshimani. I am from Puerto Rico. I'm a mother of 4 beautiful children. And I have been living in Bridgeport for 15 years. My first job was with an agency where I had to print offices in Fairfield County. They never recognized me as a normal worker. They paid me very little and took advantage of me because I was new and I didn't speak English. Therefore, I didn't have someone who can tell me my rights as a worker. This experience made me realize that I need to go to school after I learned English, I had to sign up for Training Direct, where I took my CNA course that gave me the opportunity to help the elderly take care of all their needs. During this time, I obtained the medical coding and billing course, which I have been able to finish with success and pride. Currently, I am dedicated to working with elderly people, but I don't have a stable job. Sometimes it depends on the calls that I receive from agency or people who knows and trust knowing that I can take care of their loved ones. I am a worker who never receives sick pay days, personal days, vacations day, nothing. But when they need me, I go because I know their needs and not everyone can do the work that I do with love, care, and respect. Today, I'm very proud to be part of this special moment. I hope all of you can support us to make these bills SB 943 and HB 6537 a reality that includes domestic workers so that all the wishes of every working mother who deserves respect be fulfilled with dignity and a fair salary, paid vacation, medical insurance, sick days, and retirement for the future. We are essential workers and suffering during this pandemic too. Please support our bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Toshimani, for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Likewise. Next up, we have Sam Alex Bode. I apologize. I skipped you by accident. My apologies.
Please, no worries. Good evening. I am not Sam or Alex Bode. I'm disappointed and I apologize, but it got a little bit too late for them. They both had to go to bed. They've asked me to read their testimony. It's not the first time they've asked me to do something for them, and I think it won't be the last. I am their mom, but I will read their testimony. Dear Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee, thank you for listening to our perspective of HB 942. We are Sam and Alex Bode. We live in North Branford and are consumer employers, which means we are employers of our personal care assistants with the rights and responsibilities as employers in Connecticut. We utilize a Medicaid waiver program and have been successfully using the program since 2005. Services are meant to be self-directed, where we hire and train our own PCAs to help us with our specific needs and to make sure they are paid each and every week. Self-directed programs enable those who need help facilitating daily activities and has helped us stay active in our community. Because of the assistance we receive, we've been able to obtain college degrees, find jobs, volunteer in our community, and we feel become integral members of society. We have some concerns with the bill and would like to articulate our concerns. As consumer employers, one large hurdle is helping PCAs understand that we are the employer. Understanding we are the employer is the most important part of the program because of the philosophy of self-direction. It is a confusing relationship, and by giving the fiscal intermediary the role of employer, even for a payroll problem, would add to this confusion and thus potentially hinder the philosophy of self-direction. As consumer employers, we struggle feeling unsupported at times. To help you get a picture of what life is like in our home, together we employ approximately 20 PCAs. We have had very few problems with payroll over the years, and when we have, they have almost always been due to an error on our part or our PCA's part. We have used paper timesheets, and we were part of a pilot program for the new EVV system. It is our responsibility to oversee timesheets, and we take it seriously. If state agencies could put more effort into educating and communicating with consumer employers, it would be a more equitable way to address any potential problems. Creating a mechanism where an FI is fined for any error, even one made by an employer or a PCA, is unfair and enables thoughtless behavior at the FI's cost. It could create a difficult path to secure a future FI, knowing that they would also be responsible for such costs. We also feel it could eventually make the state-funded program obsolete, as the cost could have to eventually trickle down to the program and to those who depend on it for their existence. We thank you for your consideration and ask you to please reach out to your constituents for real-life examples. We also ask that you obtain accurate data. We genuinely feel that passing Senate Bill 942 will jeopardize the future of successful self-directed programs, which allow people with disabilities in Connecticut to live full lives like others in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time. And I would like to say, watching all day, I am so impressed with the level of dignity and respect this committee has towards each and every person that has spoken to you. And I thank you so much as someone in Connecticut.
Thank you for being with us. Senator Kushner.
Well, I don't know your name. I know you're not Sam or Alex.
I'm Mary Caruso.
Mary, I just want to say,
I am proudly their mom.
I was going to say that you must be so proud of them after reading that testimony. And I'm sorry we didn't have an opportunity to meet them and to ask them some questions because, you know, given the intelligence of the testimony, given the passion of the testimony that you just read, it's clearly, and you're not the first, you know, a good friend of mine testified earlier, Kathy Flaherty, who had similar comments about the importance of self-directed, and I don't know all the right terms, but the self-directed employer, is that the right way to say it?
So the waiver that they are on is a self-directed program so that they're able to direct their own care. When my son, who is 34, first started on the program, it wasn't exactly the same and he needed to go through an agency. And then as time went on, it transitioned. So they actually hire, fire, and train all their own people. And they've learned over the years to become very good employers. We're a 3-person household. I'm a single mom. They both have severe physical disabilities, but they've also both gone to college. They both work. They volunteer in the community. We have spoken in person. We have testified in person at different times. And I'm very proud that they also take an active role in advocacy. But the program really is set up so that because employers are each so different, every employer is different, including my 2 adult kids. They both have the same genetic disease, but it manifests differently. So they have different needs and different ways that they expect their PCAs to help them succeed. So that's what this whole self-direction is.
Well, I appreciate hearing that. It's very helpful to us to hear from this perspective. I wish they were able to answer some questions for me, and maybe you can, because it sounds like they work very hard at being good employers. And, you know, so I want to, you know, certainly recognize that. At the same time, we've heard so many PCAs today that have told us of the difficulty they've had getting paid and the struggles and the impact on their lives and the lives of their often single moms, often, you know, problems that they have paying their bills. And so I think we need to get ourselves together here and find the right wording for our bills so that it's clear that we're not trying to take away anything from this self-directed program. That is not our intent. But we also have heard way too much testimony that makes me believe that there is a problem with allied payroll. And so we got to find the right way to fix it. We can't allow it to continue.
I agree. And it is so important to get paid. And, you know, I know from our perspective, we kind of work as a team here. So I know that my kids do have me as a go-to person. But for us, and we've always been with Allied since 2005. And I have to say, I think over the years, they've workforce has really grown. And the contract is between DSS and Allied, so we don't have any information on that. But I don't know how quickly it grew and how easy it was for them to adapt to that growth. But from the beginning, we just worked from day one at developing a relationship with them. And it's getting better with EVV. And as I said, we were asked to be a pilot family because there are so many PCAs in our home. And so we started piloting the EVV, and it's a wonderful system. I don't think people will have problems with it. Some people may need some more support. And I know both Sam and Alex do believe that there could be a better educational connection piece between the state and consumer employers to help them when they do need support and help. But we developed a relationship with Allied a long time ago, and we made a concerted effort to learn that you can't, on paper timesheets, you can't white out, you can't cross out. You have to be sure that if you put Monday, January 3rd, it's Monday, January 3rd and not Monday, January 4th, because things like that kick back. And I did hear a lot of PCAs mention that they sent their timesheets in multiple times to multiple numbers. And I think that could be a problem. And because if they're already getting 8,000 timesheets, and if 4,000 people send them 3 times, then you're getting inundated with timesheets when you fax in your timesheets. So I think there's probably a lot of problems that could be worked out through open communication. We're always offering to volunteer and help. I know Sam and Alex would be more than happy to meet via Zoom with anyone for any questions on your committee.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. And, clearly, we need to involve folks in the Workforce Council in finding the solution. But I have to say, after all I've heard today, and I appreciate that you have a good relationship with Allied, and I'm sure there are many consumers that do. But I have to say, after what we've heard today, it feels like there needs to be a change in the state, that it's just gone on for too long. And
it's heartbreaking, I agree.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions? Seeing none, Sam and Alice are lucky to have a great mom.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being with us tonight, and take care.
Thanks so much.
Bye. Up next, we have Susan Garden.
Good evening, Representative Sanchez, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner. I want to echo what Mrs. Crusoe just said, to thank you for your patience and your compassion with the extraordinarily powerful testimony we've heard since 10 this morning. My name's Sue Garton. I'm an attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and my legal services colleagues and I represent low-wage workers. And I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 906, an act concerning non-compete agreements. I testified before you last month in support of SB 6379, which was a similar bill, but 906 is more comprehensive than that bill was. And this bill has 3 distinct interrelated parts. It extends the prohibition on employers requiring low-wage workers to sign non-compete agreements to exempt employees who earn less than 3 times the minimum wage. It also limits employers' ability to forbid low-wage workers and contractors from working a second job. That's called an exclusivity agreement. And it balances these constraints on employers with constraints on workers, in that it forbids workers from soliciting a former employer's prior customers or workers after separating from employment. Now, in the first hour of this hearing, Patrick Hewlin from the governor's office and the expert witnesses he brought in, Evan Starr and Terry Gerstein, I thought did a tremendous job of explaining why this kind of legislation is so important for workers, for the economy, for businesses to increase worker mobility and allow workers to move ahead and not be locked into jobs that are no longer maximally productive for them. We do have 3 suggestions we'd like to offer for improving each section of the bill. First, we support what Attorney Lou Chimes testified about, which is making non-compete agreements non-enforceable if the worker was unfairly terminated not for cause or laid off. Second, the definition of a non-solicitation agreement should have parameters similar to those defining non-compete provisions. So the non-solicitation agreement shouldn't last more than 1 year, and it shouldn't be any more restrictive than necessary to protect the firm's business interests. And third, we're very concerned about language in Section 3, which concerns the exclusivity agreements. So as you know, many low-wage workers, including some we heard testify tonight, they need a second job in order to pay their bills. Senate Bill 906, though, allows employers to require an exclusivity agreement from low-wage workers if taking that second job would, and the language is, substantially interfere with the reasonable and normal scheduling expectations of the employer or contractor. But some employers use on-call shift scheduling, where the employer schedules or cancels a worker's shift with little or no notice, and there's no pay for that lost work time. Those employers who use the on-call shift scheduling should not be able to require their workers to sign exclusivity agreements, since they do not provide reasonable and normal scheduling for their workers. And with my written testimony, I submitted language that should address that issue. So with those 3 tweaks, 1 to each section of the bill, we encourage you to pass SB 906. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Sue. It was your testimony at an earlier hearing that led me to think of you and wanted to know your perspective on this second bill. And so I appreciate the detail you've gone into in describing it to us. The only thing I want to ask is if you would make sure that in addition to your written testimony, if you could email us those specific suggestions, it will help us to track and make sure that we evaluate those and look at those as we contemplate moving the bill forward. So I appreciate that if you're able to do that.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Kushner.
And thank you for being here again tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Susan, thank you so much for your testimony and time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Matthew Starr.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Starr, active member with the Kent Volunteer Fire Department, past chief for the last, I've been with the department for the last 38 years. First of all, I want to thank you. I've been listening off and on all day since 10 a.m. and some amazing stuff you guys are dealing with and having to try and fix. And really, I had no idea. I appreciate it. The bill I'm on for is bill number 6477, and it's to do with Connecticut OSHA and volunteer fire and volunteer ambulance services. And due to a loophole that was pulled out with a lawsuit, Town of Goshen versus the state of Connecticut, they exempted volunteer fire and volunteer ambulance services from Connecticut OSHA in the state of Connecticut. Over the last few years, this affected our department because we had some issues and we couldn't get the assistance from ConOSHA. I've dealt with Ken Tucker, the director at ConOSHA. He's been very helpful, but he said his hands were tied because of this loophole loophole in the legislation, in the general statutes. This revision, the 6477, also allows them to only be able to give a warning for the first offense to volunteer fire and volunteer EMS organizations. So I think it's a good step to get us back on board because we're not covered under federal OSHA. So really over the last years, we've had no coverage or assistance when there was a workplace hazard or a safety issue. So I just ask for your assistance with this, passing that bill. I know OSHA, like I said, Ken Tucker, the director, I assume he's submitted testimony. And, throughout the day, I've not heard anyone else speak on the issue. So I thought it was worthwhile to stay on and just speak my piece. And once again, I thank you all for your hard work and a long day of a lot of difficult testimonies. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Senator Kushner.
I'm so glad that you stayed on because I've been wondering about this issue from the perspective of a volunteer firefighter. And, I intend to speak to the volunteers in my community, which isn't too far from you. I live in Danbury and have spent many times up in Kent. It's a beautiful community.
Thank you.
But I really wanted to hear from some others that in your position, because it seemed logical to me that you would want the protection of OSHA, that you would want to have their assistance because health and safety is so important for firefighters. And so it's really helpful to have your perspective. I don't think we did hear from Ken Tucker, but it's good advice. We can certainly reach out to him. I just also want to thank you for what you do as a volunteer. I mean, it's amazing what our volunteer firefighters do, and we appreciate your service. So thank you for being here and thank you for staying late.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Starr, thank you for all that you do in your service, and have a great night.
You too. Thank you all.
Take care. Up next, we have Kay Wright. Miss Wright, I need you. Yeah, you're on mute.
How's that?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. In support of SB 942, an act concerning the on-time payment of wages. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the committee. My name is Kay Wright, and I live in New Haven. I'm here to ask you to pass Senate Bill 942. I'll start by telling you a little bit about the role that home care workers like me play in caring for those who are most vulnerable. I'm one of 10,000 home care workers for those who can't live on their own in Connecticut. Everyone's story is different, but in my case, I grew up seeing my mom help out our elderly neighbor who had no one else to help her. I know my mother was never paid for it, but it was the thing to do. She needed help and my mother was there and she provided it. I got into home care after I retired from the telephone company of nearly 30 years. In my case, I retired with a union pension, but not everyone is so lucky. Today, I care for an elderly gentleman who is partially paralyzed on one side from a stroke. I do it because I love it. And after retirement, I wanted to do something and keep busy and give back in a way I knew that was valuable. I'd been in the workforce for about 50 years. Allied have messed up my pay more in the past 5 years than in the previous 45 years that I worked. Instead of payroll getting better, it's getting worse. Sometimes we send our timesheets and they claim they never got it. Or if they got it, we had it upside down or we had it on the wrong side. And we don't know that we're not getting paid until there's no paycheck and there's no money in our checking account. Other times, minor mistakes like leaving off one of the dates. I think there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places that you can put a date. And I put the date when I signed, and when my consumer, when he signed, there was no date. I wasn't paid. And when we don't get paid, we have to wait till the next week. So I can't count on my checks. And it should never be where I can't count on getting paid. To add insult to injury, we only get check stub sporadically. When those problems have happened, sometime it meant I couldn't buy groceries or I couldn't pay a bill. I work to live, and to live, I need to be paid. But I can't count on my paycheck each Friday. I always have to have a backup plan for my pay, for the bills that I have to pay. If you work, you should be paid. That's the bottom line. I feel so strongly about it that 3 weeks ago, I took a rest along with my fellow PCAs to protest the unjust system. Today, I'm here to ask for your help to make sure Allied is held accountable. We're not asking for a handout. We're asking to get paid for our services that we provide. We and consumers should be able to have a payroll system we can count on. And I don't think that's asking too much. Please help make fair and timely pay the reality we deserve. Please pass the Senate Bill 942. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. I see Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have no questions for you. I just want to say thank you, Queen Wright, for being with us tonight. Thank you for hanging in there. You've heard, if you've been listening, our vow to address this issue and right the wrongs that have been done. And I just want to really applaud you because I hear that you, and I think you stated this just now, that you took a rest with the civil disobedience 2 weeks ago. So I know that you're serious about what you're doing and how important it is to you. And I want you to know it is just as important to us. So thank you so much for not only talking the talk, but walking the walk. And I do believe that it's going to pay off in the end. So just keep the faith and hang in there while we do what we need to do on this end. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Wright, thank you so much for what you're doing, your advocacy, and staying up with us this late. We appreciate you and your testimony. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Brady Doubleday.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Brandy. I'd rather not have the video on right now, if that's okay.
I believe it shouldn't be a problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Brandy Doubleday. I'm a resident of the town of Norwich. I'm a mom of 3. My youngest is 16. He has autism. I've been a home care worker for a little over 5 years. I started because a friend of mine's elderly aunt needed care, and I've been with the same person ever since. I really love my job. I feel like I make a difference in the people that I help in their lives. They wouldn't be able to live in their houses if people like me didn't do our jobs. My biggest challenges are, the state of Connecticut does kind of cut short the people that receive the waiver program's hours just below really what the hours that they need, and some of the resources are lacking for those people. Also, I have a lot of problems with Allied and getting paid on time. There's times that I had issues paying my bills when I wasn't getting paid on time. I had a lot of problems in the year of 2019 and 2020. I was not given any pay stubs for my paychecks, even though I had called them over 100 times to resolve the issue, left tons of voicemails. I was told I could only talk to one specific person, and I would call that person and leave multiple voicemails, and I was never called back ever. Not one time by them to resolve the issue. There was times where I was missing up to 30 hours worth of pay, and Allied was refusing to pay me or to resolve the issue. So many hours spent myself and my employer on the phone with Allied to try to resolve the issue. And I don't believe that it was ever resolved or I was paid. I also have had my utilities shut off. Then the utility company required that I pay a $700 deposit to get my utilities turned back on, because I had gotten it shut off for non-payment. So many late fees on my rent and my other bills because they weren't paid on time. And all of this was because of the fact that I wasn't getting paid on time by Allied. I can also tell you that the other people that are also employed by my employer also had the same issues. They don't get paid on time. Sometimes their paychecks are short. It's just been an ongoing issue for years. I would like for you guys to please do something about this. It's very frustrating. I didn't even know I was getting paid tonight until 8:45. They called me to finally tell me that I was getting my paycheck tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brandy. Any questions or comments from the panelists? Seeing none. Brandy, thank you so much for your testimony and time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carol Blackburn.
Hi. Good
Hi,
evening.
Carol.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Good.
Only 12 hours later for you guys, but my name, good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and all members of the committee. My name's Carol Blackburn, and I live and work as a PCA in Norwich, Connecticut. I come before you to urge you to pass the House Bill 6537 so that PCAs like me are respected and receive the benefits we deserve as caregivers. I have been caring for my mom as her PCA for just a little over a year now. While I've only been a PCA for a year, I've been a caregiver my whole life. After receiving my CNA certification at Bayview and East Lyme, I worked as a CNA in the state for 10 years. My work as a CNA was in different settings, including nursing homes, regular home care, and also for hospice. It's no surprise I'm drawn to this kind of work. My mom herself is a registered nurse, and growing up, I wanted to be just like her. Now my mom is retired and total care, relying on PCAs to help her with every task. I love caring for my mom. I'm sorry. She raised me, and it's now my turn to return the favor to her. With that being said, it is incredibly difficult work. I am not my only mom's PCA, so there are times I do have help, but there are also many times I do not, and it can be very physically demanding, emotionally and mentally. And during these times, I must aid my mother with everything, including moving her, cleaning, feeding her, helping her with meds, and more. This is the work of a professional caregiver. Yet we are not treated like professional caregivers with the wages we earn. We are constantly wondering how I'm going to pay bills. My mother is retired, and if it wasn't for my father's pension, we'd be completely underwater. My mom's income is not my income is just not for me. It basically covers the needs for her. A lack of benefits is another huge issue plaguing PCAs. It's sad that we spend all day caring for others, but are not offered health insurance through our job, leaving us able to care for ourselves should be a health emergency arise. If we were able to take the time to care for ourselves the way we should, when an emergency arises, we will be able to deliver better care and focus completely on people who love and care for, instead of having to worry about our own well-being while also worrying about our consumers. By passing House Bill 6537, you can help us to the right to wrong and allow us to receive the benefits we deserve. Please do what is right by PCAs and consumers we care for. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments, Senator Kushner?
Thank you, Carol, for testifying tonight and staying with us for these 12 hours. The work you do is incredibly important, and I think that we recognize that it's undervalued, underpaid. And so I know this committee doesn't have the opportunity on its own to raise the wages, although I do serve on appropriations in the Human Services Subcommittee, and that is a subject that I'm sure we'll be discussing. But we can do something in the bills that you cite here. So hopefully we'll get these passed this session, and there will be, some forward movement for you. But I do appreciate what you do, and thank you for testifying tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Madam Chair, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Carol, thank you so much again. As Senator said, thank you for all that you do. Have a great night.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Luchetti.
Hi. Thank you all for your stamina today. It's been a long day. I've been on all day with all of you. It's been very educational. I am David Luchetti. I live in Manchester, and I'm a board member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. And I support SB number 943, an act concerning wage education and enforcement relating to domestic workers. Unitarian Universalists believe in the dignity of all human life. As a faith, we are compelled to support and uphold anyone who's mistreated, marginalized, disrespected, or otherwise treated unfairly. Domestic workers, as we've heard a lot today, are among our most important and yet most mistreated workers. These workers struggle in ways completely unacceptable in the 21st century. They experience wage theft, abuse, undignified, and often illegal working conditions and hours. SB 943 is necessary to ensure domestic workers and their employers are aware of the laws and their rights and responsibilities to fair wages and other basic necessities as employees and employers. Knowledge is power, and this bill will help empower these workers to support their employers to ensure fairness, dignity, equity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for staying with us this long, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thanks.
Take care. Next, we have Will O'Meara.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. Madam Co-Chairs Kushner and Porter, Vice Chair Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 6120, an act establishing a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership. Before I get into the bulk of my testimony, I've also been on since about 10 this morning and just wanted to express my personal solidarity with the formerly incarcerated, the domestic workers, and the local 1199 members that shared their powerful testimony with us tonight. My father is a PCA and a member of local 1199, so it's an issue close to my heart as well. My name is Will O'Meara, and I'm the co-owner and operator of Hungry Reaper Farm in Morris, Connecticut, and the Connecticut Field Agent with Land for Good, a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to ensure the future of farming in New England by putting more farmers more securely on more land. I also have the honor of serving as the chapter president of the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, a chapter of the National Young Farmer Coalition. Like my many affiliations, my interest in the development of a Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership is multifaceted. Much of Land for Good's work is focused on supporting farmers in creating and implementing succession plans to keep farmland in production and to support our regional food system. As 30% of New England farmers are likely to exit farming in the next 10 years, and 90% of those farmers have no identified successor, the future of our farmland and those who manage it hangs in the balance. Worker-owned cooperatives have a role to play in the farm transition crisis, providing another creative tool for farmers who are ready to turn stewardship of the land over to the next generation. Beginning the succession planning process is often daunting due to the sheer complexity of such transactions, and the Connecticut Center for Worker Ownership would be a helpful complement to those individuals and organizations already working to support farmers. Speaking as a young farmer myself, and on behalf of over 400 farmers organized through the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, there is great interest in cooperative ownership and management of farms. Farmland in Connecticut is among the most expensive in the country, and many farmers struggle to achieve long-term land tenure or land ownership on their own. A Center for Worker Ownership would address this challenge in two ways. First, it would act as a conduit for startup farmers who are forming cooperative businesses in order to pool capital and risk in order to achieve secure land tenure, effectively lowering the barriers to entry. Second, it would aid existing farm owners like myself to attract and retain high-quality employees by providing a chance to build equity and to more easily facilitate the transfer of our farm business to the next generation of young, eager farmers. The New Connecticut Farmer Alliance is dedicated to building an agricultural system that builds up the communities around us in a manner that strives towards economic empowerment, racial equity, and cooperation among farmers. And worker-owned cooperatives certainly have a role to play in that vision. Most importantly, establishing a Center for Worker Ownership in Connecticut would provide both current and aspiring business owners with information and guidance in how to organize businesses that truly meet the needs of their communities. Cooperative farms have the potential to operate at a larger scale, allowing farmers to produce more food for their communities and to take on complex conservation and land management practices not possible on small plots of land. They have the potential to improve quality of life, wages, and representation for farmers and farm workers alike, and they can help to provide a seamless transition in the management of our dwindling farmland. I urge the Labor and Public Employees Committee to vote in favor of HB 6120 and to give it robust language to ensure its success in the General Assembly. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and have a great night.
Thank you, Will. Any questions or comments? Senator Kushner.
Well, one of the great things about being on a committee like this is we get to meet such an interesting group of people throughout the day. We've heard from so many people with stories to tell that are fascinating or are compelling. And now we are getting toward the end of the night. We hear from a young farmer, which I didn't expect when this day began, I must say. I actually was born in a little farm community in Iowa, and there's a very long tradition and history in Iowa of cooperative farming and cooperative businesses in the supply chain around farming. And so I'm sure you're familiar with that. If you're not, you should read about it, because there's a very strong movement in Iowa. And I didn't make the connection to farming and worker cooperatives and ESOPs. So it adds a dimension that I never would have imagined when we first started the testimony today. So, I don't have any questions for you, but I know farming is hard work. I applaud you for being a young farmer. We need more young farmers. And I also applaud you for lifting up and recognizing the other workers here today and mentioning your father's work.